Yunfeng traverses the world of Dragon Ball, and from the outset, he is bound to a formidable system granting him the powers of a Super Saiyan, including instantaneous movement and infinite stamina recovery. Frieza? A single punch obliterates him. Androids? Easily crushed. What cosmic overlords or future warriors stand before him? They are all mere trifles. The god of destruction, Beerus? He shall be met with a beating. Encountering gods, vanquishing Buddhas, this power is so overwhelming that even the system quakes in fear. Witness how Yunfeng relentlessly pushes through the Dragon Ball universe, destined to become the mightiest transmigrator in history. Chapter 1. The initial acquisition of Super Saiyan energy. On a planet dominated by mountains and sparse trees, Yunfeng gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings, recalling that he should have been at home reading Dragon Ball manga. Suddenly, a fire ignites within his house, and he is enveloped by smoke, losing consciousness, only to awaken in this strange realm. Congratulations, host! You have bound to the latest Huaxia 2080 system. Please confirm your binding. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yunfeng's heart swells with joy, and he promptly declares, "Bind the system." The system's mechanical voice responds, "Binding successful. You have acquired pure Saiyan bloodline, along with the energy of a first-tier Super Saiyan. You have also gained the abilities of instantaneous movement and the Kaioken technique, alongside the power to instantly restore stamina." System, what is this place? You are on Namek, the world of Dragon Ball. Namek, the very place where Son Goku first ascended to Super Saiyan. The energy he has obtained will surely reign supreme upon this planet. Observing the unfamiliar environment, Yunfeng realizes that in this world, where mighty warriors abound, he must relentlessly train to confront the formidable foes that lie ahead. Recognizing that he is on Namek, the territory of Frieza, he resolves to make a grand entrance and establish his name throughout the Dragon Ball universe. Naturally, he also yearns to encounter the legendary Saiyan, Son Goku. Yunfeng's body begins to levitate, though he is still unaccustomed to wielding Super Saiyan power. He senses the potent energy emanating from a nearby source, akin to that of a monstrous being, and decides to investigate. With a resounding boom, Yunfeng vanishes from his spot. Frieza has completed his final transformation. Although his form has shrunk, his power has surged to unprecedented heights. Piccolo has already succumbed to an unseen attack from Frieza, collapsing unconscious, while Goku is utterly exhausted, and the battle prowess of Gohan and Krillin is negligible at best. Goku shouts, "Gohan, Krillin, take Piccolo and flee quickly. I will hold off Frieza." Frieza's eerie voice echoes, "Do you think you can escape? Damn Saiyans, this time I shall eradicate you completely." The mere thought of Saiyans ignites Frieza's fury, and just then, a terrifying aura approaches. Both Goku and Frieza gaze in horror at the potent energy drawing near. "Whose energy is this? It is so powerful!" Goku exclaims. With a thunderous crash, the air itself seems to tremble, and a blurred figure arrives on the battlefield. Frieza and Goku gazed intently at the unfamiliar figure before them. Frieza's teeth clenched in irritation. What was this? Another challenger daring to affront the dignity of the universe's emperor? Yunfeng turned to Frieza, remarking, "So you are Frieza, indeed a formidable creature." Frieza's eerie laughter echoed. "I never imagined my name had traveled to the farthest reaches of the universe. What an honor." Yunfeng then addressed the battered Goku. "Goku, take Gohan and Krillin and leave this place quickly. I shall handle this." Goku, perplexed by the stranger's knowledge of their names, suddenly noticed a golden aura akin to flames emanating from Yunfeng, causing the very ground of planet Namek to tremble. "Go now," Goku urged, no longer hesitating. "Be careful," he added, leading Gohan to a distance where they could observe but not intervene. Meanwhile, Yunfeng's energy surged, growing so powerful that it caused beads of cold sweat to form on Frieza's brow. "Frieza, let us begin. I have only just acquired this power, and am yet unaccustomed to it. I have wasted enough time," Yunfeng declared. Frieza sneered. "You do not intend to utter the absurdity of defeating me, do you?" Yunfeng replied with a slight smile. "No, I intend to kill you." Frieza's gaze turned icy, filled with arrogance. "You shall perish," he hissed. An invisible energy blast surged forth as Yunfeng's form blurred, reappearing instantaneously before Frieza. With a resounding crash, Yunfeng collided with Frieza, sending him hurtling backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Frieza gritted his teeth, seething. "Damn it, where did this wretch come from? If you wish to meddle in the affairs between me and the Saiyans, then perish here. He leapt, conjuring a terrifying black energy sphere in his hand. You shall vanish along with this planet, he proclaimed madly. Yinfeng regarded Frieza with indifference, seemingly unfazed by the impending attack. With a mighty roar, his Super Saiyan aura intensified, blazing like a golden flame. His entire body became enveloped in radiant light as he charged toward Frieza's death sphere. A brilliant flash erupted upon impact with a black energy ball. Planet Namek began to quake violently, stones levitating and shattering, while fissures resembling spider webs marred the ground. The force of the golden aura grew, gradually pushing back the dark energy sphere. Frieza's expression shifted to one of terror. "Impossible, impossible," he exclaimed as he was engulfed by the black energy sphere. A thunderous explosion resounded, leaving a gaping chasm in the earth, which was promptly inundated by the surrounding seawater. Yinfeng stood there, impassive, while Goku and Gohan gazed in astonishment at his figure. Gohan finally spoke. "Dad, that uncle's power is astonishing. He likely surpasses even Frieza." Frieza seems like a mere child in his presence. Krillin, equally awestruck, was rendered speechless. This enigmatic youth was undeniably the most powerful being he had ever encountered. Yinfeng was acutely aware that Frieza had not perished after all. Frieza was a fearsome creature of the Ice Clan, not easily vanquished by a mere strike. Indeed, moments later, Frieza emerged from the water, blood streaming from his body, his gaze fierce as he glared at Yinfeng. "Cursed, cursed! I am a magnificent cosmic emperor, Frieza, destined for greatness for birth. How could you lowly beings ever hope to defeat me?" Then, his body began to swell, and Frieza's aura surged once more, indicating that he was now unleashing his full power. "I could send Frieza on his way," I thought, as golden Saiyan energy erupted from my hands, the flames of gold compressing steadily towards Frieza. Frieza, in a fit of rage, unleashed several energy spheres in an attempt to stave off the golden energy's pressure, but to no avail. Gradually, the golden aura compressed him further, culminating in a tremendous explosion above planet Namek. Frieza's energy dissipated, and Goku and Krillin stared in astonishment at the young man who had effortlessly slain Frieza, summoning the courage to approach. Chapter 2. Taking on Disciples. Planet Namek. Goku slowly approached, with Gohan and Krillin following closely behind. Goku smiled and said, "Brother, do you recognize us? Why did you help us defeat Frieza?" Yinfeng responded with a smile, "Mr. Goku, please do not doubt me. I am your friend. Have you heard of the King of All?" Goku paused. "The King of All? I have not heard of him. I trained under King Kai." Yinfeng, uninterested in explaining further, replied, "Goku, just know that the King of All is a deity far superior to King Kai, and I am his disciple." With a serious demeanor, Yinfeng continued, "I was sent by the King of All to deal with Frieza. Furthermore, Goku, you are a pure scion of a noble warrior lineage, and I wish to take you on as my disciple, for I am also a scion." Goku's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You're also a scion?" Yinfeng replied, "I just defeated Frieza by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Would you like to become a Super Saiyan as well?" Goku, driven by his desire for strength, immediately knelt and said, "Master, please allow your disciple Goku to pay his respects." Yinfeng beamed at Goku. "Very well, you shall be my disciple, Yinfeng, and I will protect you in this world." He then turned to Krillin and Gohan, saying, "Quickly, use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who fell to Frieza. Return to Earth and train diligently. Frieza will surely come seeking revenge." Goku, nearly staggering in disbelief, exclaimed, "Wasn't Frieza killed by you, Master?" Yinfeng replied, "Goku, Frieza hails from the formidable Ice Clan, and his life force is tenacious. He can survive in the cosmos. He certainly has not met his end and will return. Goku, join me in training. We shall return to Earth in a year." Goku nodded, gesturing to Gohan and Krillin. "Gohan, you must train diligently. Upon your return, complacency could lead to a repeat of the events on Namek. Inform everyone that I will return in a year to fight alongside you all." As Gohan and Krillin gently supported Piccolo, they ascended into the sky, embarking on a journey to resurrect those who had fallen at the hands of Frieza. "Goku, let's also make our way to Frieza's spaceship," Gohan suggested, for nearby lay the vessel of the Ginyu Force. Yinfeng understood that this path led to the planet of the Yard Rats, where he intended to teach Goku the profound transformation of the Super Saiyan. With determination, Yinfeng grasped Goku's hand, swiftly returning to Frieza's spacecraft. Once aboard, they initiated the launch sequence, and the two spherical vessels ascended into the cosmos. During the voyage to Yardrat, Yunfeng devised his training regimen, focusing on rapidly attaining Super Saiyan 2, thus ensuring his own self-defense. In the vastness of space, Frieza had been reduced to a multitude of dismembered fragments, yet he fought against his demise with an indomitable will. Suddenly, a spaceship resembling Frieza's approached, drawing him in. This was none other than the vessel of the Frost Demon clan, the ship of Frieza's father, where scientists had already commenced the resurrection protocol for Frieza. Unbeknownst to Goku and Yunfeng, they continued their flight through the stars. With a thunderous crash, Goku and Yunfeng's spaceship landed. They disembarked, and Yunfeng gestured for Goku to follow, leading him to a cavern, which opened onto a vast clearing. Yunfeng proclaimed, "Goku, I shall now impart to you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan." With that, Yunfeng transformed into a first-stage Super Saiyan, his hair turning a brilliant gold and a golden flame enveloping his form. Goku gazed in awe at his master's transformation. "Goku," he instructed, "first, attune yourself to this energy, and we shall proceed at a measured pace." The essence of becoming a Super Saiyan lies in rage. Imagine your dearest being slain by Frieza, and at the brink of despair, you shall unlock the transformation. Goku attempted several times, only to find himself merely expanding his energy without achieving the transformation. "Patience, Goku," Yunfeng urged. "Remember what I have just conveyed, and be mindful of my Super Saiyan aura. Take your time. Once you successfully transform, seek to learn a technique known as instant transmission on this planet. It is an assignment from your master. Complete these tasks, and you may return to Earth, where I shall await your arrival. Should you fail, do not return," he cautioned. Goku respectfully nodded, and Yunfeng departed in the spaceship. Meanwhile, the system scanned the cosmos for enhancements to power. After a brief search, it reported, on the far northern planet of Vaya, there exists a plant known as the Blood Spirit Fruit, capable of augmenting combat strength. The spaceship promptly veered towards Vaya, while aboard a large cosmic vessel. A Namekian named Shrigu inquired of his subordinates, "Is the Blood Spirit Fruit nearing maturity?" The subordinate responded respectfully, "My lord, it is approaching the time of ripeness." "Excellent," Shrigu declared. "Target, Vaya." Upon arriving at the planet Vaya, Yunfeng discovered that the climate was particularly harsh, as if a relentless wind had been blowing for ages. It was astonishing that such a desolate environment could give rise to these mystical fruits indeed. Nature is truly wondrous. With that thought, Yunfeng began his search for the Blood Spirit Fruit, sensing a plethora of energies nearby, along with several formidable auras. Without hesitation, Yunfeng employed instantaneous movement to reach the location. It appeared to be the site of a ritual, where 10 individuals, both male and female, were bound upon an altar, their utterances incomprehensible to him. After a while, these 10 were led to the edge of a mountain peak, where one individual was forcefully subdued, and with a swift strike, blood gushed forth. To Yunfeng's astonishment, he beheld 5 crimson fruits growing at the mountain's edge, evidently ripened through the sacrifice of human life. Stunned into silence, Yunfeng could only watch in quietude as the Blood Spirit Fruit gradually absorbed the spilled blood, seemingly growing larger. It became evident that within 10 days, the fruits would reach maturity. For the next few days, Yunfeng remained in the shadows, observing as they sacrificed 10 individuals daily to nourish the Blood Spirit Fruit. On the 9th day, a sudden turn of events unfolded. A colossal spaceship descended upon the site, and from it emerged a Namekian accompanied by a retinue of subordinates. The inhabitants of Vaya were clearly unwelcoming to this extraterrestrial visitor, and the planet's warriors launched an attack against the group. However, the leader remained unperturbed, allowing his subordinates to dispatch the Vaya people effortlessly. Just as Yunfeng contemplated intervening, a powerful aura surged from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was another Vaya inhabitant whose combat prowess astonishingly exceeded 1 million on par with Frieza's first transformation. Indeed, the underlings of Shiragu were swiftly vanquished. Shiragu remarked, "Your strength is formidable. Will you join me as a trusted ally in conquering the world?" The Vaya warrior, filled with fury, retorted in the universal tongue, "Extraterrestrial, regardless of your intentions here, I advise you to depart immediately." Seeing that reasoning was futile, Shiragu unleashed a terrifying aura that cracked the ground beneath him. As a Super Namekian, his power eclipsed even that of Piccolo. With a single punch, he sent the Vaya warrior flying, moving with such speed that the warrior had no chance to evade. Shiragu then elongated his arm, enlarging his physique, and seized the Vaya inhabitant, slowly beginning to crush him. Observing the Vaya warrior's anguished cries, Shiragu wore a sinister smile indeed. He was a true devil. Chapter 3. The battle with Slagger. As Yunfeng observed the increasingly weakened Vyaxing, he was astonished by Slagger's formidable combat prowess. Slagger, reveling in the intimidation he had instilled, approached the blood spirit fruit with an air of confidence. However, a faint voice emerged from behind, casting doubt on the ease of obtaining the fruit. Slagger's expression darkened instantly. Who dares to speak? Step forth if you possess the courage. Just as Yunfeng prepared to reveal himself, the system chimed in, announcing, "Ding. Host, hidden mission detected. Defeat Slagger." Yunfeng accepted the challenge. After all, he had intended to vanquish Slagger, and this opportunity for reward was too valuable to ignore. Emerging gradually, the Saiyan blood within Yunfeng began to integrate, manifesting as a tail sprouted from his lower back. Slagger regarded the black-haired youth clad in dark attire, his tail swaying in the wind. "Are you a Saiyan? I thought Frieza had eradicated your kind." Yunfeng retorted, "Do you hold Frieza in such high regard? Is he truly capable of annihilating all Saiyans?" Slagger's expression soured. He considered himself on par with Frieza, yet this boy appeared to dismiss Frieza's might. Was it mere bravado? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Slagger, a terrifying force emanating from his being. The system promptly assessed, combat power, 450,000. Initial stage of Super Namekian. Yunfeng realized the extraordinary strength of Super Namekians. He recalled the fusion of God and Piccolo, whose combat power seemingly surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Unyielding, Yunfeng unleashed his own formidable aura, his hair transforming to gold, enveloped in golden flames. The system chimed again, initial stage of Super Saiyan, combat power, 600,000. It appeared he surpassed Slagger, and with the King Kai fist and instant transmission yet to be utilized, confidence surged within him. The two warriors charged at one another, fists colliding, legs striking, creating ripples of energy that shattered nearby stones. The ferocious winds compelled the Vyaxing to retreat in fear. Their speed was astonishing, exchanging blows in rapid succession, and with each encounter, Slagger grew increasingly alarmed by the Saiyan's terrifying strength. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? With a flicker of energy, Slagger launched a devastating energy blast from his hand, but Yunfeng countered with a powerful surge, deflecting the attack. Seizing the moment, Yunfeng swiftly advanced, his elbow crashing into Slagger's face, causing blood to erupt from his mouth as he was sent flying. Slagger collided with a mountain, obliterating it into rubble, only to erupt from the debris with a thunderous roar. "You have provoked my wrath, boy. You have chosen death. Do not blame me." The figure of Shalagu emanated a radiant glow, and in an instant, it expanded to a size reminiscent of a great mountain. Yunfeng gazed upon the colossal Shalagu, which soon became ethereal, losing its target. Although Shalagu's increased size augmented its power, it also rendered it cumbersome, significantly diminishing its agility. Suddenly, Shalaga seemed to detect Yunfeng, and with a mighty claw, it struck at him. However, before Shalagu could revel in its apparent success, Yunfeng transformed into a mere illusion. In a swift motion, Yunfeng maneuvered behind Shalagu and delivered a powerful kick to its knee, causing the giant to topple. Yunfeng then placed a foot upon Shalagu's finger, eliciting a howl of anguish from the beast. Realizing that its enlarged form was a disadvantage, Shalagu reverted to its original size, and the two resumed their fierce battle. Their silhouettes flickered as they exchanged blows with astonishing speed, engaging in countless rounds within a fleeting moment. Then, Shalagu unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, firing countless light projectiles towards Yunfeng. The intensity of the beams multiplied as Shalagu clenched its hand, unleashing a barrage that erupted upon Yunfeng. In a swift reaction, Yunfeng summoned golden flames that surged forth, repelling the onslaught. With a fierce roar, Yunfeng charged toward Shalagu, who attempted to block with its arms, but was sent flying backward. Blood erupting from its mouth, Yunfeng conjured a formidable light projectile and hurled it at Shalagu, resulting in an explosive impact that severed one of its arms. Undeterred, Shalagu yanked its severed limb away, blood gushing forth, and let out a deafening roar as a new arm sprouted forth, reminiscent of a lizard regrowing its tail. "Shalagu, your energy has waned significantly. Without your ultimate move, I shall claim your life," Yunfeng declared. "Child, do not boast. How could I, Shalagu the Great, ever be defeated?" With that, Shalagu's energy surged, and it raised both arms, unleashing a terrifying wave of power outward. Yunfeng crossed his arms before him, bracing against Shalaga's devastating attack. Shalaga laughed triumphantly. It is over, finally over. Shalagu, what are you so pleased about? Yunfeng retorted. With a thunderous impact, Yunfeng's fist struck Shalaga's abdomen, delivering a flurry of blows. Blood poured from Shalaga's mouth as its consciousness began to blur. Yunfeng placed a hand upon Shalaga's head, igniting an overwhelming golden flame around himself. With a resounding explosion, a dreadful wave of energy engulfed Shalagu. Ding! Host has completed the hidden mission. Eliminate Shalagu. Reward: skills unlocked, Kamehameha and Solar Fist. Yunfeng's face lit up with joy. He had finally acquired the Kamehameha, a divine technique from the Dragon Ball realm, whose power grew with the user's strength. The Solar Fist, a crucial skill for survival, was equally invaluable. Yunfeng approached the edge of the mountain and, under the terrified gaze of the Vians, plucked a blood spirit fruit before swiftly departing the area. After flying for over an hour, he found a cave and seated himself in a meditative posture. He took out the blood spirit fruit and swallowed it whole. The crimson essence flowed down the throat of the sword's soul and settled in its depths. Moments later, a terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng, and his combat power surged dramatically. The system's prompt sounded, ding. Host combat power has increased. Super Saiyan level 1, medium tier. Combat power, 9 billion. The joy in Yunfeng's eyes was unmistakable. This had saved him a considerable amount of time. Truly, the universe was wondrous. He then consumed 2 more fruits, yet the enhancement was minimal, yielding only an additional 100 million in combat power. It seemed that only the first fruit was effective. As a tolerance was quickly developing, the system interface displayed Yunfeng's attributes: name, Yunfeng, race, pure blood Saiyan, strength, Super Saiyan level 1, medium tier, combat power, 9. 1 billion, skills, instant transmission, Kaioken, Kamehameha, instant recovery, solar flare. Yunfeng rose, quite satisfied with his current attributes. It was time to head to Earth. Chapter 4. Frieza's father and son seek revenge. Yunfeng boarded the spaceship, set the destination to Earth, and soon fell into a deep slumber. A cerulean orb materialized before his eyes. He was nearing his destination. A fiery spaceship descended rapidly from the sky, landing with a resounding crash at Baozi Mountain, creating a large crater. A spherical spacecraft touched down, and as the hatch opened, Yunfeng soared out, savoring the Earth's atmosphere. There was no place quite like it. With over 2 weeks remaining until Frieza's arrival on Earth, he decided to familiarize himself with the planet first. Just as Yunfeng was about to depart, a figure materialized above him, cloaked in white, with a white headscarf, clad in black attire, and sporting a green visage. It was Piccolo, who, to his surprise, had detected Yunfeng. With a darkened expression, Piccolo addressed him. I was training nearby when I noticed your spacecraft descending. You are not from Earth, are you? What brings you here? Having been unconscious during the battle with Frieza, Piccolo was unaware of Yunfeng's true identity. Yunfeng revealed the tail coiled around his waist. Piccolo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. You are a Saiyan. Did Frieza not declare that all Saiyans were exterminated? Aside from the surviving Gotenks and Dend, and Goku, who is training with a mysterious figure. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Earth. You should return to your training, Yunfeng replied. Yet, Piccolo remained suspicious and launched a punch, only to strike air as Yunfeng deftly evaded. What astonishing speed, Piccolo thought, quickly shedding his weighted gear. The system displayed Piccolo's data. Name, Piccolo. Race, Namekian. Combat power, 1 billion. Not bad. For an ordinary Namekian separated from the deity, such strength was commendable. Piccolo charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but Yunfeng swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a precise hand strike that rendered Piccolo unconscious. He laid Piccolo beneath a tree, stating, You are too noisy. Take a nap before departing. During the ensuing weeks, Yunfeng explored Earth thoroughly, marveling at its superiority compared to other planets. Half a month swiftly passed, and Yunfeng was savoring delectable cuisine at a restaurant when he suddenly sensed the ominous presence of Frieza approaching Earth, accompanied by an even more formidable aura, his father, King Cold. The Dragon Ball warriors, led by Gohan, were the first to detect Frieza's energy, confirming that the elder brother had not lied. Soon, Dal, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others also recognized the sinister energy, prompting them to hasten towards its source. A colossal spaceship materialized within Earth's atmosphere, and inside, Frieza's eerie voice echoed, Father, do not intervene this time. I wish to personally eliminate the one who reduced me to such a state, even though I do not know his name. It was indeed rather absurd that a well-known figure like Frieza had nearly met his demise at the hands of another. Rest assured, father, I was careless then. He is merely my equal in strength. Now that I have grown stronger, I am confident I can handle him alone. Very well, King Cold replied with a chuckle. Did we encounter that Ginyu Force ship on our way here? It must be him. Before he returns, we must ensure that not a single Earthling remains alive. Leaving him in utter anguish upon his arrival, Frieza declared. The spaceship, enveloped in flames from atmospheric friction, thundered down, landing in a rocky expanse. The hatch opened, and Frieza, King Cold, and their subordinates promptly disembarked. Dal, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Bulma stood a short distance from Frieza's vessel, anxiously sensing their adversary's descent. Beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Frieza commanded, eliminate every last Earthling, leave none alive. Suddenly, a voice resonated, Frieza, your audacity is astounding. After transforming into this form, you dare seek vengeance? I wonder who bestowed upon you such courage. As Yunfeng emerged atop the opposing rock, Frieza's confidence faltered, and he began to retreat, recognizing him unmistakably. King Cold, observing Frieza's discomposure, urged, Frieza, you have grown stronger, do not fear him. Reassured, Frieza gathered his composure and ordered his minions to advance. Yunfeng's palms surged with energy, and with a resounding explosion, all of Frieza's subordinates perished, forcing Frieza and King Cold to leap aside. Yunfeng's fury erupted as his hair turned golden, and a golden flame enveloped him. Tien Shinhan, shocked, sensed an overwhelming and incredible power opposing Frieza. Gohan suddenly exclaimed, it's the elder brother. The energy is identical to when he defeated Frieza on Namek. The elder brother has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan clarified. Dal, in disbelief, retorted. Impossible. Besides you and Kakarot, there cannot be any other Saiyans, let alone a Super Saiyan. But the elder brother himself told us he is a Super Saiyan and that he would train father to become one as well, Gohan insisted. A profound silence fell over the group. Frieza, in a fit of rage, unleashed his full power, launching an enormous energy blast that engulfed Yunfeng in a tremendous cloud of smoke. Frieza erupted in laughter, exclaiming, I have slain him. Haha, what are you so smug about? A faint aura began to emanate from him. In the midst of Frieza's astonished gaze, Yunfeng had already positioned himself before him, placing a hand atop Frieza's head. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying explosion ensued, reducing the cosmic tyrant to mere ashes with a single strike. Herder, in utter disbelief, gazed at the lifeless form of Frieza, unable to fathom that the formidable Frieza had been vanquished in an instant. Yunfeng turned to Herder, whose face was slick with sweat, and remarked, now it is your turn. Suddenly, Herder chuckled, would you be interested in taking Frieza's place as my adopted son? The entire universe could be ours. Yunfeng regarded Herder coolly, your proposition is intriguing, yet I find myself disinterested. Upon hearing this, Herder's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a grimace. If you refuse, then perish. He bellowed, unleashing a powerful energy blast that obliterated the surrounding peaks. Herder's expression turned grave as he observed the devastation, only to hear a calm voice behind him. What are you looking at? Yunfeng appeared behind Herder and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing into a mountain, which crumbled upon impact. The Kamehameha wave followed suit, striking down upon Herder, who had yet to fully comprehend the situation, and he joined Frieza in oblivion. Turning to the onlooking future Trunks, Yunfeng said, step forth. You have been watching for quite some time. Clad in the garb of Capsule Corporation, Trunks materialized before Yunfeng, a sword slung across his back and his lavender hair flowing. Sir, you are immensely powerful. You dispatched Frieza and his son in an instant. However, in the future I know, it is supposed to be Mr. Goku who defeats them. Yunfeng, meeting Trunks' earnest gaze, replied, due to your arrival, the world here has diverged significantly from the future you know. Moreover, you should hasten to inform them about the androids. As a Saiyan myself, I pose no threat to Earth, and the Goku you speak of is my disciple. Trunks, having witnessed Yunfeng transform into a Super Saiyan, harbored no doubts regarding his words, and he soared toward the gathering of others. Chapter 5. Goku's return. Trunks approached the group, hovering a meter away, and announced, I am going to welcome Mr. Goku. Would you care to join me? Gohan muttered, so he isn't Dad's master after all, when he suddenly noticed Yunfeng behind Trunks. Rushing over, Gohan exclaimed, Elder, it truly is you. Where's my father? Yunfeng responded, Goku is training in the universe. He should arrive in about an hour. Let us accompany this young man, Trunks. Trunks was astonished by the youth who appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed extraordinary strength and knowledge of his name, which he had not disclosed. Suddenly, Darl shouted, "Hey kid, are you a Saiyan? Did you transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza?" Yunfeng paused for a moment before nodding. Darl's excitement surged. "Impossible. All Saiyans are extinct. You cannot be one." Yunfeng chuckled and remarked, "Do other universes lack Saiyans, Darl? Do not confine your vision to a well." The mention of other universes sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Trunks, his eyes wide with disbelief, reflected on the surreal events that had transpired since his return. He composed himself and suggested, "Let us first greet Mr. Goku." With that, Trunks soared into the sky, followed closely by Yunfeng. Gohan interjected, "I wish to accompany you. I have faith in my father's master, Krillin, and Piccolo." Eventually, everyone took to the skies together. An hour later, a spherical spaceship descended amidst flames, landing on a nearby clearing with a thunderous crash, creating a large crater. The hatch opened, revealing Goku, who ascended slowly, clad in peculiar attire. Upon seeing everyone, he was taken aback, and upon spotting Yunfeng, he approached him respectfully, bowing, "Master, you are here as well." Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan rushed over, exclaiming, "Dad, you're back." But his expression shifted to one of gravity as he continued, "Master, I have discovered Frieza's spaceship. Its speed is astonishing." Gohan's excitement surged as he added, "Dad, Frieza and the monstrous adversaries he brought have been vanquished by my elder brother. The Master has intervened, so it must be a foolproof situation. But who is this youth?" Trunks interjected, "Mr. Goku, may I speak with you privately?" Goku glanced at Yunfeng, who nodded in assent. Thus, Goku and Trunks moved to a more secluded area, for Trunks had brought with him a miraculous medicine for Goku. After some distance, Trunks inquired, "Mr. Goku, could you transform into a Super Saiyan for me to witness?" Goku hesitated momentarily before unleashing his power, his hair turning golden as flames erupted around him. Trunks smiled, noting the resemblance to his own transformation. In turn, he harnessed his energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, with Yunfeng swiftly joining them. "Trunks, Goku, you both have attained the Super Saiyan form. I am aware of what you wish to convey regarding the androids, and I shall inform everyone. Now, please hand me the medicine." Trunks, overwhelmed by a sense of trust in this master of Goku, complied and presented the heart medicine to Yunfeng. "Now, both of you shall strike me simultaneously. I wish to gauge the extent of your Super Saiyan prowess." With that, Yunfeng unleashed his own energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Darl, observing from a distance, gritted his teeth, incensed by the presence of 3 Super Saiyans. "As the Prince of Saiyans, my dignity is at stake." The system chimed. Hidden mission, engage with 2 Super Saiyans. Reward, 100 senza beans. Yunfeng regarded this peculiar task and beckoned to Goku and Trunks. "You two may attack together. Do not hold back, you cannot harm me." Goku and Trunks exchanged glances, and Goku launched a powerful punch while Trunks drew his sword to strike. Yunfeng effortlessly blocked their combined attacks. No matter how intensely they exerted themselves, they could not penetrate his defenses. With a fierce roar, Yunfeng unleashed his golden flames, sending both adversaries reeling away. The 2 individuals approached from opposite directions, their speeds unfettered, and in an instant, their bodies became ethereal. Yunfeng stood resolutely, fending off their assaults. They struck the sphere 10 times in the blink of an eye. With his left hand, Yunfeng unleashed a luminous orb, while his right conjured a beam of light, sending the 2 adversaries reeling backward. His ability to gauge their velocity and predict their movements had reached an extraordinary level of precision. After a tumultuous struggle to free themselves from the light orb, onlookers were left in astonishment, as the caliber of this battle transcended their wildest imaginations. Yunfeng's form soon became insubstantial, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's chest and a kick that clashed against Trunks' sword, propelling them both into the air. Once they regained their footing, they gasped for breath, and Yunfeng subsequently reigned in his Super Saiyan energy, declaring, "This shall suffice for today." A wave of relief washed over them. Had the skirmish continued, defeat seemed imminent. Turning to Goku, Yunfeng remarked, "Goku, your Super Saiyan energy remains unstable. You must enhance your training." Trunks added, "You need to eliminate unnecessary movements. Precision attacks are essential to achieve the desired effect with minimal energy." Both warriors were in deep admiration of Yunfeng. "Trunks, you should return promptly to avoid worrying Bulma. I will relay the messages regarding the androids." With that, Trunks vanished into the sky aboard his time machine. Goku and Yunfeng approached the others, with Yunfeng announcing, "Everyone, brace yourselves, an important matter awaits. In 3 years, on May 12th, a formidable android will emerge on the Southern Isles. I urge you all to train diligently to confront this formidable foe." Goten inquired, "Big brother, Is this android stronger than a Super Saiyan? The response was affirmative. The android's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Shock rippled through the group. What? Stronger than a Super Saiyan? This power is truly terrifying. With heavy hearts, they returned to their training, but Yunfeng called out to Goku. Goku, take Goten to the other world. I wish to conduct specialized training for both of you. Goku, elated at the prospect of receiving guidance from Yunfeng, beamed like a child. While Goten hesitated, but, Mom has enrolled me in numerous tutoring classes. Yunfeng replied, Goku, this matter is for you to resolve. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. Suddenly, Piccolo approached, his complexion slightly flushed. Mr. Yunfeng, I must apologize for my earlier offense upon your arrival on Earth. Might I accompany you in your training? Yunfeng pondered for a moment before responding, Certainly, Mr. Piccolo. Please meet me at the temple 3 days hence. Piccolo, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his thanks. Ever since returning from Namek, he felt increasingly distanced from Goku as formidable foes continued to emerge, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Witnessing Yunfeng's immense power today, he set aside his pride, hoping for guidance in his own training. Upon receiving Yunfeng's approval, Piccolo's demeanor shifted back to his usual self, yet the excitement within him was unmistakable. Chapter 6. Training in the Celestial Realm. In the Celestial Realm, a figure wielding a staff donned a flowing white robe emblazoned with a divine character, complemented by a billowing blue cloak. This was the deity of Earth. As the deity gazed upon the mortal realm, he suddenly spoke. Bobo, Frieza has been vanquished. Guests are soon to arrive. Prepare for their welcome. Before long, Yunfeng soared into view, causing Bobo to feel an intense wave of anxiety. Are you an extraterrestrial? The aura of strength emanating from Yunfeng was palpable, leading a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Bobo's forehead. With a smile, Yunfeng addressed him. You must be Mr. Bobo. The deity spoke first, Lord Yunfeng. Your triumph over Frieza and his progeny has made you a benefactor of our planet. Please, articulate any requests you might have, and we shall endeavor to fulfill them. Yunfeng responded with humility. Deity, your kindness is appreciated, yet I merely wish to utilize the room of spirit and time. I intend to train Goku and his son, as well as Piccolo, to prepare for the formidable adversaries that lie ahead. The deity's expression grew solemn. The trials of Earth were indeed myriad and complex. Regrettably, as a god, he felt powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, Bobo assured Lord Yunfeng that he could freely use the room of spirit and time. Suspended in the air of the celestial palace, Yunfeng awaited the arrival of Goku and his son, along with Piccolo. After a couple of hours, Piccolo arrived first. Bowing respectfully to Yunfeng, Lord Yunfeng, please feel free to train me. I am unafraid of hardship, for I yearn to grow stronger. Yunfeng opened his eyes and regarded Piccolo, acknowledging his warrior spirit as a Namekian. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Piccolo, while you are currently separate from the deity, you remain an ordinary Namekian. I recommend that you reunite with the deity. Together, your power shall surpass that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Piccolo observed the deity with a conflicted heart. He felt uncertain, for Earth had yet to face a crisis that would compel him to reconcile his thoughts. He remained silent, patiently awaiting Goku and his son. After some time, Goku and Gohan arrived, prompting Yunfeng to rise. Now that everyone is assembled, we may proceed. Upon entering the room of spirit and time, the air felt thin, and the castle-like chamber was furnished with sustenance, while the outside world appeared as a vast expanse of white. Ding! The system chimed. Hidden mission. Engage in a spar with Piccolo. Reward. Regeneration skill. As long as the head is not completely obliterated, other parts may regenerate. This was indeed Piccolo's signature technique, making the task particularly fitting. Feigning an air of mystery, Yunfeng declared, Piccolo, let us engage in a spar. I wish to gauge your current prowess. Goku, you should focus on nurturing Gohan, helping him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Let us begin, Piccolo. As he removed his cloak, fully committing himself to the challenge against Yunfeng, Yunfeng emanated a commanding presence, causing Piccolo to feel a chill of sweat as he stood before him. Come forth, Piccolo. With a fierce shout, Piccolo unleashed a surge of white energy, his body swelling with power as he launched a punch at Yunfeng, who countered with equal force. The two fists collided, sending Piccolo stumbling back a few paces. Yunfeng bellowed. Exhilarating. Come again. As Piccolo's arms elongated, he charged forward, while Yunfeng leaped to evade, with Piccolo's arms coiling like serpents, coordinating their assault on Yunfeng. Yunfeng let out a roar, unleashing waves of energy that pushed his arms apart. Piccolo, well done. Now demonstrate your speed once more. I wish to experience it again. Suddenly, Piccolo vanished. Yunfeng steadied his mind and instantly perceived Piccolo's trajectory. With a thunderous sound, Piccolo was sent flying, having only received a single kick from Yunfeng. Let us pause here. Yunfeng heard the system notification. Hidden task completed. He had acquired the skill of rebirth. As Piccolo approached slowly, Yunfeng, amidst his joy, realized it was time to impart some knowledge to Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, Yunfeng began, your strength is commendable, but do you not feel that your overall capabilities are somewhat lacking? Your explosive power is absent. While your speed and strength are adequate, they do not stand out. If your speed were exceptional, you could triumph over opponents of equal power. However, beware, focusing solely on strength without enhancing speed renders even the mightiest strength ineffective. Let us engage in sparring for half an hour daily. The remaining time should be devoted to practicing your speed and enhancing your strength concurrently. 3 days later, equivalent to 3 years in the outside world, through rigorous training. Yunfeng's combat power surged from 9.1 billion to 10.8 billion, stabilizing him at a mid-tier level of Super Saiyan Stage 1. Meanwhile, Piccolo's combat power reached 4.3 billion, placing him on the cusp of Super Saiyan transformation. It is time to venture out. Piccolo, let us go somewhere. Goku and Gohan can remain here to train, Yunfeng declared. As the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, Bobo glanced towards the entrance as Yunfeng and Piccolo emerged. How has your training progressed? The Supreme Kai inquired. Encountered a bit of a bottleneck. Piccolo and I are stepping out for a breath of fresh air and to attend to some matters, Yunfeng replied. The two soared through the skies for 2 hours until they arrived at a mountain range. Where are we? Piccolo asked. This is Dr. Gero's research facility. The androids ought to emerge from here. Let us see if we can disrupt their operations, Yunfeng explained, a spark of excitement igniting in Piccolo. So they were created here. Piccolo exclaimed. Upon entering the cavern, they discovered the laboratory door. With a single energy blast, Yunfeng obliterated the door. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by his calculations. The android should not yet have been released. Yet a horrifying sight awaited him. The pods of androids 19, 20, 16, 17, 18, and an unfamiliar android 15 were all open, and the androids themselves had vanished. A chill ran down Yunfeng's spine. Had they been released ahead of schedule? The presence of an unknown android 15 hinted that the narrative was subtly shifting due to his involvement. The system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Hidden task, destroy Dr. Gero's research facility. Reward, 1 billion combat power. Yunfeng's heart raced with elation. This was tangible. Only one's own strength mattered most. After 3 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had barely gained 2 billion combat power. Transitioning from Super Saiyan Stage 1 to Stage 2 presented a bottleneck. Should he gain comprehension and break through to Super Saiyan Stage 2, his power would skyrocket, potentially surpassing 100 billion in combat power. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted, Yunfeng, come quickly. There are more androids here. Yunfeng hastened forward and, indeed, found androids 12, 13, and 14 lying within, while the enigmatic android 15 had vanished. He nodded at Piccolo, suggesting, let us eliminate them to avert future complications. Yunfeng unleashed 3 beams of energy, obliterating the 3 androids without hesitation. Piccolo, we must descend. Dr. Gero's computer is still fabricating terrifying monsters. After a prolonged search, the duo finally located the entrance and ventured downward. The sight unfolding before Yunfeng was utterly astonishing. It must be said that Dr. Gero was a true genius, albeit one who misapplied his talents to create such dreadful abominations. In the depths lay an array of sophisticated machinery, with a computer pulsating with light, still operational. Within a glass vial, a green creature was in gestation. Piccolo's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Yunfeng, what manner of monster is this? I harbor an ominous premonition. Chapter 7. The Arrival of Cell Dr. Gero's Laboratory. Yunfeng. This is the ultimate android cell, crafted by Dr. Gero's computer. The system has harvested cells from everyone, including those of Frieza and his progeny. This ultimate android is particularly unique. It requires the absorption of androids 17 and 18, produced by Dr. Gero, to achieve its perfect form. Once it attains that state, it will indeed become a cataclysmic entity. Piccolo's astonishment was palpable as he exclaimed, that scoundrel Dr. Gero. We must eradicate this creature before it reaches maturity. Yunfeng nodded in agreement, aware that the future cell would ultimately kill Trunks and travel back in time using Trunks' time machine, making it imperative to destroy this laboratory. Suddenly, Yunfeng's gaze fell upon a blueprint laid upon the table. He rolled it up, believing it could be invaluable for Bulma's research. He was confident that this brilliant scientist would provide them with unexpected insights. Piccolo, let us depart, he declared, and with that, He unleashed a series of energy beams that caused the surrounding computers to explode. Yunfeng and Piccolo soared into the air, the sound of the explosions echoing behind them. Both were burdened by the weight of uncertainty, pondering the fate of so many androids and the looming threat of future Cell. Piccolo, we must diligently train. Formidable foes lie ahead. Let us separate and cultivate our strength, adhering to the methods I have imparted. We shall reconvene in 3 years, Yunfeng advised. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported to Bulma's residence, where he spotted a woman with short blue hair clad in casual attire, her figure strikingly prominent. This was Bulma. Yunfeng had encountered her once before during the defeat of Frieza. He approached her slowly. Greetings, Miss Bulma. Upon hearing her name, Bulma turned, her eyes landing on a youthful figure with black hair, radiating vitality. Yunfeng, what brings you to my home? She inquired. Without responding verbally, Yunfeng presented the blueprint, stating earnestly, this is a design I discovered with Piccolo at Dr. Gero's laboratory. I hope it aids in our endeavor to vanquish the androids, and I trust you will examine it. Bulma perused the blueprint, marveling at its intricate design. What an exquisite piece of work. It is undeniable that Dr. Gero is indeed a genius. Bulma confidently patted her chest, declaring, no problem, I will take care of this matter. Upon hearing Bulma's agreement, Yunfeng bid her farewell and instantaneously vanished. Upon returning to the heavenly realm, he found Goku and Gohan engrossed in their training. Their faces lit up with excitement at Yunfeng's sudden appearance. Yunfeng inquired, Goku, how has your training with Gohan progressed? Goku replied joyfully, Master, Gohan has managed to transform into a Super Saiyan, albeit with some difficulty. I too have stabilized my Super Saiyan form, and my power has significantly increased. Observing the exhilaration on Goku and Gohan's faces, Yunfeng offered them commendation. Well done, Goku. Keep pushing forward. However, he continued, I have some unfortunate news to share. Piccolo and I just visited Dr. Gero's laboratory. Yunfeng recounted the situation regarding the androids, which cast a pall over the group. They were taken aback by the alarming number of androids that had vanished, indicating that their adversaries were plotting something sinister. Yunfeng instructed, Goku, continue training with Gohan. There is no need to enter the room of spirit and time. We have 3 years ahead of us, ample time for training. I hope you can transcend the limits of Super Saiyan. Goku was taken aback. The thought of surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold had never crossed his mind before. Well, that concludes my message. I shall return to my training now. Goku, we shall meet again in 3 years, Yunfeng said as he took his leave. 2 years later, Yunfeng was training on a mountaintop, acclimating his Super Saiyan form to the King Kai fist, now utilizing a 50-fold increase, which his body could withstand. And his strength had grown immensely. At that moment, he sensed a formidable energy approaching Earth, reminiscent of Frieza's, yet seemingly even more potent. Goku and the others had returned to the room of spirit and time, unaware of the impending threat, while Yunfeng soared towards the location of the descending spacecraft. A colossal spaceship, ablaze with fiery trails, was plummeting rapidly. Boom! The giant vessel landed atop a mountain. Yunfeng sensed another energy approaching. It was Piccolo. A smile crept across his face. As the hatch opened, numerous small soldiers emerged, accompanied by a squad resembling the Ginyu Force. Yunfeng appeared before them, questioning, Who are you? And what brings you to Earth? The soldiers quickly parted to form a path, revealing a slender figure stepping forward, strikingly similar to Frieza. This must be Frieza's brother, Cooler. Cooler spoke, Human, if you wish to live, answer a few questions for me. Maintaining a relaxed demeanor, Yunfeng responded nonchalantly. Cooler continued, Very well. Kid, you are quite perceptive. Do you know who killed Frieza? Was it that Saiyan Son Goku? Yunfeng shook his head, stating, It was not Son Goku who killed Frieza, it was I. I am also a Saiyan. Cooler's expression twisted with rage. So it was you. I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. Your life ends here today. Attack him. Kill him. A figure stood behind Yunfeng, and without turning around, he knew it was Bick who had arrived. I entrust you with Bick and his special forces. A terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng, forming a powerful shockwave. With a commanding shout, Yunfeng unleashed his might, sending Quilla staggering 10 meters away. He slowly floated closer, saying, If you wish to avoid a fate like Frieza's, then muster the courage that brought you to Earth. Ding. System task, eliminate Quilla. Reward, abundant Super Saiyan energy. As Yunfeng gazed at Quilla, it was as if he beheld immense Saiyan energy. Quilla, thoroughly provoked by Yunfeng, retorted, You seek death, and I shall oblige. Allow me to demonstrate how I differ from Frieza. A menacing aura radiated from Quilla, rippling outward, shattering the surrounding mountains, and creating a vast crater beneath him. The system chimed, Quilla, battle power 5. 6 billion, Intermediate ice race. In a flash, Yunfeng collided with Quila's nose, drawing blood. With a nonchalant smile, Yunfeng remarked, "Do you not know that arrogance attracts misfortune? Yet you persist in your pretense." Quila, unaccustomed to such humiliation, growled, "You shall pay for this." As his words fell, Quila's form blurred, and Yunfeng's body also became indistinct as they engaged in a fierce battle. The sky was filled with countless waves of energy colliding, rendering their figures nearly invisible. With a resounding crash, a mountain shattered behind them as the two warriors clashed for several rounds before retreating to assess one another warily. Quila was astonished, realizing there existed such a formidable scion. No wonder Frieza had fallen to him. Chapter 8. Yunfeng vs. Quila. Quila glared at Yunfeng. "Damn wild monkey. Today you shall witness true power." His body began to swell as white energy enveloped him, emanating waves of terrifying power. Vic looked on in shock. This energy is simply beyond comprehension. It far surpasses Frieza. Yunfeng calmly observed Quila's escalating fury and taunted, "Quila, you haven't improved much at all. What a waste of time, truly pathetic." Extending 3 fingers, he declared, "I need only 3 moves to defeat you." Quila's face turned ashen. "You dare boast without fear of retribution?" In an instant, Yunfeng's form became ethereal, and with a single knee strike, he struck Quila's chin, sending him flying. The intensity of Yunfeng's aura grew stronger, and as his energy surged, his hair transformed to a golden hue, engulfed in a blazing golden flame. Quila, clutching his bleeding mouth, wore a grim expression. "You will perish," he shouted, leaping into the air to conjure a colossal sphere of light that blotted out the sky, its grandeur overwhelming. Yunfeng observed the massive light sphere that obscured the heavens. Quila, holding the sphere aloft, laughed maniacally. "This is your doing. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a casual flick, Yunfeng cast forth the luminous projectile, observing it with an aloof demeanor. The turtle school's Kamehameha surged forth, a silvery wave of energy propelling skyward towards the ominous sphere of light. The two forces collided, creating a stalemate in midair, each force clashing and devouring the other, unleashing a terrifying tempest that rendered the surroundings akin to an apocalyptic scene. Quila, witnessing his fully concentrated sphere of light being thwarted, felt a surge of anxiety. He concentrated further, channeling additional energy into the sphere, while Yunfeng continued to unleash his potent ki. The formidable Kamehameha thrust the all-encompassing sphere of light upward, overwhelming Quila with its sheer force. Quila's terrified cries echoed, but Yunfeng remained indifferent to his plight. With a deafening roar, the monstrous sphere shot beyond the confines of Earth, vanishing into the vastness of the galaxy. Just as Yunfeng believed the ordeal had concluded, a thunderous sound erupted, as if something had plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moments later, the source was revealed to be Quila, one hand braced against the earth, one eye shut, gasping for breath. Having just narrowly escaped annihilation, Quila recalled the harrowing moment when the blinding projectile had propelled him from the earth, rendering him immobile. Cursing his fate, he resolved, "I cannot perish yet." Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he evaded the sphere's onslaught, finally escaping its lethal grasp. As he reflected on the recent peril, his disdain for Yunfeng grew. He glanced at the battlefield beside him, horrified to see his subordinates vanquished by a mere Namekian. His elite squad, superior in strength to the Jinyu force, lay incapacitated. In a moment of self-deprecation, Quila thought, "If you wish for death, I shall grant it." He then pointed a finger at Yunfeng, declaring, "One more time." Yunfeng, taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean by one more time?" Observing Quila's disheveled state, he jested, "Another chance to be defeated, perhaps?" Quila's expression twisted with madness as he retorted, "Laugh now, but soon you shall not." Suddenly, a terrifying power surged within Quila, his visage contorting in agony. Yunfeng, recalling the original narrative that had slipped his mind over time, suddenly remembered, transformation. Quila possessed more transformations than Frieza. Quila's form began to change, spikes emerging from his body, his physique expanding, radiating an increasingly ominous aura. A mask-like formation obscured his mouth, reminiscent of a masked hero. After a 10-minute transformation, Quila finally achieved his ultimate form. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the transformed Quila, recognizing him as a true monstrosity. Yunfeng regarded Quila with a grave expression as the system announced, "Quila, mid-tier high-level frost demon, battle power, 7.5 billion. The revelation of such a staggering figure caused Yunfeng's countenance to grow increasingly serious. Although his combat power still lagged significantly behind, Quila astonishingly surpassed the battle prowess of a Super Saiyan at the first level upon transformation, which was truly fearsome. Once Quila completed his metamorphosis, he became brazen. "What's the matter, kid? Are you frightened?" Yunfeng's expression suddenly shifted. "Quila, have you elevated yourself too highly?" Quila's demeanor darkened, and in a flash, he charged forward, causing the yellow flames enveloping Yunfeng to blaze ever more fiercely. The two clashed mid-air, generating ripples of energy with each collision, reverberating with explosive sounds as they exchanged blows over 20 times. Yunfeng scoffed, "Is that all you've got? You went through all that trouble to transform?" As soon as his words fell, he vanished from sight. "Today, let me show you the essence of speed and strength." A fist connected squarely with Quila's face before he had a chance to react, leaving him momentarily dazed. Another kick struck the back of Quila's head, sending him hurtling away, blood streaming down his face as he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It dawned on him that this boy had merely been toying with him, not revealing his true capabilities. Just as Quila regained his footing, another kick landed in his abdomen, propelling him into a mountainside, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. With a thunderous crash, debris soared into the air, and Quila slowly emerged, declaring, "You've forced my hand. Since I cannot defeat you, I shall ensure you do not enjoy your victory." As he spoke, numerous points of energy began to gather around him. Yunfeng immediately sensed the impending danger. Quila was about to self-destruct. In response, Yunfeng unleashed a technique he had devised over the past 2 years to counteract the self-destruction of Cell in the original narrative. Golden energy surged from his hands as he traced a square in the air, channeling vast amounts of Super Saiyan energy into it. The square rapidly expanded, enveloping Quila within its confines. Then, a thunderous explosion echoed as a terrifying mushroom cloud ascended, the cacophony of destruction resonating continuously. The force of Quila's self-detonation was contained within the square of Saiyan energy, not a trace escaping. The formidable Ice Clan warrior Quila thus met his demise. Piccolo approached, remarking, "Lord Yunfeng's strength is truly unfathomable. Even such a powerful self-detonation from Quila failed to inflict any harm upon you." Yunfeng rolled his eyes. "Piccolo, are you truly hoping Quila would obliterate me?" Piccolo immediately panicked, and seeing his distress, Yunfeng chuckled, "Don't take it seriously. I was merely jesting." Ding. The host has completed a hidden task, and a surge of immense power coursed through him. Yunfeng felt his strength escalating rapidly, his heart brimming with joy. Quila had indeed been a veritable treasure trove. The system displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Yunfeng, Super Saiyan Level 1 Advanced. Combat Power, 30 billion. Skills, Instant Transmission, Instant Recovery, Kamehameha, KO Ken. Solar Flare. With a sense of elation, Yunfeng realized that his combat power now rivaled that of Goku during the battle with Cell, standing on the precipice of ascending to Super Saiyan Level 2. Chapter 9. The Terrifying Androids 3 years later. The day that Yunfeng had foretold for the emergence of androids had finally arrived. Wukong and the others gathered in anticipation of Yunfeng's arrival. "Dad, where has my big brother gone for training? Why hasn't he returned?" Gohan inquired. "Master possesses formidable strength. He may have ventured off to train on his own. However, I am certain he will arrive shortly," Wukong replied, glancing at Bulma, who held little Trunks in her arms. "Trunks, as you grow, do not emulate Doll's ferocity," he cautioned. Bulma was taken aback. "Wukong, how did you know Trunks is Doll's son? I don't believe I mentioned it." Wukong had learned this from Yunfeng 3 years prior, and the unexpected revelation caused him to slap his forehead, exclaiming, "Haha, being a Super Saiyan grants me some extraordinary abilities. It is only natural." Bulma, satisfied with this explanation, refrained from further questioning. Suddenly, a figure clad in a cloak with a white hat and a greenish face appeared, none other than Piccolo. Wukong greeted him warmly. Aside from Doll and Yunfeng, most of their companions had arrived. Yamchu, Krillin, Tien, and the Wukong family were all present. Out of the blue, a loud explosion erupted from the northern island, startling everyone. "It has begun. We must proceed without delay," Wukong declared, leading the group towards the island. "Once we encounter the androids, emit a power signal as a warning." The others nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the island, they were met with chaos. The flames from the explosions had thrown the populace into a frenzy. Wukong's aura expanded significantly, filled with rage. "Damn it, these fiends." The group scattered in search of the androids. As Yamcha turned, he spotted 3 androids behind him, just as he was about to release his energy. The elder-looking androids swiftly seized him, draining Yamcha's strength with ease. Wukong sensed Yamcha's energy plummeting and instantly teleported above him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the elder flying, his hat soaring through the air. Krillin and the others hurried to Yamcha's side. "Krillin, quickly feed Yamchu a senzu bean," Wukong urged, his eyes blazing with fury as he regarded the 3 androids. The elder android spoke. Ah, Son Goku, we were just on our way to find you. But it seems you have delivered yourselves right into our hands. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Android 20, he said, gesturing to the stout android beside him. This is Android 19, he continued, pointing to a burly figure with a red beard, and this is Android 15. As Android 20 introduced his companions, a chill descended upon Wukong and the others. Piccolo suddenly noticed Wukong panting. Could it be due to anger? After all, with Wukong's prowess, such a state was unexpected after just a brief flight. You wish to kill me, do you not? Then follow me, Wukong shouted defiantly, soaring into the distance. The androids exchanged glances, and after a nod from Android 15, they pursued him. Before long, they arrived at a mountainous region. Android 20 remarked, Son Goku, is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Wukong did not respond to him and descended, only to find Yunfeng waiting for them atop the mountain peak. Wukong exclaimed in surprise, Master, how did you know we would come here? Yunfeng replied with a slight smile, a secret, prompting the others to roll their eyes. The android number 20 gazed at Yunfeng for a long while before finally speaking. Who is this person? Our records do not mention him. The group exchanged knowing smirks. Unwilling to enlighten number 20, whose smile quickly faltered, Yunfeng then addressed Wukong. You shall be the first to battle, so I can assess your progress. Android No. 19 slowly stepped forward, a sinister grin adorning his face. Yunfeng was aware that Wukong might experience a cardiac episode here, though he was uncertain due to the numerous changes in the narrative since his arrival. Nevertheless, he was prepared with medication, ready to assist Wukong should the need arise. Wukong erupted with energy, his hair transforming into a golden hue as golden flames enveloped him. His combat power surged dramatically, causing the ground beneath to tremble with the release of formidable energy. Number 20's face paled in terror. What was this? Why was there no mention of this in the records? An unfamiliar figure had appeared, and Wukong's strength far exceeded what was documented. In a flash, Wukong vanished, his form becoming ethereal, and reappeared behind number 19, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him flying. Number 19 stood up nonchalantly, a trickle of oil escaping from the corner of his mouth as Wukong charged at him, engaging in fierce combat. However, as the battle progressed, Piccolo noticed something amiss. Wukong's breathing grew increasingly labored. He approached Yunfeng, expressing concern. Mr. Yunfeng, Wukong's condition seems off today. Yunfeng nodded, realizing that Wukong's heart condition was likely flaring up. Piccolo recalled the medication Trunks had brought 3 years prior. Yunfeng called out to the battlefield, Wukong, you should withdraw for now. Wukong, panting heavily, had just unleashed a Kamehameha wave that number 19 absorbed. As Wukong attempted to retreat, number 20 blocked their path, declaring, do not misunderstand. The rules are not yours to dictate. The group watched as number 19 seized Wukong by the neck, siphoning energy into himself. Growing weary of number 20's interference, Yunfeng swiftly bypassed him, delivering a decisive kick to number 19's face. Number 19 was sent crashing into the mountainside, and Yunfeng promptly administered the medication to Wukong. He then addressed the group, who will escort Wukong back to rest. Yamcha spoke up, I'll go, my strength is of little use here. And after the encounter with the androids, I feel a sense of dread. Yunfeng nodded, entrusting Wukong to Yamcha, ensuring he received a dose of the medication, as this viral heart condition was contagious. After Yamcha departed, Yunfeng turned his attention to the slowly advancing number 19, saying, Little plump one, I shall entertain you for a while. The appellation directed at Yunfeng immediately incensed number 19, who charged forward with great speed. Yunfeng effortlessly blocked his assault and, with a swift kick, sent number 19 hurtling through the air. Suspended momentarily, number 19 suddenly uttered, Turtle School, Energy Wave. A silvery energy blast surged towards Yunfeng, who, without even lifting an eyelid, simply waved his hand, deflecting the attack with ease. In an instant, Yunfeng vanished from sight, only to reappear as an energy wave collided with number 19, executing the entire sequence with such swiftness that onlookers were left in stunned silence. Number 19, bewildered, found himself struck by the energy wave, which created a gaping crater upon impact. As the crowd gazed at the newly formed chasm, Yunfeng descended, but no. 19 suddenly erupted with fervor, gripping Yunfeng's arm with an iron clutch. I won't let go, not even in death. He cackled madly. Yunfeng chuckled softly, finding no. 19 rather endearing in his desperation. An aura of formidable energy emanated from Yunfeng, instantly repelling number 19, who found himself unable to mount any form of resistance. With a decisive strike of a light projectile, the explosion rendered number 19 into mere ashes. Yunfeng then turned his attention to number 20 and number 15. Noting the pallor that washed over number 20's face, he realized that his strength was merely on par with that of number 19, which meant he too could be swiftly vanquished. Seeking salvation, number 20 cast a pleading glance towards number 15, who merely scoffed and slowly stepped forward. Chapter 10. The tormented number 15. As the crowd observed number 15's gradual approach, Yunfeng too was struck by the unfamiliarity of this figure. Number 15 regarded Yunfeng and remarked, "Though your profile isn't in our records, your prowess is undeniably formidable. I intend to take you back. Lord Babidi would be exceedingly pleased." Yunfeng's mind spiraled into confusion at the mention of Babidi. Number 15 quickly clarified, "Indeed, we were rescued from the laboratory by Lord Babidi's selection." Yunfeng's expression darkened. This was chaos incarnate. However, he resolved to first eliminate this vexatious adversary. Glancing at the self-important number 15, he felt a surge of irritation. Without hesitation, Yunfeng transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames enveloping him as his hair gleamed with radiant light. Number 15, astonished by this transformation, exclaimed, "You too are a Saiyan? It's astounding that you can also ascend to Super Saiyan." Yunfeng inquired, "Aside from your ranks, who else has been rescued by Babidi?" He sought to clarify the situation. A glimmer of reverence appeared in number 15's eyes at the mention of Babidi, the warriors under his command number in the thousands. "We are merely a few inconspicuous ones among them." Yunfeng, witnessing the profound brainwashing of this individual, lost all desire to continue the conversation. An immense energy began to surge from within him, an overwhelming force escalating with each passing moment, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. No, 15 and his comrades were of a complete energy form, their power neither diminishing nor increasing. Number 15 charged forward, engaging Yunfeng in fierce combat. Two figures soared through the air at an astonishing velocity, leaving behind fleeting shadows for the onlookers below. Suddenly, one of them plummeted downwards, revealing the disheveled form of No. 15, who crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a substantial crater. Gradually, number 15 emerged from the rubble, astonished by the formidable prowess of Yunfeng. It was inconceivable. His strength should surpass that of number 17 and number 18, with only the mechanical number 16 capable of rivaling him. How could he possibly be outmatched by this mere youth? Yunfeng gazed coldly at number 15 and swiftly maneuvered towards him. No. 15 raised his arms in defense, but was sent hurtling backward by Yunfeng's force, careening over 100 meters before finally regaining his footing. In an instant, Yunfeng unleashed a flurry of light spheres into the air. As number 15 stood up, he found himself surrounded by these luminous projectiles. With a decisive gesture, Yunfeng commanded them as if they possessed sentience, directing them straight at number 15, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Rocks were sent flying, and a cloud of dust enveloped the scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. After a brief moment, the explosion subsided, revealing number 15, who had activated his protective shield. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yunfeng observed him, remarking, "Big guy, your strength is commendable, but regrettably, you have chosen the wrong opponent. You are still leagues behind me." Number 15's face twisted in disgust at Yunfeng's arrogant tone, akin to having swallowed a fly, as he contemplated an escape. Unaware of No. 15's thoughts, Yunfeng understood the urgency of a swift resolution. Hesitation could lead to unforeseen complications. Without granting number 15 a moment to recover, Yunfeng charged again, delivering a powerful punch. Number 15 hurriedly attempted to block, but upon impact, he felt as though a tremendous force had struck his arm, rendering it nearly immovable. Yunfeng followed with a light sphere, akin to dispatching a mere animal, and the explosive sound echoed relentlessly as number 15 was buried beneath the debris. A relaxed expression spread across Yunfeng's face. It seemed the artificial beings no longer posed a threat to him, with only the fully realized cell possibly remaining a challenge. Piccolo and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their perceptions of Yunfeng's strength far exceeding their expectations. Not only had he defeated the formidable number 19, but he was also effortlessly overpowering number 15. The group shuddered at the thought of number 15's aura, which had become utterly powerless in Yunfeng's presence. "Piccolo, do you think the big brother is giving it his all?" Gohan inquired. Piccolo, displaying an unusual seriousness, replied, "Perhaps not yet." A wave of apprehension washed over them, quickly followed by a glimmer of hope. The stronger Yunfeng became, the more secure their position would be, especially since he was Goku's mentor and one of their own. After a brief interval, number 15 crawled out, his gaze towards Yunfeng now filled with fear, devoid of any intention to mount a counterattack. Suddenly, he shouted, Number 20. We must flee. Number 20, now panicked, looked to escape, but Yunfeng casually stated, Piccolo, I leave number 20 to you. Piccolo nodded, shedding his weighted clothing, and positioned himself to block number 20's path of retreat. Yunfeng smiled gently, declaring, the game must come to an end. I shall escort you to meet number 19. A formidable silver-white energy sphere, the Kamehameha, coalesced in Yunfeng's palm, radiating a dazzling glow. Cold beads of sweat began to trickle down number 15's brow. Suddenly, a silver energy wave surged towards him, but at that moment, the heavens erupted in lightning, and a rift split the sky. A colossal hand emerged, effortlessly swatting away Yunfeng's Kamehameha. The onlookers gazed skyward with grave expressions as the hand seized number 15, addressing the crowd. This individual still holds value for me. We shall meet again, so prepare yourselves. With a booming laugh, the hand retreated. Moments later, the sky returned to its normal state. Number 20, witnessing his companion's abandonment, wore a visage akin to ash. Piccolo chuckled. It seems your ally has forsaken you. It appears your fate is sealed. Number 20 erupted into laughter, asserting, I concede that I am no match for that youth. But Piccolo, do you not overestimate your own prowess? Piccolo remained unfazed, retorting, if you doubt your strength against me, why not test it? With that, Piccolo charged towards number 20. Meanwhile, number 20 concocted a plan. He would absorb the power of the mighty Piccolo, enhancing his own strength before making a swift escape. Determined, he allowed Piccolo to approach, blocking his assault while unleashing beams of energy from his eyes. Piccolo ducked, narrowly evading the attack, and then collided forcefully with number 20, sending him hurtling backwards. Piccolo surged forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The air filled with thunderous roars and swirling dust. Before long, number 20 appeared, disheveled and desperate. Noticing Piccolo's momentary lapse in defense, he swiftly maneuvered and seized Piccolo by the throat, channeling energy into his own body. Piccolo smirked, have you absorbed enough? Gripping number 20's arm with ferocity, he yanked, severing it from its owner. Panic-stricken, number 20 attempted to retreat, but Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy blast, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated number 20. Yunfeng approached slowly, his expression grave. It was the Demon Realm King, Dabura, who rescued number 15, he remarked. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces. The title alone spoke of a formidable adversary, and the recent events weighed heavily upon them. Yunfeng continued, I initially dismissed number 15's claims about Babidi as mere ramblings. Yet it appears there is truth in them. Their singular objective is to resurrect the demon Majin Buu. The names echoed in the air, leaving the group in a state of shock and disbelief. Chapter 11. The escape of number 17 and number 18. Yunfeng wished to alleviate the burden on his comrades, for revealing their true strengths might incite panic among them. He instructed everyone to return to their training, to remain vigilant in the heavenly realm, and to seek them in the goddess temple should any issues arise. Piccolo, too, began to contemplate the prospect of merging with the Supreme Kai once more. Aboard Babidi's spacecraft, a diminutive, peculiar figure with 2 whiskers hovered in the air. This was Babidi, the nefarious sorcerer, the dark sorcerer Babidi. Claiming to be the greatest of all magicians, despite his relatively feeble power, possesses an extensive mastery over various peculiar spells of control, enhancement, and sealing, rendering him a formidable adversary. Standing behind him is a man resembling a bat-faced behemoth, the Demon Realm King Dabura, who had rescued the number 15. As number 18 casually passed by Babidi's warehouse, she overheard a conversation between Babidi and Dabura. Babidi remarked, this number 15 is truly worthless. I instructed him to severely injure the enemy and gather their energy, yet he was nearly defeated himself. Had it not been for my urgent need for personnel, I would not have rescued this inept individual. Indeed, my lord Babidi, the Saiyan who fought number 15 is impressively powerful. I sense that if we could find 3 to 5 individuals of such formidable energy, Majin Buu might be resurrected, Dabura replied. Really, Dabura, you are not exaggerating, are you? Such powerful beings exist on Earth. If that is the case, we must initiate our plan ahead of schedule, Babidi sinisterly declared. But what if number 17 and number 18 refuse to allow the future cell to absorb them? Dabura inquired with a smirk. They have no choice. This is my scheme, and no one can thwart it. Otherwise, they shall face dire consequences. Based on my assessment, should cell absorb both number 17 and number 18 to achieve his perfect form, augmented by my magical control, he will likely rival your own prowess, Dabura. Dabura's expression was one of profound shock, though he dared not reveal it. He had always prided himself on his strength and the honor of being Babidi's foremost general. The realization that an arbitrary android could stand shoulder to shoulder with him surely left him unsettled, yet he lacked the courage to disrupt Babbidi's plans. For those with malevolent hearts like them, Babbidi possessed the power of life and death. Outside, number 18 covered her mouth, desperately suppressing her emotions. She and her companions had always regarded Babbidi as a deity for rescuing them from the laboratory. Little did they know that he only sought to exploit them. And to gain immense power, he intended for the grotesque cell to absorb her and number 17, a notion number 18 would never accept. Quietly, number 18 slipped away from Babbidi's warehouse and returned to the room she shared with number 17 and number 16, recounting the conversation she had overheard. Number 17 was utterly taken aback. What did you say? Babbidi intends to abandon us and allow Cell to absorb us? Rising in a fury, number 17 exclaimed. I must confront Babbidi and demand an explanation. Number 18 grasped his arm tightly. What are you doing? Do you wish to court death? You are aware of Beerus' strength. The three of us combined are no match for him. Number 17's eyes dimmed with despair. Suddenly, number 18 proposed, let us escape, number 17. While we are grateful to Babbidi for rescuing us, we never anticipated he would exploit us. We cannot remain idle. We must flee. After a moment's contemplation, number 17 agreed. Very well, let us escape together. The world is vast. Surely there is a place for us. On the 16th, he spoke languidly. I shall accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Your kindness and care for small creatures resonate with me. The 17th and 18th nodded gravely, and the trio quietly exited their chamber, gradually ascending. For they had been aboard this spacecraft long enough to become familiar with its layout. They stealthily made their way upward. Fortunate that Babbidi and Dabura were preoccupied with inspecting the egg of the demon Majin Buu, thus remaining undetected. The three fugitives reached the uppermost level, where they encountered two nefarious earthlings stationed at the gate. The 17th approached them. Greeting, gentlemen, your hard work is appreciated. Lord Babbidi has permitted me to ascend. Recognizing the 17th as one of Babbidi's warriors, the guards, not daring to be dismissive, bowed in respect. Seizing the moment of their distraction, the 17th delivered two swift strikes, incapacitating them. The trio then exited the chamber and immediately employed their flight techniques, soaring into the distance. Upon regaining consciousness, the guards discovered the gate ajar, sensing something amiss, and hurried to report the situation. Babbidi slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, What? 17th? To escape without permission is audacious. Dabura, go retrieve them at once. Dabura, with a smirk, replied, Do not fret, Lord Babbidi. Since 17th and 18th have fled, we might as well allow Cell to pursue them, absorb them upon capture, and assess his true strength to determine if he is worthy of your investment. Babbidi pondered this strategy, recognizing that capturing them would indeed benefit Cell, and thus consented. Summon Cell to me. In mere moments, Cell appeared at Babbidi's doorway and stepped inside. Cell, 17th and 18th have escaped. I command you to seize them and absorb them. I expect you to return to me in your perfect form. I shall reward you handsomely, Babbidi instructed. Cell bowed respectfully before setting off in pursuit of 17th and 18th. Unbeknownst to Babbidi, Dabura harbored ulterior motives. He hoped that 17th and 18th would eliminate Cell, rather than return in a perfected state to threaten his position, thus concocting this scheme. Regrettably, Babbidi remained oblivious to Dabura's intentions. His gaze fell upon the egg of Majin Buu as he murmured, Awaken, Majin Buu. If you do, my concerns will dissipate. As Cell emerged from the chamber, excitement danced across his features. He recognized that now was not the opportune moment to chase after 17th and 18th. Instead, he sought to absorb the essence of humanity, growing stronger before dealing with them. 17th and 18th fled for 3 days, and upon realizing that no one pursued them, they let down their guard. Tired of flying, they contemplated commandeering a vehicle and seeking out Son Goku. The creator of their kind, Dr. Gero, harbored a desire to eliminate Son Goku, who had obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, the androids held an obsession with him. 17th leaped onto the roadway. Standing in the middle, awaiting the arrival of a vehicle, a truck driver, delivering goods, suddenly spotted a figure obstructing the road. Slamming on the brakes just in time to halt, ready to unleash a tirade of curses, he was taken aback as the figure approached him. He was abruptly yanked from the vehicle, for the strength of number 17 was beyond that of an ordinary individual. The truck driver sat dumbfounded by the roadside, witnessing the three ascend into his truck and drive away before finally reacting and dialing the police. The trio joyfully traversed the road in the truck when, all of a sudden, a figure obstructed their path. A beam of light shot forth, and with a resounding explosion, the truck was obliterated. They leaped from the vehicle, gazing at the figure before them, golden-haired, enveloped in flames of gold, clad in a combat suit fit for the cosmos. Number 18 spoke. Dar, what madness has overtaken you? Why have you destroyed our vehicle? Dar laughed heartily. Androids, I have finally located you. Without a trace of energy, the Prince of the Scions has found you first. Chapter 12. Dar and Number 18. Number 18 glared at Dar, who was now transformed into a Super Saiyan, a surge of fury igniting within her. We did not seek trouble with you. You have come to us uninvited. Dar, brimming with confidence, declared, you mechanical dolls, come forth and meet your demise. To perish at the hands of the Prince of the Scions is a privilege. Number 18, taken aback, thought to herself that this man must be deranged. Dar, apologize at once, and perhaps we shall spare you. Otherwise, you shall face our wrath. Dar chuckled, what a jest. The Prince of the Scions apologize? Come forth and meet your end. Number 18 turned to Number 17. You shall not interfere. I will handle Dar. Number 17 waved her off dismissively. As she toyed with her hair, Number 18 found herself perplexed by the Scion's mindset. Dar's aura grew increasingly potent, the flames around him intensifying as he charged at Number 18. They clashed fiercely, exchanging blows in a relentless battle. Number 16 remarked, Dar seems to lack the expected energy. Could the data be erroneous? Seizing an opportunity while Number 18 was off guard, Dar grabbed her arm and hurled her aside, then unleashed a beam of light that sent her crashing into a nearby mountainside. With a thunderous crash, debris scattered, and Number 18 emerged, her garments tattered and torn. That wretched Dar has ruined my favorite outfit. I shall make him pay. With this declaration, she tore the remaining fabric from her body. Dar laughed arrogantly. It appears the androids are not as formidable as I imagined. I have grown far too powerful. I have reclaimed the glory of the Scion Prince. Infuriated by Dar's self-indulgent monologue, Number 18 charged forward, her form becoming ethereal. Dar, fueled by rage, met her with equal fervor, and they engaged once more. Number 18 landed a punch to Dar's abdomen, and he was increasingly alarmed. How could this android possess such stamina while he found his own energy waning? Dar leaped back, unleashing a barrage of light beams toward her. Number 18 activated her shield, leaving Dar astonished that he had failed even to exhaust his opponent. In an instant, Number 18 vanished, delivering a kick to Dar's back. Dar retaliated in desperation, but Number 18 deftly blocked his attack. On the 17th, he exclaimed, 18, cease your games. You are too slow. If you continue at this pace, the sun will set. I understand, 17. You always say this, replied 18, as her speed instantly increased. Within mere moments, Darl had been struck multiple times, his pride once again wounded. Impossible. I am a Super Saiyan, the Prince of the Scions. How can I be bested by these artificial beings? Darl bellowed in fury. He then ascended into the sky, lightning crackling from his hands, emitting a menacing hum. The ground beneath him began to tremble, and white lightning illuminated the heavens. Prepare yourself, 18. Here comes my ultimate attack, Darl shouted. A colossal wave of white energy erupted from his hands, casting a blinding glow across the sky. 18 gazed at the energy wave, channeling her strength through her hands, which shimmered with light, successfully intercepting Darl's attack. The tremendous force pushed her back several steps, leaving marks in the earth. Darl, witnessing his grand move being thwarted by mere hands, felt a surge of frustration. Trunks, having arrived in the future machine, hastily made his way to the battlefield of the androids, suddenly sensing a formidable Super Saiyan energy nearby. Is Mr. Goku engaged in battle with the androids? Trunks wondered aloud. Upon further focus, he discerned the absence of another opponent's energy signature. Indeed, it was the androids. Accelerating towards the source, he arrived to find his father engaged in combat with 18, who was evidently gaining the upper hand. Darl, recognizing Trunks, connected the dots and surmised that this was his son from the future. Yet, driven by pride, he refused any assistance. Stay back. This is my fight, he commanded. Trunks longed to intervene, but he understood his father's stubbornness. His father would rather perish than accept help. As 18 dominated the battlefield, Darl found himself in retreat, his speed faltering against hers, and wounds appearing all over his body. Nonetheless, he grit his teeth and continued to fight. With a sudden movement, 18 delivered a punch to Darl's jaw, causing him to spit blood. Trunks shouted, Father, ready to rush in, but Darl, still resolute, barked, Do not approach. Do you not understand? Trunks, filled with anxiety, felt his frustration mount. Seeing Darl's strength waning, 18 swiftly delivered a precise strike, knocking him unconscious. With his father down, Trunks felt no restraint. He unleashed his fury, his hair turning golden as golden flames enveloped him. He charged forward, drawing the sword from his back, and swung it down at 18. She raised her arm to block, but retaliated with a punch to his abdomen, sending him flying backward. Trunks could only think one thing. So powerful. How can this 18 compare to the one from my future? Trunks gritted his teeth and lunged forward once more. Sword in hand, Android 18 swiftly seized Trunks' sword, exerting force, and the blade shattered with a resounding crack. With a powerful kick, she sent him sprawling, then turned her back on him and departed, approaching Android 17. First, let us find a clothing store and procure a few decent outfits. My attire was ruined by doll. She stated, those Saiyans are truly bothersome. After obtaining the clothes, we should also acquire a couple of vehicles. Then we will seek out Goku. Android 17 nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. The trio of androids soared into the sky, while Trunks, clutching his abdomen, slowly approached Doll, supporting him as they ascended together. In the celestial realm, Piccolo was embroiled in a heated argument with the Supreme Kai, while Yunfeng sat idly by, unable to offer any assistance. A new mission appeared in the system: defeat the Supreme Kai and merge with Piccolo, with a reward of tremendous Super Saiyan energy. Consequently, Yunfeng encouraged Piccolo to propose the fusion to the Supreme Kai. Piccolo addressed the Supreme Kai, saying, this world no longer requires your feeble presence. It needs a formidable warrior. Have you not witnessed the strength of the foe who rescued Android 15? The Supreme Kai offered no rebuttal, instead lamenting, indeed, I am of little use. The most ineffectual Supreme Kai in history. Would you not agree, Mr. Bobo? With tears in his eyes, Bobo replied, Supreme Kai, it's not like that, truly. The Supreme Kai then turned to Piccolo, stating, I will take one more look at the lower realm to confirm the existence of the monsters you speak of. Piccolo closed his eyes and floated in the air, awaiting the Supreme Kai's response. Chapter 13. The Super Namekian in the Celestial Realm. Piccolo remained with his eyes shut, suspended in the air, quietly waiting. Yunfeng, behind him, was dozing off, displaying an expression of boredom. Only Bobo gazed anxiously at the Supreme Kai, who was peering down at the world below. The Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the heavenly palace, observing the situation on Earth. He noted that the three androids were indeed taking clothing and vehicles, yet there was no sign of violence. The Supreme Kai found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether Earth required his guidance or the strength of powerful warriors. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai spotted a green creature siphoning the life essence from humans. A green monstrosity with a tail. Any human unfortunate enough to have the tail penetrate them would soon be reduced to a mere husk. The Supreme Kai broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the creature's power was steadily increasing as it drained humanity of its vitality. If this were allowed to continue, it would undoubtedly become a grave threat to Earth. The Supreme Kai resolved to act, slowly approaching and declaring, Piccolo, come forth. I have made my decision. Earth needs a powerful warrior. Bobo looked on, sorrow etched on his face. Supreme Kai, are you truly going to leave? The Supreme Kai smiled, Mr. Bobo. These individuals have been under your care. I trust that a more capable Supreme Kai will arrive in the future. We can merge, but I must take the lead. Piccolo insisted. The Supreme Kai chuckled. It's quite an irksome feeling to have my power offered only to have it rejected. Of course you will lead. You are still young and vigorous. The divine being cast aside his staff, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that radiated a brilliant white light, which surged towards Piccolo, penetrating his very being. A luminous aura enveloped Piccolo's form as he stared incredulously at his own hands, overwhelmed by an astonishing surge of power. The disbelief faded, replaced by a resurgence of confidence, prompting him to erupt into laughter. Mr. Yunfeng, Piccolo exclaimed, the divine being just witnessed a green monster in the lower realm. We must go investigate. Yunfeng, aware that this creature was the future arrival of Cell, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us encounter this beast. The duo swiftly propelled themselves forward, Yunfeng equally curious about the newfound prowess of Piccolo, the Super Namekian. Prior to merging, Piccolo had already attained the strength of a Super Saiyan. Now, his power must have exponentially increased. How would his capabilities measure against Yunfeng's? As they approached Cell, Yunfeng suggested, Piccolo, draw him out. If we both confront him at once, he may escape, sensing our combined energy. Piccolo nodded, while Yunfeng concealed his energy nearby, inching closer to Cell. Suddenly, Cell sensed a formidable force surrounding him. Cautious, he instinctively prepared to flee, only to be met by Piccolo's visage. Ah, it is the Demon King Piccolo, Cell mused. Come to deliver me some energy? With a smirk, he approached Piccolo. Monster, from whence do you hail? I hope you bear no ill will towards the inhabitants of Earth. Piccolo inquired. Cell chuckled. When did the Demon King Piccolo develop a sense of mercy? Piccolo, taken aback, retorted, you know me? I am familiar with many, including Son Goku, Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi. I even know that you shall meet your end today, Cell declared with a laugh. Such confidence. Let us test who shall perish. Piccolo responded resolutely. A powerful aura erupted from him, prompting Cell to realize something was amiss. You are not the Demon King Piccolo, he gasped, only just now realizing it. But it is too late, Piccolo countered, delivering a punch with astonishing speed that caught Cell off guard, sending him hurtling away. Inspecting his own hand, Piccolo noted the strength was commendable, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Cold sweat trickled down Cell's brow. Was this truly the Demon King Piccolo? With a resounding crash, Piccolo landed a blow to Cell's chin, sending him soaring skyward, blood spilling forth. Recognizing the dire situation, Cell thought to himself that if he did not escape soon, he might truly perish here. With a slight smile, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A beam of white energy directed at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside. To think you possess Goku's Kamehameha, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. I have many skills, Cell replied, launching another attack with the special beam cannon, a spiraling energy wave aimed at Piccolo. The latter leapt to evade, only to find Cell leaping in to ensnare him. As Cell's tail poised to strike, Yunfeng intervened from behind, seizing the tail with force and with a swift motion. He severed it. Cell howled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily leaped back, retreating from the confrontation. Yunfeng, Cell, you stand no chance now. I am aware that your tail can absorb human energy, and your prime targets are undoubtedly androids 17 and 18. Am I mistaken? Cell, rendered speechless by shock, replied. Who are you, kid? Your presence is absent from my records, and how do you know my secret? This is a secret that cannot be divulged so easily. You should hasten to absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve your perfect form. Otherwise, you will meet a tragic end. Piccolo, taken aback, exclaimed, Mr. Yunfeng. You must let him go. He is a monster. Calm down, Piccolo. Wouldn't it be dull to lack adversaries? You have no idea how formidable you have become, Yunfeng reassured. I guarantee he will not harm the Earth. Should that day come, I will intervene. After a brief exchange, Cell managed to escape. Piccolo's face, a shade of green, contorted with concern. Yunfeng, you must take full responsibility for this. With the blood of a Saiyan coursing through him, Yunfeng felt an innate assurance of victory and began to revel in it. Since Mr. Yunfeng is so confident in his prowess, let us engage in a contest. So I may fully experience your peak abilities, Piccolo challenged. The city lay desolate, all its inhabitants absorbed and perished by Cell. The two warriors took their stances, and Yunfeng immediately unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His hair turned a brilliant gold, surrounded by a fiery aura. Piccolo, too, erupted with energy, their formidable auras radiating outward, causing the very earth to tremble in response. At Kamehamehas, Tien, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Goku, along with Gohan, were also transported here. They sensed the overwhelming energies, realizing it was Mr. Yunfeng engaged in battle. Krillin suddenly remarked, "That's Piccolo. No, it must be the Supreme Kai fused with him." The others were astonished. Piccolo has merged with the Supreme Kai? That means he has become a Super Namekian. Truly terrifying. Both are monsters. But why would they be fighting? On a nearby mountain peak, Doll sat, while Trunks stood nearby. Suddenly, the two powerful auras surged, causing Doll to break into a cold sweat. Damn it. That guy Yunfeng has reached this level of power, surpassing the boundaries of Super Saiyan. As Doll felt the weight of Yunfeng's might, it ignited his pride. I must surpass you, he declared. Trunks, let us embark on intense training. We cannot allow that scoundrel Yunfeng to outshine us. On the roadside, a van opened. An android 16 stepped out. In the distance, two formidable figures clashed, their strengths exceeding that of android 17. Android 18 approached, now clad in new attire, radiating youthful beauty. So, you have brought an energy detector, 16. Yet, it must be malfunctioning. How could it register two individuals stronger than us? Chapter 14. Ascending to Super Saiyan Second Stage. Piccolo sensed Yunfeng's energy escalating, and he too, submissively amplified his own aura. Ding. Piccolo, the Super Namekian, possesses a combat power of 28 billion. Yunfeng gazed at the system panel displaying Piccolo's combat prowess, astonished that it had approached his own nearly limitless strength. With his own combat power at 30 billion, he was taken aback to see Piccolo soar to an impressive 28 billion. It seemed imperative for him to conclude this battle swiftly, preserving an image of invincibility. Piccolo, having expended his fury, had become significantly stronger than in the original narrative. Goku needed to step up. It appeared his role as a master was lacking. System. What must I do to utterly defeat Piccolo? Host, you have two options. First, you may utilize the 20-fold Kaioken, which will allow you to swiftly vanquish Piccolo. Second, you can create a moon to transform into a great ape, which would also enable you to quickly overpower Piccolo, but it carries the risk of losing consciousness. Proceed with caution. Upon hearing the system's advice, Yunfeng chose the first option without hesitation. The prospect of losing consciousness was one he preferred to avoid. Mr. Yunfeng, I have unleashed all my power. Should you defeat me, I will acknowledge your decision to spare Cell, Piccolo declared, radiating a silver glow that conveyed sheer ferocity. Activating the 20-fold Kaioken, crimson flames erupted from the golden blaze, merging into a formidable aura that emanated from Yunfeng, causing the ground to crack beneath him. A more powerful energy surged forth, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, delivering a punch to Piccolo's face, causing blood to spill from the corner of Piccolo's mouth. Such speed! Piccolo exclaimed in shock as he retaliated with a kick, but Yunfeng leaped to evade, reappearing behind Piccolo in an instant. A swift kick sent Piccolo hurtling into a high-rise building. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the structure crumbled, and Piccolo emerged unscathed. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Yunfeng, who crossed his arms defensively across his chest. However, the sheer volume of the blasts proved overwhelming. Yunfeng activated instant transmission, appearing behind Piccolo once more. A single energy blast sent Piccolo flying, crashing into the debris of the building. Stunned, Piccolo pondered how Mr. Yunfeng could instantaneously appear behind him, especially after the blasts had seemingly struck their target. Emerging from the rubble with minor injuries, Piccolo ignited with silver flames, charging at Yunfeng. The two engaged in a fierce clash, with Piccolo's movements exuding a lethal ferocity befitting the Demon King. Piccolo landed a punch to Yunfeng's abdomen, who responded with a counter to Piccolo's chin. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of over 20 strikes, and it became evident that Piccolo's energy was beginning to wane. Breathing heavily, Piccolo gasped for air, while Yunfeng maintained a steady and composed energy. The disparity was immediately apparent. Mr. Yunfeng, your combat power clearly surpasses mine. If you can endure this next attack, I shall concede, Piccolo proclaimed, gathering energy at his fingertips. Special Beam Cannon. Yunfeng's system began to enhance as Piccolo concentrated all his combat power into a singular point. 285 billion, 287 billion, 289 billion, 291 billion, finally settling at 299 billion. It is truly terrifying. Even without utilizing the King's Fist, my power barely reaches 300 billion. Yet now, with the King's Fist activated, my combat prowess has far exceeded that figure. Yunfeng shouted, 20 times King's Fist, Kamehameha. A formidable energy coalesced in his hand, shimmering with a silvery brilliance. Babbidi's spaceship trembled incessantly, prompting him to inquire, what is happening? Two powerful beings are engaged in battle, Dubra explained. The existence of such formidable warriors on Earth was astonishing. Babbidi commanded, bring me the energy detector. A subordinate swiftly delivered the device. A reading of 2,000 energy units. This power level is almost comparable to yours, Dubra. Babbidi exclaimed in shock. Dubra, too, wore a grave expression, astonished by the revelation. Both forces were prepared. The Kamehameha wave and the demon light cannon collided in the air, forming two elliptical energy fields locked in a fierce standoff, their overwhelming destructive power altering the surrounding landscape dramatically. The Earthlings cried out in panic. Is the apocalypse upon us? The clash between Piccolo and Yunfeng persisted for a full half-hour, until Piccolo, gradually overwhelmed, began to falter. Sensing this, Yunfeng instantaneously moved to push Piccolo aside, using both hands. He exerted his energy wave at 30 times the King's Fist, barely managing to push the energy away from Earth, propelling it beyond the Milky Way. Yunfeng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while his stamina rapidly rejuvenated, aided by the system's method for swift recovery. He retrieved a Senzabine, having accumulated 100 from his last mission, and tossed it to Piccolo. Piccolo, without hesitation, consumed it, his injuries and energy restored instantly. Thank you, Yunfeng, for saving me. I shall unconditionally obey your decision, Piccolo stated. Yunfeng chuckled, we are comrades, there is no need for such words. Then, with a serious tone, he advised, Piccolo, you must immediately head to Kamehamehas to ensure that Cell does not absorb androids 17 and 18. I plan to train Goku in the other world, so I will not have the time to assist you in defeating Cell. However, witnessing your strength brings me reassurance. Piccolo nodded, affirming, rest assured. I will not allow Cell to attain his perfect form. With that, Piccolo took flight, while a voice from the system echoed in Yunfeng's mind. Ding! Host has completed the hidden task, defeated the god of Earth, Piccolo, the Super Namekian. Reward, abundant Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt an influx of energy surging within him, rapidly enhancing his strength as waves of warmth coursed through his body. With a thunderous crack, lightning enveloped him. Ding! The system's voice resounded once more. Host has completed the upgrade. Name, Yunfeng Bloodline, Saiyan Strength, Super Saiyan Level 2, Combat Power 300 billion Skills, Kamehameha, Instant Transmission, Solar Flare, Instant Recovery. Kaioken Yunfeng was left speechless, having finally achieved Super Saiyan Level 2. Now, he believed he could at least match Beerus, and even if Cell transformed into his perfect form, he would not stand a chance against him. A surge of confidence welled up within Yunfeng. Since Beerus' emergence, the plot had taken an unforeseen turn, creating a sense of losing control, but now that feeling of dominance had returned, he was once again in command. It was time for him to fulfill his duties as a mentor. Goku's heart condition should have improved, so he teleported to Goku to guide him in training. Babbidi's spaceship. Babbidi's face unexpectedly reflected concern. Beerus, with such a formidable enemy appearing, Cell might struggle to cope. Yet, you cannot leave me. What if the enemy attacks the spaceship? After a moment of contemplation, Babbidi's expression brightened. Beerus, perhaps we should recruit a new member. Beerus was taken aback. Lord Babbidi. Whom do you mean? Babbidi replied joyfully. Bojack, the powerful being who once wreaked havoc in the galaxy and was sealed by the kings of the East, West, North, and South. His strength is likely comparable to yours. Beerus was equally astonished. To be sealed by the kings of the 4 cardinal directions indicates he is indeed a formidable warrior. Let us proceed, Beerus declared. I shall use magic to lift his seal and then manipulate his malevolent heart to become our powerful ally. Chapter 15. Bojack, Beerus, and Babbidi arrived in the galaxy, searching for the seal, and finally spotted a red seal in a deep abyss. Babbidi began to chant incantations, unleashing terrifying magical ripples that resonated with a thunderous boom. The red seal began to crack, and as time passed, a tall man with blue skin, yellow hair, and a black turban emerged before them. Babbidi exclaimed, Bojack, you have finally emerged. Who are you? I am grateful for your rescue, but I have not eaten in thousands of years, so I must apologize for the inconvenience. Beerus stepped in front of Babbidi, emanating a terrifying aura. Bojack was taken aback by the overwhelming power. Who are you? I am the Demon King, Beerus. Cold sweat dripped down Bojack's face. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. Suddenly, magical forces enveloped him, and Bojack, clutching his head, began to roar in agony. Before long, a mark symbolizing Babbidi's magic appeared upon his forehead. Bojack immediately fell into submission. I will serve you, Lord Babbidi and Lord Beerus. Babbidi's face lit up with joy. Excellent, let us return. In an instant, the 3 of them reappeared in the magical chamber, a testament to Babbidi's convenient sorcery. Bojack, your first task is to assist Cell in achieving his perfect form. Any who dare to impede us shall be slain, Babbidi commanded with fierce determination. Bojack knelt slightly, instructing his subordinate to take action. Observing Bojack's obedient demeanor, Babbidi's face brightened with delight. Majin Buu, once Cell achieves his perfect form, we shall proceed with our next plan, the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yunfeng arrived at the Kame house, where Goku had just awakened. Upon seeing Yunfeng's sudden appearance, Goku's face was filled with worry. Master, why have so many monsters suddenly appeared? How should we respond? Although Goku had been in a state of unconsciousness, he had overheard the discussions around him, thus grasping the general situation. Yunfeng spoke. Goku, gather Gohan. I intend to subject you both to rigorous training to prepare you for the impending adversaries. Hearing that Yunfeng was finally going to train him, Goku's spirits soared. All right, master. I'll get ready and head to the sacred temple immediately. Yunfeng nodded and vanished from the Kame house. He reappeared before Trunks and Doll. Doll, regarding the newcomer, asked, Yunfeng, have you come to humiliate me? Yunfeng did not respond to Doll's words, but instead stated, the enemy's strength is growing more formidable. I hope you can reclaim the essence of the Saiyan Prince and stand tall against this powerful foe. I know of a place where you can train for a year. While only a day will pass outside, will you join me? Be decisive. If not, I shall turn and leave, as if I never came, Yunfeng declared resolutely. Doll wrestled with his thoughts, exclaiming, damn it, Yunfeng, you scoundrel. Fine, I will accompany you. A smile crept across Yunfeng's face. This prince was hardly endearing. With that, he vanished, his voice echoing back to Doll. The sacred temple awaits your arrival. Upon reaching the sacred temple, Yunfeng found Bobo already waiting there, to whom he nodded in acknowledgement. After some time, Goku and Gohan arrived at the sacred temple, and Yunfeng led them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Once inside, he inquired, "Goku, can Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan now?" Goku replied, "Master, Gohan can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan." Yunfeng pondered for a moment before producing 2 blood-red fruits. Handing one to Goku. "Goku, you and Gohan shall each consume one and refine its essence. Once completed, we shall commence intensive training." 3 days later, Goku stood, overwhelmed with joy, realizing his master's methods were truly exceptional. His strength surged as if propelled by a rocket. Gohan also felt a significant boost in his power. Having firmly established his Super Saiyan form, the system promptly reported their strengths. Name, Son Goku Race, Saiyan Power Level, Mid-Level Super Saiyan Stage 1, Combat Power 10 billion. Goku had impressively risen from 6 billion to 10 billion. Name, Son Gohan Race, Half Saiyan Power Level, Low-Level Super Saiyan Stage 1, Combat Power 8 billion. Yunfeng then stated with seriousness, "From this moment on, you two shall spar against each other for 1 hour. Following that, you will engage in a bout amongst yourselves for another hour, while the remaining time will be for personal training." Thus, Goku and Gohan began their rigorous training under Yunfeng's guidance. Meanwhile, on the android front, on the 16th, 17th, and 18th, they were leisurely traversing the highway in their vehicle when a sudden flash of light struck, resulting in a resounding explosion. The trio leapt from the wreckage, and 17th, filled with rage, shouted, "Who dares to attack us?" Suspended in the air was a creature, green with a tail, who declared, "17th, 18th, I have finally found you." With widened eyes, 17th realized this monster recognized them. "Hey, creature, who are you? How do you know us, and why do you attack us?" The creature, known as Cell, smirked slightly, replying, "A pertinent question. I am an android created by Dr. Gero, and your fates were sealed the moment I came into existence." 17th roared in defiance, "Nonsense. Our destinies lie in our own hands. We detest being mere creations of Dr. Gero. Do not think of us as his possessions." Cell's expression grew cold. "Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall employ force." With that, Cell charged forward, and 17th met him head-on. The aura emanating from Cell intensified, and with a powerful punch, 17th narrowly dodged, delivering a swift kick that sent Cell sprawling. "All that bravado, and you turn out to be nothing but a hollow shell," 17th laughed. Meanwhile, Piccolo, seated in the turtle hermit's abode, sensed an overwhelming energy approaching Cell's chaotic power. He shot into the air towards the battlefield. Krillin and Tien, watching Piccolo depart, felt helpless, while Master Roshi sighed, reminiscing about his days as the strongest in the world, emerging unscathed from the rubble. Cell displayed no sign of having been affected by 17th's earlier attack. Undeterred, 17th charged once more, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The air crackled with energy as their blows created ripples that shattered the surrounding mountains. With a thunderous crash, 17th was hurled back, colliding with a peak. Struggling, he began to rise when 16th suddenly shouted, "17th, get out of here. That monster Cell is far too powerful. You cannot defeat him." 17th glanced at 16th, surprised by the suggestion to flee. "I expected something else from you. How could I, the ultimate warrior, be defeated?" He charged again, unleashing 2 energy blasts toward Cell. Yet, Cell vanished, reappearing abruptly and striking 17th on the head, leaving him dazed. Shaking off the disorientation, 17th seethed, "Damn you, monster. I will slay you." He concentrated, forming a powerful energy blade, and aimed it at Cell. The blade severed Cell at the waist, and 17th cackled maniacally, "Ha! This is the fate of underestimating me." Chapter 16. Piccolo vs. Bojack. As 17th reveled in his apparent victory over the severed Cell, laughter echoed, "Ha! You were so arrogant, and yet you fall at my hands." Suddenly, Cell's legs twitched, delivering a kick to the unsuspecting 17th's face, sending him careening into the mountainside, where debris cascaded down. Sheru seemed to perform a magic trick, as his two halves effortlessly rejoined, miraculously unscathed. Observing his intact self, a smile graced Sheru's face, indeed, with the cells of Piccolo within him. As long as he wasn't shattered into fragments, he could restore himself. Number 17, covering his face, slowly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Damn it, you monster." He charged forward, only to be swiftly met by Sheru's elbow, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sheru seized number 17 by the collar, lifting him up, as his tail unfurled like a trumpet flower, poised to devour him. Suddenly, number 17 felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. As Sheru turned, he was met by the force of number 16's fist, which sent him flying. Number 17 stared in stunned disbelief at his savior, the usually silent number 16, who had been at his beck and call. Number 16 tossed number 17 backward and urged, quickly escape with number 18. I will handle this creature. Number 17, still on the ground, replied, Number 16, you are no match for this monster. Number 16 smiled faintly, stating, in my estimation, I am evenly matched with this fiend. At that moment, Piccolo arrived, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing both number 17 and number 18 safe. I finally made it. The onlookers gaped at the approaching Piccolo, astonished by his presence, questioning what he could possibly do with his power. Piccolo paid no heed to their incredulity, releasing an overwhelming aura as silvery flames erupted around him. Number 16 gasped, you are not Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo vanished from sight, reappearing to deliver a powerful blow that sent Cheru flying, leaving him bewildered by the incredible speed. Number 17 and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? It was as if the world they knew had transformed entirely. Seizing the moment, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Cheru, the sounds of explosions echoing as Cheru emerged from the smoke, visibly weakened. Fear flickered in Cheru's eyes. The strength of Piccolo had escalated to terrifying levels, placing them on entirely different tiers. Piccolo smirked, declaring, you're still alive. Perfect, we shall have some fun today, as he lunged forward, embodying the ferocity of a tiger. The rapid assault sent Cheru crashing backward, blood spilling from his mouth. At that moment, a swift silhouette appeared, blocking Piccolo's path. With familiar adornments and distinctive features, dark complexion, orange-yellow eyebrows and hair, and a blue face, it was Bojack, freed by Babidi. Bojack regarded the battered Cheru with disdain, stating, why does Lord Babidi send me to assist such a worthless being? Cheru, you must absorb numbers 17 and 18. I will hold off this Namekian. Cheru, overjoyed at the prospect of assistance, beamed at the unexpected ally. Piccolo, eyeing the unfamiliar figure, inquired, who are you, and why do you aid this monster? Bojack gazed at the formidable Piccolo, pondering when the Namekian had become so powerful. It had only been a short while since he had last emerged. Yet the world had transformed. It wasn't that he wished to assist. Lord Babidi had commanded it, leaving him with no choice. Babidi, the very same shadowy figure from before. Piccolo sensed a profound conspiracy brewing. Determined to avoid further delay, Piccolo unleashed an even more terrifying aura, causing the earth to tremble. The onlookers stood astounded, rendered speechless by the sheer impossibility of it. The energy emanating from him was chilling. Bojack's expression grew unexpectedly grave, for he too sensed that this Namekian was no ordinary adversary, far removed from those he had previously encountered. With newfound seriousness, Bojack released an ominous energy of his own, subtly exhibiting the potential to rival Piccolo. A fierce wind encircled the two, making it difficult for the likes of Cell and his companions to approach. Doll and Trunks, who had been waiting in the other world for Yunfeng and Goku's emergence, felt the dreadful energies and rose to their feet, eager to discern their source. Doll's fury ignited. How infuriating it was to realize that so many had surpassed him. He glared at Mr. Bobo and demanded, when will Yunfeng and the others emerge? Mr. Bobo, drenched in cold sweat, replied, they should be out in about an hour. The energies of Piccolo and Bojack were remarkably matched, their auras clashing in the air, resulting in a stalemate. Bojack chuckled, impressive, Namekian. You've truly surprised me. Let us begin. I hope you can keep me entertained for a while. Piccolo's expression remained stern. I hope you retain such confidence for long. With that, Piccolo charged forward, their speeds reaching dizzying heights as they exchanged blows. The surrounding mountains crumbled under the force of their strikes, and as their palms met, fearsome lightning illuminated the sky, unleashing terrifying power that caused the ground to quake. Neither combatant gained the upper hand, and they leaped apart. Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Bojack, each one exploding violently upon impact. Die! Piccolo roared. The terrifying explosions rained down upon Bojack, who, feeling the increasing number of blasts, activated his protective shield. Gasping for breath, he remarked, you are quite formidable. You've managed to force me to activate my shield. Your attacks are no trifling matter. Momentarily taken aback, Piccolo growled in frustration and charged again. The two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging punches and kicks, each sustaining injuries that marked their faces and bodies. They separated, eyeing one another while catching their breath. Meanwhile, Yunfeng, Goku, and Gohan finally emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Doll taunted Yunfeng, what took you so long? Could it be that you couldn't break through? Yunfeng smiled, Mr. Doll. I could easily defeat you with a single hand now. Care to test it? Doll's expression darkened with rage. Trunks, we're going in, he ordered. And Trunks followed him inside. Mr. Bobo, what's the situation outside? Yunfeng inquired. Mr. Yunfeng, The fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo is currently engaged in battle with an unfamiliar foe. At present, they are evenly matched, Mr. Bobo responded. Yunfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Now, who could possibly match Piccolo? Could it be that Depura has intervened? No, Depura is significantly stronger than Piccolo. He then addressed Goku, saying, Goku, you should venture to Namek to find a new deity. I will investigate Piccolo's situation to discern the nature of the adversary. Goku nodded in agreement, while Gohan, upon hearing of the journey to Namek, felt a pang of nostalgia for Dend, with whom he had shared a close bond. With that, both Goku and Yunfeng executed their instant transmission and departed from the sacred temple. Chapter 17. The mission regarding Android 18. Yunfeng suddenly materialized on the battlefield between Piccolo and Bojack. Piccolo, filled with joy, exclaimed, Mr. Yunfeng, you have finally arrived. Now we can deal with these monsters. In truth, facing such numerous foes had already planted seeds of retreat in Piccolo's mind. He could only match the brute with the blue face, and Cell loomed menacingly nearby. Observing the multitude of enemies, Yunfeng noted the presence of Bojack, a formidable figure who should not have been here. In the original narrative, Goku had brought Cell to the North Kai to save Earth, resulting in the death of the North Kai and the subsequent release of Bojack, who was ultimately vanquished by Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. His gaze then fell upon the androids, particularly Android 18, who was undeniably beautiful, yet ultimately ended up with Krillin. This thought filled Yunfeng with sorrow. Ding. Hidden task. When the heart of Android 18. Reward. Resurrection technique. Restrictions. Can be used once a month. Must be within 1 day of death to restore to peak condition. Incredible. Truly, the most beloved goddess in Dragon Ball. The reward is astonishing, granting the ability to resurrect once a month, superior even to the Dragon Balls, which do not allow resurrection for those who have died once. Given this, I shall graciously accept both the skills and the beauty. Yunfeng declared, Piccolo, hold off Bojack for now. I will handle Cell and then come to assist you. Since Yunfeng had resolved to claim Android 18, Cell would not have the opportunity to absorb her, thus he could be dismissed early. Let Cell curse his fate. With a swift motion, Yunfeng approached Android 18. Startled, she leaped back, asking, what do you want? Yunfeng presented what he believed to be a friendly smile. However, to 18, it only conveyed fear. Surrounded by increasingly powerful foes, she felt her own insignificance and helplessness, which bred a deep-seated terror within her. Yunfeng spoke gently, Miss 18, my name is Yunfeng. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am here to assist you. I will take care of that monster Cell. Yet, in 18's eyes, Yunfeng was no different from Cell, a terrifying enemy. With a faint smile, 18 replied, since you are so noble in your intentions, then please kill Cell and save 17. Yunfeng's spirits lifted at her words. Very well, I shall deal with that monster Cell at once. He flew to the battlefield where Cell faced off against Android 16 and declared, 16, take 17 and 18 to safety. I will confront Cell. Number 16 nodded slightly, while number 17, unwilling to accept his fate, exclaimed, what? Escape? Impossible. I am the ultimate warrior, artificial human number 17. Yunfeng shook his head, pondering if number 17 was truly oblivious to the dire situation at hand. With a swift motion, Yunfeng's form became ethereal and he materialized behind number 17. With a single, precise strike, number 17 succumbed to unconsciousness. Yunfeng then seized him by the collar and tossed him towards number 16, remarking coolly, take him away. Yunfeng understood that capturing number 18 would not be a simple endeavor. Patience was essential. For now, he aimed to leave a favorable impression. Upon witnessing Yunfeng's assistance, number 18 felt an unusual sensation within her heart, questioning the motives of this peculiar man who chose to aid them. Number 16 approached with number 17 in tow, saying, let us depart, number 18. She nodded, glancing back at Yunfeng as they left. As Cell noticed that number 17 and number 18 were attempting to flee, he immediately pursued them. However, upon Yunfeng's outstretched hand, Cell felt an unseen force restraining him, rendering him immobile. Cell, Yunfeng advised, I would strongly suggest you refrain from rash actions, for I cannot guarantee that my response will be merciful should you provoke me. A wave of humiliation surged through Cell. The self-proclaimed perfect artificial human destined to rule the world now thwarted by this mere boy. Enraged, Cell's body emanated a terrifying aura, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The system displayed information about Cell, name, Cell race, artificial human strength, low-level artificial human, combat power 8 billion. Cell's power was formidable, surpassing that of a low-level Super Saiyan. No wonder he was capable of severely injuring Piccolo and forcibly absorbing number 17 in the original narrative. Yunfeng charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Cell flying. The overwhelming force propelled Cell backward, unable to anticipate Yunfeng's swift movements. In an instant, Yunfeng appeared beneath Cell's airborne form, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, treating Cell as if he were a mere plaything. Observing Cell's impending madness, Yunfeng positioned himself above him, placing a hand atop Cell's head and unleashing a ki blast. The deafening explosion echoed as Cell was obliterated. Yunfeng was aware that another Cell awaited in the future, a task best left for the accomplished Trunks. Yunfeng then turned his attention to the fierce battle between Bojack and Piccolo, promptly disappearing from sight. He reappeared between them, unleashing an energy wave that forced Bojack to retreat. "Piccolo, step aside. I will handle Bojack," Yunfeng declared. Piccolo nodded and moved aside. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold, surrounded by an ominous golden flame and crackling white lightning. He had ascended to the second grade of Super Saiyan. As Yunfeng's aura surged, the sky darkened, with bolts of lightning cascading down, causing the very earth to tremble. Bojack gazed at the enraged Yunfeng, his expression darkening ominously. "Young man, are you truly prepared to make an enemy of me, Bojack? You must not have heard of my reputation. Yet, I cannot blame you, for you are still quite young. I advise you to retreat swiftly, lest you find it impossible to leave shortly." Yunfeng replied, "Bojack, spare me your empty words. I am well aware of your capabilities, and you do not possess the strength you claim. Prepare to face your demise." In an instant, Yunfeng vanished and reappeared, delivering a powerful blow to Bojack's abdomen, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Bojack roared in fury. "Damn it, boy, do not let your pride consume you." He retaliated with a punch, but Yunfeng deftly caught his fist. Fists are not meant to be wielded in such a manner. With that, he delivered an uppercut, and blood continued to pour from Bojack's mouth. Bojack's mind was engulfed in madness as he unleashed a torrent of rage, his power escalating with each moment. He charged at Yunfeng, who swiftly disappeared once more, only to reappear and deliver a kick that sent Bojack hurtling through the air. Blood covered Bojack's face, rendering him a fearsome sight. "Bojack, why are you so weak? I have not even exerted myself yet, and you have already fallen. This is rather dull," Yunfeng taunted. Bojack, nearly breathless from rage, retorted, "If you intend to kill me, do so, but do not humiliate me further." "Very well, if you wish for death. I shall grant your request," Yunfeng replied calmly, charging forward with an energy wave aimed directly at Bojack, who, believing his end was nigh, closed his eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared before Bojack, deflecting Yunfeng's attack with both hands. "Bojack, you are truly useless, wasting the effort of Lord Babidi and me to rescue you," the figure declared. The onlookers were astounded as they recognized the formidable Dark Lord, Dubra. Yunfeng understood that Dubra would be a formidable opponent, possessing the strength of a Super Saiyan at its second tier. The tension in the atmosphere thickened as Dubra and Yunfeng locked eyes. Chapter 18. Babidi's game. Dubra positioned himself protectively in front of Bojack, revealing that Babidi had sent him as reinforcement. "In that case, I shall test the prowess of this Demon King," Yunfeng stated, turning to Piccolo. "Be wary of Dubra's saliva. Contact with it will turn a person to stone." Piccolo nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of their adversary. On Namek, Goku instantaneously teleported to the location, only to be greeted by a multitude of beings resembling Piccolo, leaving him dismayed at the sight of so many identical individuals. The Grand Elder approached slowly. "Who are you, and why have you come to Namek?" "I am Son Goku," he replied. "You are the Goku who battled Frieza here," many Namekians exclaimed, excitement evident in their eyes. Goku smiled. "Ultimately, it was my master who intervened, or else I would have perished at Frieza's hands." He then explained his purpose to the Namekians. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder suddenly remarked, "I know someone who would be a perfect fit." A young Namekian, still in his infancy, stepped forward and politely bowed to Goku. The Grand Elder chuckled. "This is Dandan. He could serve as the deity of your Earth, and he is eager to meet Gohan and Krillin." Goku inquired, "Can Dandan utilize the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder smiled. "Do not be deceived by Dandan's youthful age. He is an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan." Goku replied with a grin, "That is splendid, then it shall be Dandan." Goku bid farewell to Dandan and the others, and with a swift instant transmission, he returned to the sacred world. Dandan, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings of the sacred world, concealed himself behind Goku. Meanwhile, Bubbles looked on excitedly at the newly arrived deity, and Gohan joyfully exclaimed, "Dandan." Only then did Dandan step forward, taking a moment to confirm. "You are Gohan. Why has your hair changed color?" Goku stated, "I will fetch Krillin. You all proceed to revive the Dragon Balls. Goku vanished from the sacred world, prompting Mr. Bubbles to ask, "Deity, how long does it take to create the Dragon Balls?" Dandan held up 3 fingers, indicating 3 months. Gohan was taken aback. That long? Ever since the deity fused with Uncle Piccolo, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone. Dandan suddenly remarked, "If we had the previous Dragon Balls, we could revive them instantly." Bubbles produced the model of the former Dragon Balls, and Dandan observed the peculiar dragon, exclaiming, "What an intriguing dragon." He then placed his hands before the dragon, reciting an incantation as his hands began to radiate light. Shortly thereafter, a beam shot down to the lower realm, and the model dragon vanished. Dandan turned around. All done. The Dragon Balls have been revived. Shortly after, Goku returned with Krillin, and the trio of Krillin, Gohan, and Dandan wandered off to converse, while Goku commenced his search for the Dragon Balls. On the battlefield with Dabura, a confrontation was unavoidable. Otherwise, the opponent would not allow his departure. Dabura emanated a terrifying aura, which intensified with each moment. Yunfeng observed Dabura's growing power with a calm demeanor, as the surrounding clouds seemed to be swept away by the formidable energy, and the ground cracked with numerous fissures. Dabura charged at Yunfeng, who met him head-on, and their fists collided with bone-crushing force, sending shockwaves that startled Piccolo and the others. Piccolo remarked in disbelief, "Mr. Yunfeng has not long finished his battle, yet his power has surged remarkably. He is truly a different being." Yunfeng was equally astonished, realizing Dabura's formidable strength, possessing an initial Super Saiyan level of power. Their aerial duel reached a level of incredibility, with shadows entwined in the sky, and energy ripples wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Suddenly, Dabura conjured a sword and struck at Yunfeng, who clasped his hands together to catch the blade, turning it and breaking it in two. In response, Dabura unleashed a torrent of hellfire, a flame from the demon realm, which Yunfeng countered with an energy shield that absorbed the inferno. Both retreated simultaneously, and Yunfeng shouted, "Now? Witness this technique, the Kamehameha wave." A silver-white energy wave shimmered ominously in Yunfeng's hands. Dabura, undaunted, gathered a formidable orange-yellow energy wave, and as they both roared, the two terrifying energy waves collided in the air. A terrifying wave of energy coalesced into a spherical form in the air, with both parties locked in a stalemate, each relentlessly pouring their full strength into the sphere. The dreadful energy ripples caused the entire earth to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake, shattering glass throughout the cities. The surrounding traffic was congested, chaos reigned, and the inhabitants of Earth cried out, proclaiming the onset of the apocalypse, heralding the arrival of demons. Yunfeng, observing the standoff of energy, resolved to devise a strategy. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess to the Dark Lord of the demon realm. With the formidable 20-fold Kaioken, a surge of terrifying red energy enveloped Yunfeng, merging with his golden flames in a bizarre spectacle. Dabura witnessed Yunfeng's Kamehameha seemingly receiving an infusion, causing the original energy waves to swell and expand. This overwhelming force directly suppressed the energy waves emitted by Dabura, who roared in disbelief. "This is impossible. I have unleashed my full power. How can I be outmatched by this mere child?" As Dabura began to be pushed back, he realized the inevitable outcome. With a resounding crash, Dabura was engulfed by the energy wave. A catastrophic explosion echoed, leaving a colossal crater before Yunfeng. Surely Dabura hasn't perished in that blast. The ferocity of the attack was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Bojack, having retreated to a distance, wore a mask of despair. If the so-called king of the demon realm had been defeated, there was no hope for his own survival. He understood Yunfeng's speed. Even if he attempted to flee, escape was futile. Just then, Yunfeng spotted a figure emerging from the crater, battered and bleeding from several wounds. Suddenly, Dabura shouted, "Master Babidi, save me." In an instant, both Dabura and Bojack vanished. Yunfeng searched the area where they had been moments before, only to find it empty, as if they had teleported away. The magic of Babidi was indeed fearsome, capable of whisking individuals away without a trace. Babidi's voice echoed ominously. "You, boy, have thwarted my plans time and again. I have taken note. When we meet next, I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating. 3 months hence, I will host a tournament called Babidi's Game, and I hope to see you there, lest I obliterate this planet." Yunfeng and Piccolo fell into a contemplative silence. Yunfeng understood Babidi's scheme. He merely sought to convene a tournament that would bring harm to them, allowing Majin Buu to amass sufficient power for resurrection. However, given Babidi's current strength, he posed no threat to Yunfeng. Thus, in 3 months, he would witness the machinations that Babidi had in store. Grasping Piccolo, Yunfeng instantaneously transported them to the other world. Upon their arrival, Goku and the others were filled with delight at the sight of Yunfeng and Piccolo. Master, I have heeded your instructions and journeyed to Namek, where I found a new guardian and successfully revived the Dragon Balls, Goku announced. Yunfeng nodded and proceeded to share the tale of Babbidi's intentions with Goku and the others. Babbidi's game undoubtedly harbors some nefarious plot. We must remain vigilant, Goku warned anxiously. Yunfeng nodded, expressing his hope that everyone would diligently cultivate their skills to prepare for the impending battle in 3 months, a confrontation that would determine the fate of Earth. The crowd, with solemn expressions, nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. Strategy number 18. Yunfeng awaited Dao and Trunks' emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, while others sought to enter for their training. Yunfeng harbored ulterior motives aimed at the innocent Trunks. As time progressed towards the afternoon, Dao and Trunks finally stepped out. The confident expressions on their faces suggested a significant breakthrough. However, upon hearing the discussions about Babbidi's game, Dao's demeanor turned grave. Yunfeng approached Dao and suggested, "You may wish to wait for the others to exit before you re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber." Dao merely huffed in response, ignoring Yunfeng, feeling somewhat awkward. Yunfeng smiled sheepishly and walked over to Trunks. In a discreet tone, Yunfeng addressed Trunks. "Trunks, could you come with me for a moment? I have some insights regarding your training." Without suspicion, Trunks nodded and replied, "Mr. Yunfeng, please wait a moment while I inform my father." He approached Dao, who simply stated that Trunks should return before the next training session. With a cheerful wave, Trunks hurried back to Yunfeng. Yunfeng then informed Goku to continue training with Gohan, emphasizing, "I have observed that even in his sleep, Gohan exudes power. You must explore Gohan's potential. It may be the key to our victory against Babbidi." With that, Yunfeng and Trunks instantaneously transported away from the heavenly realm, arriving before a desolate mountain. Yunfeng instructed, "Trunks, unleash all your power for me to assess." He aimed to verify whether Trunks, like in the original narrative, had focused solely on increasing strength at the expense of speed. As Yunfeng observed Trunks' muscles swell and his power escalate, he noted that Trunks had nearly touched the strength of a Super Saiyan 2. Back in the heavenly realm, Dao, Piccolo, and Goku felt the surge of Trunks' power, their brows dampened with sweat at the sheer magnitude of his strength. Goku remarked, "It must be that our master is guiding Trunks in his training. It's not as if he's battling an enemy." Yunfeng, observing Trunks, said, "Why don't you try attacking me?" Trunks charged toward Yunfeng with remarkable speed, but despite unleashing a flurry of strikes, Yunfeng effortlessly evaded each one, leaving Trunks gasping for breath. Yunfeng then cautioned, "Trunks, it seems you may have fallen into a misconception. While strength is critical, abandoning speed in favor of mere power enhancement is misguided. Your approach to increasing strength is overly simplistic." In response, Yunfeng transformed, channeling the same rapid power enhancement as Trunks. The onlookers in the heavenly realm sensed Yunfeng's energy, which surpassed Trunks, leaving them utterly speechless in astonishment. Trunks, feeling dejected, reverted from his transformation, lamenting, "Indeed, I am a fool. It is no wonder my father never trained this way. I thought I had discovered the secret to cultivation." Suddenly, Yunfeng smirked mischievously, "Trunks, if you assist me with a small favor, I shall guide you in your training." Trunks, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Really, Mr. Yunfeng? You are willing to help me?" Yunfeng replied with a smile, "Of course, but you must first help me with a minor task." Trunks readily agreed, asserting, "Whatever you command, I shall comply." Yunfeng, slightly embarrassed, confessed, "Well, I have developed feelings for Android 18, yet I lack the opportunity to approach her. I wish for you to help me stage a little act." Trunks' expression shifted. "What? Mr. Yunfeng, how can you harbor feelings for an android? They have turned the future into a hellish landscape." Yunfeng's demeanor grew serious as he explained, "Trunks, your arrival has altered the course of history here. These androids have not harmed a single soul, and I intend to transform 18 into a normal human. All you need to do is cooperate with me in this performance." Trunks lowered his gaze. "Very well. I hope your intentions are just, Mr. Yunfeng. What must I do?" Seeing Trunks relent, Yunfeng was overjoyed and whispered instructions into Trunks' ear for a considerable time. Naturally, the heroic act of saving a damsel was the ideal scenario, and it was Trunks who would play the villainous role. Yunfeng chuckled. First, Yunfeng needed to locate the androids, who were elusive without any energy signature. System, assist me in locating the androids," he commanded. The system promptly pinpointed their location, and soon enough, the positions of the androids were firmly embedded in Yunfeng's mind. With a slight smile, he declared, "My dearest 18, I am on my way." As the most beloved female character in Dragon Ball, I never anticipated such generous rewards from the system. Yunfeng flew with Trunks to a nearby location and advised, do not hold back, or the enemy may detect your vulnerabilities. I will also seize this opportunity to teach you some techniques. I have Senza beans on hand, so do not fear injury. Unleash the hatred you harbor for the future androids. Trunks nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Yunfeng. He swiftly soared into action, finding the 3 androids in a vehicle. With a swift energy blast, Trunks obliterated the car, shouting, androids, perish. Androids 17, 18, and 16 emerged, bewildered. Trunks, what madness has possessed you? Why do you attack us? Trunks' face contorted with rage. You androids have transformed my future into a hellish nightmare. I shall not spare you. Android 17 retorted, I cannot comprehend your words. Nor have I participated in such events. Trunks, refusing them the chance to speak, declared, cease your prattle. Meet your end. A surge of energy erupted from Trunks, his power escalating dramatically as golden flames enveloped him, his hair turning a brilliant gold. The system immediately displayed Trunks' attributes. Name, Trunks race, half Saiyan battle power, Super Saiyan level 1. Medium, battle power 15 billion. Trunks has surpassed the capabilities of the current androids. In just a few exchanges, Android 17 was sent flying by Trunks, subsequently struck by a devastating energy blast that left him gravely injured. Witnessing 17's dire condition after mere moments of combat, Android 18 was at a loss, turning to Android 16 for guidance. Reluctantly, 16 stepped forward and urged, 18, take 17 and flee. I may not stand a chance against Trunks. Having assessed his combat power to be just over 10 billion, he understood he was no match for Trunks. As 18 grasped the wounded 17 to escape, Trunks swiftly positioned himself in front of them, his movements so swift that 16 barely comprehended the action. Why do you persist in this pursuit? 18 confronted Trunks. Neither 17 nor I have harmed anyone. We detest the modifications imposed upon us by Dr. Gero. Trunks remained silent, merely blocking their path before unleashing another energy blast. In a desperate attempt to protect 18, 16 rushed forward, taking the brunt of the attack and sustaining severe injuries, sending him crashing back. Yet, Trunks did not relent, gathering energy for yet another blast. As 18 closed her eyes, bracing for impact, a figure suddenly emerged, effortlessly deflecting Trunks' attack with a raised hand. Before her stood a tall silhouette, Yunfeng, a familiar presence from her past. Every woman harbors a dream of a prince, a hero to rescue her, and 18 was no exception. The sudden and powerful appearance of Yunfeng left an indelible impression on her heart. With me here, no one shall harm you, Android 18, Yunfeng declared calmly. The weight of his words struck 18 deeply. Having been chosen by Dr. Gero to become an android, she had never experienced such concern. Once human, her gaze towards Yunfeng transformed, reflecting a newfound respect. Observing the effect he had on 18, Yunfeng felt a surge of delight. His efforts had borne fruit. Turning to Trunks, he asserted, you are not my equal. With my presence, you shall not harm Android 18. It would be wise for you to retreat. However, the now legendary Trunks was unwilling to forfeit his final opportunity to showcase his prowess. Retreat? Not a chance. Allow me to test your skills, he retorted. Yunfeng shook his head, recognizing Trunks' stubbornness. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. As Trunks charged forward, 18 cried out, be careful, Trunks is coming. With a smile, Yunfeng's hair transformed to a radiant gold, enveloped in flames of the same hue as he met Trunks head-on. Trunks launched a series of strikes, but Yunfeng's speed was astonishing. Trunks found himself attacking nothing but air. Suddenly, Yunfeng appeared before him, landing a punch to Trunks' abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. In a swift motion, Yunfeng reappeared behind Trunks, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground. The ground suddenly cracked open with numerous fissures, and Yunfeng vanished from sight. Trunks, searching for Yunfeng, was unexpectedly kicked and sent flying. After a gentle applause, Yunfeng returned to his normal state and slowly approached Android 18, softly suggesting, let us depart. Witnessing the already damaged Android 16 and the battered Android 17, Android 18 nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, Yunfeng teleported the 3 of them away. Trunks slowly rose, wincing in pain, reflecting on Yunfeng's formidable power. He felt as powerless as a child. He retrieved the Senza bean that Yunfeng had given him earlier, consumed it, and restored his strength and vitality. He returned to the heavenly temple, eagerly awaiting Yunfeng's return for guidance. Meanwhile, Yunfeng, having secured the beauty, hardly remembered Trunks. Yunfeng led the 3 to Bulma's residence, entering and calling out, is Bulma here? Shortly, Bulma's father, the doctor, emerged. Young man, Are you looking for Bulma? She is inside. Yunfeng nodded, smiling. Good day, uncle. I am a friend of Bulma. Moments later, Bulma rushed out. Yunfeng, what brings you here? Yunfeng replied, I have a request to make. Please come in. Noticing the androids, Bulma's expression soured. Yunfeng, how could you bring such dangerous foes to my home? She attempted to flee. They are not villains. They have never harmed anyone and are now our allies, Yunfeng explained. Both are gravely injured. Perhaps you, the genius scientist, are the only one who can heal them. Upon hearing Yunfeng praise her, Bulma readily agreed. No problem, Yunfeng, just leave it to me. Yunfeng nodded, smiling. I shall be busy for now and will return in a few days to collect them. Androids 16 and 17 bowed gratefully to Yunfeng before following Bulma inside. Yunfeng then took Android 18's hand, strolling toward West City. Let us explore, he suggested. Android 18's face flushed. Yunfeng, is this a date? Yunfeng chuckled. Perhaps it is. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, skill, resurrection technique. Yunfeng rejoiced, finding the task remarkably simple. For someone as charming as him, it posed no challenge at all. The system began to silently disdain this unscrupulous host. Ding. Hidden mission. Obtain a kiss from Android 18. Reward, skill, invincible body, which can withstand one attack. A life-saving technique. Wow. Android 18's popularity is astonishing, he thought, noting the emergence of two hidden missions, both with such formidable skills. Clearly, he needed to put in some effort. Looking at Android 18, he said, let us buy you some clothing. Women can never resist beautiful garments. Android 18, somewhat bewildered, had never been treated so kindly. After choosing several outfits she liked, Yunfeng paid and exited the clothing store with her. Yunfeng spotted a charming restaurant and took the initiative to suggest, shall we dine together? Number 18 responded affirmatively, and the two entered the establishment. Yunfeng encouraged number 18 to order several of her preferred dishes, and he added a few selections of his own, leading to a delightful meal that deepened their bond. Afterward, Yunfeng took number 18 beyond the city to a lush pasture. As she settled onto the verdant grass, Yunfeng inquired curiously, Number 18. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Dr. Gero? Number 18's expression shifted to one of fervor. We resent Dr. Gero for altering us without our consent. We were once ordinary humans, capable of leading a mundane life. Yunfeng spoke gently. I apologize for bringing up your painful memories, Number 18. Rest assured, you will be able to live like an ordinary person again. I will always protect you. As for the bomb within you, I will gather the Dragon Balls and beseech Shenron to remove it. Stunned, Number 18 gazed at Yunfeng. Are you truly sincere, Yunfeng? You aren't deceiving me, are you? With an unwavering demeanor, he replied, Of course not. I genuinely cherish you and wish to safeguard you for a lifetime. Number 18 was momentarily taken aback by his confession, her heart racing despite having suspected his feelings earlier. Yunfeng then drew her in for a kiss. Although she initially resisted, she soon surrendered to the moment. The surroundings were breathtaking, resembling a picturesque painting, yet Yunfeng found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sudden awkwardness. Ding! The host has completed a hidden mission. Reward, the skill of invincible body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yunfeng recognized that his task had been accomplished. He continued, Number 18. Perhaps you should stay with us for now. It's rather perilous for you to be out alone, especially since Cell is intent on absorbing you, and Number 17. Number 18 nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting his proposal. Yunfeng guided her to the place he had constructed in the mountains, a rather spacious abode. He said, In a couple of days, please visit Bulma and bring Number 17 and 16 with you. I will head to the other world for training, and I will return to fetch you when Babiti's game commences. Number 18 nodded, her heart swelling with affection as she admired the size of Yunfeng's home, feeling a sense of belonging and relief from her previous wanderings. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported to the other world, where Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan had already re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving only Trunks and Doll awaiting outside. Yunfeng greeted everyone, and Trunks exclaimed joyfully, Mr. Yunfeng, you've finally arrived. I have come to understand my shortcomings. Seeing Trunks' gratitude, Yunfeng nodded in encouragement. Train diligently, and you will surely break through the Super Saiyan barrier and reach new heights. Trunks nodded enthusiastically, his confidence in his training rekindled. Doll, on the other hand, remained silent throughout, merely glancing at them before closing his eyes. This Saiyan prince was indeed aloof and difficult to approach. Chapter 21. Metal Kfera Yunfeng and Trunks awaited the emergence of Goku and the others in the celestial realm when, suddenly, Yunfeng sensed an ominous energy approaching Earth. It bore the unmistakable signature of Kfera, though it seemed to have grown considerably more formidable. This prompted Yunfeng to recall the original tale, wherein Kefera was vanquished by Goku and cast into the sun, only to survive in shattered form, subsequently absorbed by a computer, thereby giving rise to countless metallic Keferas. Yunfeng approached Darl and remarked, "Darl, I trust you have also sensed the approaching energy towards Earth." Darl coldly retorted, "What concern is that of mine?" Laughing, Yunfeng continued, "Ah, what a prince of the Saiyans you are, yet it seems you are afraid. This newcomer is Frieza's brother. After all, it is only natural for you to harbor some psychological scars from your previous encounter with Frieza. Allow me to take the lead." Darl, incensed, shot back, "What did you say? I fear nothing. Since this being is Frieza's elder sibling, I shall settle both old and new scores. Trunks, let us go." Observing as the two swiftly sped off towards the metallic Kefera, Yunfeng instantaneously teleported to the site of Kefera's descent. "Today, I shall witness a grand spectacle," he mused. "I hope Darl's prowess is as vast as his temperament." Upon arrival, Darl beheld a monstrous figure, entirely encased in metal and strikingly reminiscent of Frieza, staring intently at him. Kefera demanded, "Who are you?" "I seek that wild monkey, Yunfeng." In a fit of rage, Darl declared, "I am Darl, the Prince of the Saiyans. Here to be your adversary." "The Prince of the Saiyans? All Saiyans deserve to perish. Since you too are a wild monkey, prepare to meet your demise," Kefera replied nonchalantly. "How amusing. I wonder who was so thoroughly humiliated by us Saiyans that they dare speak so arrogantly here," Darl retorted with disdain. Kefera's eyes turned frigid, and he charged forward. Darl's hair transformed to a brilliant gold, and golden flames erupted around him as he met Kefera in fierce combat. Yunfeng sat nearby, watching the unfolding drama, while the system reported their attributes. Name, Darl race, pure-blooded Saiyan strength, intermediate Super Saiyan level 1. Battle power 15 billion. Trunks stood a short distance away, observing the clash between Kefera and his father, fully aware of Darl's immense pride. He knew that if he intervened, it would wound Darl's pride far more than death itself. Name, Kefera race, ice race strength, 12 billion. Upon reviewing their attributes, Yunfeng felt reassured. It must be said that Darl was indeed a combat genius. With such a significant disparity in battle power, a loss was simply inconceivable. The two had exchanged blows in the air for no fewer than 10 rounds. Kefera, recognizing Darl's exceptional prowess, was already utilizing his full strength to contend. Darl, growing increasingly adept in combat, reached unparalleled speeds, leaving Kefera's form marred with numerous wounds. Yet, the metallic Kefera possessed formidable defenses. The damage inflicted by Darl seemed to trouble him little, as he continued to confront Darl head-on. Darl unleashed a super energy blast, obliterating Kefera into mere fragments. Darl laughed. "How laughable. You still fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us, which has led you to this unfortunate fate." Dao was laughing maniacally when suddenly, another identical Kefera appeared atop the mountain. Yunfeng understood the situation. These were not the true forms of Kefera, but rather computer-generated replicas, each possessing strength equal to the original. Without hesitation, Dao charged forward, engaging in battle once more. Utilizing his speed advantage, he quickly gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kefera flying. Then, he beheld a swarm of Kefera emerging from behind the mountain, sending a chill down his spine. What on earth was happening? Trunks also sensed something amiss and promptly flew over, witnessing the multitude of Kefera. How could there be so many monsters? Yunfeng chuckled from behind and called out to Dao and Trunks, urging them to hold their ground, as this was also a part of their training, while he proceeded to sabotage the computer. With that, he took off into the air, prompting Dao to mutter a curse under his breath. "That scoundrel Yunfeng." Dao leaped into the air, enveloped in terrifying golden flames, with arcs of electricity crackling around his hands. "Trunks, get back," he shouted. "Kefera, brace yourself for the sky cannon." The formidable energy waves surged towards the Kefera, who raised their arms to defend themselves. However, the intensity of Dao's attack was overwhelming, resulting in a massive explosion. In no time, only half of the metallic Kefera had survived. The rest lay utterly defeated. Dao and Trunks exchanged grim glances, still surrounded by numerous Kefera. Dao shouted to Trunks, "Let us go in together." The two plunged into the throng of Kefera. Meanwhile, Yunfeng swiftly made his way towards the computer's location, guided by the system's directions, which indicated he was nearing. He soon spotted a ship-like contraption with an open door, from which a continuous stream of metallic Kefera emerged. "Damn it, this computer is truly terrifying, capable of mass-producing powerful beings," Yunfeng thought. He launched a light blast, obliterating the Kefera at the entrance. As he stepped inside, more Kefera rushed at him, but he dispatched them effortlessly, his combat prowess now far surpassing that of Kefera. He charged deeper into the facility, where alarms began to blare as Yunfeng's incredible speed brought him to the central chamber, which housed a large computer alongside Kfera's visage. The Kfera's face twisted with fury upon seeing Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, how dare you show your face before me? I owe my current form to you." Yunfeng replied with a faint smile. "Kfera, to survive in such a manner is quite remarkable, yet your luck seems to have run out." Kfera retorted. "Who knows whose luck will prevail this time?" As he spoke, numerous tendrils emerged from around his face, swiftly ensnaring Yunfeng. Kfera laughed maniacally. "Today is your day of reckoning. Yunfeng, I've long awaited this moment to see you brought low." Although Yunfeng was wrapped up like a zongzi, his spirit remained unyielding. "Quila, I advise you to release me promptly, or you shall soon regret it." Quila chuckled. "Yunfeng, you are now my captive. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner?" He then began to siphon Yunfeng's energy, drawing it in gradually through his tendrils. Yunfeng smiled faintly. "Since you desire energy, I shall grant it to you." Instantly, he erupted with power, his hair turning golden, and a golden flame enveloping him. Terrifying energy surged through the tendrils into the computer, filling it to capacity in no time. Quila shouted in panic, "Yunfeng, stop! Please, stop!" Yunfeng replied coolly, "If you seek power, then I shall oblige." With another surge of energy, a deafening explosion ensued, obliterating Quila and the computer. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported beside Dar. Observing the distant explosion, Yunfeng regarded the panting Dar and Trunks, who were eyeing the multitude of Quila below. He conjured an enormous energy sphere in his hand, levitating it and sending it soaring above the horde of Quila, who were already launching energy blasts at him. Yunfeng calmly stated, "Invincible golden body. The energy blasts cannot harm me in the slightest." He then hurled the energy sphere downward. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, causing Dar and Trunks to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Such terrifying destructive power," Dar murmured. Moments later, a vast crater emerged, with the metallic Quila suffering catastrophic losses. Chapter 22. The Babidi Games commence after dispatching the metallic Quila. Yunfeng instantaneously teleported back to the Heavenly Temple, where Vegeta and Trunks were seated on a peak, panting. Dar suddenly rose, exclaiming, "That rascal Yunfeng has grown tremendously powerful. Trunks, there is no time for rest. We must engage in intense training." Dar and Trunks soon returned to the Heavenly Temple. Yunfeng cast a glance at them, but remained silent. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, Goku and Piccolo, accompanied by Gohan, emerged. "Goku, how did it go inside? Did you gain anything?" Yunfeng inquired. Goku replied with a mysterious smile, "A little. But we won't be going back in. We shall wait until the time comes to participate in the tournament." Yunfeng nodded, having an inkling of what Goku had discovered. "Goku, unleash your power. Let me see how far you have progressed," Yunfeng instructed. Goku immediately summoned his energy, erupting with a terrifying golden flame as his power escalated. Ding. The system presented the attributes. Name, Son Goku Race, Pure-Blooded Saiyan Power Level, Super Saiyan Level 1, High Tier, Power, 35 billion. Yunfeng nodded in approval. It was impressive and could be considered the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "Super Saiyan Level 1? Is there a Level 2? Yunfeng affirmed. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. The Super Saiyan transformation extends beyond just level 1 and 2. There are also levels 3 and 4. The astonishment within Wukong reached an unparalleled zenith. It dawned upon him that their cultivation had merely commenced, and they remained akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Yunfeng nodded, realizing that the journey is infinite. As long as one harbors a sense of reverence and continues to cultivate, they shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Yunfeng's words greatly benefited Piccolo, Wukong, and Gohan. He continued, "Now, let us take this final moment to relax and approach the upcoming tournament in a favorable state. I must also inform you that this competition is a trap, and losing would lead to an unending cycle of defeat." Both Dal and Trunks were profoundly shaken by Yunfeng's words, and with heavy hearts, they entered the room of spirit and time. Jinhun bid farewell to Wukong and soared back home. Indeed, with the arrival of Android 18, he had finally found a place to call home. Upon Yunfeng's return, he found 18 had organized their residence impeccably, and he began to relish a month of being cared for. 3 months swiftly passed. Dressed and ready, Yunfeng turned to 18. "Shall we depart?" 18 inquired. "What about 17 and 16? Yunfeng replied, 17 and 16 have already headed to the venue for the tournament. Together, they instantaneously transported to the other world, where they discovered everyone had gathered. As hands joined in unity, Yunfeng grasped 18's hand, sensing the auras of Babidi and Dubra. And in an instant, they arrived at the arena. The gathering of all Dragon Ball warriors was a magnificent sight. Shortly thereafter, 16 and 17 arrived, with 16's energy detector having easily led them here. Babidi heart soared with joy at the sight of these warriors. With their energy, Majin Buu would surely be resurrected. Yunfeng stepped forward. Babidi, our team is assembled. Let us commence. And cease your tricks. Put away your magic, lest I unleash my fury upon your Majin Buu. Babidi was taken aback. How do you know about Majin Buu? His murderous intent intensified, realizing that this young man was fully aware. He deemed him a threat that must be eliminated. Babidi commanded, Cell, take the lead. Cell approached slowly, his aura now formidable, evidently having absorbed a significant amount of energy. Yunfeng then commanded, Wukong, you shall take the forefront. Ensure that you secure a resounding victory in the first match. Wukong stepped up, gazing at Cell. This creature is Cell. Very well, I shall unleash my full power. Wukong crossed his arms, and instantly, golden flames enveloped him, his energy surging dramatically. Babidi was astonished. Realizing the strength of this group, even a single member possessed such prowess. Standing at the center, Babidi announced, let the Babidi games begin. Wukong vanished in an instant, while Cell searched frantically for him. Wukong appeared above Cell, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Cell crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Cell struggled to rise, only for Wukong to land a punch. Yet Cell, caught off guard, found himself striking nothing but air. The Phantom Fist unleashed 3 afterimages that pierced through Cell, culminating in a sudden blow to his face that sent him hurtling backwards. Babidi, seething with rage, exclaimed, Cell, you worthless fool, allowing the enemy to remain unscathed is laughable. Especially after I bestowed upon you increased power, what a waste. Goku observed the fallen Cell, whose lips were stained with blood, slowly rising to charge at him. After enduring a series of relentless punches and a powerful kick, Goku vanished, evading Cell's grasp. Reappearing behind Cell, he unleashed a devastating energy wave, obliterating Cell into mere fragments. Yunfeng clapped his hands in approval. Well done, Goku. How could such a scrap metal stand a chance against my disciple? Babidi, infuriated, lamented, a true waste. Boasting day in and day out about his perfect form strength, yet it amounts to nothing. Dabura, unleash Jaeger. Babidi commanded, surprising Dabura with the sudden decision to bring forth the Jaeger beast in the second round. Moments later, a monstrous creature wielding a scythe appeared on the arena stage. Yunfeng contemplated for a moment before instructing, Darl, it's your turn. Win decisively. Darl chuckled, you needn't worry. Even such a beast is no match for me. I have no need to play the role of a Saiyan prince. Stepping forward, Darl erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan as the system promptly displayed his stats. Name, Darl Race, Purebred Saiyan Power Level, First Stage Super Saiyan, Combat Power 26 billion. It appeared Darl had reached the pinnacle of the First Stage Super Saiyan. Raising his energy to its zenith, Jaeger swung its scythe, sending a gust of wind toward Darl. Darl leapt to evade, but was taken aback by Jaeger's astonishing speed, resulting in a tear in his clothing. Enraged, Darl shouted, damnable beast, perish, and charged forward, releasing a powerful energy blast. Yet, Jaeger's speed was so remarkable that Darl found it nearly impossible to land a hit. After a prolonged exchange, Darl enveloped himself in Super Saiyan energy, rendering Jaeger's assaults futile. Finally, Darl maximized his energy and speed, delivering a crushing blow to Jaeger's tail, sending the creature flying and howling in agony. Babidi turned to Dabura, inquiring where Jaeger could best exhibit its combat prowess. Whispering something into Babidi's ear, Dabura watched as Babidi's hand began to rotate slowly, darkening the sky. Yunfeng's gaze hardened. Seeking death? He raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying energy blast that soared with incredible speed. Babidi's hand was severed in an instant, and he screamed in madness, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Dabura, startled, realized he had completely failed to perceive Yunfeng's attack, glaring at him with fury. Yunfeng spoke coolly. Should there be a next time, your head may very well explode. Babidi shuddered, deterred from further mischief, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yunfeng. Chapter 23. Gohan breaks through to Super Saiyan Level 2 in the midst of the pitch-black surroundings. Edge was filled with joy, for in this environment, while others were blind, he perceived everything with utmost clarity. The transformation of Dar into a Super Saiyan illuminated the space around him. Dar chuckled, Babidi, what purpose does this serve? Under our Super Saiyan might, everything becomes futile. Babidi, observing the smoke rising from his own hand, had already sentenced everyone here to death in his mind. Once Majin Buu emerged, he would ensure their annihilation. Edge gazed at Dar, who was engulfed in golden flames and swiftly consumed the fiery energy emanating from him, causing Dar to revert to his normal state. Dar was momentarily taken aback. This technique was unexpected. He unleashed his energy once more, transforming into a Super Saiyan again. After several attempts, he noticed Edge letting out a satisfied belch, and an epiphany struck him. As Edge absorbed the Super Saiyan energy, Dar maintained his Super Saiyan form, watching as Edge's belly swelled larger and brighter until, with a resounding explosion, Edge erupted. Babidi was stunned. This fool had been consuming another's energy to the point of self-detonation, truly a fool. An undercurrent of irritation brewed within Babidi. "Bojack, do not let me down again." Bojack bowed to Babidi, assuring him, "Fear not, Lord Babidi. As long as that Yunfeng does not intervene, I shall sever the heads of all others." As Yunfeng observed Bojack approach, he circled around and said, "Gohan, it's your turn." Gohan was taken aback. "Me?" Goku patted Gohan on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Gohan, you can do this. Remember to protect our Earth. These are villains bent on its destruction." Gohan slowly advanced, locking eyes with Bojack, and immediately unleashed his power. A terrifying golden flame surging from his being. "Gohan, do not be anxious. Unleash your strength, and you will surely defeat him," Yunfeng urged. Bojack laughed. "You send a mere child to his demise. That Namekian seems more suited for this fight." Yunfeng paid no heed to Bojack's taunts, simply encouraging, "Gohan, give it your all." Gohan charged forward, and the two exchanged blows, a fierce gale generated by their clash rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Their speed was astonishing, and the air shimmered with the ripples of their energy collisions until Gohan was suddenly sent flying backward. Bojack seized the opportunity, rushing in to collide headfirst with Gohan. Gohan collapsed onto the arena floor, a visible wound appearing on his head. Dazed and reeling, Gohan slowly regained his footing, facing the grinning Bojack. He leaped up and retaliated with a kick. Bojack blocked with his hand, but countered with a punch to Gohan's face, causing Gohan to stagger back. Gohan, regaining his footing, propelled himself forward and landed a punch on Bojack's face, sending him retreating several steps. Babidi watched as Majin Buu's energy steadily increased, now at 25%. "Good, Bojack. You have not disappointed me. Finally, you have inflicted some damage on the opponent." As Bojack hurled a luminous energy sphere, Gohan, with both hands, channeled all his Saiyan strength to push the glowing orb into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, this energy ball was merely a decoy. Before Gohan could react, Bojack had already seized him, leaving Gohan to wail in agony. Piccolo was about to rush in, but Yunfeng interjected, "Piccolo, stand down. I have a plan. Do not act recklessly." Piccolo retorted, "Gohan is still a child. You, as his father, and you, as his father's mentor, can bear to watch him suffer and cry out in pain." Indeed, Piccolo, unable to contain himself, was ready to intervene. Yet Yunfeng continued to restrain him, asserting, "You must trust me and Goku. We would never harm Gohan. He requires this trial, and soon, he shall astonish us." Reluctantly, Piccolo halted his advance. Bojack laughed mockingly. "Is that all the power you possess? Or are you merely a pawn sent to your demise?" Gohan concentrated, the energy sphere in his grasp intensifying, breaking free from Bojack's hold and exploding against Bojack's face. He then leaped back as Bojack, furious, covered his face and snarled, "You little brat, perish." A terrifying silver lightning crackled in Bojack's hands, expanding ominously as he hurled it toward Gohan. Channeling the Kamehameha wave, Gohan's hands glimmered with radiant silver light, causing the arena to tremble violently, with lightning flashing through the surrounding air. Two formidable energies collided midair, and as Yunfeng observed the energy strike the arena's edge, he realized it had been enchanted with magic. The horrific energies clashed and devoured one another, surging upwards like a volcanic eruption. Both combatants relentlessly infused energy into their respective attacks until, with a cataclysmic explosion, a mushroom cloud rose, sending both Gohan and Bojack flying backward. Gohan collapsed onto the arena, his head perilously close to the edge, while Goku crawled down, calling out, "Gohan, you must rally. These individuals are utterly unforgivable. Their hands are stained with the blood of the innocent." Upon hearing Goku's words, Gohan echoed, "Unforgivable," as if something within him awakened. With a thunderous crack, a fissure appeared in the center of the arena. Gohan transformed. His hair stood even more erect, and flames surged around him, intertwined with silver lightning. Ding! The system activated, revealing Gohan's attributes: name, Son Gohan race, Half Saiyan power level, Super Saiyan level 2, combat power, 300 billion. Yunfeng gazed at Gohan's attributes, acknowledging his immense potential. He was the second after himself to attain Super Saiyan level 2. Gohan looked at Bojack and declared, "My father said you are unforgivable." Bojack chuckled. "What nonsense are you spouting, little boy?" He swung a punch, but Gohan deftly dodged, countering with a powerful blow to Bojack's abdomen. Piccolo, Goku, and Daru were taken aback. For Gohan seemed transformed, his power now terrifyingly formidable. Bojack felt a terrifying force strike his abdomen, causing him to instinctively clutch his midsection and retreat. After regaining a modicum of composure, he bellowed, "You brat, you are far too arrogant." Gathering all his strength, Bojack launched a sweeping kick, but Gohan deftly blocked it with his left hand, leaping into the air and countering with a right push that connected squarely with Bojack's face. Bojack was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Babidi stood in stunned silence, while Dabra was equally astonished by this formidable power, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yunfeng suddenly chuckled and addressed Goku and the others. "Do you see? This is the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. You all better step up your game, or you'll be surpassed by a mere child." Goku was shaken, though he had anticipated this development, while Dabra was in turmoil. Realizing that Gohan had indeed attained the second level of Super Saiyan, surpassing more and more of his fellow Saiyans, including the prince himself, which infuriated him. Gohan's gaze was icy as he regarded Bojack, who had not expected such severe damage from the boy's casual strikes. Chapter 24. The Death of Dabra. Gohan stated calmly, "Father says you are unforgivable," as the golden flames enveloping him flared more intensely, surrounded by crackling white lightning, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Bojack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Gohan, declaring, "I refuse to believe I can be defeated by you, you little brat." This time, Gohan was truly enraged. With a single kick, Bojack was sent hurtling backward once more. Gohan's speed had reached a level beyond the IS capacity to follow, and as Bojack soared through the air, Gohan kicked him upward again. In midair, Gohan joined his hands together and struck downward with a thunderous crash. Bojack slammed into the ground, leaving the onlookers, especially Piccolo, in shock. Having fought Bojack before, Piccolo knew firsthand of his strength, yet here he was, utterly dominated by Gohan. Piccolo finally grasped Goku and Yunfeng's intentions. Gohan possessed an extraordinary power within him. As Gohan unleashed his energy, he prepared a Kamehameha wave, a brilliant orb of white light forming slowly in his hands. This energy wave, imbued with a terrifying aura, hurtled towards the unconscious Bojack in the pit, resulting in a resounding explosion. A mushroom cloud erupted, and Gohan descended, standing beside the crater, surveying the aftermath. After a moment, everyone slowly began to comprehend the situation. Bojack was utterly defeated, beyond any possibility of revival. This formidable creature, which required the united efforts of the North, South, East, and West Kings to seal away, had been vanquished by Yunfeng. Babidi, observing that Majin Buu's energy source was only at 28, felt a surge of frustration. "Useless fools, you can't even defeat a few Saiyans." "Dabra, it's your turn. Do not let me down again," Babidi commanded. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed in, revealing a hidden quest: eliminate the Demon King Dabra. Reward: a substantial amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng rose to his feet, declaring, "Very well, since Dabra has entered the fray, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him for the reward." On the 18th, grasping Yunfeng's hand, I cautioned him to be careful and to retreat if he found himself unable to prevail, for I did not wish to be left alone so soon after we had come together. With a resigned nod, Yunfeng ascended the arena. Upon seeing him, Depura felt a chill run down his spine. Depura proclaimed, "You were fortunate last time, but this time, I shall ensure you experience the terror of the Demon Realm King." "Depura," Yunfeng replied with a smile, "Very well. I shall await with bated breath to witness the prowess of the so-called Demon Realm King." Dark energy enveloped Depura, rising in ominous waves, while Yunfeng summoned his own energy, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, surrounded by flames of gold and crackling white lightning. As I observed, it was evident that my elder brother, Yunfeng, had indeed ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Dao's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Damn it, these bastards have all achieved the second level of Super Saiyan. The malevolent energy radiating from Dao caught Babidi's attention, who smirked slightly. This individual possesses an impressive aura of evil. Babidi devised a scheme. Realizing that only through mutual destruction could Majin Buu have a chance to resurrect, Yunfeng vanished from the arena, while Depura conjured a blade and exhaled flames, blocking Yunfeng's path. Impressive, Yunfeng thought to himself, acknowledging Depura's ability to keep pace with him. With a powerful ki blast, Yunfeng shattered Depura's obstruction and delivered a punch. Depura blocked with the back of his blade, which cracked with a thunderous sound and subsequently broke. A smirk graced Yunfeng's lips as he executed a kick. Depura spat a mouthful of saliva, which Yunfeng knew to be perilous, for contact would turn him to stone. Thus, he swiftly retreated several meters before vanishing from sight. Depura furrowed his brow and roared, his robes billowing as dark energy surged from within him. Suddenly, Yunfeng appeared behind Depura, delivering a punch that sent him flying. However, the black energy that had spilled from Depura lingered in the air. With a clenched fist, Depura ensnared Yunfeng in the dark energy, which began to constrict him. Yunfeng felt his bones ache under the pressure, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed his Super Saiyan energy. The golden flames gradually expanded, shaking the arena as the dark energy was forcefully repelled, unable to approach. In an instant, Yunfeng vanished, leaving the dark energy to drift aimlessly. He reappeared above Depura, launching a powerful fist downward. Depura attempted to block with both hands, but the force was overwhelming, and he sank halfway into the ground. Depura howled in rage as the dark energy in the air surged toward Yunfeng. Yet, Yunfeng moved with unparalleled speed, deftly altering his direction to evade capture by the ominous force. Yunfeng suddenly vanished, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his being, obliterating the black energy that Dubra held in high esteem. Exhausted, Dubra managed to leap from the ground, panting heavily. Babidi shouted, "Dubra, what on earth are you doing?" With all his might unleashed, Dubra charged at Yunfeng, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, their speeds reaching extraordinary heights. The sky was filled with countless ripples of colliding energy, and then, in an instant, two fierce clashes occurred before vanishing. Both combatants possessed terrifying strength. Yunfeng unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which Dubra deflected with his hand. Just as he did, Yunfeng reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dubra flying. Instantly, Yunfeng activated a 20-fold Kaioken, enveloping him in a terrifying crimson aura that surged atop golden flames, his combat power escalating dramatically. Dubra, feeling slightly dizzy, searched for Yunfeng's presence. But this time, Yunfeng moved with an unbelievable swiftness, rendering Dubra utterly unaware of his location. Suddenly, Yunfeng materialized before Dubra, delivering an uppercut that caused blood to spill from Dubra's mouth as he soared upwards. Yunfeng swiftly closed the distance, embracing Dubra and spinning rapidly. As they neared the ground, he hurled Dubra downward, creating an enormous crater upon impact. With a surge of energy, Yunfeng unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, bombarding the area relentlessly. Gradually descending, Yunfeng stood beside the crater, awaiting Dubra's emergence. In truth, Dubra was incapacitated and could barely move. However, he managed to fire a beam of energy from his mouth, which Yunfeng promptly deflected with his hands. Surprised to see Dubra still alive and capable of retaliating, Yunfeng resolved to escalate the confrontation. He leaped into the air, calling forth a 30-fold Kaioken Kamehameha wave. As he gathered an immense amount of energy, a dazzling silver-white energy wave materialized in his hands. With a swift gesture, he launched the formidable white energy wave downward. A thunderous boom echoed, as if the very fabric of reality had come to a standstill. Babidi shouted, "Dubra," while Goku and Piccolo looked on in astonishment at the terrifying explosion. Such a magnitude of destruction would spell doom for any who dared to face it. After a moment, the horrifying mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, revealing a crater 10 times larger than before, with the arena having vanished without a trace. Dubra's silhouette was nowhere to be found. Yet the system's voice echoed in the silence. Host has completed a hidden mission, acquiring a substantial amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt a surge of power coursing through him, an overwhelming sensation of strength enveloping his entire being. Chapter 25. The emergence of the demon. The system promptly displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Name: Yunfeng. Race: Pure Blood Saiyan. Strength: Mid-level Super Saiyan 2. Combat power: 400 billion. Gazing at his skyrocketing attributes, Yunfeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It seemed that no one on the opposing side could withstand his might. Victory in this contest was assured. He proclaimed, "Babidi, your strongest subordinate has fallen at my hands. You should concede." Babidi, with his iron teeth and unwavering resolve, "Do not take pride in your stance. The outcome remains uncertain." He placed his hand upon the crystal ball beside him, uttering incantations. Suddenly, Dar felt an excruciating headache. Crying out in anguish, Yunfeng's heart sank as events reminiscent of the original narrative began to unfold once more. However, at this moment, even if Dar were to be controlled, what tumult could he possibly stir? Yunfeng shouted, "Dar, hold on to your true self. Otherwise, you shall become Babidi's slave." Dar retorted defiantly, I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I ever be someone else's slave? Babidi, you scoundrel, you shall not control me. Babidi was momentarily taken aback. Encountering such a formidable sense of pride for the first time, Dar gasped for air when a chilling voice echoed, Babidi, you are truly worthless. You cannot even handle a pack of wild monkeys. From the shadows emerged a dark figure, adorned with horns and a tail, cloaked in black. Yunfeng gazed upon this being. Questioning a demon? No, there is no such character in Dragon Ball. Who are you? The demon coldly regarded the assembly, declaring, a swarm of ants. Unworthy to know my name. Babidi, like your father, you are inept. I must intervene personally. An alarm blared from the system. Alert! Alert! A terrifying creature, a demon, has appeared. System, what is a demon, and why is it here? The system responded, the most malevolent being in the Dragon Ball lore, an enemy of the angelic race. Yunfeng was utterly astounded. System, analyze the demon's strength. Name, Guk race, demon power level, mid-tier demon, combat power of 450 billion. Such formidable strength from a mid-tier demon suggests that the demon race possesses even more powerful beings. Yunfeng warned, everyone, be cautious. This demon possesses at least the strength of a Super Saiyan at the second level. Those with lower powers should flee swiftly. Gohan, fight alongside me. We will confront this demon together. Goku, ensure the others retreat. Guk's indifferent voice resonated, you wish to escape before me? How laughable. Yunfeng nodded at Gohan. And together they unleashed their energy, a terrifying golden flame igniting around them, silver lightning crackling across their forms, unleashing an overwhelming force that fractured the ground beneath them. Guk surveyed Yunfeng and Gohan, remarking, you two are commendable, let us engage in some amusement. With a flourish, Guk conjured a trident imbued with mysterious black energy. Thrusting it towards the two, Yunfeng fired a light blast at the trident, only to discover that the black energy possessed a corrosive quality. In a display of astonishing speed, Yunfeng and Gohan attacked from either side. Guk smirked, unleashing two black energy blasts towards them. Gohan was sent hurtling backward, while Yunfeng discerned that this black energy was no ordinary force. With an invincible golden form radiating a unique golden aura, Yunfeng repelled the black energy. He instantaneously teleported to Gohan's side, witnessing that Gohan's Saiyan energy had been significantly eroded as he cried out in despair. Wukong administered a magical beam to Gohan, who promptly regained his strength. This corrosive energy seemed capable of eroding even the might of a Super Saiyan. How could one combat such a demon? System. How might one counteract this corrosive energy? Do not fret, host. With the cultivation of angelic energy, you shall not fear such corrosive powers. Yunfeng inquired. How does one acquire the methods for cultivating angelic energy? Would the host like to accept the task for the angelic cultivation method? Yunfeng affirmed with a nod. And the system's voice resonated. Exclusive task. Engage in a duel with the demon. Reward. Method for cultivating angelic energy. Engaging in a duel with the demon? Surely. This meant I must confront the demon head-on, Yunfeng thought, rolling his eyes. It appeared he was left to face this arduous battle alone. Turning to Gohan, he said, Gohan, retreat for now. This foe's energy is peculiar. I shall hold him off. Gohan nodded in agreement, while the demon advanced once more. Yunfeng dared not confront him directly, instead employing light blasts to harass the demon and keep him at bay. Seeing that his energy seemed to instill fear, the demon, Guk, conjured a black whip of energy and lashed out. Yunfeng dodged left and right, each strike narrowly missing his face. Resolutely, he activated his instant transmission, appearing before the demon in an instant. The demon, caught off guard, received a powerful punch to the abdomen. Guk staggered back, bewildered by the sudden disappearance and reappearance of his opponent. Such profound techniques exist in the human realm? Yunfeng gathered his energy, seizing the moment to unleash a Kamehameha wave, the silver light shimmering in his hands. In a flash, he teleported behind Guk, who had braced himself for Yunfeng's next move. Indeed, the same tactic could not yield twice the same efficacy. A black whip lashed toward Yunfeng. Calmly, he declared, invincible golden body, as a mysterious golden aura enveloped him, allowing the whip to strike harmlessly against him before he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous explosion, Yunfeng instantaneously teleported away, rejoining Wukong, where everyone had returned to the Divine Hall. Upon arrival, Yunfeng collapsed onto the ground, remarking on the formidable nature of the demon. Despite employing various skills, he had gained no advantage. After the power of the Kamehameha dissipated, Guk emerged from a large crater unscathed, observing the now desolate surroundings. He bellowed at Babidi. Find their whereabouts. Capturing Earth is a task bestowed upon me by my race's sovereign. Inform me immediately upon acquiring any information. Yunfeng, next time we meet, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Babidi nodded in trepidation. Yes, mighty demon. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. After the demon vanished, Babidi sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Having never before endured such humiliation, he seethed with rage. Once my Majin Buu is resurrected, I will surely exact my revenge. Upon noticing that Majin Buu's energy had surged to 75%, Babidi rejoiced at the prospect. How delightful. If the demon injured Gohan, it has only hastened my plans. I must devise a way to ensure Majin Buu's revival. Yunfeng listened as the voice of the system resonated, announcing the completion of his exclusive task and the reward, angelic energy technique. Instantly, it was transmitted into his mind, alleviating his fears of the sinister energy of demons. The next time they crossed paths, he vowed to vanquish them. Wukong awaited Yunfeng's words, and after a moment to compose himself, Yunfeng began, everyone. Babidi's goal this time is to resurrect a creature known as Majin Buu, whose power surpasses that of the demons we encountered today. This is a matter of utmost importance. Furthermore, the demons we faced appear to be entities opposed to all universes, their strength immeasurable and their energy exceedingly peculiar. However, I have discovered a method to counter the power of these demons, a practice known as the angelic energy technique. Those willing to learn may stay, those who are not may leave. After a short while, to his surprise, no one departed, indicating the profound impact the demons had imparted on them. Yunfeng continued, well, since none of you have chosen to leave, it signifies your willingness to learn. After I make a wish to the dragon, I will teach you all in the divine temple. Whether you succeed in your practice will depend on your individual aptitude. Chapter 26. The appearance of Biddy Li in the divine temple. 7 orange dragon balls glimmered with light, and it was Yunfeng's first time using them, stirring excitement within him. Previously, he had only seen them on television, and now he was about to behold the real dragon. Yunfeng called out to the dragon balls, "Come forth, dragon." The sky grew dark with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled. The onlookers were astonished as they witnessed the sudden change in the heavens. Many seeing the dragon for the first time. The dragon balls began to emit a dazzling radiance, and a colossal green dragon gradually materialized, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. It was truly a magnificent sight. The dragon spoke slowly, "State your wishes. No matter what they are, I can grant 3. After a moment's contemplation, Yunfeng declared, "Dragon. For my first wish, I wish to resurrect all those who were killed by Cell, as he absorbed many earthlings to enhance his power." "Too simple," replied the dragon, its red eyes glowing with a mysterious light. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Now, please state your second wish." "My second wish is to remove the bombs from Android 18 and 17, Yunfeng stated loudly. "The bomb in 18 has been removed, and 17 no longer possesses a bomb," the dragon affirmed. Yunfeng suddenly recalled that 17 had been repaired by Bulma, who must have disarmed it. The dragon continued, "You have 1 wish remaining. Please state your final wish." Having no further desires, Yunfeng glanced at Gohan and the others, who all shook their heads. He found himself in a bit of a quandary. Dandan interjected, "Yunfeng, you can tell the dragon to allow you to request its help again next time. So you won't have to wait a year to use it again." Nodding in agreement, Yunfeng said, "Dragon, I apologize for the trouble, but these are my wishes for now. I will seek your assistance again in the future." The dragon nodded, cradling the dragon balls as it soared into the sky, scattering them before the heavens cleared once more. Yunfeng addressed the crowd, "Very well. I shall now impart the angelic energy needed to combat demons. Simply follow my lead." He meticulously demonstrated the hand seals and elucidated the flow of his own energy, explaining each step of the technique. As the day drew to a close, Yunfeng had acquired a fundamental understanding of the angelic energy and began to withdraw his focus, resolving to practice diligently in the days to come. The angelic energy is a superior form of energy compared to that of humans. For instance, if 2 individuals possess equivalent strength, the one wielding angelic energy will undoubtedly prevail. The demons, relying on their advanced and enigmatic energy, had managed to make things difficult for Yunfeng and Gohan. Otherwise, the outcome of their confrontation would have been uncertain. Observing the mixed expressions of joy and sorrow among the crowd, it was evident that not everyone could master this energy. The androids had failed to grasp it, while the Saiyans had largely succeeded. Yunfeng advised Gohan to train earnestly, as they would soon face a formidable battle against Babidi before they parted ways. Trunks returned to the future, and with his current prowess, he swiftly eliminated Android 17 and Android 18. "Finally, it is over," he murmured, only to realize he had nearly forgotten the most crucial adversary, Cell. Cell was still absorbing the enhanced powers of the humans from the future when he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Trunks, I thought I had killed you. How are you still alive? Did you return from the past?" Trunks replied with a smile, "Aren't you the same? The version of you that perished in the past has returned to the future. I must admit, your timing is impeccable. But you no longer have the chance to achieve your perfect form, for I have already eliminated androids 17 and 18. When did you learn to boast? Your strength certainly cannot defeat androids 17 and 18, Cell mocked. Trunks retorted, "Then why have they vanished?" Cell's expression shifted dramatically. "Trunks, I will kill you." As Cell charged at him, Trunks deftly appeared behind him unnoticed and delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky. Taken aback by Trunks' extraordinary speed, Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave at him. Yet Trunks' form became indistinct, and Cell's attack failed to make contact, leaving him unable to locate Trunks. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on Cell's face, sending him hurtling backward. Before he could regain his bearings, another punch struck him from above, propelling him downward. Trunks, with a radiant energy sphere in hand, unleashed it upon Cell, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left a vast crater in the ground. Cell had been utterly obliterated. Trunks emerged as the sole warrior of the future, dedicated to safeguarding peace in that time. 3 years later, Gohan had begun attending high school in the city. Although Yunfeng had encouraged him to train diligently, Gohan, along with his mother Chi-Chi and father Goku, found it impossible to resist the allure of a normal life. On Gohan's first day at school, he opted to walk upon arriving in the city, abandoning his ability to traverse the skies. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a bank robbery in progress, with the robbers brazenly taunting the police, who were too intimidated to intervene. One robber shouted defiantly, beckoning the officers to approach. Fearing recognition, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward, swiftly dispatching one of the criminals. The accomplice, armed with a gun, unleashed a hail of bullets towards Gohan. But he deftly dodged them with his swift movements, blocking the shots with ease. In a single fluid motion, he closed the distance and incapacitated the second robber. Witnessing Gohan's remarkable prowess, the remaining robbers attempted to flee in their vehicle. With a surge of energy, Gohan overturned their car and apprehended the criminals, delivering them to the awaiting police. In haste, Gohan made his way to school. Just as he departed, a girl with 2 braided pigtails, large expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and rosy lips approached the scene, handcuffs in hand, observing the aftermath. She ran up to the police, inquiring about the events that had unfolded and who had captured the robbers. Upon recognizing her, the officers exclaimed, "It's Miss Videl. The Golden Fighter defeated the robbers." Remarkable. He even overturned their fleeing vehicle. Videl, intrigued, pondered, "Isn't that akin to a magic trick? The Golden Fighter." Suddenly, a realization struck the officers. Indeed, the Golden Fighter was wearing the same school uniform as you. Videl was taken aback. The same uniform? Could the Golden Fighter be a student from our school? But do we have anyone like that? With a heart full of curiosity, Videl departed for school, where she returned to her class and engaged her classmates in discussions about the Golden Fighter. Just then, the teacher entered the room and announced, "Today, we have a new student joining our class. Let us all get along well. Son, please introduce yourself." Gohan stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Son Gohan." "Very well. Sunday, please find a seat," the teacher instructed. Gohan noticed a girl waving at him and took a seat beside her. Thus began Gohan's high school life, which would inevitably bring its share of troubles, as his concerns would gradually unravel. After class, Gohan hurried out of the city and utilized his ability to fly back home. Upon his arrival, he discovered a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku seated at the dinner table. Indeed, this was Goku's second son, Son Goten. After enjoying dinner and training with Goku for a while, Gohan completed his homework, finding fulfillment in his routine. Chapter 27. Yunfeng and Videl. Yunfeng had been living with Android 18 for 3 years, relishing the gentleness she brought into his life. Suddenly, the long-dormant system activated, startling him with its sudden chime. A hidden task was revealed: teach Videl to master the ability to fly. Reward: a substantial amount of Super Saiyan energy. It seemed Videl enjoyed significant popularity within the Dragon Ball universe, as evidenced by the system's assignment of such a task. It appeared that Gohan had commenced his schooling in the city, and the narrative had progressed into the saga of Majin Buu. Yunfeng bid farewell at 18, instantly teleporting to Wukong's home. The sudden appearance of Yunfeng startled Wukong's family. Upon recognizing the visitor, Wukong exclaimed, "Master, you have arrived. You truly gave us quite a scare." As Yunfeng surveyed the group, his gaze fell upon a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wukong. "This must be Wutian." Wukong, taken aback, replied, "Master, your abilities are indeed remarkable. I had yet to introduce you, yet you already know Wutian's name." That evening, Yunfeng beckoned Gohan aside, inquiring, "Is there a girl named Videl in your class?" Gohan nodded. "Exercise caution. Do not let your identity be discovered. In the future, try to refrain from intervening in city affairs," Yunfeng advised. The following day, Gohan went about his usual work routine while Yunfeng meandered through the city. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a bank robbery in progress. Have they killed Cell and driven Babidi away? Humanity seems to be living too comfortably, Yunfeng mused. Shaking his head as he approached the scene, he observed a gang brazenly firing at the police across the street, their arrogance palpable. Shaking his head in disbelief at their audacity, Yunfeng began to enter the fray. Just as Wukong was about to take action, a striking figure emerged, a girl with twin ponytails, large eyes, and fair skin, her lips a rosy hue, none other than the Videl he had been searching for. "Younger brother, this place is perilous. You should find a safe spot," she urged, her tone laced with concern. "Younger brother? I clearly present as a formidable expert. How dare you suggest I retreat to safety?" Yunfeng rolled his eyes, bemused by her lack of perception. Videl had already dashed into the territory of the robbers, displaying impressive agility. She was indeed a standout among Earthlings. She dispatched one robber with a single blow, but another assailant aimed a rocket launcher at her. Alarmed, Videl prepared to counterattack, only to be unexpectedly seized by a burly man. His physique was imposing, rippling with muscle, and he seemed to possess explosive strength, effectively immobilizing Videl as he pointed the rocket launcher at her. Panic surged within Videl. This was her first encounter with such a ruthless criminal. The robber taunted, "Videl, daughter of Mr. Satan, your reputation is indeed unfounded, just like your father's." Yunfeng could no longer remain a bystander. He approached the robber wielding the rocket launcher, declaring, "You there, who do you think you are? Step closer, and you shall not find me merciful." The robber, infuriated, launched the rocket. "Run, younger brother. These fiends are merciless," Videl shouted, her voice tinged with urgency. Yunfeng merely raised his hand, a surge of energy emanating from him, causing the rocket launcher to clatter to the ground. Both Videl and the robber stared in disbelief. Was that a trick? Videl pondered, though it felt anything but illusory. She had sensed a palpable pressure. Seizing the moment while the burly man was momentarily stunned, Videl struck him in the abdomen with her elbow, swiftly following up with a kick that sent him flying. As the robbers witnessed their comrades fall to the ground, they raised their weapons and opened fire towards the direction of Yunfeng. With astonishing speed, Yunfeng maneuvered with agility, evading the bullets with remarkable finesse. He charged forward, bending one of the assailants' guns with his bare hands, delivering a powerful punch that sent two of them sprawling. The remaining robbers, realizing the futility of their resistance, hastily fled in their vehicle, with Yunfeng pursuing them in flight. Beside him, Bidalai's eyes widened in astonishment. "They've taken off. Is this some kind of magic?" Moments later, Yunfeng apprehended all the robbers and handed them over to the police, preparing to depart. However, Bidalai clung to him, reluctant to let go. "Little brother, are you the Golden Warrior? Your strength resembles that of the Golden Warrior who captured robbers before, but your hair is black." Bidalai was likely referring to Gohan, to which Yunfeng replied, "I am not. I must take my leave now." Yet, Bidalai persisted, "No. You are the strongest boy I've encountered aside from my father, and you're quite handsome too. I wish to learn how to fly from you." Yunfeng scratched his nose. "Miss Bidalai, please release me. It is not proper for a girl to hold on to a boy like this, even if I do possess good looks." At his teasing words, Bidalai's cheeks flushed. Seeing her rosy complexion, Yunfeng thought her rather charming. "Very well, this task from the system appears quite rewarding." He provided her with Goku's address, saying, "If you truly wish to learn the flying technique, feel free to visit me here." Thrilled, Bidalai jumped in delight upon receiving the address. "Great. I will definitely come to learn the flying technique this weekend. By the way, what is your name?" "I'm Bidalai." Yunfeng replied, "I am Yunfeng, with Yun meaning cloud and Feng meaning peak." Bidalai smiled, "I see. Then I'll see you this weekend. I must return to class now." After she left, Yunfeng realized his objective had been fulfilled. As long as he taught Bidalai the flying technique, his system task would be accomplished as well. He swiftly teleported away from the city and returned to Goku's home. Meanwhile, Bidalai gleefully clutched the address Yunfeng had given her, bouncing along like a girl who had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure as she returned to her classroom. She excitedly shared with her classmates, "Today, I met a remarkable boy who is not only handsome, but also incredibly powerful." A girl sitting next to Bidalai teased, "Bidalai, you don't have a crush on him, do you?" Caught off guard, Bidalai blushed, "No way. My partner has to be stronger than my dad." "But your dad is a world champion. How could anyone be stronger than him?" A boy chimed in. Bidalai glanced at Gohan, who was diligently listening to the lesson, and remarked, "Gohan, You're not the Golden Warrior, are you? I heard the police mention it, and your attire resembles his. Gohan shook his head. No way. I don't know martial arts. He was already sweating profusely, overwhelmed by Bidulai's keen observation. Realizing the truth, Bidulai felt relieved. Indeed, Gohan could not be the Golden Warrior. That title must belong to Yunfeng. With this thought, her cheeks flushed once more. The girl beside me gazed at the charming demeanor reminiscent of Biddy Lee's daughter. Alas, Biddy Lee has fallen in love. Just look at her infatuated expression. In a moment of excitement, Biddy Lee stood up, exclaiming, I didn't. The teacher interjected, quiet in the back. If you don't wish to attend class, you may leave. Biddy Lee quickly sat back down, stuck out her tongue, and shot a glare at the girl beside her. Finally, the day came to an end, and the weekend awaited. Once class was dismissed, Wu Fan hurriedly dashed to the city, racing home. Today, he had nearly had his identity exposed by the girls in class. As Mr. Yunfeng had rightly said, he could no longer intervene. Otherwise, complications would ensue. That night at Baozi Mountain, Wukong, Wu Fan, Yunfeng, and little Wu Tian joyfully shared a meal while Chi-Chi prepared their food. Yunfeng remarked, tomorrow is the weekend. I will teach Wu Tian the flight technique. Another guest may arrive, and I will instruct alongside Wu Tian. Wukong, not contemplating much, was delighted at the prospect of Yunfeng teaching Wu Tian and readily agreed. Chapter 28. The flight technique. The next day was Saturday, and Wu Fan had no classes. Yunfeng addressed Wukong. Take Wu Fan to train today. I will oversee Wu Tian's training. Leading Wu Tian to an open space, Yunfeng asked, can you transform into a Super Saiyan, Wu Tian? As he spoke, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair ablaze with golden flames. Wu Tian nodded. I can, but Mom won't let me transform. She says it's inappropriate. Yunfeng chuckled. Not at all. Your mother simply has reservations about Super Saiyans. Transform for me, let's see. With a burst of energy, golden flames enveloped Wu Tian, and his hair turned golden, confirming his status as a Super Saiyan. It seemed that the age for achieving Super Saiyan forms had indeed advanced. We must train diligently, lest these young ones surpass us. Yunfeng drew a line a meter away from Wu Tian, saying, throw a stone at me. If you hit me, I shall teach you a special move. Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? Be careful then, big brother. Yunfeng nodded. Go ahead. Wu Tian hurled a stone with incredible speed, but Yunfeng, faster still, dodged effortlessly, causing the stone to shatter the mountain behind him. Big brother, you truly are amazing. You didn't even get hit. Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully. One stone after another was thrown, yet none struck Yunfeng, leaving Wu Tian in awe of his skills. Suddenly, Yunfeng spotted a jet flying overhead and called Wu Tian over. Wait a moment. A big sister is coming to learn the flight technique. Do not transform into a Super Saiyan, or you will indeed be seen as a troublemaker. Wu Tian, somewhat understanding, nodded and grinned. Big brother, you are incredible. You didn't get hit at all. The two hurried home, where Biddy Lee was already waiting. Yunfeng approached her, greeting, Biddy Lee, you've arrived. Yunfeng, your home is truly far. It took me ages to fly here, she replied. Yunfeng smiled. Well then, you wish to learn the flight technique, so follow me. He led Wu Tian and Biddy Lee to the open space. Biddy Lee, do you know what chi is? He inquired. Chi. Biddy Lee shook her head. Wu Tian directed his energy towards a nearby stone, which shattered instantly. This was the manifestation of his chi, and Wu Tian beamed with joy. Biddy Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether this was merely a trick. Yunfeng interjected, clarifying that it was no illusion. Chi resides within our bodies, and we must learn to harness it. What Wu Tian just demonstrated is a fundamental application of chi, he explained. Biddy Lee, Wu Tian, close your eyes and feel the warm current coursing through your being. That is chi. First, you must capture it, then control it, enveloping your entire body in its flow, feeling light as a feather. When flying, the chi must be balanced. Gradually, Wu Tian began to levitate, ascending 1 meter, then 2, and after an hour, he could soar through the sky. Big brother, look, I can fly, I can fly, he exclaimed. Yunfeng whispered to Wu Tian, go find Wukong. We shall resume our training later this afternoon. Wu Tian nodded and took off into the air, while Yunfeng chuckled to himself, acknowledging Wu Tian's innate ability to wield chi, which expedited his learning process. Biddy Lee, too, proved to be a prodigy among humans, having already tapped into her own chi, which allowed her to slowly rise into the air. Just like that. Very good. Maintain control and ensure your chi remains balanced, Yunfeng encouraged. However, she soon fell back to the ground, exclaiming, this is so difficult. Yunfeng reassured her, you've made significant progress in controlling your chi this morning. flying will come with time. After lunch, they continued their practice, and by the afternoon, Beerus had managed to levitate 3 meters high, allowing her to traverse the sky with gradual ease. Upon landing, she declared, "I will return tomorrow and will need your guidance again." Yunfeng, bowing gracefully, her cheeks flushed, before hopping onto her aircraft and departing. Wufan, hiding away, dared not emerge, fearing that Beerus would discover he lived there as well. He skipped lunch to avoid being seen. Yunfeng consoled him. "I apologize for putting you in this predicament, Wufan, but it is for your benefit to excel in high school here in the city." Wufan smiled in response. "It's all right. Being discovered would indeed create quite the hassle." The following day, Beerus arrived promptly at Wukong's home, eager to learn the art of flight from Yunfeng. Under his tutelage, she finally grasped the technique, achieving flight by the afternoon. Yunfeng instructed her, "The art of flight is merely a basic application of qi. Gather the energy in your palms." Like this. A luminous orb materialized in his hand. "Now you try," he encouraged. Beerus, now understanding the manipulation of qi, slowly concentrated it within her palms. Yunfeng observed as her hands began to shimmer, the energy orb almost ready to form, but she ultimately faltered. She sat down, breathing heavily, exclaiming, "This is so challenging." Yunfeng chuckled softly. "It is not as difficult as it seems. You simply need more practice with your qi. With time, you'll find it effortless to manifest." Finally, as dusk approached, after much effort, Beerus successfully condensed a radiant orb of light in her hand. Gazing at the glowing sphere, she felt a sense of disbelief. Yet she could hardly deny the reality of her own accomplishment. Finally, Beerus comprehended that it was not merely a trick, the energy was indeed real, just that they did not understand how to wield it. Ding! The host has completed a hidden task, reward, a substantial amount of Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt his power surging at an astonishing rate, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 2. His attributes immediately appeared on the system panel. Name, Yunfeng Race, Purebred Saiyan Strength, High-Level Super Saiyan Second Stage, Battle Power 450 Billion Skills, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Kaioken, Instant Transmission, Invincible Body, Resurrection Technique. Instant Energy Recovery Energy, Angel Energy, High Level. Yunfeng gazed at his attributes with immense satisfaction, and the emergence of a new energy attribute brought him great joy. He now felt confident that the next time he encountered a demon, he would undoubtedly make the demon search for its teeth. Just then, a voice, chilling to the core, echoed, "Yunfeng, I have searched for you with great difficulty. You seem quite occupied, teaching a human girl the fundamentals of energy utilization." Upon hearing that voice, Yunfeng felt an unsettling familiarity. He could not forget that deeply ingrained voice. It was the demon. "Gulk, you truly are relentless, managing to find me here," Yunfeng replied. "Haha. Yunfeng, if I do not eliminate you, how can I conquer Earth and fulfill my mission to return to my holy clan?" The demon spoke coldly. Beerus stood there, stunned. She had never encountered such a chilling presence. Yunfeng swiftly pulled her behind him and whispered, "This is a formidable enemy. You should distance yourself quickly. It is best to flee. I will confront him, but rest assured, I will be fine. He is no match for me." Listening to Yunfeng's words, Beerus grew even more anxious. Just then, 2 figures materialized. Goku and Gohan sensed the demon's chilling aura and instantly teleported over. "Gohan, what are you doing here?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I'll explain later. Yunfeng is also my teacher, and this is my father." Beerus felt bewildered, but she recognized that now was not the time for clarification, as she had already spotted a dark figure gradually materializing before them. Chapter 29, Yunfeng vs. The demon Yunfeng observed Goku and Gohan's arrival and spoke, "Goku, Gohan, take Beerus and move away from here. I will handle this demon." Goku, noting the overwhelming aura of confidence emanating from Yunfeng, hesitated to speak. "Master, take care." "Gohan, let us go," Goku said, as he teleported away with Gohan and Beerus. The demon watched as the others vanished, bemused by the peculiar techniques of Earth. One moment they were present, and the next, it was as if they had never been there at all. Gulk turned his attention back to the remaining Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, are you so confident that you can face me alone without any backup?" Yunfeng smiled. "Gulk, do not overestimate yourself. One of me is more than sufficient to deal with you." Gulk exclaimed thrice, "Good. Yunfeng, you are bold. In all these millennia, you are the first to dare to underestimate my demon clan. Though your demon clan may possess formidable strength, you are not yet worthy," Yunfeng declared. The ancient demon Guk was thoroughly incensed by Yunfeng's words. Historically, the demon race has been synonymous with power, having battled the angelic lineage without faltering. Recently, they had even begun to gain the upper hand, yet today, they found themselves belittled by a mere wild monkey. Guk ground his teeth in fury, a trident materializing in his grasp. Since you seek death, I shall grant you that favor. To perish at the hands of my holy clan is indeed a stroke of fate. In an instant, Yunfeng erupted with rage, causing the earth to tremble violently. Terrifying golden flames enveloped him, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold, while countless bolts of lightning danced around him. The ground began to fissure, and the sky was filled with streaks of lightning. Dao sensed Yunfeng's overwhelming aura and gasped in shock. This power emanated from Yunfeng. How terrifying. He had made tremendous progress. Who was he battling to unleash such formidable strength? Dao swiftly ascended towards the source of the commotion. The Dragon Ball warriors, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, also felt Yunfeng's energy surging and hastened towards him. Android 18, sensing the intensity of Yunfeng's power, clasped her hands together, whispering, Yunfeng, please be safe. Observing the powerful aura radiating from Yunfeng, imbued with a mysterious hue, Guk exclaimed, this is the essence of an angel. What connection do you have with the angelic race? Boy, Yunfeng smiled faintly, guess if I will tell you. You seek death, Guk snarled, thrusting the demon trident towards Yunfeng. With his left hand, Yunfeng blocked the attack. While delivering a powerful punch with his right, he quickly raised his other hand to defend himself. This boy had made considerable strides in his absence. A surge of joy filled Yunfeng's heart. Indeed, with the power of the angels at his disposal, he no longer feared the demon's sinister energy and could attack without reservation. In mere moments, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for no less than 10 rounds, with energy ripples cascading through the sky. The demon's dark energy clashed violently with Yunfeng's golden energy, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, black chains shot forth from the demon, ensnaring Yunfeng. To his astonishment, the chains appeared to possess a will of their own, swiftly binding him. Guk laughed maniacally, what do you think of our demon chains? As Yunfeng felt his strength gradually wane, alarm surged within him. He had unwittingly fallen prey to this demonic trick. In an instant, he unleashed his rage, activating a 20-fold Kaioken. Terrifying crimson flames enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming aura that intensified the flames, which in turn loosened the constricting chains. In a flash, Yunfeng teleported behind the demon and unleashed a blast of light that struck the unprepared foe. With a resounding explosion, the demon was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. You wretched boy, the demon groaned as he slowly rose from the pit, brandishing his trident across his chest. Now, receive this attack. An ethereal shadow of a beast, formed from dark energy, began to materialize. The demon roared in fury as a shadowy beast of black energy charged towards Yunfeng. His form became ethereal, shifting through the air in several directions. Yet he could not elude the grasp of the ominous entity. This black energy specter had indeed locked onto Yunfeng. The demon race was truly formidable, possessing unique capabilities. Allowing the shadowy beast to collide with him, Yunfeng activated his invincible golden body, a faint golden light shimmering around him, effortlessly absorbing the demon's assault. Observing the large pit below, where he no longer resided, Yunfeng concealed himself amidst the clouds above, contemplating the demon beneath. It was evident that a swift resolution was necessary, for the demon's bizarre techniques were numerous. Unleashing the 30-fold King Fist, crimson flames enveloped Yunfeng, his battle prowess escalating rapidly. 470 billion, 490 billion, 500 billion, 550 billion. The demon, noticing Yunfeng's presence above, remarked, you move swiftly. Boy, I did not expect you to withstand my attack. Impressive. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported before the demon, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen before vanishing again, reappearing above the demon to strike it atop the head, sending it plummeting downward. With a fierce declaration, he unleashed the Turtle Destruction Wave, a terrifying silver energy wave radiating from his hands, aimed at the demon in the pit. A deafening explosion ensued, accompanied by a violent gust that uprooted trees in the vicinity, akin to a tempest of sand and stones. As the dust settled, Yunfeng beheld the demon slowly rising from the pit, numerous injuries adorning its body, blood pooling beneath it. Without granting the demon a moment's respite, Yunfeng reappeared behind it and delivered a crushing blow, the impact resonating as if striking a steel plate. To his astonishment, a black armor materialized upon the demon's form. You've managed to provoke my demon armor. Boy, you may take pride in that, the demon proclaimed. This armor is utilized solely in battles against angels, a technique developed by the demon kings, boasting unparalleled defense. Undeterred, Yunfeng unleashed a barrage of strikes, yet found his efforts futile, the demon remaining unscathed. Cursed shell. It's as tough as a turtle's back, he muttered in frustration. Guk chuckled. Haha, how does it feel, Yunfeng? I could stand here and let you strike. You still wouldn't harm me. Yunfeng glared coldly at Guk, his irritation palpable. The demon was insufferably arrogant, and he yearned to teach it a lesson. If that is the case, I shall take a gamble, he resolved, uncertain whether he could endure the repercussions of the 40-fold King Fist. However, with his stamina recovery skill, he decided to risk it all. As he invoked the 40-fold King Fist, red waves of energy surged across his body, the surrounding space seeming to tremble under the weight of his might. The demon's expression shifted slightly, yet its confidence in its armor remained steadfast. In a flash, Yunfeng vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed, leaving the demon unable to perceive his presence. With a thunderous kick, the demon was sent soaring into the sky, bouncing back and forth like a ball, before crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. A terrifying chasm emerged, and Yunfeng reappeared before the demon, his knee striking the creature's abdomen with such force that it caused the demon to spit blood, despite the protection of its armor. Yunfeng soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of luminescent projectiles that rained down, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Below, the pit expanded, shrouded in billowing smoke and dust, obscuring the situation beneath. Chapter 30. Slaying the demon gradually. Yunfeng ceased his assault, fixating his gaze on the vast chasm below. Due to the side effects of the King's Fist, he gasped for breath, his body trembling as waves of soreness washed over him. His stamina recovery skill activated autonomously, replenishing his energy. Having exhausted all his available techniques, Yunfeng found himself at a loss. Should he fail to breach the demon's defenses, he might have to seek assistance from the system. As he focused, Yunfeng discerned the demon's condition. It was half-seated within the chasm, blood trickling from its mouth, and its armor exhibiting faint cracks. You wretched boy, have inflicted such grievous harm upon me, the demon wheezed, spitting another mouthful of blood. I, of the Holy Clan, renowned for my enigmatic defenses, never anticipated suffering such severe injuries on this diminutive planet, and at the hands of a mere wild monkey. What a profound humiliation. Have you pondered how you shall meet your demise? You will pay for your actions, the demon proclaimed, using its trident to support itself as it gradually stood upright. Yunfeng, observing the demon rise once more, felt a jolt of unease. The creature's resilience was astonishing. Even under the immense power of his 40-fold King's Fist, the demon remained standing, its combat prowess seemingly intact. Old Ghost Gyuk, I advise you to vacate this planet swiftly. Earth is perilously dangerous. Far beyond the reach of a mere demon like you, Yunfeng taunted. The demon, unfazed by Yunfeng's derision, retorted, you possess a sharp tongue, boy. Do you think you can maintain such bravado when you meet Yama? Dark energies surged from the demon, pressing toward Yunfeng. He sensed his stamina had recovered by 30%, and the pain in his body had lessened somewhat. With a formidable aura, he unleashed the terrifying power of Super Saiyan's second stage, clashing with the demon's own energy. The surrounding space began to tremble, and the very earth quaked as stones lifted from the ground, shattering into fragments. System, how do I vanquish this demon? He questioned urgently. The system's mechanical voice responded, to eliminate a high-order being such as this demon, one must wield the weapons of the angelic race, the angel staff. Yunfeng, feeling the pressure of the moment, exclaimed, how can I obtain the angel staff? Complete the system's main mission, confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, the system replied. Rolling his eyes in frustration, Yunfeng protested, I am in a critical situation. How am I supposed to fulfill your main mission now? Are you jesting with me? The system, maintaining its impassive tone, stated, the host may utilize the advanced feature. However, upon activating it, the main mission must be completed within 5 days, or the system will impose significant penalties on the host's Super Saiyan energy. Alas, one can indeed engage in such tactics. Speaking of which, barring my Super Saiyan energy, I certainly shan't regress from the second level of Super Saiyan back to the first. The urgency of the situation leaves no room for contemplation for Yunfeng. If he hesitates, he may very well meet his end today. System, activate the advanced function and preemptively claim the rewards for the main quest involving the legendary Super Saiyan. The system promptly responded, Host, the advanced function has been activated. Please complete the task within 5 days, or you shall face system penalties. With a sudden whoosh, Yunfeng found a scepter materializing in his palm, radiating an enigmatic glow. Gazing at the mysterious staff, confidence surged within him. Yet, The lingering thought of an outstanding task owed to the system cast a shadow of bitterness over his heart. The energies of the two combatants clashed violently as Yunfeng unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan power. Gradually, he began to overpower the demon, who, despite being grievously wounded, relied on his peculiar skills. Had it not been for that, Yunfeng might have already vanquished him. You possess some skill, but a being like you must be eliminated. Otherwise, you will become a significant threat to my holy lineage, the demon sneered. Yunfeng laughed heartily. Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. After a moment's reflection on his own physical state, Yunfeng realized that due to his earlier delay, he could once again harness the 40-fold Kaioken for a span of 10 minutes. This was his singular opportunity. After much deliberation, he resolved to gamble everything. With the 40-fold Kaioken activated, crimson waves of energy enveloped him, swiftly augmenting his combat prowess. A menacing aura erupted forth, causing the demon to spit out a mouthful of blood. This boy is peculiar. He seems to possess a technique that enhances his combat ability. We must settle this swiftly, the demon thought, as black chains shot forth towards Yunfeng. In an instant, Yunfeng vanished from sight, his speed astonishingly beyond the demon's capacity to perceive. The demon frantically searched for Yunfeng's silhouette. With a thunderous crash, the demon was propelled skyward by a powerful kick. How infuriating! I find myself utterly unable to retaliate against this boy. Before the demon could finish his lament, Yunfeng reappeared above him, unleashing two devastating punches upon the already cracked armor of the demon, who then coughed up blood. A new crater formed in the ground as Yunfeng, locking onto the demon's form, executed the Kamehameha wave, channeling the angelic scepter alongside the attack. The demon, mockingly gazing at Yunfeng from above, scoffed. You've employed this technique several times. Do you not realize it is futile? Yet, the terrifying white energy wave swiftly approached the demon. Suddenly, a scepter imbued with an aura of mystery pierced through the demon's armor, penetrating both armor and flesh. This is the angelic scepter. It appears you have an extraordinary connection with the angelic race, even wielding their weapon. But do not be so pleased, boy. Prepare to endure the retribution of my holy lineage. The Kamehameha wave obliterated the demon, shattering him into fragments amidst the cacophony of a cataclysmic explosion. Wukong stood 100 meters away, feeling the terrifying explosion while hesitating whether to approach. However, recalling his master's words, he found himself torn. Suddenly, Darl, Piccolo, and others arrived. Soaring towards him, Darl spoke up, Kakarot, what on earth has transpired? Yunfeng is battling with such formidable power. The group gasped in shock. A demon? He has actually found his way here. Piccolo turned to Wukong. Why aren't you aiding Yunfeng? We have all trained in the angelic techniques and are no longer afraid of the demon's corrosive aura. Wukong recounted the incident where Yunfeng had sent them away. Darl was the first to take flight, saying, Kakarot, you stay here. I will go see. Ultimately, Wukong gritted his teeth and followed Darl. Though he knew he was defying his master's orders, he could no longer remain idle. Yunfeng gazed at the demon, now utterly shattered, and withdrew the angelic staff. A wave of pain surged through him, causing him to plummet from the sky, only to be caught by someone. Master, you are pushing yourself too hard, Wukong remarked as he saw Yunfeng, battered and bruised. Wukong, you came after all. But it's all right now. The demon has been completely vanquished, and the crisis on Earth has finally been averted. As he looked at the arriving group, Yunfeng felt another wave of pain and fainted. Piccolo chuckled, Mr. Yunfeng. You bore the burden alone once again. We warriors are truly useless. Darl clenched his teeth. I will return to my training, the next time. Babidi will be defeated by me, and I let Yunfeng steal the spotlight again. Piccolo also bid farewell to Wukong and returned to continue his training. After parting ways, Wukong carried Yunfeng back to his home, where Bidalai and Gohan awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Wukong enter, they rushed over. Chapter 31. The legendary Super Saiyan Bidalai and Gohan, witnessing Yunfeng's battered state, fell into a spiral of self-reproach. Yunfeng faced that monster alone to save me. Bidalai's tears flowed uncontrollably. Gohan clenched his fists. Dad, let us engage in special training. I no longer wish to feel this sense of helplessness. After a day of rest, Yunfeng finally recovered, while Bidalai returned to the city. Yunfeng calculated the time. It was nearly when Broly's father would arrive on Earth in search of Darl. Recalling the original narrative, Darl's king, perceiving Broly's potential far exceeding that of Prince Darl, had banished Broly into the darkness of the distant planet Vampa. Furious, Paragus left planet Vegeta, commandeering a spaceship with his companion Bise to seek his beloved son Broly, eventually finding him alive on Vampa. However, their spacecraft malfunctioned, rendering them unable to return to planet Darl. In the harsh environment of Vampa, Paragus killed Bais to conserve resources, fueled by his hatred for King Darl's family. He and Broly persevered against the odds. Years later, Paragus prepared for revenge against King Darl, as Broly's strength grew ever more formidable, only to discover that Frieza had annihilated the Saiyans and destroyed their planet. Paragus once lost the will to continue living, yet the survival of his son Broly rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Ultimately, he discovered that King Darl's son, Dal, was thriving on Earth, and thus a scheme began to take shape in his mind. He first sought to create a device capable of controlling Broly's immense power, then sought out a planet with a mere month of life left, constructing a fortress upon it. He set forth in a spaceship, charting a course toward Earth, driven by the desire for vengeance against Dal. Yunfeng was aware of the general plot. As long as he remained close to Dal, Broly's father would inevitably appear, allowing him to fulfill his mission and reap the anticipated rewards. Goku, I plan to stay with Dal for a few days. I've heard that Bulma has crafted an impressive gravity training device for him. I wish to give it a try. You and Gohan should accompany me, Yunfeng suggested. Goku nodded, but Gohan opted out, as he had school in the city. In an instant, Goku and Yunfeng teleported directly to Bulma's residence. As they entered, they found Bulma sipping coffee, startled by their sudden appearance. Hi, Bulma. Goku greeted her. What brings you both here? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. We came to check on Dal's gravity training device. Where is he? Yunfeng inquired. He's likely in the gravity chamber, training hard, Bulma replied, leading them to a gravity room resembling a spaceship. Upon entering, Yunfeng was met with a crimson environment and an oppressive gravity that made him feel as though he were bearing the weight of a mountain. Observing the instrument panel displaying 200, he realized it was set to 200 times Earth's gravity. Inside, Dal moved swiftly, engaging in his training, while several spherical objects floated in the air, bouncing energy blasts to enhance one's reflexes. Shaking his head, Yunfeng thought to himself that Dal was pushing the limits. He stepped back outside just as Dal finished his training and passed by Goku and Yunfeng. What are you two doing here instead of training? He asked dismissively. Just taking a stroll, Yunfeng replied. Dal scoffed and continued on his way. Suddenly, all three, Dal, Goku, and Yunfeng, sensed an approaching spacecraft, accompanied by several unfamiliar energy signatures. Goku, let us investigate. Dal, do you wish to join us? Yunfeng proposed. Dal, with a hint of pride, replied, I will go, but I won't rely on your powers. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by Yunfeng, with Goku trailing behind. Bulma poured juice for everyone, and, noticing they had all taken off, exclaimed, Where are you going? You just arrived. Upon reaching the location where the spaceship landed, Dal became alert, instinctively cautious after his previous encounters with Frieza and Kula. The hatch opened, revealing a man with a scar over his eye, accompanied by a slender figure clad in battle attire and sporting a tail. Cyberman. The lead Saiyan approached Dal, instantly recognizing him due to his striking resemblance to his father. Kneeling on one knee, he addressed Dal, Prince Dal, I am Paragus, and I humbly request your presence on the new Dal planet to oversee its affairs. Dal, taken aback, asked incredulously, You are a Saiyan? Paragus remarked, Indeed, Prince Dal. I narrowly escaped due to my missions on other planets. I have reconstructed planet Dal and hope that the prince can oversee the affairs here. Dal then proceeded forward, glancing back at Goku and Yunfeng. You two are Saiyans as well, are you not? Come along. Goku and Yunfeng followed suit, and upon entering the spacecraft, Paragus introduced the other Saiyans present. This is my son, Broly. Yunfeng was taken aback. This was the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, seemingly under the control of his father. However, Yunfeng understood that the key to unlocking Broly's potential lay with Goku, for their fates had intertwined since their births, with Goku's cries forever etched in Broly's heart. Broly appeared gaunt and somewhat lethargic as he greeted everyone, but upon seeing Goku, his demeanor shifted, and his energy began to swell. Paragus, alarmed, quickly used a device to restrain Broly. Dal merely glanced at the scene without comment, while Yunfeng chuckled knowingly. After a while, they arrived at the newly established planet Dal, and Paragus transported the three into the castle. Unbeknownst to them, the planet Paragus had chosen had only a month left before it would collide with a cosmic meteor, a scheme to eliminate Dal and allow Broly to dominate the universe. While Goku and Yunfeng wandered aimlessly in the castle, Dal, as a prince, enjoyed privileges vastly different from theirs. Yunfeng sought an opportunity to isolate Broly, intending to activate his powers and engage him in battle to fulfill his mission. Master, isn't it time we abandon Dal's royal dreams and return? Goku said, feeling bored. Yunfeng mysteriously replied, Patience, Goku. There are indeed formidable foes here. Wouldn't you like to test your mettle? Goku, invigorated at the prospect of facing a powerful opponent, embodied the spirit of a true warrior, a Saiyan through and through. The next day, as Paragus accompanied Doll on a tour of the planet, Yunfeng took Goku to Broly's quarters, forcefully kicking open the door. Inside, they found the despondent Broly. Upon turning to face Goku, Broly suddenly erupted in rage, shouting, "Kakarot, Kakarot!" His energy intensified, prompting Yunfeng to pull Goku outside, with Broly in pursuit. Broly's power surged alarmingly, his green flames igniting around him, and his hair transforming to a similar hue. Indeed, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, despite being only at the first level. His combat prowess was astonishing. As Broly's fury escalated, a terrifying aura enveloped him, his muscles bulging as his power grew. "Master, is this the strong warrior you spoke of? I had no idea Broly possessed such formidable strength." The system promptly displayed Broly's information: name, Broly race, purebred Saiyan power level, legendary Super Saiyan level 1, ancient Super Saiyan level 1, combat power 500 billion, or perhaps even greater. Observing the combat power presented by the system, Yunfeng was utterly bewildered. It was astonishing, surpassing even the strength of a Super Saiyan at the second level. Truly, he was the legendary Super Saiyan, of whom it is said there can only be one in a given era. It was evident that this individual was none other than Broly. Since the system had assigned this task, he had no choice but to proceed. "Goku, let us engage and test Broly's prowess." Chapter 32. Fierce battle. The green flames enveloping Broly intensified, his aura swelling with an ever-increasing might, as his eyes gradually transformed to a stark white. "Goku, this Broly possesses considerable strength. You should first gauge his combat skills. My master would also like to see how much you have progressed over the years." Goku nodded in agreement. "Master, I fear Broly's power may rival that of the demon you previously vanquished. Indeed, this is the fabled Super Saiyan, far superior to our own transformations ignited by rage. Goku, proceed with caution. I shall support you from the sidelines." Goku unleashed a terrifying aura, waves of energy emanating from him as his hair stood on end, turning golden, and golden flames erupted around him, silver lightning crackling in a halo. The system promptly displayed Goku's attributes: name, Son Goku, race, pure-blooded Saiyan, power level, intermediate Super Saiyan second level, combat power, 450 billion, signature techniques, Kamehameha, instant transmission, Kaioken, spirit bomb, energy, angelic energy, advanced. Upon reviewing Goku's attributes, Yunfeng was acutely aware of Goku's formidable presence and immense combat prowess. Indeed, he was the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and his strength was indisputable. The two formidable auras clashed violently in the sky, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the ground to fracture, with fissures spreading widely. Even the clouds were swept away as both warriors roared, amplifying their energies. Bolts of lightning struck from above, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. They charged forward, their golden and green glowing fists colliding in midair, unleashing terrifying ripples of energy that expanded outward. Boom, boom, boom. The two had exchanged blows multiple times, evenly matched. Kakarot, Broly. Their speed reached unprecedented heights, the air crackling with the sounds of energy collisions, rendering their forms nearly invisible. Yunfeng watched intently, realizing they had engaged in no less than 30 exchanges. Broly was indeed terrifying. If allowed to develop unchecked, he would surpass even the divine realm. This legendary Super Saiyan required no training. His strength would continuously amplify with the passage of time. Yunfeng recalled from the original narrative that Broly ultimately proved too formidable for both Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, only being defeated through fusion, highlighting the sheer potential of Broly. Awakening with the ability to contend against a Super Saiyan at the second level was truly alarming. As they continued their aerial confrontation, both warriors began to show signs of injury. Goku, utilizing the deceptive nature of instant transmission, gradually gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Broly's aura surged even stronger. Broly roared furiously. "Kakarot, Kakarot, I shall kill you." Faced with Broly's rapidly escalating power, Yunfeng realized he could no longer remain a passive observer. He began to unleash his energy, golden flames swiftly engulfing his form, while silver lightning crackled around him. The mountains beneath him crumbled violently as the sky erupted with incessant lightning, his combat prowess soaring to new heights. "Goku, let us combine our strength. Our opponent is far too formidable," Yunfeng urged. Goku, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Broly, nodded gravely in agreement. In unison, they vanished from the sky, launching an assault on Broly from two directions. Broly, with acute awareness, soon detected their positions. The three figures collided in midair, moving so rapidly that they were nearly indistinguishable. The mountains continued to collapse around them, while the sky reverberated with the sounds of their energy clashes. Broly seized Goku and Yunfeng's fists, unleashing a thunderous roar as two terrifying green energy blasts hurtled toward them. Both warriors exploded with energy, pushing against the oncoming blasts. With a resounding crash, they were propelled backward, crashing into the mountains. A cacophony of explosive sound echoing in their wake. Broly's laughter resonated throughout the sky. Ha ha! Kakarot, Kakarot, die, die, die! With a thunderous boom, Goku and Yunfeng reappeared before Broly, Goku employing instant transmission to strike. They vanished completely, eluding Broly's senses, only to re-emerge before him without warning. Their fists, ablaze with golden flames, struck Broly's visage, sending him hurtling backward. Turtle, School, Kamehameha. They cried in unison, unleashing a formidable silver energy wave toward Broly. The two waves made devastating contact with Broly, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud. A massive crater formed before Goku and Yunfeng. Goku, is Broly dead? After our next Kamehameha. It may be dire, Goku inquired. You underestimate Broly too much. He is the only legendary Super Saiyan of this era, Yunfeng cautioned. Among all Saiyans, he stands alone. Broly's combat strength was already 10,000 at birth, making him a formidable foe. We must remain vigilant. Goku nodded in solemn agreement. Having felt the overwhelming power of their adversary during their prior confrontation, he had dedicated immense effort to attain his own formidable strength, frequently training with Gohan and exchanging insights on the Super Saiyan transformations, leading to his current prowess. Broly, with no training, had naturally reached this level of power, a true marvel. Meanwhile, upon inspecting the planet and returning to the castle, Paragus was confronted by the overwhelming auras of Goku, Yunfeng, and the immensely powerful Broly. Paragus glared at his son. What is the meaning of this? How did Broly attain such immense power? What schemes are you two concocting? As Dal surveyed the planet earlier, the local inhabitants spoke of a green monster wreaking havoc upon their world. Dal inquired of Paragus, who merely shook his head in ignorance. However, the formidable power exhibited by Broly led Dal to suspect that the father and son duo harbored some insidious plot. Without delay, Dal soared towards the battlefield. Alert! Host has engaged in combat with the legendary Super Saiyan. Main quest accomplished. Yunfeng exhaled in relief, finally settling his debts with the system. Alert! Main quest. Eliminate the legendary Super Saiyan. Task reward. Abundant Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng rolled his eyes, realizing the system was toying with him. He had witnessed Broly's prowess. Defeating him might be straightforward, but killing him would be another matter entirely. As Yunfeng communicated with the system, a sudden movement caught his attention. In an instant, a figure appeared, seizing him by the head and hurling him away, crashing into several mountains, leaving him in a perilous state. Ha ha ha, delightful! Broly roared, his voice akin to that of a wild beast. Master! Goku shouted, hastening towards the location where Yunfeng had fallen. Suddenly, Broly confronted Goku. Kakarot, where do you think you're going? Broly's aura intensified, a terrifying presence that sent Goku reeling backwards, tumbling through the air before regaining his footing. Ha ha! Broly's menacing laughter resonated. But suddenly, a figure soared in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Broly flying. Goku exclaimed in surprise, Dal, you've arrived. Indeed, it is you, Broly. The green monster of this planet's folklore. Allow me, as the Prince of the Saiyans, to cleanse this realm. Dal unleashed a formidable aura, golden flames erupting around him. His hair transforming to a brilliant gold as his battle power surged, silver lightning crackling in the flames. Goku marveled, Dal is truly a genius, having reached the second level of Super Saiyan. Chapter 33. The annihilation of Broly. Dal emanated an overwhelming aura as Yunfeng gradually approached, appearing entirely unscathed. Observing Dal's transformation into a second-level Super Saiyan, Yunfeng acknowledged that Dal had indeed attained this formidable power. The system promptly displayed Dal's data. Name, Dal race, pure-blooded Saiyan power, high-level second-stage Super Saiyan. Battle power 43 billion ultimate move, Sky Cannon energy, angelic energy, high level. It was evident that Dal had reached an advanced level of the second stage of Super Saiyan, indicating his diligent training over the past years. Broly's green flames intensified further. Damn it, I will kill you all. Paragus, witnessing Broly's descent into madness, frantically pressed the controls in his hand. Broly, calm down. Stay calm. Broly, with a hand on his neck, yanked and snapped the control device, causing his power to swell anew. the green flames rising ever higher. Kakarot, Luofeng, do not interfere. I shall handle him, Dahl declared with pride. Dahl surged forward at an extraordinary speed, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, he was seen being hurled by Broly, who grasped his head and flung him away, causing several mountains to crumble upon impact. Yunfeng observed the failed bravado of Dahl. Is that all? Broly appeared to have lost control. The green flames enveloping him blazed more fiercely, his eyes transforming entirely to white, while his muscles swelled to their utmost limits. Goku, we can no longer afford to wait. Let us combine our powers and unleash the angelic energy. Mysterious hues emerged around both Goku and Yunfeng. They charged simultaneously, and immediately, the sky was filled with ripples from their colliding forces. Indeed, the angelic energy posed a significant challenge for Broly, compelling him to expend vast amounts of Saiyan energy to counter it. Goku and Yunfeng grew bolder, launching their fists from either side. Broly roared, summoning the green flames to shield himself from their strikes. However, the enigmatic energy emanating from their fists forced Broly to divide his strength in defense. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Yunfeng executed a technique of instant transmission, positioning themselves directly above Broly. They unleashed the Kamehameha wave, sending forth two radiant beams of white energy towards him. Broly turned, releasing an energy blast that collided with their Kamehameha waves, illuminating the entire sky in a brilliant white spectacle. Dahl rose to his feet, exclaiming, "That rascal Broly! I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable." Goku, Yunfeng, and Broly were all propelled backward by the force of the energy waves, with Goku and Yunfeng managing to stabilize themselves through sheer willpower. Dahl, watching the two hold their ground against Broly, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Despite rigorous training over the past few years to attain his current prowess, he found himself outmatched by Kakarot and Yunfeng, a reality he struggled to accept. Suddenly, Yunfeng shouted, "Dahl, harness the angelic energy." Mysterious colors began to manifest around Dahl as the three surrounded the slowly approaching Broly. A chaotic battle erupted in the sky, with countless figures flashing about, and the surrounding mountains continuously collapsing as waves of energy clashed. Ultimately, under their combined assault, Broly was sent flying, crashing into several mountains. The trio panted heavily in the air, and Goku spoke, "Master, Broly is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Our current strategy fails to inflict any fatal damage." Dahl replied, "I can unleash the full force of the super cannon. Let us see if we can eliminate this monster." Yunfeng pondered for a moment, realizing they needed to employ the wave attack. Smacking his forehead, he recalled that the Sun family had never been defeated by the wave. "All right, Goku and Dahl, let us strike with our most potent energy wave, striving to bring Broly down," Yunfeng suggested. Broly, undeterred, approached once more, a menacing expression crossing his face. "Kakarot, Kakarot, you wretches." The green flames surrounding him intensified, gathering in the air as he began to radiate a green glow from his hands. It seemed Broly intended to mirror Yunfeng's thoughts, seeking to resolve the confrontation with a singular, decisive blow against Goku and the others. "Wukong, Dahl, let us exert our utmost effort. This time, we must vanquish Broly." Wukong and Dahl nodded in agreement as the 40-fold Kaioken enveloped Yunfeng, igniting a fusion of crimson flames and the golden flames of a Super Saiyan, unleashing an overwhelming force. Their battle power surged relentlessly, escalating from 600 billion to 650 billion, and finally to 700 billion. Wukong also harnessed the 30-fold Kaioken as the trio elevated their energy to the pinnacle of their capabilities. The Kamehameha wave erupted forth, two voices resonating in unison as white energy blazed. Dahl assumed the pose for the super cannon, his entire being awash in lightning. 3 energy waves shot toward Broly, who had also gathered his energy. "You shall all perish," he bellowed, as his green energy wave clashed with the trio's white energy waves in midair. The sky transformed into a tapestry of green and white, the native inhabitants of the planet gazing up in awe. An elder, appearing to be the leader, observed the sky now split between white and green. "Is the apocalypse upon us? Is our planet truly doomed?" They lamented, their cries echoing in despair. The 3 warriors directed their power toward Broly and then back toward Yunfeng, who shouted, "Let us intensify our strength." They pushed their energy to a new level, their fervent roars infusing a more terrifying power that gradually overwhelmed Broly's green energy. Broly, witnessing his energy being repelled, shouted, "No." A cataclysmic explosion ensued, engulfing Broly in a terrifying wave of energy, leaving only the ravaged battlefield as evidence of the monumental clash. Yunfeng and his companions reverted to their normal states, panting heavily. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Eliminate the legendary Super Saiyan. The system's voice resonated appropriately. Reward, a substantial amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt an incredible surge of energy coursing through him, dispelling the fatigue of battle. Ding. Host, your power has been detected. You are now eligible for evolution into the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Would you like to evolve? Yunfeng was overwhelmed with elation. He was finally on the brink of attaining Super Saiyan 3rd level. Evolve. Evolution in progress. Please refrain from exerting your power. 10 minutes later, evolution was successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring new power, Yunfeng reveled in the newfound energy radiating from him, brimming with confidence against any foes that may arise. Let Majin Buu or baby come. I, Yunfeng. Harbor no fear. Master. This planet is on the verge of collapse due to our earlier battle, Wukong remarked, gazing at the dazed Yunfeng. It was then that Yunfeng detached himself from the ecstasy of his enhanced strength. Wukong, quickly save the people. Use instant transmission to transport them to Earth. Then use the Dragon Balls to restore this exploding planet and bring them back. Yunfeng ascended into the sky, gathering his strength, and called out, Everyone, raise your hands. The first among you, grasp the hand of Wukong. We shall take you to safety, and later, we will rebuild your home. Initially, many were skeptical and disregarded Yunfeng's words. But eventually, the leader shouted a few commands, which Yunfeng could not comprehend, and they began to link hands. Yunfeng and Dar placed their hands upon Wukong's shoulders, channeling energy into him. At last, through the collective efforts of all, the instant transmission was activated, transporting everyone from that distant planet to Earth. As time passed, the planet Zinder erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, but no one was concerned about whether Paragus had survived. Chapter 34. Participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong and Yunfeng gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, restoring the planet Zinder and returning its inhabitants home. As they expressed their heartfelt gratitude, Yunfeng could not comprehend a single word. With this matter settled, he soared back to his residence. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped in a tight embrace by Android 18. It's all right, Yunfeng reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Tears streamed down 18's face. I thought something had happened to you. You were gone for so long. Yunfeng grinned mischievously. Did you miss me? Of course, 18 replied shyly. As he gazed at her, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Indeed, she was the foremost goddess of the Dragon Ball universe, and her bashful demeanor captivated him entirely. Gohan was attending class as usual when suddenly, Videl received a phone call and dashed out, seemingly responding to yet another robbery. An hour passed, and as the first class ended and the second began, Videl still had not returned. Gohan grew increasingly puzzled. Where could Videl have gone? Had she encountered a formidable foe? I must check on her, he thought, but he was in the middle of class. Just then, the entire building began to tremble. Everyone get down. It's an earthquake. The teacher shouted. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan sprinted outside, searching for Videl's energy signature. Indeed, he found that her aura had diminished. She was facing a powerful adversary. Gohan swiftly flew in her direction and saw Videl engaged in a fierce battle with a flying beast, perilous and fraught with danger. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beneath the creature, delivering a decisive blow that rendered the beast unconscious. Gohan lifted the creature and soared into the mountains, with Videl following closely behind. The police, witnessing the two ascend into the sky, wondered if flying had become the latest trend. The beast had merely strayed into human territory, and Gohan had only knocked it out without causing any harm. After returning it to its rightful place, Gohan and Videl flew back to school. Gohan, let us participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I heard that the previous champion was a mysterious figure named Sun Wukong. That must be your father, Videl remarked, recalling how she had heard Yunfeng refer to him as Wukong. Gohan stammered, I need to discuss this with my father. If you dare refuse, I'll reveal your identity as the Golden Warrior to our classmates. I saw Yunfeng and your father transform the other day, she teased. With a resigned expression, Gohan replied, Fine, I'll agree. Remember to invite Yunfeng. It will be quite the spectacle when you both arrive. The tournament will surely be thrilling. Videl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After Gohan returned to inform Goku, Goku frowned and said, Gohan, I have no objections to this matter, but we must consider Master's wishes. You should not have agreed so readily. Gohan, with a troubled expression, replied, But if I do not agree, my identity will be revealed, and I will no longer be able to attend school. In an instant, Goku vanished from the room, reappearing outside Yunfeng's dwelling, where he knocked on the door. A voice from within responded, Goku, I am already aware of your purpose. I am willing to participate in this competition. Please have Gohan inform everyone." Goku was overwhelmed with joy, saying, "Very well, Master. I shall not disturb you further." Upon hearing the good news from Goku, Gohan promptly went to inform Uncle Dal and the others. As expected, Dal immediately declared his intention to participate upon learning that Goku and Yunfeng would join. The Dragon Ball warriors listened, and as soon as Piccolo expressed his willingness to compete, the others shook their heads, stating, "We are simply no match for Goku and Master Yunfeng. We shall attend as spectators." A week later, at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku, Gohan, and young son Goten awaited the arrival of others. Shortly thereafter, Dal, Bulma, and young Trunks arrived in a jet. Dal approached Goku, stating, "Kakarot, I will not hold back. My goal is to defeat both you and Yunfeng." Goku chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Dal, I too will not show any mercy." As the registration deadline approached, a figure appeared at the venue. It was Yunfeng along with Android 18. "Master, you have finally arrived. I will register you now. Will Android 18 be participating?" Goku inquired. Yunfeng nodded, affirming, "Both of us will compete." Yunfeng greeted the assembled crowd, acknowledging each of them. Meanwhile, aboard Babbidi's spaceship, he asked, "Do you have confidence in causing harm to Yunfeng and his group at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" From the shadows, a dark figure replied with a sly smile, "Rest assured, Lord Babbidi, I am no fool like Dabura." Babbidi nodded in approval. "Good. Since you are so confident, we shall rely on you for this endeavor." The new generation of the Demon Realm King, Yusha, had emerged after Babbidi's defeat and subsequent return to the Demon Realm. Following Dabura's capture by Babbidi, a new ruler arose, leading various malevolent extraterrestrials who willingly submitted to Babbidi's sorcery. Babbidi dispatched Yusha to infiltrate the World Martial Arts Tournament in search of powerful energy to resurrect Majin Buu, diverging from the original narrative. Unbeknownst to Yunfeng, he remained unaware of Babbidi's insidious plans. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, participants lined up for preliminary evaluations. Mr. Satan, the reigning world champion, was invited to provide a demonstration. The curly-haired middle-aged man, clad in a training uniform and a white cloak adorned with the tournament's belt, was none other than Mr. Satan himself. With a swift motion, he removed his cloak and belt, executing the movements flawlessly, indicative of extensive practice. With a swift punch, he struck the power testing machine, causing it to register a score of 193. The referee immediately exclaimed, 193 points. What an impressive score. This may very well be the pinnacle of this competition. Thank you, Mr. Satan. Subsequently, Goku, Piccolo, Yunfeng, and Android 18 took turns testing their strength. It proved to be quite a challenge to control their power without damaging the apparatus. Each of them effortlessly struck the machine, achieving scores exceeding 200, momentarily leading the referee to suspect a malfunction. Dal, growing tired of concealing his energy, delivered a single punch that utterly destroyed the testing device. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, with both Yunfeng and Goku shaking their heads in disbelief. Such is the nature of a prince's obstinacy. The matchups for the competition were announced, revealing that Goku would face Dal, which brought Dal considerable joy. Krillin remarked, "I didn't expect Goku and Dal to meet in the first round." Yunfeng, on the other hand, found himself pitted against a fellow Earthling, without concern for his opponent's identity. Android 18 faced an enigmatic masked fighter, while Piccolo squared off against a contender named Aizen. Gohan's opponent was a man named Jebitu. Videl was matched against another Earthling, and Yosha faced off against yet another Earthling. As the adult matches were still some time away, the spectators turned their attention to the junior division, eagerly watching Goten and Trunks compete. Unsurprisingly, both Goten and Trunks advanced smoothly into the finals. The bespectacled referee, tears streaming down his face, gazed at Goten, recognizing him as Goku's son, undeniably a spitting image of his father. The anticipation for the World Martial Arts Tournament was palpable. Goten and Trunks assumed their fighting stances, ready to commence battle. "Goten, I won't hold back. You had better be careful," Trunks warned. Goku chimed in, "Trunks, I refuse to lose. My father and brother have trained me. I am no longer the same as before." It turned out that Goten and Trunks had frequently engaged in combat games together prior to this encounter. They charged at each other, exchanging blows. The battle began as a contest of strength, with both combatants locked in a stalemate at the center of the ring. Chapter 35, Son Goten vs. Trunks Kakarot. "Today you shall witness whether my son's lineage is purer than yours," Dal chuckled. Goku replied with a smile, "Let the children experience the world. The outcome is inconsequential." "Kakarot, are you attempting to evade the truth? Just watch. Trunks will undoubtedly prevail." As Goten and Trunks leapt apart, they clashed again, trading punches and kicks, with neither gaining the upper hand. Videl and Gohan gradually approached. Videl called out, "Hurry, Gohan. Goten's match has already begun." Krillin patted Gohan on the back, teasing, "Your girlfriend? She's quite adorable," he said with a mischievous grin. Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin, please don't say that. This is my classmate, Videl. Even teacher Yunfeng knows her." Videl and Yunfeng exchanged greetings, with Yunfeng nodding in acknowledgement as they both turned their attention back to the arena. The performance of the two boys astonished the audience. How could it be so thrilling? Were they truly just children, and not merely actors in a television drama? The bespectacled referee beamed with pride, declaring, "Truly, he is the son of Son Goku. This is precisely what I anticipated from the World Martial Arts Tournament." The two combatants soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle that had already surpassed 100 exchanges. "Goten, you've made remarkable progress to reach this level of combat with me," Trunks chuckled. "Haha, Trunks, my father and brother have imparted numerous fighting techniques to me. I certainly won't be defeated by you," Goten replied with a grin. "While you've improved, Goten, isn't it a bit presumptuous to think you can best me?" Trunks countered. "I can do it, Trunks. Don't underestimate me." With that, Goten charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Trunks' face, sending him flying backward. Goten pursued him relentlessly. Trunks retaliated with an energy blast that struck Goten, who crossed his arms to block and retreated momentarily. Suddenly, Trunks appeared behind Goten, seizing him firmly. The onlookers were left in awe, wondering if children today had become so formidable. Had they truly been suspended in midair moments ago? A staff member rushed to Mr. Satan's room, knocking on the door. "Mr. Satan, you must come and see. These two youths are extraordinary. You are set to face the champion soon." From within, Mr. Satan's voice emerged, dismissing the claim. What is so impressive about two kids? Reluctantly, he exited and followed the staff member to the arena. Trunks maintained his grip on Goten, who struggled with all his might, but could not break free. Suddenly, Goten's hair stood on end, turning a brilliant gold, enveloped in golden flames. And he effortlessly broke free from Trunks' hold. Moments later, he reverted to his normal form. "Goten, that's cheating. We agreed not to transform into Super Saiyans," Trunks exclaimed. Goten, with a sheepish smile, replied, "Sorry, Trunks. I accidentally transformed into a Super Saiyan." It turned out that before participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku and the others had agreed not to transform, fearing unnecessary complications. Videl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Gohan, does your family all transform into Golden Warriors?" Gohan smiled awkwardly, while those around them gaped, questioning whether the boy had indeed undergone a transformation or if their eyes were deceiving them. Mr. Satan's eyes widened in astonishment. These two youngsters were undeniably impressive. Once more, they clashed, their battle intensifying as they ascended into the heavens. Mr. Satan, now thoroughly anxious, muttered, "What do I do? I'm going to be killed." They momentarily separated, and Trunks, with his hands radiating light, unleashed an energy wave at Goten. Goten deftly dodged by tilting his head, while Trunks redirected the energy wave skyward. "I can do it too, Trunks," Goten called out. "You're just boasting, Goten. You can't possibly master the energy wave like I can." "I can. Kamehameha," Goten shouted, as a white energy wave shimmered in his hands and surged toward Trunks. Trunks evaded by leaping aside, but Goten struggled to control the Kamehameha, narrowly grazing the referee and sending the roof of the tournament arena flying into the air. With a swift tap to his head, Wukong remarked, "Goten still cannot control himself properly." Suddenly, Trunks proclaimed a victorious declaration. "Goten, I am about to win this battle." Goten chuckled, "Trunks, you are boasting. You cannot defeat me." The two charged forward, grasping one another and fiercely tugging. In a sudden move, Trunks hurled Goten high into the sky. Suspended in midair, Goten contemplated the sky battle. Gathering his energy, he dove towards Trunks below, who thought to himself, "Goten has just mastered the flight technique. He cannot possibly match my speed." As Goten approached, ready to collide, Trunks swiftly evaded to the side. Goten conjured a light projectile, using its force to propel towards Trunks, who, witnessing Goten's imminent impact, unleashed a surge of energy that transformed his hair to golden and ignited him in golden flames, dramatically enhancing his speed. He leapt upwards, evading Goten's assault, but Goten, propelled by his momentum, could not halt. Trunks quickly launched a light projectile that struck Goten's back, causing a resounding explosion as Goten came to a stop. Yet he was already outside the ring. The audience, captivated, erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The referee announced loudly, "The champion of the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament is Trunks." Dar remarked, "Kakarot, it seems my son's lineage is indeed superior." Wukong smiled lightly. Acknowledging both children's commendable performance, Yunfeng observed the two youngsters and suddenly recalled a technique that would suit them well. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Yukong replied joyfully, "Really? If these two could receive your guidance, it would be immensely beneficial." The referee proclaimed, "Next, we will witness the match between the Youth Division Champion and the World Champion. I believe Trunks, through consultation with Mr. Satan, will gain invaluable insights. Please welcome Mr. Satan." Meanwhile, Mr. Satan paced nervously, thinking, "What should I do? I could be defeated. Oh, but the opponent is just a child. I'll deliberately lose to that little brat, and the audience will surely appreciate it." Mr. Satan stepped onto the stage, striking a victory pose. The crowd immediately chanted, "Satan, Satan, Satan." Observing the comical Mr. Satan, Trunks pondered, "Is this person truly stronger than my father?" As Trunks prepared with warm-up exercises, Goten cheered from below, "Go, Trunks." Mr. Satan, flustered, replied, "Children, it's just a friendly match. No need for encouragement." He approached Trunks discreetly and said, "Young one, a little greeting before the match involves a gentle tap on the face." Trunks, somewhat understanding, nodded. The referee announced, "The match begins," and the two took their positions. Mr. Satan deliberately leaned his face towards Trunks. "Remember, young one, be gentle," he instructed. Trunks raised his fist and lightly tapped Mr. Satan, who then flew away dramatically. Recovering, Mr. Satan stood unscathed and remarked, "Young man, you possess considerable strength. You will surely become a successful martial artist in the future." The referee immediately spoke, "Truly, Mr. Satan is remarkable, intentionally losing to Trunks. He embodies the spirit of a world champion." Trunks remarked. After stepping off the stage, Mr. Satan was in his room, lamenting and wailing. "How infuriating. That insufferable brat. Why must he be so ruthless? It hurts so much." Chapter 36, Goku and Doll. The junior competition had concluded, and everyone made their way towards the adult competition arena. By the time Yunfeng and Goku returned, the adult matches had already commenced, with the first bout featuring two Earthlings. The combat prowess of Earthlings was woefully inadequate. As evidenced by their power levels hovering around 50, it was indeed a dismal sight. Finally, it was Yunfeng's turn for the second match. The referee announced. In the second bout, Yunfeng versus Ji Fei. Stepping onto the stage was a large, rotund individual, yet surprisingly agile. "You're unfortunate to encounter me," he boasted. "Don't let my size deceive you. I'm as light as a feather. You want to find an opportunity to escape." Yunfeng rolled his eyes, too disinterested to engage in banter. With a single punch to the abdomen, the opponent was sent flying and promptly lost consciousness. In the second match, it was Piccolo versus Ashen. Yunfeng observed Ashen, pondering if this was indeed the current Supreme Kai. As Piccolo and Ashen made their way to the ring, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, sensing that his opponent was not an ordinary individual. The referee recognized Piccolo's identity and cautioned, "Mr. Piccolo, please refrain from damaging the arena during this match." As the two stood in the center of the ring, the referee declared the match to commence. Yet they remained stagnant for an unusually long time, prompting the spectators to grow restless. "Start the match already. What are you waiting for?" Yunfeng discerned that Piccolo had likely sensed Ashen's true identity, and his voice resonated in Piccolo's mind. "Piccolo, concede the match." Without hesitation, Piccolo declared, "I forfeit," and stepped down from the ring. Goku and the others watched him descend, inquiring, "Piccolo, what's wrong?" Piccolo simply replied, "The dimensional disparity is far too great." In the third match, it was Bidalai versus Paris. Unexpectedly, Bidalai sustained severe injuries, but thanks to Yunfeng's magical beans, she recovered swiftly. Yunfeng had felt the influence of Babiti's magic emanating from the opponent. Indeed, Babiti had arrived at this competition venue, leaving one to wonder what his next move might be. In the fourth match, it was Jebito versus Gohan. Yunfeng approached Ashen and said, "Supreme Kai, you should encourage Jebito to surrender." Ashen's eyes widened in disbelief. "You know my identity?" Yunfeng retorted, "I am not concerned with your identity, yet I understand your purpose for being here." Jebito stood no chance against Gohan, and there was no need to pursue Babiti, as he had already taken control of the entire venue. Ashen was rendered speechless by the revelation. He had not anticipated that this youth could elicit such astonishment from a Supreme Kai. "Since you know everything, do you have a plan?" he inquired. "Let the matches proceed," Yunfeng replied. "I still do not know which individuals Babiti has dispatched. I must observe further." "How confident are you in our ability to avoid accidentally resurrecting Majin Buu?" Yunfeng inquired confidently. "If Majin Buu were to return, I would handle it. I am certain I can defeat him." Asen shook his head. "You still do not comprehend the terror of Majin Buu." Yunfeng chuckled. "Lord Hakaishin, It is you who underestimates our strength. Although the Hakaishin felt a hint of apprehension, he chose to trust the young man, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from him. Nodding towards Jebed, the Hakaishin acknowledged him, and Jebed responded, I concede. Gohan, somewhat surprised by the concession, bowed and stepped down. In the fifth match, Son Goku faced off against Dal. As they ascended the stage, Dal declared, Kakarot, I have awaited this day. If you show mercy, I shall never forgive you. Goku replied. With the referee's signal, Dal charged at Goku. Both fighters, even without transforming into Super Saiyans, possessed a battle power of approximately 2 billion. They collided swiftly, exchanging blows, the deafening sounds of their fierce strikes resonating through the arena. The audience was left in awe, as their strengths were nearly equal. Goku landed a punch on Dal's face, and Dal retaliated with a strike to Goku's chin. Both fighters held nothing back, battling from the ring into the sky and back again. Goku's strength had remarkably improved over the past few days. He had anticipated overpowering Dal, yet Dal proved formidable. Saiyans truly are terrifying, Piccolo remarked. Yunfeng turned to Piccolo. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? It's hard to say. Dal is performing just as well as Goku. Piccolo replied. The spectators' eyes were glued to the ring as a fierce gust of wind swept through. Suddenly, Goku vanished, and Dal began searching frantically. Found you, Kakarot. Such trivial tricks won't faze me, he scoffed, swiftly knocking Goku against the ring's wall, following up with a barrage of strikes. The audience shut their eyes, lamenting. It's over for that one in the orange attire. As Goku fell, Dal taunted, Kakarot, enough with the theatrics. That move won't defeat you. Goku stood up nonchalantly. You can't fool me, he chuckled. Dal huffed. The warm-up is nearly over, Kakarot. Now, show your true power. They both assumed their stances once more. Goku charged forward, his energy rapidly expanding, and he unleashed a punch. Dal raised his arm to block, only for Goku to follow up with another strike. In an instant, Goku unleashed a flurry of 10 punches, while Dal remained on the defensive. Meanwhile, those who had defeated Bidalai noted the energy levels of their opponents were mediocre, deeming them unworthy of engagement. Both fighters remained in their ordinary state, devoid of Super Saiyan transformations. Suddenly, Dal vanished, leaving Goku momentarily stunned before he realized the impending danger. This is bad, he thought, turning around just as Dal's kick connected solidly with his chest. Kakarot, you have some skill. It seems I cannot provoke your true strength even in this form. Dal unleashed a fierce assault, while Wukong chose to confront the challenge head-on. The two exchanged blows, their legs clashing, producing terrifying sounds of impact that reverberated throughout the arena. Both combatants bore the marks of their struggle, their bodies adorned with bruises of various hues. Suddenly, Dal leaped into the air, declaring, Kakarot, witness this technique. His form crackled with electric energy, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The audience gazed in awe at the soaring Dal, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Was this still martial arts? Was he even human? Had the trend of flight become the norm? Wukong, perceiving Dal's intent, interjected, Stop, Dal. You might endanger the spectators. Enough of your prattle, Kakarot. Since you are so concerned for them, brace yourself. If you evade, they shall suffer the consequences. Wukong quickly gathered his energy, Kamehameha. A radiant white energy sphere shimmered in his grasp. Kakarot, prepare yourself for the sky cannon. Wukong's energy wave coalesced, launching directly at Dal. The two formidable energy blasts collided midair, illuminating the sky in a blinding white hue. The terrifying shockwaves forced those nearby to bow their heads. Unable to face the brilliance above, a relentless torrent of energy surged into the clash, with neither fighter yielding ground. The dreadful confrontation hung suspended in the air, a swirling mass of white energy oscillating between Dal and Wukong, locked in an unyielding stalemate. Yusha, with his green eyes fixated on the duel, mused, These two are extraordinary. They must be the individuals Lord Babidi seeks. If I eliminate them, I shall fulfill Lord Babidi's command. Yunfeng, too, sensed the chilling aura emanating from Yusha. Indeed, this figure exuded a cold energy, imbued with the powers of Babidi's magic. He was undoubtedly one of Babidi's agents. The atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 37. Yunfeng and Yusha. The terrifying shockwaves oscillated through the air, creating a standoff amidst the blinding white sky, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Yunfeng approached Yusha, inquiring, Did Babidi send you? Yusha regarded him with intrigue. Ah, it seems we are old adversaries. Have you crossed paths with Lord Babidi? Indeed. It was more than a mere encounter. It was a matter of life and death, Yunfeng replied with a hearty laugh. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Yusha replied coolly, You possess great confidence, young one. If so, shall we exchange a few blows? The spectators observe the two engage in a seemingly casual conversation, reminiscent of long-lost friends, yet the chilling content of their dialogue sent shivers down their spines. Another of Babbidi's minions had emerged, and amidst the ongoing clash between Wukong and Dao, the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Yunfeng, since we have confirmed him as one of Babbidi's subordinates, we need not hold back any longer. Let us join forces to apprehend him and extract Babbidi's location. Spoke the Hakaishin, Xian. The expressions of the onlookers gradually hardened. Wukong realized that the stalemate could not persist. With a surge of power, he activated the 20-fold King Kai fist, enveloping himself in crimson flames as his Kamehameha transformed into a tempest of fury. Rushing towards the soaring cannon, it was swiftly repelled, the terrifying energy causing Dahl to falter momentarily. That rascal, Kakarot. Dahl evaded the energy wave, which soared into the clouds, revealing a clearer scene. Goku and Dahl were both panting heavily. Suddenly, Yunfeng leaped onto the arena, positioning himself between Goku and Dahl. Today's match ends here. Babbidi's minions have already been exposed, and we must deal with him first. Goku exclaimed in surprise. Babbidi? That malevolent sorcerer still hasn't given up and has reappeared. Dahl scoffed. Turning away from Goku, Kakarot, I will not let this go. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng, sending the two Earthlings, Yusha and his companions, flying before they could react. Following suit, Yunfeng soared after them, prompting everyone to follow. Ding. Hidden mission discovered. Battle Majin Bu. Reward, Dragon Fist. This was rather awkward. Having intended to swiftly defeat Yusha, this mission required assistance for Babbidi, or else completing it would prove challenging. After all, the Dragon Fist was quite formidable. Recalling the original story, Goku's Dragon Fist unleashed at Super Saiyan 3 strength was truly impressive. Yusha halted, seething. How dare you, human, sneak attack this king? Infuriated by the successful ambush, Yusha's anger was palpable. Observing the irate Yusha with his emerald skin and green eyes, Yunfeng noted that he was undoubtedly an alien. Wondering where Babbidi had procured such a warrior, the system displayed Yusha's data. Name, Yusha race, green demon shark strength, 400 billion this time. Babbidi had summoned a lackey with considerable combat power, comparable to a mid-level Super Saiyan 2, even surpassing Dabura. Looking down at the city below, Yunfeng called out, Babbidi. I know you can hear me. Transport us to a deserted location. We seek to determine our fates in battle. Babbidi paused. Damn you, Yunfeng. Fine. As long as it leads to Majin Buu's resurrection, you insignificant pests won't last long. In an instant, Yunfeng's group felt a blur before they found themselves surrounded by mountains. Yunfeng smiled slightly. This is perfect. Green-haired monster, you may begin. Yusha instructed his two subordinates. I will hold this guy off. You two seize his energy. The two nodded, preparing their energy-absorbing vessels. Yunfeng understood their intentions, but decided to play along for the sake of the mission. He addressed everyone. I will handle this creature. Do not interfere. With that, he charged forward, engaging Yusha in combat, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. Goku remarked, strange, why doesn't Team Master transform into a Super Saiyan? Is it because the enemy's strength is inadequate? Dahl taunted. It must be that Yunfeng is overly arrogant, thinking too highly of himself. Just wait, something will go awry. Kakarot, prepare to save your master. No, master is not that kind of person. If he doesn't want us to intervene, he must have confidence. Dahl chuckled softly without uttering a word. Ashen spoke up, remarking that the green creature must be the new Demon Realm King, whose formidable power was unmistakable. Yunfeng had already engaged in over 20 intense rounds with Yusha, intentionally exposing vulnerabilities to allow Yusha to seize him. Hurry, you two. I've already subdued this brat. Yusha shouted. Yunfeng smiled, reflecting on his acting skills and wondering if Wukong and the others would discern the ruse. The two placed an energy-absorbing vessel into Yunfeng's body, and soon he felt a significant drain on his strength, his consciousness beginning to blur. Wukong gasped, quick, save master. Yusha, wielding immense energy in one hand, blocked Wukong and the others. That should be enough to resurrect Majin Buu. Yunfeng suddenly roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent the three of them sprawling. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wukong was ready to charge, but upon seeing that Yunfeng had escaped danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yusha signaled to the others, and they soared toward Babbidi's location. Yunfeng consumed a mystical being, restoring his energy, and immediately erupted with power. Transforming into a higher-tier Super Saiyan, his ferocious aura causing the air around him to become tumultuous. You should express some gratitude for completing the task, Yusha, he taunted. Was that deliberate? Why? Yusha inquired, puzzled. Because I'm in a good mood today, Yunfeng replied with pride. Yusha remained silent. Yunfeng's power continued to surge. Although he could transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd level, Yusha's strength did not necessitate such a transformation, especially considering the immense energy consumption involved. Yunfeng possessed a skill to recover energy that could only be maintained for half an hour, requiring an hour of rest before he could transform again, making the 3rd level unnecessary for him. At his peak as a Super Saiyan 2nd level, Yunfeng challenged, "Come on, Yusha, let us continue, don't let me down." "Damn you, you arrogant little brat. I will take your life." Yusha screamed madly. The two clashed, and after just 3 exchanges, Yusha found himself on the defensive, retreating as each collision caused his arms to tremble slightly. "What is wrong, Yusha? Is that all the power you possess?" "I'm terribly disappointed," Yunfeng taunted, delivering a punch that sent Yusha flying, following up with another strike that made Yusha spit blood as he crashed into the mountainside, rocks scattering everywhere. Ashen observed, "Incredible. The Demon Realm King Yusha is like a child against Yunfeng." Yunfeng's hands glimmered with white energy as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, the terrifying sounds of explosions echoing. With a thunderous crash, he executed the Kamehameha, creating an astonishing crater beneath, within which Yusha lay, utterly defeated. How terrifying! Is this truly Yunfeng's power? It's horrifying. I should avoid provoking this calamity in the future, Dal murmured to himself. Master, this relentless assault is overwhelmingly powerful. I doubt I could match it myself. I had thought I was gradually catching up to you, but it appears I am still far from your level. I must devote myself to rigorous training upon my return. Asin, Jebedu, Piccolo, and others stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape, collectively uttering the word freak. Chapter 38. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. The chaotic scene bore witness to the recent intense battle, with each onlooker's gaze reflecting their unique astonishment. Piccolo gravely remarked, "Yunfeng has likely surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan Stage 2. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they nodded in agreement. Yunfeng slowly approached, questioning, "What is wrong with all of you? You look at me as though I were a ghost." Asin struggled to speak. "Have the mortals already reached this level? Am I truly failing in my duties as a Supreme Kai?" Aboard Babiti's spacecraft, the two presented the energy vessels to Babiti. "Well done, you may rest now," he said. Understanding his cue, they retreated. Babiti, observing their departure, inserted the energy vessel into Majin Buu's egg. The scale on Majin Buu's monitor immediately surged upwards, and before long, it reached its maximum. Air burst forth from the holes surrounding Majin Buu's egg as Babiti exclaimed with excitement. Majin Buu has finally been resurrected. Suddenly, Yunfeng and the others sensed an extraordinary presence. The sky appeared shrouded in ominous clouds. "Master, this energy is unusual," Yunfeng noted, his expression turning serious. "It seems Majin Buu has indeed returned." The Supreme Kai's face reflected grave concern. "Yunfeng, what shall we do? Majin Buu is not to be compared to the Demon King. His terror is beyond imagination. In the past, he annihilated the North and West Supreme Kais, and ultimately absorbed the South Supreme Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai. Only I, the East Supreme Kai, survived." Laughing heartily, Dal's expression was complex. "Yunfeng, Kakarot, you are overly cautious. Majin Buu's energy is not so formidable. Our current strength has reached a level that Babiti cannot fathom." Yunfeng rolled his eyes at Dal's boastful remarks, recalling that in the original tale, Dal had perished at the hands of Majin Buu. He could only shake his head. "Goku, the Supreme Kai is correct. Majin Buu's power is tremendously strong. Beyond the capability of even Super Saiyan Stage 2. We must transcend that level of strength. Let us confront Majin Buu." With that, Yunfeng vanished into the air. Goku addressed the group. "The master is right. This enemy is far too powerful. You should return to the Heavenly Temple and wait for news. Gohan, we shall depart." As Goku prepared to leave, the Supreme Kai interjected, "Goku, we must go as well." Goku grasped several individuals and activated instant transmission, disappearing from the spot. "Those fools. Kakarot and Yunfeng dare to disregard my presence. Just wait. I shall annihilate Majin Buu before your very eyes." Dal seethed. Babiti looked at the opened egg, exclaiming, "He's coming out. Majin Buu is here." At that moment, Goku arrived, unleashing the Kamehameha, a brilliant white energy wave that sent Majin Buu's egg soaring. Yunfeng, witnessing Goku's immediate assault, sighed and remarked, "Goku, it's futile. The attack is too late now." The energy emanating from the egg began to coalesce slowly in the sky, and the onlookers gazed in astonishment as it gradually formed a human silhouette. "There it is, the Majin," Babiti exclaimed excitedly. "Majin Buu has emerged." A rotund figure materialized before them. Upon his emergence, Majin Buu performed various acrobatic antics, grinning foolishly. Babidi cautiously approached him, saying, "Buu, I am your master, Babidi." However, Majin Buu paid him no heed, glancing around without acknowledging Babidi's presence. Frustrated, Babidi snapped, "Buu, do you wish to return to your egg?" Buu paused momentarily, as if comprehending, and bowed respectfully towards Babidi. "Go and eliminate that group over there," Babidi commanded, gesturing towards Yunfeng and his companions. Suddenly, Majin Buu was propelled backward. As Darl appeared in the air, "Kakarot, Yunfeng, today I shall slay this feared fat fool and show you all," he declared. Majin Buu rose, a dent visible on his body. Previously, several energy vents on his head had released energy, enhancing his power and healing the injuries on his face. Witnessing this sudden surge of power, King Kai's face drained of color, realizing that Majin Buu was indeed a formidable monster. Darl's energy also surged instantaneously, his golden flames surrounded by crackling white lightning. "Fat fool, today you shall perish at the hands of Darl, the prince of the Saiyans. Remember the name of the one who kills you." Majin Buu's expression twisted into a snarl. "I detest being called fat." Darl charged forward, delivering a powerful punch, and the two clashed fiercely, creating afterimages in the sky as the resonance of their energy collisions echoed throughout. "Master, do you think Darl can prevail?" Goku inquired, observing Darl seemingly gaining the upper hand. Yunfeng shook his head. "Darl will lose, and he will be killed. I will go to rescue him. You take Darl to the sacred temple while I confront Majin Buu." Goku looked at Yunfeng. "Master, is Majin Buu truly that difficult to contend with? Can't we defeat him together?" The greatest strength of Majin Buu lies in his regenerative capabilities. Unless one possesses power that vastly exceeds his, it is impossible to kill him. Based on my assessment, I could at best defeat Majin Buu, but not destroy him. Darl and Majin Buu had engaged in a fierce battle, having exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. They separated momentarily, Darl panting heavily, when suddenly he unleashed a terrifying energy, forming a devastating energy sphere in his hand, hurling it toward Majin Buu. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, Majin Buu fell to the ground. "Did we defeat Majin Buu?" King Kai uttered in disbelief. Suddenly, Majin Buu stood up, a large hole in his abdomen. Gathering energy, he quickly restored himself, grumbling, "Damn it, that still hurts. You shall pay." On the hands of Majin Buu, a luminous orb akin to that of Dar's emerged, causing Dar's eyes to widen in disbelief. "This is my technique. How could Majin Buu master it so swiftly?" With clenched fists, Dar struck the orb away, but as he turned, Majin Buu was already behind him. A swift kick sent Dar hurtling away. The mountains crumbled beneath the force. Debris scattered wildly as Dar, fueled by rage, burst forth, a terrifying aura enveloping him. This insufferable glutton dares to imitate others' techniques. This time, I will ensure you cannot rise again. Dar and Majin Buu clashed once more, the battle intensifying, and gradually, Dar felt his stamina waning. "I cannot allow myself to be overwhelmed by this rotund fiend." Ascending into the sky, he radiated with lightning, amplifying his energy to its zenith, reaching a staggering combat power of 500 trillion. "Sky Cannon, take this, you fat beast." A fearsome white energy wave surged down from the heavens toward Majin Buu. The ground shook with explosive force, prompting Goku and Gohan to leap back to evade the aftermath of the clash. Amidst swirling smoke and chaos, Dar gasped for breath, his energy visibly faltering. Majin Buu had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Babidi, in disbelief, exclaimed, "This cannot be. In my father's notes, Majin Buu is invincible. How could he possibly be defeated?" The Hakaishin chuckled, "Goku, your strength is truly unimaginable. I never expected you to vanquish Majin Buu so effortlessly. Let us channel our fury to eliminate Babidi, and this calamity shall cease." However, a chilling realization struck him. Majin Buu's energy had not dissipated. Chapter 39. Super Saiyan 3rd level scattered remnants of flesh suddenly transformed into numerous small Majin Buus, ascending into the sky before merging back into the formidable figure of Majin Buu. "Buu," Dar seethed, gritting his teeth at the sight of the revived creature. Majin Buu expelled a glowing orb, which Dar narrowly evaded. In an unexpected move, Majin Buu tore a piece of flesh from his own body and hurled it at Dar, ensnaring him. "What a peculiar technique. This truly is a monster," Goku remarked as he charged at Majin Buu. With a powerful kick, he sent Majin Buu flying, and in an instant, he teleported away with Dar. "Who just kicked me? Who dares?" Majin Buu bellowed in fury. Yunfeng stepped forward, declaring, "No need to search. It was I." Majin Buu's demeanor darkened. Babidi recalled the previous encounter, instructing, "Majin Buu, this one is the most despicable. you must not spare him. Eliminate him at once. Yunfeng chuckled. Can Majin Buu really accomplish that? As his energy surged, his hair stood on end, enveloped in golden flames, while white lightning crackled around him. Gohan, take the Hakaishin and leave. I will handle this. Babidi commanded. Majin Buu, do not let a single one of them escape. The aura of Yunfeng has surpassed that of Dal. The fiend, Majin Buu, vanished with a sound and reappeared before the Hakaishin and Gohan, launching a punch. Before it could reach Gohan, Majin Buu was struck in the abdomen and sent flying, as Yunfeng materialized before the two. Gohan, swiftly take Hakaishin away. The urgency in his voice was palpable. Suddenly, Yunfeng's energy surged, an overwhelming force rendering both Majin Buu and Babidi immobile. Majin Buu, Babidi, prepare to witness the power that transcends the second grade of Super Saiyan. With a series of furious roars, Yunfeng's terrifying energy began to expand, causing the ground to crack and the entire earth to tremble violently. This is Master S energy. It has surpassed the second grade of Super Saiyan and is continuing to grow. I had greatly underestimated him, Gohan thought, astonished. This energy is akin to that of a monster, remarked Piccolo, bewildered by the sheer strength. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Trunks and Goten, disguised as masked fighters, were engaged in combat with Android 18. Suddenly, they murmured, this energy, how can it be so immense? Even from this distance, it feels as though it is right before us. Is Yunfeng battling that monstrous Majin Buu? Be careful, Yunfeng, I am waiting for your return at home. Yunfeng continued to roar vehemently, with Majin Buu being pushed back by the overwhelming pressure. How can Uncle Yunfeng's energy be so potent? Has he truly broken through the barrier of the second grade of Super Saiyan? Gohan pondered, incredulous at the thought that a mere mortal could possess such might. Perhaps only the god of destruction could be compared to this extraordinary mortal. Though Hakaishin Asen was unaware that the god of destruction linked to him was far superior to Yunfeng. Presently, with Hakaishin's strength, both their powers remained unfathomable. Yunfeng's hair began to lengthen, flames surging more fiercely around him. His hair cascaded down to his waist, and his aura gradually stabilized, surrounded by dazzling white lightning. Forgive me. I am still unaccustomed to this formidable power, which has caused me to squander so much time, he admitted. Majin Buu, observing Yunfeng, remarked, you seem to have transformed. The system chimed, indicating that the host had completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 and fulfilled a side quest. Reward, Shadow Clone Technique. What? Isn't this a technique from Naruto? Yunfeng exclaimed, astonished to find such a skill in the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps the two are different, but I, Yunfeng, will certainly ensure this technique flourishes in the Dragon Ball realm. The system then displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Name, Yunfeng race, pure-blooded Saiyan power level, initial stage of Super Saiyan 3. Combat strength 30 trillion skills, Kamehameha, solar flare, instant transmission, stamina recovery, shadow clone technique. Kaioken gazing at his attributes, Yunfeng declared, very well. Let us teach Majin Buu a lesson in humanity. Shall we begin, Majin Buu? But tell me, why do you serve Babidi when you are so formidable? Babidi responded excitedly. Yunfeng, spare me your words. Majin Buu has always been my subordinate. Majin Buu turned his body to glance at Babidi, who felt a chill run down his spine. What are you looking at, you fat pig? Are you unwilling? Beware, or I shall recite the incantation to seal you away. Not at all, Lord Babidi. I shall eliminate this brat at once. What Babidi failed to realize was that when Majin Buu addressed him as Lord Babidi, each word was laden with weight. Yunfeng delivered a punch, and Majin Buu seized his arm, flinging him into the sky. The Kamehameha wave, a brilliant white energy beam, erupted from Yunfeng's hands, striking Majin Buu and penetrating his form, causing his body to scatter. To Yunfeng's astonishment, the dispersed body of Majin Buu coiled around him like a serpent. Yunfeng erupted in fury, unleashing an overwhelming aura that blew Majin Buu away. Seizing an appendage resembling a tentacle atop Majin Buu's head, he swung it forcefully, crashing it against the mountainside, shattering the rocks into fragments. With a resounding clash, both combatants vanished from Babidi's line of sight. Their indistinct silhouettes, a glimmer of gold and a shade of pink, colliding in midair. Majin Buu landed a punch on Yunfeng, resulting in a puff of white mist, shadow clone technique. As Yunfeng reappeared, he conjured a colossal energy sphere, which struck Majin Buu with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending Majin Buu crashing into the earth, followed by a relentless barrage of energy waves, the cacophony of destruction echoing loudly. Majin Buu, are you all right? Babidi exclaimed anxiously, observing the terrifying explosions. Fully aware that if Majin Buu were to perish, Yunfeng would not spare him. A colossal crater emerged in Yunfeng's view, revealing remnants of Majin Buu's flesh, squirming frantically. It was clear that Majin Buu was not to be trifled with. His reputed resilience was indeed formidable. A notification chimed. Task: defeat Majin Buu completed. Reward: Dragon Fist skill. As Yunfeng felt a new skill manifest in his mind, he found himself perceiving Majin Buu in a slightly less disdainful light. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, obliterating the remnants of flesh one by one. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Majin Buu restored his form, though he was visibly panting, indicating a decline in his combat prowess. With his reward secured, Yunfeng recognized that now was not the opportune moment to vanquish Majin Buu, as a new task had materialized. Main quest: battle the great Majin Buu. Reward: abundant Saiyan energy. Main quest: eliminate the evil little Majin Buu. Reward: sealing technique, 10,000 fox sealing. With such enticing rewards in sight, Yunfeng could not resist the temptation, thus abandoning the notion of eliminating the corpulent Majin Buu. The reasoning was straightforward. There were no rewards to be gained from that endeavor. Returning to his normal state, Yunfeng declared, "Farewell, Majin Buu. When we meet again, I shall not be as gentle as I was today." Babidi shouted, "Quickly, pursue him. Do not let him escape. Chase after the fat pig." The countenance of Majin Buu has shifted, and Yunfeng realizes that Babidi's fate is now sealed. In that moment, he activates his instant transmission and vanishes without a trace. Chapter 40. The Sword of the Hakaishin. Majin Buu feigns a pursuit of Yunfeng, but suddenly pivots to grasp Babidi by the throat. "Now you cannot chant your spells. Can you? Furthermore, I detest being called a fat pig. Perish." With a swift motion, Majin Buu unleashes a fist that obliterates Babidi's head. Thus, Babidi, who had persistently opposed Yunfeng and his companions, meets his demise. Yunfeng materializes in the Hakaishin temple, confirming that Majin Buu has indeed taken action. I sensed Majin Buu's discontent with Babidi even moments ago. "Master, you have returned. What should we do next?" Goku rushes over. "Goku, we shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, enabling you to attain Super Saiyan level 3. Additionally, I possess a secret technique that requires both of our efforts." Yunfeng replies calmly. "But what about Majin Buu?" Goku inquires. "Majin Buu is currently unharmed, but soon a terrifying new incarnation of him will emerge. Our time is limited." Yunfeng informs Goku. Meanwhile, Hakaishin takes Gohan into the Hakaishin realm. "Lord Hakaishin, do you truly intend to permit a mortal to enter the Hakaishin realm?" Jebedu expresses his reservations. "Jebedu, we must not be overly rigid. You have witnessed the power of the Saiyans. Mr. Yunfeng's strength has even subdued Majin Buu. I see boundless potential within the Saiyans. Thus, I have invited Gohan into the Hakaishin realm for the sake of humanity's survival," the Hakaishin explains. Jebedu nods, acknowledging the Hakaishin's foresight. "Is this truly for Gohan's benefit?" The Hakaishin affirms, "Indeed, you are perceptive. I wish for Gohan to challenge the sword of the Hakaishin." Gohan, who has been listening intently, is taken aback. "The Hakaishin realm? The sword of the Hakaishin? Lord Hakaishin, is the sword truly formidable?" The Hakaishin chuckles. "Gohan, according to the ancient secrets passed down among our kind, the sword of the Hakaishin possesses immense divine power. Whoever can draw forth the sword and wield it with mastery will gain extraordinary strength. I believe that this power will surpass Buu's, ensuring his demise at the hands of the sword of the Hakaishin. I am confident that the one capable of drawing the divine sword and obtaining this formidable strength is you, Gohan. Your kindness and integrity assure me of your success." After annihilating Babidi, Majin Buu is now entirely free and begins wreaking havoc across the earth, obliterating a city each day. He transforms humans into chocolate and candy for his own indulgence. Following a day of slaughter, he constructs a dwelling for himself in the wilderness, where he resides at night. Humanity, however, begins to retaliate by dispatching the world champion, Mr. Satan. After Goku and the others departed, Android 18, along with Goten and Trunks disguised as masked fighters, sensed Yunfeng's overwhelming aura akin to that of a demon, prompting them to leave the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goten and Trunks make their way to the temple guided by their father's energy, while Android 18 follows closely behind, knowing that Yunfeng will surely reunite with them. After everyone had departed, Mr. Satan once again claimed the championship of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, achieving unparalleled fame. "Rest assured, I, Mr. Satan, will take care of the demon Majin Buu." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, world champion Mr. Satan boarded the plane destined for Majin Buu's lair. Upon nearing the lair, approximately 500 meters away, the aircraft descended and Mr. Satan disembarked. "You may return now and await my good news. I shall surely defeat Majin Buu, he proclaimed. The pilot who had brought Mr. Satan promptly took off, leaving him with a package, a secret weapon for his victory. With utmost caution, Mr. Satan approached Majin Buu's lair. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings carefully, only to discover that Majin Buu was not home. He set down the package and performed a series of martial arts moves, exclaiming, "Huh, Majin Buu, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would have faced my wrath today." Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared behind Mr. Satan, demanding, "Who are you? What are you doing in my home?" Faced with Majin Buu's menacing gaze, Mr. Satan quickly retrieved the chocolate he had prepared. "Majin Buu, I greatly admire you. This is super chocolate, a gift to celebrate our first meeting." Majin Buu sniffed it and warned, "If it does not taste good, I will kill you." After taking a bite, Majin Buu pronounced, "Delicious. Not bad at all. You seem like a decent fellow. I shall take you on as my servant." Mr. Satan expressed his gratitude, and thus he became Majin Buu's servant, responsible for cooking and giving him baths, leading to a gradual improvement in their relationship. In the Kaishin realm, Gohan stood atop a mountain with the Kaishin and Kibito, where a sword was embedded in the peak. "Gohan, the next move is yours. Pull out this sword, and you shall gain boundless power," the Kaishin confidently stated. "All right, I will give it a try," Gohan replied, grasping the hilt of the sword with all his might and pulling upward. However, despite his efforts, the divine sword remained unmoved. Kibito chuckled. "Many Kaishin have failed to draw it. How could an ordinary mortal succeed?" With a fierce shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in terrifying golden flames. With silver lightning crackling around him, he seized the hilt of the divine sword once more. As Gohan exerted himself, the sword slowly began to rise from the mountain. After considerable effort, he finally extracted the divine sword from its resting place. Gohan felt the weight of the sword in his grasp, heavy. The Kaishin exclaimed, "Gohan, you have indeed succeeded. How does it feel? Have you sensed an increase in your power?" Gohan took a moment to gauge his abilities, remarking that he felt no significant change. The Kaishin pondered, "Perhaps you have not yet fully mastered the divine sword. Your next task is to practice with it until you can wield it with ease." Meanwhile, King Kai led Goku, along with Goten and Trunks, into the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equated to an entire year within. "Goku, first, elevate your power to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Then attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 3rd grade," he instructed. "I shall soon demonstrate the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, allowing you to observe the secrets of this formidable state up close." Yunfeng smiled lightly and addressed Goku. "Finally, we shall practice a fusion technique. Goten, Trunks, you two must learn alongside us. We must all master this technique to safeguard our Earth." Yunfeng executed the movement, causing Goten and Trunks to frown at the awkwardness of the action. Yunfeng, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I shall teach it only once. Whether you grasp it or not is your own concern. Should you venture out and fall victim to Majin Buu, that will also be your own burden." Startled by Yunfeng's sudden words, Trunks and Goten recalled the terrifying strength he had previously displayed and promptly began their practice. Meanwhile, Yunfeng commenced a demonstration of the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, emanating waves of formidable energy. Dal, however, declined the invitation from Goku and Yunfeng, opting instead to return to Bulma's gravity chamber for solitary training. On the outskirts of Earth, a shadowy figure descended, gazing at the planet. These diminutive Earths have severed communication with Gok, which is quite peculiar. The Master has summoned me to investigate the matter and assist Gok in subduing Earth. This newcomer was a high-ranking demon from the Demon Clan, possessing power equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. A dark cloud loomed above, the threat of Majin Buu still unresolved, and now the demon race re-emerged. Yunfeng, Goku, and Gohan were diligently honing their skills, and upon their next appearance, their might would be immeasurable. Chapter 41. The birth of a new Majin Buu. Gohan wielded the Kaishin sword, and compared to his initial clumsiness, he now handled it with remarkable finesse. Suddenly, Kaishin Asen proposed, "Let us test the sharpness of the Kaishin sword. Perhaps it is sufficiently sharp to slay Majin Buu in a single strike." Subsequently, Jebito produced a substantial piece of diamond, declaring, "Since we are testing, let us utilize the hardest diamond in existence." The Kaishin confidently encouraged Gohan, "Now, slice this diamond as if it were mere tofu." Gohan gripped the Kaishin's sword tightly. "Very well, let me see just how sharp this sword truly is." Jebito also brimmed with confidence, for this was the legendary Kaishin sword passed down through generations. He hurled the diamond towards Gohan, who struck it with great force. A resounding clang echoed through the air. The Kaishin sword shattered. Jebito and Kaishin were left in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. How could it break? This is the Hakaishin sword. The elder, adorned with earrings and clad in the attire of a Hakaishin, suddenly appeared before them. Asen inquired, "Who are you? And why are you here dressed in Hakaishin garb?" The elder chuckled, "I am the 15th Hakaishin." "The 15th Hakaishin?" Asen and Jebito exclaimed in astonishment. "Then you are my ancestor. I never imagined you were sealed within the sword." Alas, the lament of the Supreme Kai. I had anticipated being rescued by a Supreme Kai. But instead, it was a mere mortal. Supreme Kai Saiyan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Forgive me, ancestral spirit, for my incompetence. It appears you have encountered a predicament. Allowing a mortal to enter the realm of the Supreme Kai." Supreme Kai Saiyan recounted the tale of the demon Majin Buu and the tragic fate of the other Supreme Kais. Majin Buu is indeed a terrifying creature. Such monstrosities did not exist in my era, suggesting they emerged later. "Come here, young one," he beckoned, as Gohan approached slowly. The 15th generation Supreme Kai placed his hand upon Gohan's chest. In a moment, he discerned the young man's astounding potential, lamenting that much of it remained untapped. "Ancestral spirit, you still possess such abilities?" Saiyan inquired, astonished. "Ah, your name is Gohan, is it? I shall unlock your potential. And then you should be capable of defeating Majin Buu." Gohan asked, "Senior, how long will it take to unlock this potential? I am somewhat anxious about Earth." "Fear not. Earth is thriving. I sense a formidable force there, not inferior to Majin Buu. Everything is well. Sit down. We shall devote 12 hours to unlocking your potential. Sit cross-legged, and I shall handle the rest." The 15th generation Supreme Kai positioned himself opposite Gohan, his hands radiating light, enveloping Gohan in a luminous aura. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan catered to Majin Buu, who would venture out during the day to wreak havoc, only to return at night to indulge in the culinary delights prepared by Satan. Life seemed rather pleasant for him. One day, as Majin Buu prepared to go on another rampage, Satan timidly inquired, "Why must you slay the Earthlings, Lord Majin Buu?" Noticing the silence from Buu, Satan quickly amended, "My lord, please do as you wish. I meant no offense." Majin Buu suddenly responded, "Satan, do you find killing to be wrong? I have been compelled to do so by Babidi, who constantly urged me to kill." Satan sensed an opportunity and replied, "Lord Majin Buu, I believe killing is not right. Perhaps we should refrain from it." Majin Buu grinned, "Since you feel that way, I shall cease my killing. I am indeed a champion of the world. I have effortlessly persuaded Majin Buu." Satan mused with self-admiration. Majin Buu decided to take a stroll and soon returned, holding a dog. "Satan, why is this dog not afraid of me? Others flee at my sight." Satan examined the creature and remarked, "It is injured." Majin Buu placed his hand upon the dog, and it miraculously healed. "You are well now. Run along, for I must slay you." However, the dog, facing its savior, could not flee and began to lick Majin Buu affectionately, following him wherever he went. It appeared that this dog, like Satan, shared a fondness for me. Thus, "Let us coexist together," Majin Buu declared. Day by day, Majin Buu and Satan trained the dog and fed it, discovering a joy they had never known. Alas, this bliss was short-lived, as a group of malevolent humans armed with guns invaded Majin Buu's abode. On that day, the creature Majin Buu was training a small dog, tossing a little frisbee that the dog would retrieve. Just as he threw it again, a gunshot rang out, and the puppy was struck. Majin Buu's demeanor began to shift, steam rising from his head as he glared at the assailant. Satan immediately charged forward, delivering a punch that sent the man who shot the dog flying. However, the assailant managed to lift his weapon and hit Mr. Satan. Majin Buu's agitation intensified, steam continuing to billow from his head as he approached the puppy, placing his hand upon it and restoring its health. He then slowly walked to Satan, placing his hand on him as well, reviving him. Satan looked at himself with joy, exclaiming, "Buu, you are truly remarkable." Yet, he noticed something was amiss with Buu's state. "Satan, quickly take the puppy away." Majin Buu roared. The surge of benevolence had stirred the malevolent side of his being, and upon witnessing Satan and the puppy injured, dark thoughts surged forth, becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted from his head, lingering in the air before coalescing into another Majin Buu, a leaner, azure version, embodying pure evil. "Satan, take the puppy and flee. I will confront him." The rotund Majin Buu shouted. The two Buus clashed, unleashing terrifying energy that sent Satan tumbling hundreds of meters away, seeking refuge behind a large rock. He watched the battle unfold. "Buu, you can do it." Satan cheered for the rotund Majin Buu. After several hundred exchanges, the rotund Buu clearly began to falter. As the evil Buu siphoned away vast amounts of energy, the rotund Buu threw a punch. But the lean Bu ducked and retaliated with a kick that sent the rotund Bu sprawling. In a desperate measure, the rotund Bu tore a piece of flesh from himself, ensnaring the lean Bu within, and unleashed a wave of energy. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering the lean Bu into fragments. "Well done, Bu. You've defeated him," Satan exclaimed. But his words were cut short as the lean Bu reconstituted. The two vanished from sight, their shadows entwined in aerial combat, generating ripples of terrifying energy. After hundreds of exchanges, the rotund Bu's strength waned significantly. Jumping back, his tentacles emitted a radiant glow, declaring, "I shall transform you into chocolate." A pink lightning bolt shot towards the lean Bu, who exhaled a cloud of smoke, redirecting the lightning back at the rotund Bu. With a series of beeps, the rotund Bu was transformed into chocolate. The lean Bu picked up the chocolate and consumed it, and soon, steam began to emanate from his body. In a matter of moments, Majin Bu evolved into a more formidable form, a giant, menacing version of himself, exuding a dark and overwhelming aura. The giant Bu promptly morphed into a mass of mud, surging into the mouth of the human who had previously harmed Satan, resulting in an explosion. Majin Bu reformed in midair and charged towards Satan. Just as he was about to strike, a sharp pain pierced his head, forcing him to retreat from the scene. Satan gazed vacantly at the departing Majin Bu, cradling a small dog. "Bu still remembers me." Chapter 42, Yunfeng Versus. The newborn Majin Bu. The power of the newborn Majin Bu surged rapidly. He could now sense the energy emanating from Yunfeng and his companions, propelling him swiftly towards the heavenly realm. Majin Bu arrived directly above the temple. "Come out. I am here." The terrifying wave of energy rendered Piccolo and the others helpless, causing damage to the temple structure. Yunfeng had already sensed Majin Bu's presence, while Goku was in the critical phase of evolving into Super Saiyan 3 and could not be disturbed. Yunfeng dashed outside, seizing the opportunity to gain experience from this encounter. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted, "Majin Bu, did you not vow to annihilate all the inhabitants of Earth? Yet, many still remain alive." Majin Bu circled the celestial temple, flashing a smile before raising his hand, conjuring an energy blast that transformed into countless strands of energy. In an instant, all Earthlings were obliterated. Only Satan and the small dog survived. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow. How detestable that the Earthlings had inadvertently amplified Majin Bu's strength. Majin Bu declared, "All right. Let him come out to fight. I sense a tremendous energy here." "Very well, as you wish," a faint voice responded. Majin Bu and the others turned to see a figure with jet black hair, bright eyes, and a handsome face adorned with a subtle smile. "Yunfeng, you have finally emerged," the crowd exclaimed, as if they could glimpse the dawn of victory. Majin Bu grinned malevolently. "I recognize you. You are the one who can change faces. Your strength is indeed impressive, but today, I shall end your life. Can you truly accomplish that? With your power, what gives you the audacity?" Yunfeng replied coolly. Majin Bu's expression darkened. "You dare to seek death." Yunfeng tilted his head and took flight, with Majin Bu close behind. They arrived at an open field where Yunfeng landed. Facing Majin Bu, the creature indeed exhibited a transformation, an odd being with formidable strength. "Majin Bu, today I shall let you experience true terror." Majin Bu grinned wide. "Face-changing fellow, you should transform quickly." Yunfeng erupted with energy, a terrifying golden aura enveloping him, his hair standing on end, his power escalating. Piccolo and the others immediately sensed Yunfeng's growing energy. It is about to begin. Yunfeng's hair lengthened, and lightning crackled around him, causing the entire earth to tremble. Yet there were no humans left to witness it. "Very well, we can commence." Yunfeng transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his speed surpassing that of before. Gohan, while augmenting his power, sensed Yunfeng's energy, its uncle Yunfeng's energy. How powerful is his opponent Majin Bu? The Hakaishin could hardly believe it. This energy has reached even this distant holy land. It is truly astonishing. The 15th Hakaishin glanced at the others, eager to ascertain the situation below, and tossed a crystal ball to Hakaishin Asen. In the crystal ball, the formidable power of the third transformation of the Super Saiyan Yunfeng appeared, alongside the transformed Majin Bu. It was astonishing. Both Yunfeng and Majin Bu had undergone significant changes. "What transpired in this brief day?" murmured the Hakaishin. Majin Bu, observing Yunfeng's altered visage, felt a growing seriousness and charged towards him. With a swift motion, Yunfeng delivered a kick to Majin Bu's nose. "What is the rush? Are you eager for reincarnation?" he taunted. Enraged, Majin Bu lunged at Yunfeng, their speeds reaching unprecedented heights as they dashed from one peak to another. Suddenly, Yunfeng leaped back. "Today, allow me to showcase my newly acquired skill." with a powerful strike. He unleashed the Dragon Fist, a resounding roar echoing as a golden dragon surged forth from his fist, piercing through Majin Buu and ensnaring him in its divine aura. In the original tale, the Dragon Fist was a supreme technique inherited by Goku from the great Hakaishin. The golden dragon erupted in an explosion, unleashing a terrifying force upon the ground. A mushroom cloud formed as Yunfeng observed Majin Buu amidst the chaos. True to his resilient nature, Majin Buu reformed even from a mass of flesh and charged at Yunfeng, directly entering his mouth. An explosion ensued, yet the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Yunfeng transformed into vapor, employing the shadow clone technique, while Majin Buu reverted to his original form, searching for Yunfeng. Suddenly, Yunfeng appeared above Majin Buu and, with a decisive elbow strike, sent him crashing to the ground. The impact fractured the earth beneath them, and as Majin Buu looked around, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning abruptly, he was met with a punch, causing him to cover his mouth as blood gushed forth. Ding! Host has completed battle with the new Majin Buu. Reward: abundant Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt his strength surge rapidly, warmth flooding his body, infused with energy. Instantly, his attributes appeared on the system. Name: Yunfeng. Race: purebred Saiyan. Strength: intermediate Super Saiyan level 3. Power level: 50 trillion. An astonishing increase of 20 trillion in battle power. Surely he could easily overpower Majin Buu now. A shadow approached, accompanied by intense energy clashes ahead. Suggesting the possibility of uncovering Goku's whereabouts, a chilling voice murmured. Realizing he was no match for Yunfeng, Majin Buu began to emanate numerous specks of energy. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Yunfeng vanished from his position in an instant. What scheme was Majin Buu concocting? A terrifying explosion sounded, creating a massive crater before Yunfeng. Majin Buu was undoubtedly alive. He was notoriously difficult to kill unless one possessed overwhelming power. As the demon rapidly approached, little did he know that someone had already set their sights on him. The demon discovered Yunfeng and his companions, while the Majin Buu also sensed the demoness presence. Realizing that its power was on par with that of the initial Yunfeng, a clandestine plan began to form in his mind. As Yunfeng sought out Majin Buu, he was taken aback to find that Buu had concealed his energy. Simultaneously, Yunfeng sensed the approaching demon. This aura belonged to a demon. Could it be a companion of Guk? Gradually, he approached the demon, and they met in midair. A strange demon came into Yunfeng's view. Indeed, it was a demon, undoubtedly a companion of Guk. Are you a human from Earth? How do you possess such formidable power? This is inconsistent with our scans. Earth is merely a lowly planet. How could such a powerful being exist? Yunfeng asked in astonishment. Where do you hail from, and why have you come to Earth? He inquired deliberately. I am from the illustrious demon race, and my name is Gula. You must be an extraterrestrial, correct? Gula responded. Gula? Guk? It must be Guk's ally. This Gula must perish today. The information cannot be leaked, for the demon race is formidable. The system had already revealed Gula's attributes. Name: Gula race. Demon power level: high-level demon, equivalent to Super Saiyan level 3. Combat power at 35 trillion. A high-level demon indeed. Guk was merely a mid-level demon, suggesting that there were even more powerful demons among their ranks. The demon race was not to be trifled with. Majin Buu remained lurking in the shadows, observing intently. A swift resolution was necessary to eliminate this demon. Both stared at each other, harboring their own ulterior motives. Chapter 43. The absorption of the demon. Gula. Goku and Gula exchanged wary glances, each on guard against the other. Yunfeng suddenly erupted with energy, and terrifying golden flames began to encircle him, forming a circular shockwave. Gula, do you dare to engage with me? Yunfeng's aura intensified, shaking the very earth beneath him. Fissures appearing at his feet in a display of overwhelming might. The demon Gula grinned wickedly. Human, your power is indeed impressive. You have reached the level of our high-level demons. However, how could a mere human comprehend the terror of a demon? Gula mocked, unaware that the demon Guk had met his demise at Yunfeng's hands. The demon race stood in opposition to the angelic race, a divine species possessing immense power and abilities. Usually, even a significantly stronger human would find it troublesome to deal with a demon. Yet, Yunfeng was no ordinary human, equipped with a system. He could compensate for any shortcomings. Gula, too, began to unleash his energy. You lowly human, today you shall witness the might of our demon race. Look closely at the power of my noble clan. A terrifying black energy enveloped Guk, black flames rising around Gula. The two formidable shockwaves collided on the ground, their circular forms morphing into ovals as they unleashed their fury. their roars echoing incessantly. A faint layer of mysterious energy enveloped Yunfeng, clashing fiercely with the dark energy of the demon, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. Celestial energy, you are nothing but a pawn of the angelic lineage. Thus, your fate is sealed, the demon declared. Indeed, your kind, the demons, are nothing but a band of unreasonable brutes. Very well, since you wish to resolve this through force, let us see whose might prevails, Yunfeng retorted coolly. The terrifying shockwaves collided violently, as both combatants began to move at astonishing speeds, their figures mere blurs. Exchanging punches and kicks with relentless ferocity, they battled fiercely for dozens of rounds, with neither emerging victorious. As they converged, their palms met, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The ground trembled and began to collapse beneath them, as their raw strength carved a vast crater into the earth. They sprang back from each other. Impressive. Your strength is commendable. In my holy lineage, power reigns supreme, and you are worthy of being my adversary. Hey, Demon Gula, do you not speak too much? Are we to continue this fight? I fail to perceive the extent of your strength, which only reinforces the arrogance of your kind, Yunfeng challenged. Gula's face contorted with rage. You seek your demise, boy. A trident materialized in Gula's grasp, and a chain shot forth. Yunfeng swiftly blocked, vanishing in a flash, moving with unparalleled speed. The chain relentlessly pursued him through the air, inescapable despite Yunfeng's evasive maneuvers. This insidious chain truly posed a challenge. Yunfeng darted towards the demon, who thrust the trident forward. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported away from his original position, finding himself behind Gula, where the trident and chain collided with a thunderous clash. The two forces were so formidable that Gula staggered back a few steps. Yet, before he could react, a powerful punch was unleashed. Dragon Fist, Yunfeng declared, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Recognizing the threat posed by Yunfeng through their previous exchanges, Gula refrained from underestimating him and quickly summoned his demonic armor. The golden dragon ensnared Gula, the divine power emanating from it making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. A horrific explosion resounded, and a mushroom cloud billowed into the sky, leaving behind a gaping chasm in the ground. Clouds of dust obscured the scene, and to Yunfeng's astonishment, as the dust began to settle, Gula stood unscathed at the center of the crater, nursing only minor injuries. How can the demon armor possess such formidable defensive capabilities? It is truly monstrous, Yunfeng mused. Rage contorted Gula's features. You wretched boy, you have instilled fear within me in an instant. You seek your own destruction. Yunfeng, maintaining his composure, replied, Gula, you have exalted the demon race to mythical heights, yet it seems rather ordinary in comparison to your claims. Infuriating boy, you dare insult my holy lineage? Today, I shall claim your life. Gula slowly ascended, a dreadful aura radiating from him, as the chains around him grew wildly, forming an intricate chain formation. Boy, today you shall witness the chain great formation. It should not be. How could there be formations in this world? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this so-called ancient formation was merely a trick. There was no real formation at all. The chains merely formed a small demonic figure, capable of both offense and defense. The demon Gula, oblivious to Yunfeng's mockery, unleashed the chains which rapidly elongated, lunging towards Yunfeng, who swiftly retreated. The speed of the chains astonishingly accelerated, circling Yunfeng multiple times in mere moments. Gula clenched his hand, tightening the chains in an attempt to bind Yunfeng securely. Yunfeng erupted with fury, a terrifying golden flame immediately halting the chain's constriction. Gula retaliated with his own surge of power, initiating a contest of strength. Yunfeng, no longer holding back, unleashed the full extent of the power he had acquired from his previous battle with Majin Buu, flames swirling chaotically around him. His combat prowess surged dramatically, the lightning coursing through him more dazzling than ever, while Gula too unleashed a furious outburst, striving to overpower Yunfeng. However, Yunfeng's strength vastly eclipsed Gula's. With a resounding crash, the chains shattered into fragments. Before Gula could react, Yunfeng executed an instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. My chains. Impossible. How could a human possess such formidable power? Where's that brat? Right here, Yunfeng declared, delivering a powerful punch to Gula's face, sending the demon reeling. As he raised his hand, a beam of light materialized. Today, I shall shatter your wretched armor. Perish. He hurled the energy projectile, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Unsatisfied, Yunfeng unleashed dozens more energy blasts. Kamehameha. Another tremendous wave of energy radiated from Yunfeng's hands. Die Gula. The overwhelming white energy surged into the gaping crater, followed by yet another colossal explosion. Gula must be on the verge of madness, as these relentless assaults grew increasingly potent. Even the seemingly impenetrable demonic armor began to show spiderweb-like fissures, though it still held. However, the psychological impact on Gula was immense. He could not comprehend how Yunfeng had appeared before him. Instantaneous movement. Such a concept was likely foreign to Gula, given the vastness of the universe. As the dust settled, Gula braced himself against the rocky wall of the crater, slowly rising while gasping for breath. He had sustained injuries this time. Though not fatal, the psychological blow was substantial. To think that a mere human could inflict harm upon a great demon. Just then, a transformation occurred. Something, resembling a bundle, suddenly enveloped the contemplating Gula, who was considering retreat. The laughter of Majin Buu echoed. "Thank you for weakening this demon. I shall take it from here." Realizing the dire situation, Gula had not noticed Majin Buu's approach in the heat of battle. With a flourish of his hand, the binding entity encasing Gula flew into Buu's body. Yunfeng instantly teleported in front of Buu, launching a light blast at him. The impact echoed. Yet Buu shimmered with golden light, rendering the attack ineffective. Yunfeng unleashed a flurry of assaults amidst the swirling dust, but he knew it was too late. An overwhelming force began to emanate ominously. Yunfeng's countenance darkened, for the situation had begun to spiral out of control. Chapter 44. The terrifying new Majin Buu. A dreadful power emanated from Majin Buu, causing Yunfeng's heart to race with trepidation. The golden light gradually faded, revealing a completely transformed Majin Buu before Yunfeng. The tendrils atop his head had grown exceedingly long, and two horns sprouted from his forehead, identical to those of Gula. His attire had morphed into black, unmistakably resembling Gula's garments. Majin Buu clenched his fists, delivering several punches as he reveled in his newfound strength, a smile gracing his face. Having fused with Gula, Yunfeng's name escaped his lips almost involuntarily. "What will you do now, Yunfeng? Your two formidable foes have merged into one." Yunfeng's expression was one of utter dismay. "Majin Buu, how could you resort to such tactics? I had underestimated you. Do you truly believe that fusing with a mere wretch can defeat me?" Majin Buu, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Let us see if you can withstand my might." With a swift motion, he vanished. Yunfeng quickly sensed his movements, turning around and launching a punch, only for Majin Buu to seize his arm with ease. With a thunderous crash, Yunfeng was hurled aside, crashing into a boulder. He let out a roar as the tremendous force sent rocks flying in all directions, propelling him back into the air. Glaring furiously at Majin Buu, the system chimed in. Name, Newborn Majin Buu Race. Majin Power Level, approximately 80 trillion. Upon viewing the data, Yunfeng's expression grew grave. Majin Buu's power now exceeded his by 30 trillion, likely surpassing the Super Saiyan 3 threshold. System, what recommendations do you have in the face of such a formidable adversary? The system's mechanical voice resonated once more, offering 3 pieces of advice. Firstly, seek fusion with a powerful ally of comparable strength. Secondly, create a moon to transform into a great ape, which could lead to victory. However, the risk of losing one's sanity loomed large. If the host could maintain control, there was a possibility of awakening into Super Saiyan 4th stage, thus ensuring an easy triumph. Thirdly, in a desperate situation, one might dare to utilize a 50-fold Kaioken, capable of vanquishing the enemy, albeit at the peril of being overwhelmed by its side effects. Considering the system's suggestions, the second option was too risky to contemplate. Should he lose his faculties, he would merely become a mindless force of destruction. The first option, however, was feasible. If Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 3, fusion could be accomplished. Yet, how long would it take for Goku to arrive? In the event that all else failed, the last option would have to be considered. As Yunfeng pondered, the figure of Majin Buu materialized before him. "Yunfeng, you seem distracted. This is unlike you." A punch landed squarely on Yunfeng's face, sending him tumbling backward with a resounding crash into the mountainside. Shaking his dazed head, Yunfeng thought, "Curse that Majin Buu. I shall fight you with all I have." With a swift motion, he silently exited the mountain, summoning every ounce of his strength to deliver a punch. Majin Buu, facing away, raised his arm to block Yunfeng's attack. Then, turning swiftly, Majin Buu retaliated, sending Yunfeng flying once more. How infuriating. I never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. If this continues, how can I possibly fight? Yunfeng slowly rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Golden flames erupted around him as he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, enveloping the golden flames with a crimson wave of energy. His battle power surged dramatically, an aura of unparalleled terror emanating from his being. Majin Buu smiled faintly. I did not expect, Yunfeng, that you possessed such hidden skills. I underestimated you. Have you not noticed a certain issue? Yunfeng replied with a grin. Majin Buu paused. What issue? I feel splendid after the fusion. Nothing seems amiss. Yunfeng's smile widened. It's simply that your verbosity post-fusion is exceedingly annoying. Perish. In an instant, he teleported behind Majin Buu, brandishing the angel's staff, thrusting it toward him. Majin Buu's hands glimmered with light as his trident materialized, clashing with Yunfeng's staff, sending ripples of energy through the air. The sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously. Both combatants evenly matched. Yunfeng wielded his staff to unleash the dragon fist, as a colossal golden dragon erupted from the angel's staff, its presence formidable. Majin Buu chuckled, clever. But it is merely a futile struggle. A surge of black energy flickered around Majin Buu's trident as he launched a dark energy sphere directly at the golden dragon. The two forces colliding midair. Yunfeng roared, Dragon Fist, I shall not yield. Break through. Majin Buu merely smiled lightly. You still fail to perceive the gap in our strengths. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, creating a vast crater between them as their powers clashed. Yunfeng, you possess some skill, but the game ends here. I have grown weary of this. Majin Buu's form became indistinct, reappearing above Yunfeng, and with a swift motion, he struck down with his trident. Yunfeng hastily raised the angel's staff to block the attack. As their weapons collided, an immense force propelled Yunfeng backward. With a resounding crash, the ground was once again rent asunder, forming a large pit. Yunfeng, this time you are doomed. Perish. A terrifying black energy sphere materialized upon Majin Buu's trident, aimed at the crater. The sphere detonated, unleashing a devastating force that ravaged the earth. Ha! Yunfeng, opposing me has led you to this obliteration. Is that so? Yet I seem to be quite alive, Yunfeng retorted. As Majin Buu turned, he launched a punch that struck Yunfeng in the face, sending him staggering back. How did you evade that strike? It is impossible. Majin Buu seemed to recall something. Ah, that technique. The sudden disappearance and reappearance. It is indeed troublesome. Yunfeng gazed at Majin Buu with a grave expression. He knew that his current strength was insufficient to contend with Majin Buu, and it seemed he had no choice but to resort to desperation. He prepared to unleash the 60-fold Kaioken, hoping his body could withstand the strain. Just as he was ready to explode with power, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Wukong, you have finally arrived, Yunfeng exclaimed with delight. Master, I have thoroughly comprehended the power of the Super Saiyan at its third level, which is why I hastened to come, replied Wukong. Majin Buu, observing the arriving figure, smiled and said, It's good that you are here. It saves me from searching for each of you individually. Suddenly, the 15th generation Hakaishin stood up and declared, All right, Gohan, your potential has been fully unleashed. Gohan rose, surveying his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within. Grandpa, how can I harness this strength? He inquired. The transformation you underwent to become a Super Saiyan is the same method, replied the elder. In an instant, Gohan erupted with energy, an immense force emanating from him, so powerful that it sent the 15th generation Hakaishin flying. Fool, do not test your strength before me, bellowed the Hakaishin. Such terrifying power. It feels even stronger than Uncle Yunfeng's transformation into a Super Saiyan at the third level. Wait for me, Dad and Uncle Yunfeng. I shall come to assist you at once, Gohan confidently declared, gazing at the Hakaishin. Gebito, please escort Gohan over. Gebito nodded in agreement. Once we arrive, I will leave you here. You can fly the rest of the way, he said. Gohan nodded and swiftly soared towards his destination. Yunfeng and Wukong sensed an overwhelming force approaching, one that was astonishingly potent. Master, could it be that we have another adversary? This power is indeed extraordinary, Yunfeng remarked, his expression grave as he observed the approaching warrior. Wukong, do you not sense that this power feels somewhat familiar? Chapter 45. The might of Gohan. A flash of light illuminated the scene as a slender figure materialized, the brilliance gradually fading to reveal the individual. Gohan, is that you? Both Gohan and Yunfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Yunfeng recalled the original narrative. Gohan, have you encountered the esteemed 15th generation Hakaishin? Uncle Yunfeng, you are remarkable. How did you know that? Gohan replied. Wukong, perplexed, asked, Master, what are you two discussing? What is this 15th generation Hakaishin? Gohan and Yunfeng exchanged smiles, but chose not to explain, instead turning their attention to the transformed Majin Buu. Dad, Uncle Yunfeng, do not engage. I will handle this for myself. At that moment, the system displayed Gohan's current attributes. Name, Son Gohan race, half-breed Saiyan strength, God level Gohan, combat power exceeding 80 trillion. with immense explosive force. Yunfeng gazed at Gohan's attributes, realizing that Gohan had indeed reached the realm of the god Gohan, his combat power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, comparable to that of Majin Buu. Gohan approached Majin Buu, and as they stood side by side, Gohan delivered a swift kick, which Majin Buu caught with his hand. Gohan pressed down with great force, and Majin Buu's body sank into the mountain. Enraged, Majin Buu unleashed a fierce gale that sent Gohan flying. However, Gohan regained his composure, his form becoming indistinct before delivering a powerful punch to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu clutched his midsection, retreating while cursing, "Damn you, you scoundrel." Gohan's current strength is indeed formidable, rivaling that of Majin Buu, and he is presently still ascending in rank, Goku remarked to Yunfeng. Yunfeng's brow remained furrowed. Goku, while Gohan is indeed powerful, such strength may only lead to a mutually destructive outcome against Majin Buu. Defeating him will be an arduous task. Goku discerned Yunfeng's implication. "Master, you have no viable solutions." "Goku, our sole recourse is fusion. Only through fusion can we swiftly vanquish Majin Buu," Yunfeng stated. Nodding in agreement, both retreated into the distance. The speed of Gohan and Majin Buu had reached astonishing heights, their silhouettes colliding in midair, unleashing terrifying energy ripples that shattered the surrounding peaks. Gohan raised his hands, which began to shimmer brightly, launching an orange energy blast towards Majin Buu. However, Majin Buu effortlessly deflected the attack with a mere flick of his hand. While Majin Buu reveled in his strength, Gohan delivered a swift kick to his face, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for, Buu?" Fuming with rage, Majin Buu retorted, "You insolent brat," as he conjured a trident aimed at Gohan. Gohan quickly evaded, witnessing numerous chains erupt towards him. With a surge of energy, Gohan unleashed countless energy blasts that detonated upon colliding with the approaching chains. "What peculiar chains! This Majin Buu possesses some tricks," Gohan murmured to himself, unaware that these techniques were derived from the absorbed demons, far beyond what a single Majin Buu could muster. After the explosion, Gohan noticed the chains remained unscathed and hastily retreated. With his palms pressed together, he then pulled them apart, summoning a terrifying sword projection crafted purely from his strength, the Hakaishin sword. Wielding this ethereal blade, Gohan struck at the chains, severing them with ease as he charged towards Majin Buu. This boy's sword even harbors angelic energy. How uncanny, he thought. The trident clashed with Gohan's Hakaishin sword in a series of aerial collisions, energy cascading around them as their figures danced in the sky, alternating positions. Meanwhile, Goku and Yunfeng positioned themselves on either side, preparing for fusion. In unison, they shouted, "Fuse." A radiant light enveloped them, revealing a plump warrior who, after a few steps, was panting heavily. It appeared they had failed. Goku clenched his fist, realizing they would have to wait 30 minutes before the fusion could be undone. The fierce confrontation between Gohan and Majin Buu continued, both equally matched, unable to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Gohan swung his sword downward. Majin Buu blocked it with his trident. Goku, using his left hand, fired an energy blast that struck Majin Buu, causing black armor to materialize on his form. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, enveloping the area in smoke. Unexpectedly, a pink tendril extended, ensnaring Gohan's neck. Gohan cried out in anguish. His hands clenched tightly as a formidable aura erupted from his being, causing Majin Buu to emit a pained scream and hastily retreat. The tendrils atop Buu's head had been severed into numerous segments, prompting Gohan to retreat as well, coughing a few times. The sheer might of Majin Buu was terrifying. Despite his own immense power, he had nearly fallen victim to Buu's attack. Majin Buu, too, was taken aback, having believed himself invincible after absorbing that formidable dark entity, only to discover he had suffered a considerable setback. From the hyperbolic time chamber emerged Trunks and Goten, with Goten exuding confidence as he inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, where have Dad and Uncle Goku gone?" Observing Goten's eagerness, they were informed that both were engaged in battle against Majin Buu in the lower realm. As they slowly attuned to the energy of the earth below, they discerned the overwhelming aura akin to a monstrous presence belonging to Majin Buu, while the other powerful energy source was identified as Gohan. "I can't believe my brother has grown so strong," Goten exclaimed with delight. "Trunks, let us assist Gohan," Goten urged, eager to join the fray. "You may have completed your training, but you are likely no match for Majin Buu. It would be wiser to remain here and observe," Piccolo retorted coolly. Trunks, brimming with confidence, responded, "Uncle Piccolo, we have undergone fusion and our strength has reached unimaginable heights. Await our good news." The two positioned themselves on either side and simultaneously shouted, Fusion. A flash of white light enveloped them, resulting in the emergence of Super Gotenks. As Super Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, leaving Piccolo in awe. With a swift motion, Gotenks vanished from the other world. Piccolo, watching the reckless duo take flight, remarked, "These two are exceedingly reckless. This could lead to trouble." He pursued them, while Gohan and Majin Buu continued their fierce confrontation. Both combatants had sheathed their weapons, engaging in a clash of fists that unleashed waves of colossal energy, shattering surrounding stones into fragments. Gohan unleashed his full power, declaring, "Majin Buu, let me see how you handle this." Super Magical Flash. A massive energy coalesced in Gohan's hand. Majin Buu, smirking slightly, gathered dark energy in his palm and launched it toward Gohan. The two terrifying energies collided mid-air, creating a stalemate, with two semi-spherical energy fields colliding violently, neither yielding to the other. The sky became a blinding white, debris flying in all directions, and the ground fractured under the intensity of their struggle. Both warriors roared fervently, channeling energy into the clash. Upon arriving near the battlefield, Gotenks was met with a gust of wind that hindered his progress. "Gohan brother is astonishingly powerful. I can feel the aftermath of their battle from such a distance," he mused, as they observed the chaos around them, the white sky, and the two formidable energies clashing. They resolved, "Let us lend a hand to Gohan." They began to scream fervently, golden flames rising from their bodies, their hair gradually lengthening, and a terrifying aura emanating forth. Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, declaring, "We shall assist Gohan." Two individuals channeled a terrifying wave of energy, directing it towards the sinister Majin Buu. As Majin Buu momentarily diverted his attention, Gohan seized the opportunity. A perfect chance. The formidable energy wave surged directly toward Majin Buu, engulfing him entirely. Chapter 46. The Crisis of Gohan. The dreadful sound of an explosion rendered the surroundings indistinct, while Gotenks wore an expression of immense pride, realizing that the victory relied on him. Majin Buu must understand the gravity of the situation now. Gohan observed an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar powerful presence approaching. "Brother Gohan, what do you think? Aren't we impressive?" Gotenks boasted with uncontainable pride. Gohan finally spoke. "Are you Goten in Trunks? How did you transform into this form?" "Brother Gohan, this is the fusion technique that Master Kibito taught us. It allows us to merge for half an hour." In the Hakaishin realm, Hakaishin Aizen celebrated exuberantly, exclaiming, "Ancestor! Gohan has defeated Majin Buu." However, the 15th Hakaishin wore a grave expression. "If only Majin Buu were truly vanquished. I can still sense his presence." Hakaishin Aizen gasped in surprise. What could be the reason for Majin Buu's absence? Does he harbor some sinister scheme? "That is precisely what concerns me," he replied. "Though Gohan is formidable, he is still a bit short of being able to kill Majin Buu. Aizen, you must make your way to the battlefield and deliver these earrings." As they deliberated their strategy, they suddenly noticed a change within the crystal ball. Gohan sensed that something was amiss. Despite the power of the previous energy blast, he firmly believed it could not have killed Majin Buu. Just as Gohan searched for Majin Buu, a sudden transformation occurred. A package-like entity emerged behind Gotenks, enveloping him entirely. "This is bad. It's one of Majin Buu's tricks." Gohan witnessed Majin Buu's eerie smile from across the stone. Majin Buu beckoned, and the package containing Gotenks soared toward him. As the entity writhed, Piccolo arrived on the battlefield, witnessing the monstrous Majin Buu writhing in madness. Piccolo's green face turned an even deeper shade of green, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Gohan clasped his hands together, releasing a powerful aura, unleashing numerous energy blasts. "Uncle Piccolo, get out of there quickly!" A deafening roar erupted as violent explosions ensued, chaos enveloping the scene amidst swirling dust. Gohan gasped for breath, overwhelmed with frustration. "Damn it! Majin Buu is too cunning, having consumed Goten and Trunks. This is infuriating." Gohan's heart brimmed with guilt, yet he felt powerless to act. "Majin Buu, I will destroy you." Gohan's fury ignited, a wave of white energy pulsating around him, his terrifying aura surging forth as his battle power escalated. Gohan elevated his strength to its zenith, slowly stalking Majin Buu. In the Hakaishin realm, the 15th Hakaishin's expression darkened further. "This is dire. Gohan is in grave danger. Where are Goku and Kibito?" In the distance, Wukong and Yunfeng seemed to be practicing their fusion technique. It appeared they had encountered a setback and were now awaiting their recovery time. As long as Gohan could endure for another 5 minutes, Wukong and Yunfeng should arrive. As remarked by King Kaiashin, gradually, the scene became clearer, revealing a transformation in Majin Buu. he had grown taller, and on his shoulders adorned the distinctive yellow embellishments of Gotenks. How infuriating! Majin Buu, you have devoured Goten and Trunks. I shall slay you. Gohan exclaimed. What will you do now, Gohan? My strength has vastly increased. I am no longer the same as before. Are you certain you still possess the ability to defeat me? Gohan charged at Majin Buu, and they engaged in combat. Gohan unleashed a rapid punch, but Majin Buu crossed his arms and effortlessly evaded the strike. Gohan, how has your speed diminished? Such sluggish punches cannot strike anyone. Allow me to demonstrate how to wield a fist properly. Majin Buu taunted with a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Majin Buu's figure became blurred. Gohan barely registered the movement before being struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, sending a wave of excruciating pain throughout his body. Blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth as he wiped it away and attempted another kick, only for Majin Buu to seize his leg. With a leap, he flung Gohan with tremendous force, creating a large crater upon impact with the ground. Yet, Majin Buu was relentless. He hurled Gohan towards the mountainside, and Gohan, enduring the pain and summoning his rage, managed to halt his descent. How could I not foresee such a vast disparity in our powers? What am I to do? I cannot yield. I must hold on until Father and Uncle Yunfeng return. Gohan's form flickered momentarily before he appeared above Majin Buu, delivering a swift kick that Buu blocked with a raised hand. Gohan unleashed a flurry of attacks, all of which were effortlessly deflected by Majin Buu. In desperation, Gohan concentrated and conjured a formidable energy blast, but to his astonishment, Majin Buu countered and sent it hurtling back towards him. The blast propelled Gohan away, and Piccolo shouted in a frenzy, Gohan, rush in to save him. The overwhelming force swept Piccolo along, crashing him into the mountainside. With a thunderous roar, a gaping hole appeared in the mountains, and Majin Buu gazed at his palm in disbelief, astonished by his newfound power. Ha! I have to thank Trunks for the strength he bestowed upon me. Gohan emerged slowly from the mountains, cradling Piccolo. Piccolo opened one eye and, with great difficulty, said, Gohan, are you all right? You must not worry about me. You need to flee. Majin Buu is too powerful. Gohan, breathless, replied, Uncle Piccolo, please rest here for a moment. I have reasons that compel me to stay. Gohan felt a wave of pain coursing through his body. His energy significantly diminished, when suddenly, Majin Buu unleashed a multitude of small demons resembling himself, floating ominously in the air. Prepare yourself, Gohan. Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, Majin Buu commanded, and the small demons surged towards Gohan. Realizing the threat they posed, Gohan quickly retreated, his fingers gleaming with energy. 5 beams of light enveloped several of the diminutive fiends. With a thunderous explosion, Gohan finally exhaled in relief. He observed the sinister grin of Majin Buu, who taunted, This move of yours is far from simple. Suddenly, from the swirling smoke, 2 small demons surged forth, colliding directly with Gohan. Instinctively, he shielded his face with both hands. Another terrifying explosion echoed, and Piccolo shouted, Gohan. Moments later, Gohan emerged from the haze, blood streaming from his forehead and one arm, clearly gravely injured. Despite his injuries, Gohan remained resilient, declaring, This move will surely end you. In an instant, Majin Buu vanished from sight and reappeared, landing a powerful punch squarely on Gohan's face. Gohan cried out in agony as Majin Buu reappeared where Gohan had fallen, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, his hand glowing ominously. Super sweet donut. 4 or 5 pink rings ensnared Gohan, while Majin Buu conjured an oval-shaped energy slash, the energy disc. With great effort, Gohan opened one eye, realizing the dire situation. If struck by that attack, it would spell disaster. In a frenzy of rage, a formidable aura erupted from him, a white energy wave rising. Die! He screamed, as Majin Buu flung the energy disc towards him. Gohan unleashed his fury, gradually shattering the sweet donuts, and with a fierce roar, he evaded the energy disc. Impressive, Gohan. To escape this fatal predicament, the fusion time of Goku and Yunfeng had finally arrived, and the two separated. Goku, we must fuse again quickly. I sense Gohan is in grave danger. They assumed their positions, simultaneously declaring, fusion. A brilliant white light enveloped them. A formidable presence emerged, the result of Goku and Yunfeng's fusion. Chapter 47. The Ultimate Warrior, Shinfeng. An aura of terror emanated from the new warrior, inheriting Yunfeng's stylish hairstyle and Goku's steadfast gaze. I am neither Goku nor Yunfeng. I am the warrior destined to defeat Majin Buu. My name is Shinfeng. Ding. The host has completed the fusion and the side quest. Reward, Super Shield, a protective barrier capable of safeguarding against all attacks, an upgraded version of the standard shield. King Kai's Realm. There is hope, my ancestors. It seems I will not be needed after all. Shinfeng's overwhelming aura is truly terrifying. He will surely vanquish Majin Buu. Young man, remain composed. No need to flail about. This Shinfeng will undoubtedly prevail. King Kai, Ashen, promptly settled down to observe the situation within the crystal ball. Majin Buu, gazing at the battered Gohan, conjured a fearsome energy blast. Gohan, let me send you off with this move. A terrifying energy blast hurtled towards Gohan, who murmured to himself, it's over. I never imagined I was still so weak, unable to assist Dad and Uncle Yunfeng. Slowly, he closed his eyes. At that moment, a suave voice resonated, Gohan, you have done well, but do not lose faith. The rest is in my hands. With a swift motion, Shinfeng deflected the energy blast launched by the malevolent Majin Buu. Gohan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Father, Uncle Yunfeng, you have succeeded at last. Shinfeng gestured triumphantly to Gohan, advising him to rest well. He tossed 2 senzu beans to Yunfeng, instructing him to consume one while reserving the other for Piccolo. As he surveyed the drastically transformed Majin Buu, Shinfeng inquired, Majin Buu, what has caused your new appearance? With an insidious grin, Majin Buu retorted, it is not merely my visage that has changed. You may test my power, which is beyond your wildest imagination. Shinfeng smiled faintly, replying, your confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance borders on arrogance. Father, Uncle Yunfeng, Majin Buu has absorbed Gotenks. I failed to protect them. Gohan lamented with regret. Oh, so that is the case, Gotenks? I did not anticipate those 2 little ones would succeed. Very well, Gohan, leave the rest to me. I shall rescue Gotenks. Shinfeng unleashed his energy, golden flames enveloping him as his hair transformed to a radiant gold, embodying the super Shinfeng. Prepare to meet your end, Majin Buu, he declared, launching himself at the fiend. Majin Buu, too, erupted with energy, the 2 formidable auras merging in the air. As Shinfeng charged forward, Majin Buu retaliated with a punch. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled through the air, illuminating the space between them with arcs of lightning. Majin Buu felt an irresistible power surge towards him, causing his body to be uncontrollably propelled backward. Shinfeng conjured a wave of light, extracting Majin Buu from the shattered mountainside. As Majin Buu gradually emerged from the luminescent wave, he seethed, cursed be this. I am the strongest. He then expelled several small minions, executing a super demon wind technique. The minions rushed toward Shinfeng, displaying their childish tricks. Just as they neared him, Shinfeng vanished in an instant, reappearing with energy blasts that obliterated the minions. His form became ethereal, and upon reappearing, he delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's abdomen, causing the villain to double over in pain and retreat. Shinfeng pursued him, their movements swift and fluid. As ripples of energy collisions filled the sky, shadows colliding midair while the mountains crumbled around them. As the battle unfolded, it became evident that Shinfeng, with arms crossed, utilized only his legs to counter all of Majin Buu's assaults. Buu's face turned pale with frustration, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths. Suddenly, he unleashed 2 energy discs from his hands. Shinfeng, with a swift flash, evaded the attacks. However, to his astonishment, the energy discs pursued him relentlessly. Shinfeng's form shifted in the air, moving with breathtaking speed, yet he could not escape the relentless energy discs. Haha. Now you see the true power of this energy disc. It will follow you to the ends of the earth. Majin Buu taunted. Ha ha ha. The Majin Buu chuckled with delight, while Shinfeng offered a faint smile. Since you are so confident in your key sphere slash, allow me to let you experience your own technique. Shinfeng's speed reached an astonishing peak, suddenly appearing before Majin Buu. As he watched the key sphere slash approach, Shinfeng vanished, and Majin Buu was abruptly bisected. Ah! Majin Buu cried out in agony. Stop pretending, Majin Buu. Such a trivial injury cannot possibly harm you. Majin Buu grinned malevolently. Indeed, you cannot deceive me. My severed waist has rejoined. Enough of this warm-up, Majin Buu. It's time to reveal your true abilities. Shinfeng immediately erupted with energy, his power visibly escalating, causing the very ground to tremble. Lightning flickered across the sky, and a circular aura began to form, gradually expanding as golden flames surged from Shinfeng. Terrifying white lightning enveloped his body, while Majin Buu also manifested flames that shimmered like gold and black, creating his own circular aura. As their auras collided, they morphed into an elliptical shape, continuously crashing against each other. Both warriors reached the zenith of their energy, confidence radiating from their faces. What overwhelming power! It resembles that of Goku and Yunfeng, yet it is distinctly more formidable, Krillin murmured. The entire celestial realm shook violently. The great elder Kanon observed the distant spectacle with a grave expression. Earth truly faces relentless calamity. Each adversary surpasses the last, tightly gripping his staff. Shenfeng remarked nonchalantly, "Is this truly the extent of your power, Majin Bu?" Majin Bu retorted confidently, "Are you afraid? Even if you apologize now, I will not let you off the hook." "Not particularly impressive," Yunfeng scoffed, eliciting a grinding of teeth from Majin Bu. "Damn you, Shenfeng, you seek death." Enraged, Majin Bu launched an energy blast toward Shenfeng, who merely raised his hand and deflected it effortlessly. Shenfeng charged forward directly, delivering a powerful punch. Majin Bu attempted to block with both hands, but was still sent flying. Shenfeng pursued, delivering a swift kick into the air, his form blurring as he awaited Majin Bu above. With both fists joined, he struck downward, causing Majin Bu to contort grotesquely from the impact. Majin Bu exhibited no resistance. Shenfeng lifted his hand, conjuring a spherical energy blast, and hurled it downwards. Boom! The devastating energy blast instantly formed a terrifying mushroom cloud upon impact with the ground. Shenfeng hovered above, gazing down at Majin Bu, who lay hidden within the deep crater. "Come out. I know you are unharmed. If you do not emerge willingly, I shall force you out." As Yunfeng's hands crackled with white lightning, a sizzling sound filled the air. He locked onto the entire pit, unleashing a fearsome wave of energy that crashed down upon it. Boom! The crater deepened beyond sight, and slowly, Majin Bu emerged, looking extremely disheveled, blood streaming from his body. Smoke rising, and his garments in tatters. Majin Bu screamed in a frenzy, "Impossible, impossible! I am the ultimate warrior. How could I possibly lose?" An aura of terrifying energy radiated from him, transforming the entire space into a blinding white. In an instant, Shenfeng swiftly transported Piccolo and Gohan out of the energy's range. With a thunderous roar, Chapter 48. Shenfeng is absorbed commenced. Uncle Shenfeng, what scheme is Majin Bu concocting? Each of his self-detonations seems to be an attempt to create an opportunity for himself. Gohan, sensing the unease in the air, nodded and cradled Piccolo, soaring towards the heavens. Shenfeng observed the chaotic scene below, realizing that Majin Bu had succumbed to madness. Such meaningless self-destruction could hardly inflict any real damage. In the Hakaishin realm, the 15th generation Hakaishin furrowed his brow in consternation. Majin Bu appeared to be at a dead end, yet Shenfeng's intentions remained unclear. Why did he not swiftly eliminate Majin Bu? With a slight smile, Shenfeng declared, "Since you refuse to emerge, I shall take matters into my own hands." A surge of formidable energy erupted from Yunfeng's hands, and with a resounding boom, Majin Bu was launched from the crater, appearing utterly disheveled, his garments tattered, and blood streaming from his wounds. Shenfeng approached Majin Bu slowly, wearing a mocking grin, while Bu's expression darkened with rage, transforming into a caramel candy. Bu's severed tentacles suddenly shimmered with a pink glow, enveloping Shenfeng. In an instant, Shenfeng was transformed into a black caramel candy, prompting Majin Bu to dance with delight. "Haha! Who told you to carelessly approach me? This is your fate." In the Hakaishin realm, the Hakaishin were taken aback at Shenfeng's transformation into candy. How is this possible? Such a powerful warrior reduced to confectionery. The foolish Shenfeng, indulging in bravado, was admonished, "Hurry and deal with Majin Bu. Now it seems all is lost." The 15th generation Hakaishin rose in fury. Cradling the caramel candy version of Shenfeng, Majin Bu reveled in his newfound power. "Indeed, I am the ultimate being. With Shenfeng absorbed, I shall have no rivals in this world." Suddenly, Bu felt his hand slipping from his control, smashing against his own nose, causing blood to spurt forth. What is happening? He recalled the caramel candy in his grasp and gradually loosened his grip. To his astonishment, a voice emanated from the candy. "Majin Bu, you are truly foolish. Though I have become a candy, my power remains intact. You shall face the might of the strongest candy in existence." The candy launched a direct assault on Majin Bu's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back several steps, as the spectacle of a candy relentlessly pummeling Bu unfolded. Majin Bu frantically grasped at the candy, but despite its transformation, Shenfeng's speed remained astonishingly swift. Even with Bu employing his most agile maneuvers, he could not seize the candy. "Given your insatiable appetite, I shall oblige you." The coffee candy was propelled from the mouth of Majin Bu, only to emerge from behind, shattering the tentacle at the back of his head. Witnessing your eagerness, I rushed over to offer you a treat, but alas, my strength proved excessive, leaving an unfortunate hole in your head. My sincerest apologies. Majin Bu, now seething with rage, exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this happen? This is unacceptable. Left with no choice, Majin Buu restored the sacred peak to its former state. Gazing at his own reflection, the sacred peak lamented, "I am no longer the coffee candy." Majin Buu, you have no tricks left, do you? In the Hakaishin realm, the elder remarked, "At my age, I should not be subjected to such fright. It is high time to deal with Majin Buu. The games must cease." The Hakaishin concurred, "Rest assured, our ancestor. The sacred peak will thoroughly handle Majin Buu this time." Suddenly, a terrifying light emanated from the sacred peak, accompanied by an ominous aura that made Majin Buu wary. Pondering what scheme the sacred peak was concocting, in a swift motion, the sacred peak traced a circular pattern in the air, ensnaring Majin Buu within a ring of energy that he could not escape, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Majin Buu's form transformed back into that of a demon. Clad in dark garments and adorned with horns, his power significantly diminished. The sacred peak, recalling the time limit for Gotenks, acknowledged that their separation had reverted Majin Buu to his original state. The sacred peak felt a wave of relief. Even this version of Majin Buu could be managed by Gohan, let alone himself. Majin Buu glared at the sacred peak, now trapped and weakened, contemplating his next move. He noticed the severed tentacle, previously interrupted by the sacred peak's transformation into coffee candy, and smirked, subtly gesturing with his fingers. The severed tentacle gradually morphed into a mass of flesh, inching towards the rear of the sacred peak. Excellent. The sacred peak remains oblivious. This is perfect. Majin Buu was now on high alert. Has he finally noticed his severed tentacle? Good. This will allow me to infiltrate Majin Buu's body and rescue Goten and Trunks. As the sacred peak turned, he was enveloped by a mass of flesh that resembled a bundle, prompting him to activate his protective shield to safeguard himself. With a flick of his finger, Majin Buu summoned the flesh back to him, a manic grin spreading across his face. In the Hakaishin realm, the elder lamented, "This fool has sealed our fate. Earth is doomed, and it seems our Hakaishin realm may not escape unscathed. We have toyed with Majin Buu for far too long. And now we face absorption, leaving us devoid of hope." In the celestial realm, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Android 18 suddenly sensed the sacred peak's energy dissipating. Gohan exclaimed, "What is happening? The sacred peak's energy has vanished, and Majin Buu's power has also waned. I am unsure what transpired. It was not like this moments ago. You all take care of Uncle Piccolo. I will investigate," Gohan declared as he soared back towards the battlefield. Majin Buu gazed at his hands and appearance, noticing no changes. What could be the reason? Logically, after absorbing such a formidable warrior as Shin Feng, he should have evolved into an ultimate fighter. Yet, his power and visage remained unchanged. Nevertheless, Majin Buu maintained his composure, dismissing the matter with a wicked grin, for the formidable Shin Feng had vanished, leaving no one to thwart him henceforth. His maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Suddenly, Shin Feng activated a protective shield and entered Majin Buu's body. Upon entry, Goku and Yun Feng were separated, becoming two distinct entities. "Master, it hasn't been 30 minutes yet. Why did we separate?" Yun Feng inquired, shaking his head. "Perhaps the internal environment differs. We must find others quickly. Saving lives is paramount." The duo hastened deeper into Majin Buu's interior, marveling at the sight of his organs. "Master, your methods are truly remarkable. I never imagined we could enter Majin Buu's body." To their astonishment, they discovered the enveloped individuals. "Master, look. This is Trunks, and there's Goten. But why is there another Majin Buu here?" Goku exclaimed, spotting the absorbed fat Majin Buu. "Goku, hurry and save them." Goku and Yun Feng each grabbed one, swiftly freeing Goten and Trunks. Outside, Majin Buu sensed a sudden decline in his power. "What is happening? Something seems amiss within me. I must investigate." With another tug, Yun Feng astonishingly rescued the demon Goldo. Now, Majin Buu was thoroughly alarmed, for he had reverted to his former, more vulnerable state, significantly diminished in strength. At this moment, either Yun Feng or Goku could easily contend with him. Just as they contemplated their escape, another Majin Buu materialized within. "Curse you. It's indeed you two. I should have known. All my hard work in absorbing those warriors has been undone, and it's utterly unforgivable." Chapter 49. The malevolent little Majin Buu seethed with rage, realizing that all his previous efforts had been in vain. In the Hakaishin realm, confusion reigned. What has happened? Why has Majin Buu reverted to his former appearance? Could it be? The elder exclaimed, "It must be Shin Feng's doing. He likely infiltrated the enemy's body to destroy them from within. That Shin Feng truly brings me no peace. My old bones are nearly frightened to death." Majin Buu glared furiously at the two. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a ki blast. Boom. Majin Buu laughed maniacally, futile. "Within my body, I am invincible." Indeed, Majin Bu emerged unscathed. What should we do, master? It seems we cannot harm Majin Bu here. Yunfeng smiled faintly and approached the wrapped fat Majin Bu. Majin Bu, what would happen if I were to sever him? Upon hearing this, Majin Bu panicked. Please, don't harm him. I'll let you go. Just don't touch him. Yunfeng replied with a smile. Is he truly that important to you? Seeing your anxious demeanor, I felt compelled to test the waters and see what would transpire by tearing him apart. With a forceful tug, Yunfeng pulled apart the fat Majin Bu, who gradually began to dissipate within. Suddenly, the interior of Majin Bu became a tumultuous sea, and Goku urged, we must exit now, as we swiftly maneuvered towards an opening. This way, Goku. It must lead to the exit atop Majin Bu's head, we exclaimed as we dashed towards the hole, ultimately emerging into the open air. Goku assisted in tearing away the wrappings that encased Goten and Trunks. We could rely on Shenron to resurrect them later, while Yunfeng observed the ever-changing form of Majin Bu. Majin Bu clutched his head, vociferously crying out, his body undergoing cataclysmic transformations, seemingly in immense agony. As he continued to roar, Yunfeng began to strategize on how to confront the imminent resurgence of the new Majin Bu. After a moment, Majin Bu completed his transformation. His stature reduced, yet his gaze more malevolent than ever. In the Hakaishin realm, Hakaishin gazed incredulously at the crystal ball, ancestor. Majin Bu has reverted to his original form, embodying pure evil, the very visage that once brought ruin to several Hakaishin. Yunfeng beheld the diminutive Majin Bu, now in his primordial state, realizing that his mission was nearing completion. Goku, keep an eye on Majin Bu and ensure he doesn't escape. I shall confront him directly. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, intensifying with each moment. Lightning crackled across the sky as flames erupted around him, and his hair diminished in length, achieving the third level of Super Saiyan. He elevated his power to its zenith. The diminutive Majin Bu took notice of Yunfeng, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he charged toward him, and Yunfeng met him head-on. Their clash resonated throughout the air, an explosion of force as they moved at breakneck speed, shadows of their forms colliding fiercely. Yunfeng unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, while the small Majin Bu retaliated with his own relentless stream of energy orbs, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberating across the sky, now embodying pure malevolence. The small Majin Bu struck with ruthless precision, each attack lethal. Yunfeng matched him blow for blow, their aerial battle intensifying as the very mountains trembled and fractured beneath their might. Throughout the confrontation, Yunfeng discerned the essence of the small Majin Bu's power. He was currently on par with a mid-tier Super Saiyan 3, a level he could contend with. However, recognizing Majin Bu's formidable regenerative abilities, Yunfeng contemplated how to eradicate him once and for all. Recalling the original narrative, he knew that Goku had vanquished Majin Bu by harnessing the energy of the entire planet into a spirit bomb. System, is there a method available to eliminate Majin Bu? The mechanical voice of the system responded, the regenerative capacity of this small Majin Bu is not as potent as that of his predecessor. There are 3 methods available. First, utilize a 40-fold Kaioken, then unleash the Kamehameha wave. The second point, you advance the side quest rewards by sealing him with powerful sealing techniques before vanquishing the evil Majin Bu. Yunfeng gazed at the system's suggestion, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. No matter the approach, the task was arduous. While sealing techniques might contain Majin Bu, annihilating him would require the devastating force of a 40-fold Kaioken. However, the reward for defeating the smaller Majin Bu was time-sensitive. Otherwise, he would have to repay the system after becoming stronger in the future. Given this, it seemed he would endure a period of weakness, but first, he needed to deal with the malevolent Majin Bu. The two opponents moved at a comparable speed, and a sinister grin lingered on the face of the smaller Majin Bu, sending chills down Yunfeng's spine. Suddenly, Gohan arrived, and an idea sparked in Yunfeng's mind. Gohan's power now exceeded that of his Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. He could undoubtedly eliminate the smaller Majin Bu, thus sparing Yunfeng from overexerting himself with the 40-fold Kaioken. Dad, why is Uncle Yunfeng fighting Majin Bu alone? What happened to him? Gohan inquired. Gohan, what brings you here? It's a long story. Let us observe the battle first. If Master falters, we shall lend our assistance. Yunfeng replied. Gohan nodded, realizing that much had transpired during his absence. In the Hakaishin realm, the elder mused, do you believe Yunfeng stands a chance? They appear evenly matched. Given Yunfeng's current strength, he was barely equal to the wicked smaller Majin Bu, and defeating him would require special measures. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported behind Majin Bu and delivered a powerful punch, sending him hurtling through the air. Yunfeng approached Goku and Gohan. Let us strike together. When I give the signal, you both attack. Majin Buu crawled out from the rubble, and suddenly, a loud noise erupted as he was struck by a projectile. It merely scratched the surface, failing to cause any real harm. Buu, I'm sorry, I don't wish to kill you, but I have no choice, Mr. Satan murmured with his eyes closed. Yunfeng smiled at Mr. Satan. It seems there are still Earthlings alive. This Mr. Satan is quite fortunate. The smaller Majin Buu charged at Satan. And just as Yunfeng was about to intervene, he noticed something was amiss with the smaller Buu. Clutching his head in agony, the smaller Majin Buu suddenly expelled something, which rapidly enlarged. To his astonishment, it was the plump Majin Buu. After regurgitating the fat Majin Buu, the smaller one continued his assault on Satan. As he neared Mr. Satan, a beam of light shot towards him, prompting the smaller Majin Buu to leap back. Do not bully Satan, roared the fat Majin Buu, glaring fiercely, while the smaller Majin Buu displayed an expression of fury. Buu, you're alive. This is wonderful, Mr. Satan exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. The smaller Majin Buu lunged at the fat Majin Buu, and they engaged in battle, exchanging blows and swiftly moving in combat. Yunfeng was taken aback. What was happening? Why had someone suddenly joined the fray on his behalf? The fat Majin Buu was indeed still alive, and it appeared that Mr. Satan was. Yunfeng soared to Gohan's side, seizing a splendid opportunity. Goku, Gohan, channel your energy into me. I shall harness the full capacity of Super Saiyan energy to eradicate Majin Buu. Goku swiftly erupted with power, elevating his strength to its zenith, surrounded by a terrifying golden flame, his hair lengthening into a magnificent golden mane, encircled by white lightning. Gohan too unleashed his energy, and the combined might of their Super Saiyan abilities surged into Yunfeng. Chapter 50. Yunfeng defeats Buu Majin Buu in his corpulent form. And the malevolent Majin Buu exchanged blows in an intense duel, having fought for no less than 100 rounds. The fat Majin Buu was clearly beginning to tire, panting heavily, while the evil Majin Buu appeared unfazed. He cackled the wicked Majin Buu, charging at the fat Majin Buu, transforming him into chocolate as pink lightning energy shot forth from the latter's head. Suddenly, the evil Majin Buu exhaled, conjuring a cloud of mist that obscured the fat Buu's energy. The two continued their fierce engagement. Goku and Gohan felt their energy levels gradually depleting, nearing exhaustion. Meanwhile, Yunfeng sensed his own power nearing its limit. Excellent, my energy is now fully charged. Goku, Gohan, you may cease. He tossed 2 senzu beans to them. Leave the rest to me. Yunfeng unleashed an overwhelming aura, a force of unimaginable strength emanating from him. The ground rapidly fractured under the intensity, and his golden flames blazed even more intensely. Now he had attained his complete form, having absorbed the powers of Gohan and Goku, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. The system immediately displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Name, Yunfeng race, pure-blooded Saiyan power level. Pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 combat power, 10 trillion form. Super Yunfeng with immense explosive power skills, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Kaioken, Dragon Fist, automatic stamina recovery, Shadow Clone, instant transmission. The fat Majin Buu was clearly at his limit, being relentlessly assaulted in the abdomen by the evil Majin Buu's tentacles, his body a tapestry of wounds. Nevertheless, the fat Buu had bought himself some time. Now, leave the rest to Super Yunfeng. With a swift kick, he struck the evil Majin Buu in the face, sending him hurtling into the mountains. Satan, hurry and take Buu away. Satan rushed over. Buu, how are you? The evil Majin Buu emerged from the rubble, charging directly at Yunfeng. The strength that Yunfeng commanded now was incomparable to before. In just a few exchanges, the evil Majin Buu bore numerous bruises and cuts. The evil Majin Buu unleashed a powerful energy wave, radiating outward with a resounding boom. His face contorted with rage, and as the light dissipated, he felt a constriction around his neck. Yunfeng, with golden light entwining his hand, seized the evil Majin Buu by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. With a powerful throw, he slammed the villain into the mountainside, executing the Kamehameha. A powerful wave of energy struck Majin Buu, crashing into the mountainside. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The air was thick with energy as Yunfeng unleashed a relentless barrage upon Majin Buu, who suffered immensely within. Explosions erupted around him. His body shattered and reformed in a relentless cycle. Gradually, the swirling smoke began to dissipate, revealing a bloodied Majin Buu, gritting his teeth in fury as he glared at Yunfeng. Suddenly, his arm elongated, aiming a strike at Yunfeng, who deftly seized Buu's arm and hurled him against a large boulder. The stone shattered upon impact, and Yunfeng followed up with a knee strike, causing Majin Buu to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, Yunfeng grasped Majin Buu, but the latter's tendrils extended, wrapping around Yunfeng's neck. However, Yunfeng's energy surged dramatically, propelling Majin Buu away with a forceful blow that sent him soaring into the sky. Majin Buu quickly regained his balance, searching for Yunfeng's figure. In a swift motion, Yunfeng embraced Buu, engulfed in golden flames as they plummeted downward. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu hit the ground, while Yunfeng hovered above. Smiling down at him, "Buu, what is the matter? Why has your power diminished so greatly?" Majin Buu's expression twisted into a grimace as he sprang up, conjuring a massive pink death ball that obscured the sky, casting it in a rosy hue. As the enormous energy sphere descended, Yunfeng delivered a powerful kick to its surface. His energy surging, golden flames danced around him as he unleashed his might. With a thunderous boom, the pink energy ball was propelled upwards, sending Majin Buu hurtling into the sky, far beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Yunfeng's energy exploded forth, reaching its zenith with a 30-fold Kaioken, as crimson energy surged around him. His roar resonated throughout the expanse, and he instantaneously appeared behind a disoriented Majin Buu. Placing a hand upon Buu's body, Yunfeng unleashed a devastating energy blast, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that signified the end of Majin Buu. The Kamehameha wave, bolstered by the 30-fold Kaioken, emanated a brilliant white light as it surged towards Majin Buu. Within the radiant energy, Buu's form became increasingly indistinct, gradually fading from existence. Ding! The host has completed the main quest. Eliminate the evil Majin Buu. Reward: Sealing Technique, 10,000 Fox Sealing Technique. System: Your rewards have become increasingly meager. For such a formidable opponent as Majin Buu, you offer merely a sealing skill? How stingy. Apologies, host. The rewards are determined through a systematic assessment. If you perceive Majin Buu as overly powerful, it may be a reflection of your own inadequacies. I encourage you to strive harder. Yunfeng stumbled, nearly losing his footing, incredulous at the implication of his weakness. System: Is there a quest that allows me to transform into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level? Regrettably, there is none. Oh. Yunfeng felt a surge of frustration as dark lines appeared on his forehead. Is there a task regarding the Super Saiyan 4th stage? Ding. Host. A task concerning the Super Saiyan 4th stage has been discovered. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Main task: Seek the Dragon Balls created by the previous deity. Reward for gathering: Maintain consciousness while transforming into a great ape. Yunfeng felt an impulse to strike something. Wasn't this merely the process to transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage? This system was rather rigid. Yet, with such a task at hand, it became manageable. The previous deity's Dragon Balls were certainly known to Mr. Popo. As long as he inquired with Mr. Popo, everything would be fine. Yunfeng approached the fat Majin Buu and fed him a combat treat, saying to Satan, "You must guide Buu onto the right path. As the world champion, you bear this responsibility. Rest assured, this task will be entrusted to Mr. Satan, the world champion. I will ensure that the world comes to know Buu anew." Yunfeng, along with Goku and the others, instantaneously teleported away. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Number 18 rushed over and embraced Yunfeng tightly. "You must not engage in such perilous endeavors again. What would I do if something happened to you?" Yunfeng, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, "Number 18, please let go of me. There are so many people watching." Only then did Number 18, blushing, release him. Yunfeng approached Mr. Popo slowly. "Mr. Popo, I have a matter to consult with you. Please, if you know anything, do share." Mr. Popo maintained his calm demeanor, his expression unchanged. "Mr. Yunfeng, go ahead. If I possess the knowledge, I shall enlighten you." "Mr. Popo, I have heard that ancient deities also created a type of Black Star Dragon Ball. Do you happen to know about this?" "Ah, I am aware of this. The previous deity, before passing, utilized all their divine power to create 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls, upon granting wishes, scatter across the universe. Moreover, it seems that these 7 Dragon Balls are linked to the Earth's ley lines. If they are away from the Heavenly Temple for a year, the Earth will explode. Hence, Mr. Popo has gathered them within the Heavenly Temple." Yunfeng was nearly elated, realizing that acquiring the reward would be effortless. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of the Dragon Balls. A Journey Through the Universe. Earth, Heavenly Temple. "Everyone, please follow me," Mr. Popo said as he led the way into the temple, and everyone followed suit. Number 18 clung to Yunfeng's arm, refusing to let go, and Yunfeng, feeling helpless, acquiesced. After walking for a while, Mr. Popo suddenly dashed ahead and vanished. Where did he go? Where is Mr. Popo? They began searching everywhere. Yunfeng sensed that something was amiss. Mr. Popo, what happened? Is there a problem? Mr. Popo looked up at Yunfeng, slightly embarrassed, and said, Mr. Yunfeng, the Dragon Balls were just placed on this plate. But now they have disappeared. Yunfeng was taken aback. Disappeared? He recalled that in the original story, it was the Pilaf gang who used the Black Star Dragon Balls to shrink Goku. Yet, how could Goku still be right beside him if they were gone? Suddenly, the voice of the King of the North echoed in everyone's hearts. Goku, something terrible has happened. The Earth will explode in 11 months. Lord King, has the Black Star Dragon Ball been used by someone? How could it have vanished so suddenly? The king pondered for a moment. It must have been utilized by some schemers on Earth. The Dragon Balls are likely scattered across the universe. We must retrieve them before the 11 months are up. Indeed, it was not so simple. I am tasked with this mission, sighed Yunfeng, raising his hands in resignation. Goku, accompany me on a journey through the universe to recover the Dragon Balls. Goku nodded excitedly. No problem, master. I'll go home to inform Chi-Chi. And then we shall set off. I want to go too, declared Android 18, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. Yunfeng offered an awkward smile. 18, the universe is perilous. It would be best for you to stay at home and await my return. No way. If you don't let me go, I will make you regret it. You understand what I mean. Reluctantly, Yunfeng replied, very well, but you must not stray far from my side. 18 sweetly nodded, her joy evident as she clasped Yunfeng's hand and planted a kiss on his lips. You're the best. Yunfeng felt a slight blush creep onto his face. Goku, you all go prepare, he instructed, turning to Bulma. I entrust you with the task of creating a spaceship and the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma nodded slightly. We have an old spaceship at home. I can modify it for you. Just come back in 10 days to collect it. As Yunfeng and the others arrived at the center of the heavenly temple, they summoned the dragon. Come forth, eternal dragon. The sky darkened ominously. Lightning flickering as the emerald-hued dragon surged forth from the Dragon Balls. State your wishes. I can grant any wish, but only 3. Dragon, please resurrect all those who were killed by Majin Buu. That is quite simple. The dragon's crimson eyes flashed. Your wish has been granted. Now, state your next wish. Eradicate all memories of Majin Buu from everyone. The dragon effortlessly fulfilled the wish. After a moment's contemplation, Yunfeng declared for the final wish. Restore all the damage caused by Majin Buu. The dragon's eyes shone again. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. The 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, spinning and then scattering in all directions. Yunfeng bid farewell to everyone, taking Android 18 back to their home. Yunfeng, let us go to the city. We need to buy some supplies for our journey to the universe. Yunfeng nodded, flying towards the now restored city. Holding 18's hand, he admired her exquisite figure, her proud curves and long legs filling him with contentment. After half a day of shopping, Yunfeng's hands were laden with bags and unable to carry any more. He stored everything into the spatial realm of his system. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Hey there, beautiful lady. Would you like to have some fun with us? Don't follow this country bumpkin. Yunfeng looked up to see 3 men with yellow hair, clad in flamboyant clothing, grinning at Android 18 while brandishing knives. Yunfeng could not help but chuckle. These little ruffians truly lacked perception. Suddenly, the girl known as number 18 flaunted her alluring figure, playfully expressing her desire to join in their antics. Yet she cautioned that her companion would likely disapprove. Perhaps they should seek his counsel first. The eyes of the 3 thugs widened in disbelief as one of them exclaimed, Kid, did you hear that? You are unworthy of such a beautiful lady. You should leave quickly before we are compelled to take action. Yunfeng furrowed his brow and approached them slowly. As he neared, the aura he exuded rendered them momentarily speechless. What do you intend to do? One of them questioned, flashing a knife in a display of bravado. In a swift motion, Yunfeng delivered a kick to his face, sending him crashing into a nearby shop. He regarded the remaining 2 with a teasing glint in his eye. What are your plans now? How dare you strike deep, brother? You're finished. One of them shouted. Yunfeng seized the man by the head and pressed him to the ground, causing blood to spill from his mouth. The last thug attempted to flee, but Yunfeng shook his head. You think you can offend number 18 and me and still escape? With a deft movement, he blocked the man's path. Terrified, the thug collapsed to the ground. Just as Yunfeng was about to make his move, a feminine voice rang out. Yunfeng, is that you? Turning, Yunfeng and number 18 were surprised to see Bidalai. Yunfeng, why didn't you inform me of your arrival in the city? She exclaimed joyfully, grasping his hand. Number 18's gaze turned icy. Yunfeng, who is she? She appears quite youthful. The jealousy in number 18's tone was palpable, prompting Yunfeng to hastily extricate himself from Bidalai's grasp. This is Mr. Satan's daughter, the gentleman you have met, he explained. Noticing the tension in the air, Bidalai waved at Yunfeng. I must attend class now. I will seek you out later to practice martial arts. Number 18 fixed a steely gaze on Yunfeng. Martial arts practice? You haven't engaged in any mischief, have you? Yunfeng quickly defended himself, and after a series of assurances, number 18 finally relented, soon acting as if nothing had transpired. That evening, the two returned to their shared abode. Yunfeng began preparing for their cosmic journey when suddenly, number 18 approached and wrapped her arms around his neck. Am I not as beautiful as Bidalai? She inquired. Causing Yunfeng to feel a sudden sense of dread, he understood that any words at that moment would be futile. He leaned in and kissed her passionately. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and he gazed into her affectionate eyes, realizing it was a challenge to resist her allure, leading them to engage in intimate activities. 10 days later, Yunfeng and number 18 arrived at Bulma's residence, carrying their supplies. Goku had already arrived. Master, Mrs., you are here. Bulma proceeded to explain the purpose of the spacecraft, and the three boarded the vessel. Little did they know, Goten and Trunks had cleverly concealed themselves aboard the spaceship. Is everyone here? Then let us depart, Bulma declared, pressing the launch button. The spacecraft soared from Earth and into the vastness of space. Goten, Trunks, what are you two doing here? Yunfeng inquired. With grins, they replied, we wanted to join in on the fun of traveling through the cosmos. I feared you would object, so I hid aboard the ship in advance. Yunfeng, with a sense of resignation, shook his head. Well, since we are already here, let us proceed together. However, I must insist that you do not wander aimlessly and heed my commands. The two individuals immediately perked up, affirming, yes, we will certainly follow Uncle Yunfeng's instructions. Gazing out at the vastness of space, the journey of Yunfeng and his companions commenced. Chapter 52, The First Dragon Ball Inside the Spacecraft. A white energy wave surged towards Yunfeng, propelled by Goku's Kamehameha. Under a gravitational force 100 times that of Earth, the wave's speed diminished slightly. Yunfeng caught the incoming Kamehameha with both hands, and soon, the wave dissipated. Goku, your mastery over power has improved significantly. Our primary goal now is to enhance your strength to the intermediate level of Super Saiyan 3. Presently, Yunfeng had attained the advanced strength of Super Saiyan 3 and possessed numerous skills. His main objective was to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Stepping out of the training room, Android 18 promptly approached Yunfeng to assist him. Goten and Trunks, though young, quickly dashed away, exclaiming, children shouldn't watch, children shouldn't watch. Yunfeng retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which suddenly reacted. Goku, come quickly, the radar has detected something. Following the radar's guidance, he commanded the spacecraft to descend onto an alien planet. After a tumultuous landing, the group arrived on an unfamiliar world, where lush trees flourished and the environment appeared quite pleasant. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, they began their search and soon discovered numerous houses, indicating the presence of inhabitants. Yunfeng approached a door and knocked. An elderly man answered, his appearance markedly different from that of Earthlings, with an antenna-like protrusion atop his head and long, bulging eyes. Are you aliens? What brings you to Atlantia? The old man inquired. Do not fear, kind sir. We merely seek a bead resembling an orange-black star, Yunfeng replied. What? You seek the Saint Bead? Young ones, I advise you to turn back. The Saint Bead is kept by the king, and General Rhett, who is the mightiest warrior of Atlantia, stands guard by his side. You stand no chance. It is best you return. After pondering for a moment, Yunfeng asked, might we come in for a brief respite? The hospitable elder responded, come in, then, as long as you do not mind the disarray of this old man's abode. Upon entering, they all took their seats. Are you the only one living here? Yunfeng inquired. To be frank, young man, I once had a wife and a daughter. But the tyrannical king has taken them away, the elder lamented. Yunfeng felt a surge of anger. How can the king treat his own subjects in such a manner? He shall meet a dire fate. Do you not resist? The elder, visibly agitated, replied, we, the people, have united in rebellion, but General Rhett is too formidable. We are simply no match for him. Despicable. That king is a wretch. Goku, we must rescue the elder's wife and daughter from the palace and retrieve the Dragon Ball. Goku nodded in agreement, but the elder interjected, young man, do not act impulsively. You cannot fathom the might of General Rhett. Many have tried to resist, and in an instant, they were slain. Do not fear, venerable sir. We possess our own means. Kindly direct us to the location of the royal palace. The elder pointed the way for Wukong and his companions, while Yunfeng retrieved his radar, confirming their path aligned with the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. What is your daughter's name, dear sir? It will aid us in our search. The elder, filled with emotion, replied, her name is Misai. Please be cautious and do not overexert yourselves. With that, Yunfeng and his group hurried towards the palace, finding that the royal city was already under patrol. Utilizing their formidable powers, they skillfully evaded several waves of guards. Wukong, are you sensing that? There are 3 powerful presences within the palace, Yunfeng stated. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, and Yunfeng silently commanded, System, scan for information on Ret. In a short while, the system provided its findings: name, Ret, race, Atlantean, power level, 200 billion combat strength, skills, Thunderblade technique. Observing Ret's attributes, Yunfeng noted that his strength was impressive, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan level 2. Goten, Trunks, this trial falls to you both. This adversary is formidable. It is your responsibility to handle him. Will you be able to accomplish the task? In unison, the two replied, Uncle Yunfeng, rest assured, we shall complete the mission. Wukong, concerned, interjected, Master, are they capable of handling this? Wukong, even rough stones require polishing. I will be watching. Should any issues arise, I will intervene. Hearing that Yunfeng would step in if necessary, Wukong felt reassured, as he regarded Yunfeng's strength as unfathomable. Having sparred countless times aboard the spaceship, Wukong had yet to secure a victory against Yunfeng. Gradually, they infiltrated the palace, taking positions on the rooftop while minimizing their energy output to avoid detection by Ret. Yunfeng carefully removed a tile from the roof to peer inside, spotting an Atlantean-crowned king seated upon his throne, admiring dancers below. Notably, he observed a Dragon Ball nestled within a dish beside the king. Wukong, look, the Dragon Ball is indeed in that dish, he exclaimed. Let us devise a battle strategy. Wukong, you create a diversion. Android 18, you retrieve the Dragon Ball. Trunks and Goten, you two will confront Ret while I provide support from the rear. Additionally, there are 2 other powerful presences concealed within the castle, though not as formidable as Ret. They possess Frieza-like strength. Very well, let us act separately. Without hesitation, Wukong crashed through the roof, standing directly before the king, unleashing a fireball that resulted in an explosive chaos. Quickly summoned General Ret. Protect the king. Soldiers rushed in. But Wukong merely waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust that sent a multitude of soldiers sprawling. Android 18 accurately descended through the roof and approached the dish containing the Dragon Ball, seizing it before soaring back into the air. Wukong gave her a thumbs up before exiting the Grand Hall, leaving the soldiers too intimidated to advance. Once Wukong and his companions had departed, the king bellowed furiously. You worthless fools! Why are you not pursuing them? The sacred jewel has been taken. Hurry! Then, turning to a trusted aide beside him, he commanded, Hurry! Summon Ret to retrieve the sacred pearl. It must not be lost. Wukong traversed the palace, seeking the location where the female prisoners were confined. The towering figure of Ret had already been intercepted in midair by Goten and Trunks. Is it you 2 little rascals causing the commotion? You are not from this planet. Who are you and what is your purpose here? The duo immediately assumed their stances and declared in unison, Fusion. A flash of white light illuminated the space as Gotenks made his grand entrance. The skies echoed with Gotenks' audacious voice, Big guy. What we are here for is none of your concern. Just let Gotenks teach you a lesson. Ret's expression darkened, the green blade in his hand crackling with lightning. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, Ret vanished, his green blade striking Gotenks with a resounding crash. The surrounding structure was severely damaged, and Yunfeng, observing from the shadows, lamented the foolishness of these two. Despite the enemy's near Super Saiyan strength, they had engaged in battle while still in their ordinary forms. Gotenks quickly rose, incensed. How dare you ambush me? Gotenks will make you regret this. A tremendous aura emanated from Gotenks, his hair transforming to a golden hue, engulfed in golden flames, surrounded by white lightning. This is Super Gotenks. You've angered me. Now you'll see what happens. Ret regarded the transformed Gotenks with caution. This extraterrestrial is formidable. The energy he emits is quite high. I must proceed with care. Chapter 53. The ruthless demoness Gyuri. A terrifying aura enveloped Ret as well. His muscles swelled, his stature towering even more than before. And the lightning on his blade intensified. Gotenks disregarded Ret entirely, vanishing with a whoosh above him, launching a powerful energy blast. Ret's blade crackled with even more lightning, and in a flash, he countered Gotenks' attack effortlessly. Gotenks' smile vanished. What? This giant is so powerful. The two stood poised, with Gotenks unleashing a flurry of techniques, their forms becoming mere shadows in the air. Yunfeng shook his head. Gotenks' moves are flashy yet impractical. He is employing too many tricks. He could have easily subdued the enemy. But now it has turned into a prolonged battle. Android 18 appeared beside Yunfeng, extending her hand to reveal a 6-star ball. Yunfeng's heart leaped with joy. Excellent. A promising start. He then diverted his attention from the conflict between Gotenks and Red, sensing a subtle energy emanating from deep within the palace. 18. I will investigate. Keep an eye on Gotenks and contact me immediately if anything arises. He handed her a communicator provided by the system. Android 18 nodded. Be careful. With a swift motion, Yunfeng vanished, rapidly heading deeper into the palace. Wukong navigated within, puzzled by the abundance of elderly women among the female captives, with scarcely any young girls to be found. Suddenly, a colossal robot materialized, delivering a devastating blow that sent the unprepared Goku flying. Ouch, that hurts. Who ambushed me? Goku exclaimed. Before him loomed the immense intruder. You wish to see my demise? It will not be so simple, he replied with a slight smile. A terrifying aura erupted around Goku. White waves of energy enveloping him as he surged forward with astonishing speed. What? That speed? The robot was pierced through by Goku, and the Atlantean seated within perished in the ensuing explosion. Who among you is the old man's daughter? Very well, I shall free you all. You are innocent, Goku declared, breaking the locks one by one. The elderly girls inside the cells, upon seeing their prison doors opened, were reduced to tears, their joy at salvation overshadowed by despair. Hurry! Escape! I have come to rescue you. We will defeat General Rate, Goku urged. The aged girls, their eyes brimming with tears, lamented, We have aged so much. What is the point of leaving now? You need not concern yourself with us. Save yourself instead. Goku was taken aback. What has transpired here? Suddenly, soldiers stormed in, led by a general whose presence was formidable. Intruder, I am General Yaori. You are surrounded. Surrender now. Goku's fury ignited. The strange circumstances demanded his attention. Golden flames enveloped him, his hair transforming to a golden hue, his energy surging. General Yaori barely registered the shift before Goku's fist struck his abdomen, toppling the general to the ground. As he fell, he managed to utter, Lady Gyuri will not spare you. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing their powerful leader felled by a single blow, scattered in fear. Goku pondered, Lady Gyuri? Is she truly formidable? Nevertheless, he resolved to save the captives. As he unlocked the remaining cells, the prisoners, encouraged by Goku's defeat of the mighty General Yaori, began to rush towards freedom, with Goku clearing the path of soldiers. With astonishing speed, Goku advanced to a dark castle behind them, lowering his energy as he stealthily entered. Suddenly, he was greeted by the sound of female laughter emanating from within. Sensing a powerful and chilling aura that felt eerily familiar, Goku boldly infiltrated further. What he beheld left him speechless, eyes wide in disbelief. A female demon was draining the youth from an Atlantean girl who was rapidly aging before his eyes. Two other young girls stood nearby, trembling and tearful. The wicked demon's cruelty was intolerable. Having crossed paths with her, Goku vowed to make her regret stepping foot on this planet. In an instant, he activated his instant transmission and delivered a swift kick that sent the demon flying. With a resounding crash, the female demon was sent flying, shattering numerous chairs within the castle. Yunfeng assisted the two young girls, entrusting the now-aged girl to them. Hurry and discuss your matters. Your companions have already fled. I shall hold off this demon. The two young ladies bowed deeply to Yunfeng before swiftly helping their elderly companion as they made their way outside. Who dares to ambush me? A sharp voice echoed. It's your unfortunate day, for you have crossed paths with me, Yunfeng, he retorted. The system had already revealed the attributes of the female demon. Name, Gully Race. Demon Strength. High-level demon. Combat Power 55 trillion skills. Demon Trident. Demon Chains. Demon Death Blast. Demon Armor. Upon witnessing the demon's combat power, Yunfeng felt relieved, realizing that she was a newly ascended high-level demon. The female demon emerged, her face contorted in rage. Who are you to interrupt my feast and tarnish my unparalleled beauty? You shall pay dearly. Yunfeng chuckled heartily. How absurd. You are the most arrogant demon I have ever encountered. Your clan may be substantial, but do you not fear the ridicule of your kin while engaging in these petty deeds? Who are you to know about the demon clan? The demon inquired coldly. Nothing much, just the slayer of a couple of blind demons. It seems today will mark the demise of yet another, he replied nonchalantly. Brat, you seek death, and I shall show you no mercy, she warned. Yunfeng chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he unleashed a formidable aura, golden flames erupting around him, his hair lengthening, and white lightning coiling rapidly. His power surged to its zenith. Transforming into a Super Saiyan of the third tier had become a seamless and expeditious endeavor for him. The female demon, witnessing Yunfeng's transformation, felt her emotions oscillate, as the overwhelming power emanating from him instilled a sense of dread within her. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. Dark flames began to manifest around her, her own aura rising significantly. This is my Master's aura. It has grown immensely, indicating a formidable adversary. I must hasten to evacuate these individuals from the city to assist my master. Hold on, master. I am coming, Goku shouted. Chapter 54. The calm Yunfeng observed Gully's escalating aura and charged directly at her, delivering a powerful punch to the trident she wielded. Gully staggered backward, struggling to regain her balance. You possess remarkable strength, she exclaimed. Just wait until you see what comes next, Yunfeng retorted with a smile. In a flash, he unleashed a flurry of punches, keeping Gully on the defensive, her frustration mounting. Demon chains, eliminate this brat, she commanded, as a black chain flew toward Yunfeng. With a furious roar, Yunfeng's potent golden aura shattered the advancing chains effortlessly. In an instant, he appeared above Gully, and with a swift elbow strike, she found herself crumpled on the ground. What has become of you? With such meager skills, you are undoubtedly the weakest of the demons I have encountered, yet paradoxically, the most ruthless. How detestable, you wretched creature. I shall rend your body into fragments. Alas, you may not have the opportunity to witness it. Kamehameha. A terrifying surge of white energy struck the ground with an explosive force. The ground trembled, and once more, a dreadful mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What transpired? Summon the demon lord at once. The king, filled with dread, bellowed from beneath the table. Moments later, the energy wave dissipated, revealing a billowing cloud of dust, from which the figure of the female demon gradually emerged, blood trickling from her lips, clad in a suit of black armor. Yunfeng furrowed his brows. The armor of the demon clan proved to be quite formidable. You wretched boy, I shall slay you, the female demon declared, appearing before Yunfeng in a flash, raining a flurry of punches upon him. Is this what you call a punch? Yunfeng remarked with a beaming smile, unperturbed. Impossible. This cannot be. The female demon gasped, retreating in disbelief after landing so many blows without effect. Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of a punch. No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a powerful blow to the demon's abdomen, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. With another upward punch, several of her teeth were sent flying. Yunfeng followed up with a kick to her midsection, sending her hurtling backward, crashing into the house. As the female demon struggled to rise, she staggered and fell back to the ground, continuously coughing up blood. What is the matter? Is this too much for you? Did you ever consider the feelings of others while consuming their youth? A once vibrant girl reduced to an old crone, all for your selfish desires. I believe it is time to put an end to you. Your kind is incapable of repentance. Perhaps you should seek redemption from the king of hell. Ha! I concede you possess strength, but can you truly kill me? My demon armor protects me. You might injure me, but can you slay me? How deluded you are. I have already dispatched 2 demons. You shall be the third, and I will show you how you meet your demise. As Yunfeng raised his hand, a staff materialized, emanating a soft glow. Impossible. This cannot be. Is that the angelic staff? The female demon exclaimed, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him. I never imagined you belonged to the angelic lineage, but such a being does not belong among your kind. You need not know more. Simply understand that your demise awaits you. Yunfeng channeled his power into the angelic staff, activating a teleportation strike that pierced through the female demon's body. She gasped, blood erupting from her mouth, her consciousness beginning to fade as the angelic power ravaged her being. How infuriating, to perish on such a lowly planet. Yet my clan is replete with powerful beings. Brace yourself for our inexorable vengeance. Bring it on. I shall not spare your kind either. As Yunfeng withdrew the staff, a sudden notification from the system resonated. Ding. Host has slain the demon Gully, completing the side quest. Reward. Observation Haki enables the prediction of the enemy's next move and attack trajectory. This skill is indeed quite useful at the same level of expertise. A slight difference could enable one to defeat the opponent. Yunfeng swiftly soared towards the outskirts of the palace, discovering that the battle involving Gotenks was nearing its conclusion. Gotenks had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, thoroughly overpowering Ret. Ret's lightning blade had already shattered into 2 pieces. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of Super Gotenks' devastating attacks, Ret was obliterated into fragments. Gotenks then reverted to his original form, flying over with a sense of triumph. Uncle Yunfeng, what do you think? We have managed to handle this formidable adversary. Such an opponent required not only your fusion, but also transformation into Super Saiyan level 3 to be defeated. Frankly, I am somewhat disappointed in both of you. Upon returning, you must undergo rigorous training. The 2 immediately turned gloomy at the mention of special training. All right, hurry and regroup with Goku. The four then flew towards Goku's energy signature. The girls, one by one, gazed at their hands and the faces of their companions in disbelief. Their youth had been restored. After Yunfeng vanquished the female demon, the youth they had lost was astonishingly returned. Master has indeed defeated the enemy, and these individuals have been restored. Truly, Master is commendable. Yunfeng swiftly led the three to Goku, witnessing the girls returning to their respective homes. Goku, well done. Not only have we acquired the Dragon Balls, but we have also eliminated a cruel demon. Our gains are substantial. Yunfeng's expression turned serious once more. Goku, the special training of Goten and Trunks is entrusted to you. If they cannot secure swift victories against weaker opponents, it is evident that they lack practical combat experience. They must first enhance their own strength. Only then will the power attained through fusion increase rapidly. Furthermore, their arrogance is concerning. The moment they fuse, their pride becomes boundless, which will inevitably provide opportunities for their enemies. Indeed, Master Yunfeng, the two responded, intimidated by Yunfeng's aura, standing upright. Goku shook his head helplessly at the two children. Upon returning to the old man's home, the elder excitedly knelt before them. Xiefeng quickly pulled him up, saying, "Please, don't do that. We haven't done anything extraordinary. We merely sought what we desired." The elder's daughter also knelt in gratitude, leaving Yunfeng and the others feeling helpless. They eventually bid farewell to the old man. Back on the spaceship, their journey through the cosmos continued. Trunks, brimming with excitement, declared, "Let us set off again," as he pressed the departure button, and the spaceship swiftly ascended into the sky. Yunfeng retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, directing the ship towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. Goku commenced the training of the two, with the primary objective being for them to comprehend the power of Super Saiyan Level 2. The two found the training to be grueling. Aside from sleeping, their rest periods were consumed by sparring with Goku, and time passed rapidly. "We're getting close. We're nearly at the next Dragon Ball's location," Yunfeng announced, glancing at the radar. Number 18 and Goku immediately rushed over to observe the radar. Number 18's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She could finally go out and stretch her legs. After a day aboard the spaceship, she felt she might perish from boredom. Relieved to have Yunfeng's company, Goten and Trunks, meanwhile, were diligently completing their assigned tasks, performing 1,000 push-ups with a single hand. As the descent commenced, Yunfeng deftly maneuvered the sky vessel downward, gently alighting upon a vast expanse of golden sand. Upon disembarking, the group beheld a desolate landscape, reminiscent of an immense desert, suggesting that this planet had long been abandoned. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, the sands had begun to swirl ominously, as if devouring something unseen, a sight that sent chills down their spines. Chapter 55. The Desert Terror. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Yunfeng and his companions traversed the arid terrain. Drawing ever closer to the location of the Dragon Ball, their excitement palpable. The oppressive heat of the desert rendered them parched, and as they pressed on, a sudden gust of wind stirred unease within Yunfeng. "Everyone, be cautious. Goku, keep a close watch over Goten and Trunks," he cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than the surroundings began to blur, the ground trembling beneath their feet, threatening to topple them. Yunfeng swiftly embraced Android 18, urging her, "Do not stray from my side." A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she nodded. Goku shielded Goten and Trunks behind him, just as a colossal tornado materialized before them. As they instinctively began to retreat, Yunfeng spotted the Dragon Ball seemingly caught within the tempest. "Goku, take everyone back. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball," he declared, but before he could finish, another tornado emerged from behind, engulfing them in a whirlwind of chaos. Yunfeng clutched 18 tightly as they were swept along the swirling currents. "This is quite exhilarating," Trunks exclaimed, his excitement echoing amidst the turmoil. The ferocious winds rendered escape momentarily impossible, yet Yunfeng maintained a firm hold on 18, his body radiating a gentle white aura, stabilizing them within the eye of the storm. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Yunfeng's eye. 18, let us investigate," he urged, conjuring a beam of light from his hands, propelling them toward the radiant object. As they soared through the tempest, he concentrated on locating the Dragon Ball amidst the chaos. There it was, a vibrant orange sphere, swirling within the cyclone's grasp. With newfound determination, Yunfeng surged forward, one arm securing 18, while the other reached out for the coveted Dragon Ball. Just then, a colossal creature burst forth from the sands, charging toward him. Paying no heed to the monstrous entity, Yunfeng grasped the Dragon Ball and swiftly stored it within his system space. However, the desert beast lunged, colliding violently with his back, propelling him downward like a cannonball. Clutching 18 closely, Yunfeng unleashed his energy, stabilizing his descent as they emerged from the tornado's grasp, landing upon the desert floor. Releasing her, he turned with concern to 18, asking, "Are you unharmed?" Number 18 shook her head, assuring Yunfeng that there was no need for concern, for her strength was formidable. This reminded Yunfeng of the time when even Darl, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan of the first level, had fallen to number 18's prowess. His worry only intensified. Where were Goku, Goten, and Trunks? Given their capabilities, the tornado should not pose a threat to them. Suddenly, a centipede emerged from the desert, launching an attack towards Yunfeng. He swiftly appeared above the creature and delivered a powerful kick, only to find it remarkably resilient. That was the singular impression he garnered from his strike. A cry for help echoed. Number 18 had been ensnared by another centipede and dragged into the desert. "I'm coming to save you, number 18, he exclaimed. The creature's body was astonishingly tough, withstanding his punch without faltering. Yunfeng threw another punch, but the centipede retaliated by spewing forth a torrent of venom. He quickly retreated, narrowly evading the toxic assault. This was dire. Number 18 was in peril, and this centipede proved to be quite a challenge. Then, a commanding shout broke through the chaos, and a centipede was sent flying from the desert. Yunfeng turned to see Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second level. Realizing the urgency, Yunfeng knew he could not delay. Number 18's safety was at stake. On the ground, number 18 was engaged in a fierce battle with the centipede. What on earth is this creature? It's impenetrable, she thought, her frustration mounting as she struggled against its defenses. To her dismay, she noticed the ground was swarming with centipedes, hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. A chill ran down her spine as countless streams of venom surged towards her. Just then, Goten and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, unleashing energy blasts upon the centipede assaulting number 18. Number 18, we must flee. We cannot defeat these monsters, Goten urged. Number 18 nodded in agreement, and the three of them ascended into the sky, attacking the centipedes with energy blasts as they retreated. Yunfeng's energy surged dramatically, enveloped in a terrifying golden flame. His hair transformed to a brilliant gold, crackling with white lightning, and a roar erupted from him. A fearsome aura emanated from Yunfeng, causing the entire desert to tremble. All the centipedes abandoned their pursuit of number 18 and charged towards him instead. "Come at me," Yunfeng shouted. Reaching the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan second level, he condensed a terrifying white energy wave in his hand, invoking the Kamehameha technique. "Goku, quickly take number 18, Goten, and Trunks away." In an instant, Goku teleported beside them, grasping their hands and soaring into the sky. Yunfeng noticed the swarm of centipedes unleashing venomous attacks towards him. A faint protective shield enveloped him as he unleashed a fearsome energy wave aimed at the centipedes below. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously, as the immense power of Yunfeng's Kamehameha transformed the vast desert into a sea of white. Soon, the swirling sands were all that remained. With a swift motion, Yunfeng appeared before the others. "We must leave quickly. The number of monsters here is overwhelming, and we have yet to vanquish them all." The four of them darted towards the direction of their spaceship, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. A centipede surged forth from the desert, charging towards the spaceship. In a moment, Yunfeng appeared before the creature, delivering a powerful punch that sent it flying. In his Super Saiyan form, Yunfeng's aura was undeniably formidable. "Hurry aboard the spaceship and take off without concern for me. I shall find my own way back," he urged. Prompted by Wukong, the others swiftly boarded the spacecraft, which then ascended into the sky. With each punch and kick, Yunfeng felled countless monsters, yet more continued to surge forth. How relentless, he thought, gathering a terrifying energy sphere in his hand and hurling it downwards. The explosion was deafening. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported back to the spaceship. "Yunfeng, you've returned," exclaimed number 18, rushing to embrace him. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. They had not anticipated the tenacity of the cosmic beings they faced. "We must exercise caution in our future quest for the Dragon Balls. This encounter was exceedingly perilous. The strength of these centipedes can withstand even the might of a Super Saiyan at the first level without faltering." Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. "Wukong, please train Trunks and Goten so they can swiftly master the second level of Super Saiyan power. This way, they will be better equipped to handle dangers that may arise." The expressions of Goten and Trunks turned sour. Had they known Yunfeng would be such a strict instructor, they would have preferred to stay on Earth. The adventure continued. Chapter 56. Truth and Deception. The spaceship flew steadily, having already located 2 Dragon Balls. "We only need to find 5 more, and we can return to Earth," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Through our previous trials, we've learned that we must possess not only strength, but also wisdom to navigate many challenges. Listening to Yunfeng's words, the others nodded in agreement. Their master's insights were profound. Goten, Trunks, you must diligently learn from our master. The dragon radar registered a new signal. The third Dragon Ball was nearby. We are preparing to descend. The spaceship began its descent, and as they peered out the window, Trunks exclaimed, "Look! Trees, water, and numerous houses. This planet resembles Earth. Let's disembark, but refrain from causing trouble. Once we locate the Dragon Ball, we shall leave immediately." The group nodded in agreement. And hand in hand with number 18, they slowly descended from the spaceship. The environment of this planet was quite pleasant. Suddenly, two figures emerged, strikingly similar to Piccolo. "You are Namekians, but this is not planet Namek. How do you know we are Namekians? Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" It seemed they were indeed Namekians, possibly having fled here due to climatic changes long ago. "Greetings, my name is Yunfeng, and I hail from Earth. Have you encountered any orbs resembling this? Dragon Balls? How can that be? Does Earth also possess Dragon Balls?" It seems we were correct. These two are indeed Namekians. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers within me, one that I cannot quite articulate. It seems as though everything unfolds precisely as we envision it. You seek the Dragon Balls, and we stand ready to assist, eager to lend our aid. How splendid that you are willing to help. I am truly grateful, Goku expressed. The group dined at the residence of the two Namekians and embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls aboard their vessel. They traversed through the woods, drawing ever closer. As Yunfeng utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate their prize, they soon entered a cavern adorned with a multitude of ice formations, evidence of the planet's previously frigid temperatures. "This is your first visit to our world, isn't it? With only the two of us inhabiting this planet, we have explored nearly every corner. Yet we have never ventured into this cave. It is solely thanks to your sophisticated machinery that we discovered this place," one of the Namekians remarked. Suddenly, they spotted a Dragon Ball encased in ice, a single star. With a forceful punch, the ice began to crack, splitting open and allowing the Dragon Ball to roll free. "We've got it. Now we can search for the next one," Goku exclaimed with joy. At that moment, a wave of dizziness swept over them. The very fabric of reality seemed to spin. What is happening? Why does it feel as though the world is swaying? The two individuals had indeed aroused suspicion. Something felt amiss from the very beginning. Everything was progressing too smoothly. "System, what is happening?" "Ding. Host, you have fallen victim to the illusion of the extraterrestrials. This illusion allows you to perceive what you wish to see. Can it be dispelled? Hurry, my consciousness is becoming hazy." As long as the host presses the dispel button, it can be terminated. With trembling hands, Yunfeng slowly reached for the button. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated. "Ding. Host initiates side quest. Eliminate the two extraterrestrials. Reward, illusion ability, which can ensnare enemies in their desired visions, rendering them entranced. This could prove invaluable. If wielded wisely, it could be a formidable skill." Gazing at Goku, Android 18, Trunks, and Goten, all sprawled on the ground, he realized he must first return them to their spaceship. Suddenly, the surroundings began to shift. No longer was it the bright, spacious cavern, but rather a damp, shadowy cave with water dripping incessantly. Abruptly, the entire cave trembled. Something was approaching. A massive red python surged forth from within. Where have those two gone? We've been deceived. How infuriating. As the colossal serpent charged, Yunfeng seized its jaws, hurling it against the rocks, creating a cloud of dust. "We must leave this place quickly. I need to get Goku and the others to the spaceship." Was the Dragon Ball encased in ice merely an illusion? Suddenly, stones began to rain down, hurtling toward them. "You relentless beast." Once more, he grasped the gaping maw of the monstrous serpent. A surge of white energy enveloped him as he tore the serpent in two, flinging the halves aside and propelling the four companions into the air. Upon their emergence, they paused in disbelief. Was this truly the same planet they had arrived at? The landscape was now entirely transformed. Bones littered the ground, volcanic eruptions surrounded them, and the terrain was strewn with dark rocks. Trees and water were nowhere to be found. The system activated the positioning device, locating the spaceship. Once the system was operational, it swiftly directed towards the vessel. What was this? Two diminutive, slender extraterrestrials, their eyes occupying nearly half their faces, were transporting items into the spaceship. It was the same boy from earlier. How had he escaped our illusion? "Xia, eliminate him." The alien named Xia suddenly expanded, his body growing in all dimensions, yet comically, his head remained the same size. Ha! How peculiar. I couldn't help but laugh at Yunfeng, who had been mocking me. "How infuriating. You little brat, perish." Xia's eyes emitted rippling waves of crimson light. This is bad, another illusion. I can't allow them the chance to cast it. A horrifying aura erupted from my body. My hair, transforming to gold as terrifying golden flames enveloped me. With a swift motion, I became ethereal, striking Xia, who hadn't reacted yet, with a powerful blow. Boom. Xia was sent flying over 100 meters away. I gradually ascended into the sky, directing my hand toward the fallen Xia. Die. Super Destruction Cannon. A fearsome energy orb surged toward Xia. Boom. Xia was buried beneath the surrounding debris, and my senses detected no more life. Now it's your turn. Accept your fate. You managed to defeat Xia. It seems you possess some skill, but this is where it ends. A flash of red light danced at my fingertips, and I felt a prick in my head, visions flooding my mind. Die. I loathe you. I must grow stronger. Chaotic images invaded my thoughts. Damn it, system. Dispel this illusion. I fought against the torrent of confusion and awakened the system. Ding. The illusion has been dispelled for the host. So weak. And yet I was momentarily anxious. Xia was far too careless. It seems I alone will enjoy the bounty of this planet. Haha. What are you laughing at? Do you think that will defeat me? A punch landed squarely in the alien's abdomen, and a spray of blue blood erupted from its mouth, flying far away. In an instant, I teleported behind the alien, gathering a fearsome white energy orb in my hands. The white energy wave struck the approaching alien. Boom. Black ashes rained down from the sky. Goku and the others slowly began to awaken. It seemed that with the caster's demise, the illusion was lifted. Ding. Host has killed the alien. Reward. Illusion. Chapter 57. Special Training. Illusion is a form of mental assault. It appears I must learn to wield this skill effectively, as it may yield unexpected benefits. Master, how do we end up here? Weren't we just in the cave searching for Dragon Balls? Oh, my head hurts. Goku exclaimed, rubbing his temples. Supporting the dazed android 18, she said, I just had a terrifying dream, so frightening. 18 shook her head vigorously and then clung tightly to Yunfeng. It's all right, it's over now. On the 18th, prior to encountering Yunfeng, Android 18 was whimsically altered by Dr. Gero in his quest to vanquish Goku, setting her as a cold-blooded assassin with a dark past. The illusions she faced were filled with her tormenting memories. Goten and Trunks, being mere children, were surrounded by toys in their environment, appearing somewhat dazed upon awakening, but quickly returning to their usual selves, uncertain if they had located the Dragon Balls. The two extraterrestrials had vanished. Yunfeng produced a Dragon Ball detector, discovering that the third Dragon Ball was astonishingly aboard the spaceship. While the previous two were found within Yunfeng's system space, the spaceship contained numerous belongings of the two aliens, many of which were unfamiliar and discarded. Eventually, within a bag, they located the Dragon Ball, which had indeed been hoarded by the extraterrestrials. With this, the third Dragon Ball was secured, leaving only 4 remaining. Igniting a surge of excitement in Yunfeng's thoughts, the spaceship took flight once more, and they embarked on their journey to conquer the cosmos. Goku, the next Dragon Ball will take some time to acquire. I shall provide our training regimen. We must continuously refine our control over Ki, striving to achieve a state where we can lift great weights with ease and command it at will. Additionally, we will train to maintain a consistent Super Saiyan state to prevent unnecessary Ki depletion. Goku, have you attempted to fuse angelic energy with our own to elevate our power to divine levels? Goku scratched his head, responding, Master, your words are profound. I find them difficult to comprehend. Goten and Trunks fervently nodded in agreement. Android 18, feeling a sense of boredom as she observed Yunfeng training Goku and the others, realized that as the ultimate warrior, her training was futile. Her stamina and strength were perpetually at their peak, though her combat power was relatively low, equivalent to that of a first-level Super Saiyan. It appeared that Saiyans were inherently battle-hungry, seldom contemplating such matters, so she decided to accept it. Goku, starting today, I will acclimate you to the illusions, strengthening your mental fortitude. Your prowess shall surely advance swiftly. Goten, Trunks, continue with your basic training, adapting to the gravity training to enhance your combat abilities. The group delved into intense training, with Yunfeng employing illusions while simultaneously attacking Goku. At first, Goku succumbed to the illusion in an instant. 3 days later, Goku managed to withstand the illusions for 10 minutes, marking significant progress. Excellent. If you can resist the illusions for 10 minutes, you will be well equipped to conclude our battles. Goku was astounded by Yunfeng's illusionary skills. Goku, today I shall teach you the Dragon Fist, a formidable technique exclusive to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Mastered to its fullest, it can rival the Dragon Deity's resurrection. Allow me to demonstrate. A week later, Goku exclaimed, Master, I have finally grasped it. What a terrifying technique. It allows for such manipulation of ki. Goku, your talent is commendable. For now, let us pause our special training. We are nearing the location of the fourth Dragon Ball. The spaceship gradually approached a new planet. Goku, remember the lessons learned from our last encounter. As we venture to this new world, we must exercise utmost caution. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft descended onto a stunning planet. As a few individuals emerged, they found themselves surrounded by a lush forest, instinctively glancing towards the cloud-covered peaks. Master, there shouldn't be any issues this time, right? One inquired. System, ascertain our current location and confirm whether we are in the real world. Host, you are presently on the planet Ihyla, which is a normal world resembling Earth. Wukong, fret not. My investigations indicate this is indeed a standard planet. Let us hasten our search for the Dragon Balls. A series of thuds echoed through the air, reminiscent of something striking wood. Approaching the source, they discovered a young boy, strikingly similar to Earthlings, yet adorned with a delicate pair of small horns atop his head. The boy was vigorously punching a wooden post, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Wukong, this child appears to be a passionate martial artist. Wukong nodded. Let us inquire about this planet's circumstances. System, analyze the data on this child. Ding. Name, Haima. Species, Ivira. Combat power, 18. Special moves, side kick, straight punch. It seems he is a native of this planet. Wukong, you should approach him alone. Too many of us might intimidate the child. As the diligent boy sensed an approach, he turned cautiously. Who goes there? Wukong slowly advanced. Fear not, young one. I hail from another planet, seeking something here. The boy, still on guard, scrutinized Wukong. Who are you? Little one, I observed your training. Do you have a fondness for martial arts? I can teach you. Do you understand martial arts? The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. Wukong, demonstrating his prowess, struck the wooden post with a powerful punch, shattering it instantly. Impressive. Will you teach me? The boy knelt in reverence. Knowing that hiring a martial arts master on this planet was an extravagant undertaking, unattainable for someone from a humble background, Wukong gently raised him. I will accept you, but only with my master's consent. My master's master? That would be truly extraordinary, the boy mused. Wukong led Haima over to the cloud-covered figure, and upon seeing him, Haima immediately bowed. Please allow me to be your disciple. Wukong, if you take a liking to this child, you may adopt him. Little Haima, what is your name? Can you enlighten me about this planet? I am Haima. My family consists of my mother and sister. This is a martial-centric world. Those who lack martial skills are often bullied, while only those with formidable strength are valued by the king and given prominence. Do all the inhabitants of your planet practice martial arts? Indeed, the noble offspring are all trained in martial arts, with schools dedicated to the discipline. The children of commoners, however, must practice independently. And why is it that you wish to learn martial arts? I seek to find my father and protect my sister and mother. With ambition, one should earnestly follow Master Wukong to learn martial arts and protect those whom one can safeguard. The young boy nodded earnestly, affirming his commitment. He produced a Dragon Ball and inquired, Haima, have you ever seen this? Haima gazed at it for a long while before shaking his head, realizing that matters were indeed more complex than Yunfeng had anticipated. He then retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, determining the direction. The Dragon Ball was located behind a great mountain at their current position. Haima, are you familiar with that mountain? Looking at the mountain pointed out by Yunfeng, Haima replied, I am familiar. I used to accompany my father there to hunt and gather firewood for our livelihood. Suddenly, Haima's eyes glistened with tears as he recalled how last year, a mountain beast had taken his father away, and he had never returned. I vow to find my father, Haima declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 58. Wukong's disciple. Haima. The group followed Haima to his humble abode, where several wooden structures stood modestly, accompanied by a grass-thatched hut. Mother, sister, we have guests. Haima joyfully exclaimed as he dashed inside. Observing Haima's dwelling, one couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Life had become exceedingly difficult for Haima's mother after losing her husband. A middle-aged woman, resembling Haima, emerged and said, You must be the masters of martial arts that Haima mentioned, but we cannot afford your services. Perhaps you should teach the children of wealthier families. We require no payment. Haima is a diligent child, and I am willing to teach him for free, Wukong replied earnestly. Truly? You do not seek payment? Then, if you do not mind our humble home, please come in, she said, welcoming them. As they entered, a frail child shyly emerged from behind Haima's mother. Her face slightly gaunt, indicating malnutrition, yet she still bore the promise of beauty. This is my sister, Haimi Wukong. Let us finally build a proper home for Haima, Wu Tian, and Trunks chimed in. This is a special training. You all shall join. including Haima. Throughout their journey, Wukong imparted foundational knowledge of martial arts to Haima, emphasizing the importance of a robust physique. Within mere minutes, they gathered numerous logs, using their energy to carry the wood to Haima's home. Meanwhile, Haima diligently dragged the logs inside, and through their collective efforts, a brand new home was erected. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wukong had already taken Haima for morning practice. Indeed, Wukong's training under Master Roshi had rendered him an exemplary teacher, establishing a solid foundation for Haima. After a midday meal, the group followed Haima into the expansive mountains behind. Familiar with the terrain from accompanying his father, Haima guided them confidently, and with the aid of the Dragon Ball radar, they ventured deeper into the mountains. The forest was particularly serene, filled with dense trees and the occasional chorus of birdsong. Number 18, linking her arm with Yunfeng, stayed close, glancing around occasionally, as if sensing an innate trepidation that girls often feel in unfamiliar surroundings. It's not far now, just a few hundred meters more, and we shall reach the Dragon Ball's location. Yunfeng's clear voice resonated through the tranquil air. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby grass, prompting everyone to exercise caution as something approached. The group remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the rustling foliage. Abruptly, a feline beast, resembling both a leopard and a tiger, lunged forth. The mischievous creature was swiftly subdued by Wu Tian, who pressed one hand firmly upon its head. The seahorse, startled, sank to the ground, while the beast lay motionless beneath Wu Tian's restraint. How formidable! Brother Wu Tian is truly impressive, living up to his father's legacy, the seahorse mused, eyes sparkling with admiration. With perseverance, I too shall become as powerful as Wu Tian. The group continued onward until they reached the entrance of a cave, where the Dragon Ball was presumably located. Goku, could you please venture inside and retrieve it? Wu Tian requested. Goku nodded and entered the cave. After a brief moment, the seahorse expressed his concern. Master, do you think our teacher will be all right? There are countless beasts on this mountain. Do not worry. Your master possesses the strength to handle it, came the reassuring reply. Shortly thereafter, Goku emerged, grinning and holding the Dragon Ball, albeit with a small black creature clinging to his head, gnawing away. Sweat dripped down his brow, as it was the first time he encountered a human who remained unfazed by its incessant biting. The seahorse's respect for his master's prowess grew exponentially. Dad, let me take this little black cat off your hands, Wu Tian said, seizing the creature by its neck. The small black cat, feeling slighted, protested. How can I, the esteemed ruler of the mountains, be disregarded and merely referred to as a little black cat? This is outrageous. As soon as Wu Tian set it down, it dashed frantically back into the cave. With the Dragon Ball secured, their mission was deemed complete. Except for Goku, the others took flight, soaring away. Seahorse, it's time for our special training, Goku announced, producing a capsule and tossing it to the ground. With a resounding pop, several turtle shells of varying weights appeared, initially intended for Wu Tian. However, the hybrid Saiyan's rapid ascent in strength had rendered them unnecessary, as he effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku selected the lightest shell for the seahorse to carry, but the moment it was strapped on, the seahorse felt an overwhelming weight. Master, this is far too heavy. How am I supposed to walk? From now on, aside from sleeping, you must wear it at all times, Goku instructed. Reminiscing about his own days training under Master Roshi alongside Krillin, they had to carry turtle shells, deliver milk, toil at construction sites, and endure all manner of grueling training. Reflecting on those memories, Goku gazed at the distant blue planet, hoping that Krillin, the old master, Gohan, and Chi-Chi were all doing well. The seahorse struggled to lift his feet, slowly moving forward while Goku followed quietly behind. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon that the seahorse finally returned home, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Wu Tian and Trunks observed his exhausted state with a mix of sympathy and amusement, recalling their own similar experiences aboard the spaceship. Thus, they trained daily, making multiple trips up and down the mountain. The seahorse's character was forged through this rigorous exercise, instilling a resilient spirit within him, as he never complained of fatigue, a fact that left Goku thoroughly impressed. In the evening, Wukong, we shall remain here for another week before embarking on our journey to a new planet in search of the next Dragon Ball. Please impart the fundamental training methods to Haima, so he can train diligently in the future. The following day, I suggested a stroll through the city, as remaining here was utterly mundane. After some persuasion from number 18, we decided to explore the city together. Their pace was swift, and before long, they arrived in the city, where the architecture was strikingly different from that of Earth, with rounded rooftops and an array of peculiar merchandise, much of which was unfamiliar to them. One stall was filled with exquisite jade, unlike anything seen on Earth, showcasing a vibrant spectrum of colors, which left number 18 in awe as she crouched to examine it. Suddenly, a figure riding a unicorn-like beast charged forth, demanding that all present make way. Move aside for this prince. The surrounding crowd scattered in response. Yunfeng, do you not find this beautiful? She exclaimed, just as a whip lashed out towards them. Ah! Number 18 gasped, witnessing Yunfeng firmly grasp the whip in his hand. Release me, you lowly peasant. The prince, adorned in lavish attire and a crown, shouted in fury. With a forceful tug, he was dislodged from his mount, landing in a disoriented heap. Enraged, the prince rose, ordering, "Kill him." Two armored guards immediately drew their slender swords and advanced on Yunfeng. The crowd fled in all directions as the swords lunged forward. With a swift motion, Yunfeng pinched the blade between his fingers and, with a powerful flick, sent the guard hurtling away. The prince's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent. "Call the captain of the guard," he commanded. The captain, riding the unicorn-like beast, approached slowly, his imposing stature dwarfing the other guards. System, analyze this individual's information. Ding. Name, Lif, species, Avalran, combat power, 50,000, skill, explosive fist. With a combat power of 50,000, he was quite formidable on this planet, which bore resemblance to Earth's martial prowess. However, to me, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Chapter 59, General Wreck. Quick! Tear this wretch apart for daring to offend me. The prince bellowed in rage. Number 18 grasped Yunfeng's arm, her eyes filled with concern. I offered her a reassuring glance. Having encountered rulers of various nations, I was perplexed as to how such individuals attained princely status. This king truly lacked discernment. The captain, astride his beast, drawled, "You should consider yourself unfortunate for crossing the wrong person. Do not blame me when you find yourself in the underworld." He brandished his spear, which blazed with speed as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yunfeng. I had anticipated a true master, yet the captain's attack left him flabbergasted. "Today, you shall learn the consequences of offending me." As the spear lunged toward him, Yunfeng gently raised his right hand and effortlessly seized the spear's tip. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, well aware of their captain's prowess. To witness such a powerful thrust being caught with such ease was beyond their comprehension. This is inconceivable. How could the captain of the guard possibly withstand such a formidable shot? The prince, unable to believe the scene before him, began to retreat slowly. A faint smile had never left Yunfeng's face. The captain had been exerting all his strength to plunge the gun into the enemy's chest, yet despite his efforts, the weapon remained immovable. His face flushed crimson as he muttered, "My lord, I did not anticipate your prowess. I beg your pardon. Indeed, this world venerates the strong." With a gentle exertion, the barrel and the muzzle of the gun separated, and the recoil sent the captain staggering back several paces. His entire arm trembled as he slowly raised both hands, expressing gratitude for the mercy shown. He glanced at the previously arrogant crown prince, whose face was now a mask of terror as he retreated, exclaiming, "Do not approach. I am the prince. If you harm me, the consequences will be dire." Yunfeng chuckled softly. "You are truly lacking in wisdom. If I were in your position, I would not threaten an adversary I cannot contend with." Suddenly, his form blurred, and a powerful fist struck the prince in the abdomen. The prince was sent crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed with a resounding crash, billowing dust and debris. The surrounding soldiers finally reacted, shouting, "Your Highness, quickly summon a doctor." They hurried to extract the prince from the rubble, but by the time they retrieved him, he was unmistakably lifeless. "A dragon has its scales. Since you harbored intent to harm number 18, I shall not allow you to exist in this world any longer." He turned to take number 18 away when a group of soldiers encircled them. "You cannot leave. Killing the prince is a grave offense, and you must face the king's retribution." Yunfeng laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe you can detain me?" His piercing gaze swept over the soldiers, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. "Having slain the prince, you still wish to depart? You clearly hold our nation in contempt." A voice emerged like thunder, and a figure resembling a towering iron edifice appeared in the sky, clad in heavy armor. The soldiers below, awestruck, knelt on one knee in unison, declaring, general-like, "This extraterrestrial has killed the prince." "Rise," the general commanded. "I am aware of the events that have transpired. Since the prince is dead, his fate must be left to the king." It turned out that a soldier had secretly signaled. Yunfeng was uncertain of the signaling methods in this world. "You two have come to defend that prince? This so-called prince sought to harm my woman. His death is well deserved. Do you wish to become like him?" Yunfeng laughed. I have never encountered such audacity in a young man. I am like the general of this realm. I advise you to accompany me to meet His Majesty. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. The system analyzed the individual's data. Ding. Analysis complete. Name, like, race, Avira, combat power, 500,000, skills, explosive fist, explosive leg. Observing the general's data, Yunfeng pondered the bizarre nature of this nation's martial techniques. What exactly was this explosive fist? Young one, have you made up your mind? Will you come with me willingly, or shall I take you by force? You are not yet worthy, since you seek your demise. Do not blame me for not offering you a chance. With a mighty punch, flames flickered around my fist, and as I grasped his hand, an explosive sound erupted. Huh, young one, that is my skill, explosive fist. Upon contact, my fist detonates. A plume of black smoke escaped Yunfeng's lips. Why did you not mention this sooner? You would have had no chance afterward. His form became elusive, only a series of afterimages visible in the air, making it impossible to discern his location. Watching the shadows darting above, beads of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. What astonishing speed! This extraterrestrial is incredibly formidable. A swift kick struck his mouth, sending 2 teeth flying as he was propelled backward. A fireball coalesced in Yunfeng's hand, hurtling toward the place where Lete had fallen. Suddenly, the debris that pinned him down was sent flying, revealing Lete standing, bloodied but defiant. He struck the fireball with a punch, and a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, sending him hurtling back several meters. After a brief moment, he rose once more, demonstrating remarkable resilience. This is becoming rather interesting. As the enemy charged forward, Lete swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided with a resounding boom, resulting in another explosion. Yunfeng staggered back a few steps, regaining his balance. But Lete's entire arm was gruesomely mangled, clearly incapacitated. This individual truly merits the title of general, though his strength may be mediocre. His determination and presence suggest that he will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Lete murmured, "My lord, I apologize. The enemy is simply too powerful. I have done all I could." Witnessing Yunfeng's defeat, the soldiers dared not obstruct their retreat, parting to allow passage. Accompanied by number 18, I exited the city with composure. Number 18, my apologies for the day's turn of events. It has marred our outing. Hearing my sentiments, Number 18 felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. It is quite all right. Being with you is enough to bring me joy. This planet holds special memories for us. Upon returning to the seahorse home, the meal was prepared and awaiting us. Master, you have returned. Haima has completed today's lessons. Now that you are back, let us dine together. Nodding at Wukong, I took a seat, when suddenly, a powerful malevolent aura enveloped us. This sinister energy approaching our planet. Could it be a demon? It must be. Such a chilling and terrifying presence could only belong to a demon. They have finally discovered this planet, but we never anticipated such a formidable demon emerging from a world so lacking in martial prowess. Wukong, let us confront this threat. Since we have encountered it, we must vanquish this demon, I declared with a hint of a smile. Master Yunfeng, shall we not join? Super Saiyan Gotenks is also quite strong and would undoubtedly be of assistance. Goten, Trunks, your mission is to protect sister number 18. Observing the formidable masters, all wearing solemn expressions, the perceptive seahorse chose to remain silent. To the demon clan, I shall make you regret provoking me, Yunfeng. Chapter 60, the fierce battle seated within the spacecraft. Savoring fine red wine, I pondered the absurdity of my clan dispatching me to such a feeble planet. As we approached this celestial body, merely 3 hours away, I contemplated unleashing destruction, a cruel smile gracing my lips. At last, the spacecraft arrived. The hatch opened slowly, and the demon emerged, surveying his surroundings. The environment appeared satisfactory. Yet the thought of transforming it into a wasteland brought him delight. You're awfully slow. We've been waiting for ages, a voice echoed. The demon turned to see 2 figures atop a nearby mountain, one clad in a black bodysuit, handsome with a gentle smile, and the other in orange garb, bearing a serious expression and peculiar hairstyle. Indeed, it was the early arriving Yunfeng and Wukong. Who are you? And how did you know of my arrival? The demon inquired. Those who will kill you, came the reply. It seemed yet another group of oblivious fools had appeared. My mood was already foul, since they had delivered themselves to me. I would entertain myself with them. System, analyze this demon's strength. Ding. Analysis complete. Name, Guha. Race, demon clan. Strength, high-level demon. Combat power, 8 trillion. Skills, trident, dark chains. Death Destruction Ball, Death Light. Gazing at the demon's attributes, I noted yet another high-level demon, equivalent to a Super Saiyan at the 3rd tier. This would be a challenging battle. Wukong, this demon's power is terrifying. We must confront him with Super Saiyan at the 3rd tier, otherwise we shall suffer the consequences. As Yunfeng and Wukong unleashed their energies simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from them. These two are impressive. They must not belong to this planet. They will provide me with some amusement, otherwise it would be too dull. The entire planet trembled violently, fissures forming in the ground, as golden flames enveloped the two warriors, their hair lengthening dramatically. In the palace, the king reclined in his chair, admiring the dancers adorned in sheer veils. Suddenly, the palace shook violently. What is happening? Quickly, investigate for me. Is it the gods punishing our nation? Summon the general. Hurry, bring me the results. The palace's inhabitants struggled to maintain their footing as the ground began to crack. As the two warriors completed their transformations, their hair cascaded to their waists, and their expressions shifted. You are Saiyans, aren't you? To think you can undergo such transformations. Remarkable that these wild monkeys can evolve. Since you have completed your changes, let us commence. With a glance at Wukong, I activated instant transmission and prepared to strike Guha with 2 powerful punches. Taken by surprise, Guha was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a mountain, a cloud of dust rising around him. The 2 wild monkeys appeared suddenly, leaving me perplexed. Their movements were so swift that they left no trace behind. When did the Saiyans master such profound techniques? As countless stones flew chaotically, a shadowy figure gradually drifted closer. Wild monkeys, I underestimated you. I never anticipated the Saiyans could possess such formidable strength. You have yet to realize much more. Allow me to enlighten you, Yunfeng replied. Dark energy coalesced in Guha's hands, directly ensnaring the 2 adversaries. In perfect synchrony, they launched 2 energy orbs, halting Guha's dark force. What is happening? Why are the Saiyans unafraid of my demonic power? It should suppress them, as my demonic power is divine. Guha, having conquered numerous planets, brimmed with confidence in his divine strength. Yet today he found himself bewildered, his efforts proving futile. Upon scrutinizing the energy orbs, he was taken aback. Angelic energy. The 2 forces clashed and annihilated each other, leading to a thunderous explosion that sent countless stones flying, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. Moments later, a massive crater appeared before the trio. Guha's expression darkened. How do you possess angelic energy? Have you Saiyans allied with the despicable angelic race? You need not concern yourself with that. Merely know that you will become the 4th demon to perish by my hand. The 4th? Guha's eyes widened. You dare harm my holy kin? I shall ensure your blood stains this ground. With that, Guha emanated a terrifying aura, black chains shooting forth toward the 2. They exchanged a knowing glance and unleashed their full power, causing the very heavens to tremble. The chains collided with the flames surrounding them, unable to penetrate further. In a flash, the 2 vanished from sight, prompting Guha to realize they had ascended above him, necessitating immediate confrontation. The 3 became entwined in battle, their silhouettes colliding in midair at an incredible speed, unleashing ripples of energy and shattering debris around them. In no time, they had exchanged no fewer than 200 blows. Guha met their strikes head-on, the overwhelming force leaving him reeling. The trio disengaged momentarily, staring each other down. Are these 2 truly Saiyans? The strongest I know are merely of lowly demon caliber. How could these 2 exhibit such extraordinary prowess? Even if I were to exert my full strength, I could only hope to match them, and I remain uncertain of their hidden cards. Wukong, I will use illusions to distract Guha. Take this opportunity to strike him with the dragon fist. Wukong nodded. Their bond as master and disciple had fostered an unspoken understanding. With a swift motion, Yunfeng vanished, while Guha observed intently. Suddenly, a crimson energy surged forth, directly assaulting Guha's forehead. Ancient River felt a sudden flash of crimson light, and then everything around him transformed. The scene of mountains of corpses and torrents of blood filled his face with terror, only to be replaced by a smile as he found himself seated in the position of the demon clan's leader. He stood there, oscillating between fear and wild laughter, clearly caught in a whirlwind of joy and sorrow. Wukong erupted with a terrifying aura. A fearsome golden flame surged around him. He raised his right fist towards Ancient River and shouted, "Dragon Fist Strike! Who dares to challenge me?" A golden dragon king burst forth from Wukong's fist, its claws bared as it surged towards Ancient River, radiating golden energy. Blood continuously poured from Ancient River's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted on the battlefield. Wukong raised his fist high, as if declaring victory, amidst the swirling smoke. Both warriors fixed their eyes intently on the battlefield. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, Ancient River's furious visage emerged, blood still trickling from his mouth, his body enveloped in a layer of black armor. How dare you inflict such grievous wounds upon me? I shall rend you to pieces. Despite his battered form, Ancient River proved to be a formidable foe. Initially believing they could vanquish him, they had underestimated the Demon Clan's formidable defenses. The skills passed down from the Demon King were indeed life-saving artifacts, Yinfeng mused. Wukong, it seems we must exert greater effort. Ancient River's defenses are truly formidable. We should coordinate our attacks and wield the Angel's Staff. Chapter 61, Annihilation of the Demon Ancient River. Damn it. 2 wild monkeys have managed to inflict such severe injuries upon me. I will not let you escape unscathed. While high-ranking demons may not be exceptional within the Demon Clan, they are undeniably powerful in the cosmos, capable of sweeping across the universe without difficulty. However, Ancient River never imagined he would suffer such a significant defeat at the hands of 2 Saiyans. Could these 2 be the fabled ancient Saiyans? No, that is impossible. They exist only in legends. How could they manifest in reality? As Ancient River's body slowly ascended, blood dripped from his lips. His gaze cold and indifferent as he observed the 2. Previously, he had witnessed his master battling demons, but he never anticipated the resilience and strength they possessed. Master, allow me to strike first. You look for an opportunity to attack. With a swift push off his toes, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ancient River. Today, let these wild monkeys understand the terror of our Demon Clan. The 2 engaged in combat. Wukong threw a punch, but Ancient River sidestepped, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, and retaliated with a kick. Wukong quickly gathered his energy, pushing Ancient River back. Wild monkey, you have angered me, Ancient River declared, unleashing a terrifying black energy that caused the very planet to tremble violently, as ominous black flames surged around him. Ancient River's power escalated rapidly. 8 trillion, 8, 2 trillion, 8, 5 trillion, 8, 7 trillion. Wukong, you must flee. Ancient River's combat power has surged to an alarming level. The malevolence in the eyes of Guha intensified, and the black flames surrounding him grew ever more potent. Wild monkeys, you have incurred my wrath. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the ever-increasing power of Guha, as the surrounding mountains crumbled in layers, and the ground beneath Guha rapidly sank. How is this possible? His energy has surged to such heights, yet it continues to escalate. Suddenly, Guha expanded swiftly, transforming into a giant. What? How can this be? Wukong was taken aback by Guha's transformation. Damn it! I cannot allow you to grow stronger. Wukong unleashed a formidable energy, golden flames erupting as he charged towards Guha. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of punches, the Kamehameha wave surging forth. A terrifying white energy wave erupted around Guha. Wutian, what has happened to that demon's aura? It has become utterly terrifying. I can feel my entire being trembling. Trunks, I feel the same. My body quakes involuntarily. His power has overshadowed both my father and master. Should we intervene? Although fear gripped them, they believed that by merging into Super Watonkus, they could make a difference. Let us proceed. Golden flames enveloped them, their hair transforming to gold as they prepared to advance. What do you 2 think you are doing? Yinfeng interjected. You must not approach. It is far too perilous. Your presence would be of no avail against the demon's might. No, we must go. 18. We cannot allow our father and master to fight alone. We cannot stand idly by in fear. We must act. 18 was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with shock, unable to fathom that it was the mischievous Trunks uttering such words. After a brief silence, she relented. Very well, but you must prioritize your safety and refrain from engaging. The 2 ascended, golden flames soaring as they flew towards the demon. Amidst swirling dust, a colossal black hand emerged, moving with incredible speed, seizing Wukong's head and forcing it into the earth below. Boom! A massive crater formed in the ground as Guha leapt, driving his knee into Wukong's abdomen. Ah! Wukong's anguished cry echoed. Wukong! Yunfeng's hands glowed red. The sealing technique finally prepared, though it had taken far longer than anticipated. Ha ha ha! Scream, wild monkey. Today, I shall make you truly experience fear. The immense Guha raised his foot, preparing to stomp down upon Wukong. That scoundrel! In a flash, Wukong teleported and landed a punch squarely on the giant Guha's eye. Guha clutched his eyes, staggering backward. Ah, damn it! I forgot there was another wild monkey. The red glow enveloped Guha, rendering him immobile as if ensnared by a 9-tailed fox. What is this? Why can I not move? I refuse to accept this. My lineage is divine. How can I be defeated by a mere wild monkey? I hate this. Gently, Wukong rose, administering a Senzu bean, and his injuries began to mend. Master, what has happened to him? Why can't he move? I hadn't anticipated this demon's formidable strength. Its size has increased, yet its speed remains unchanged, truly a challenging adversary. Suddenly, two small figures dashed forward, delivering a punch to Guha's cry, followed by 4 or 5 more strikes. The duo unleashed a terrifying energy blast that struck the demon squarely in the face, causing the colossal creature to collapse onto the ground. Wait, Trunks. Why is this demon not retaliating? It seems to be standing still, allowing us to strike. Trunks nodded in agreement, sensing the lack of resistance as well. What are you two doing here? Upon hearing the voice from behind, both figures jolted and turned around, offering an awkward smile. Master, we just wanted to help. We arrived and saw the demon standing here, so we attacked. I have already sealed the demon away, and yet you disobeyed and snuck over here. It appears your energy is still quite abundant. Upon returning, you shall double your training. The expressions of both boys immediately turned sour. No, please. We promise we won't do it again next time. Slowly approaching the now immobile demon, he commanded the system, retrieve the angelic staff. An ethereal staff materialized in Yunfeng's hand, radiating a mysterious power. Ah, the angelic staff. You truly are the minions of the angels. No wonder you wield such formidable strength. Despicable angelic race. We demons shall inevitably make them our slaves. Enough of this chatter. I shall send you on your way. The demon Guha lay in a pool of blood as the angelic staff pierced through him. A notification chimed. Host has completed a hidden task. Eliminate a member of the demon clan. Reward, substantial Super Saiyan energy. A surge of golden energy flowed into Yunfeng, filling him with immense power, while the system chimed again. Name, Yunfeng race, pure blood Saiyan strength, Super Saiyan Ultra, battle power 11 trillion skills, Kamehameha, solar flare, instant transmission. King Kai fist, phantom ceiling, illusion, angelic energy, super shield. His battle power had increased significantly. Should he encounter this demon now, he could easily dispatch it without the current struggle. Retrieving the angelic staff, a beam of energy dealt with the demon's corpse, and he stored the demon's spacecraft within the system space. Yunfeng realized the system space was astonishingly vast. As the system described, it was akin to a small world. Upon returning to Haima's home, 18 rushed over, asking, "Are you all right?" I was so worried. It's fine, it's fine. The demon has been vanquished. Master, did you drive away the bad guys? Haima approached eagerly. Goku smiled and nodded, and Yunfeng understood it was time for them to leave this planet. Chapter 62. The fifth Dragon Ball. Under Goku's training, Haima had become adept at swiftly navigating the forest, significantly stronger than when he first began. The system analyzed Haima's current status. Name, Haima race, Avira alien battle power, 13,000 skills, sidekick, straight punch, turtle school martial arts, Kamehameha. Indeed, the diligent child, Haima, has astonishingly amassed a combat power of 10,000 in such a brief span. Host, it has come to my attention that the indigenous people you encountered possess a hidden bloodline, one that, upon awakening, can wreak havoc upon the world. Hidden bloodline? What might that entail? System, please conduct a thorough analysis of this hidden bloodline. I then heard the system's scanning sound. Ding. Host, analysis complete. This is an ancient bloodline belonging to the Avalar people. Upon awakening, one's power surges dramatically, reaching a peak that rivals that of a Super Saiyan god. A Super Saiyan god? Goodness, that is exceedingly formidable. At the very least, it must possess the strength equivalent to that of Super Blue or Super Red. It seems that Haima will undoubtedly become a formidable ally, with potential that rivals even Goku's. As I approached Haima, I asked Haima, "Would you like to accompany your master to explore other planets?" Haima lowered his head and replied, "Master, while I yearn to go, my sister and mother remain here, and I must protect them. I fear that should I leave, they may be bullied." After pondering, Yunfeng said, "Very well, you must diligently cultivate your skills without any slack. Your master and I will periodically check on your progress." "Yes, master, I will train earnestly and will not become complacent." After bidding farewell to Haima, I boarded the spaceship, setting course for the next Dragon Ball planet. Upon activating the Dragon Ball radar, I realized that this Dragon Ball was quite close. Suddenly, I spotted a massive boulder ahead, seemingly blocking our path. Alert! Alert! A colossal meteor has appeared on the flight path. Please land immediately. The crew turned to Yunfeng, who suggested, "Master, shall I exit and destroy the meteor?" "Stay here. I will handle this meteor myself." A protective shield enveloped me, casting a faint glow around my form. I opened the hatch and leaped from the spacecraft. As I observed the approaching meteor, I summoned a surge of white energy, feeling my combat power escalate. The Kamehameha wave. A terrifying white energy coalesced in my hands, radiating brilliance. I launched it toward the meteor with a resounding explosion, obliterating it into countless fragments that floated in the void of space. Master, that was incredible. You made it seem as effortless as walking on solid ground. Re-entering the spacecraft, I announced, the obstacle has been cleared. Let us proceed to the next Dragon Ball planet. The spaceship soared through space, and after a time, it descended onto a new world. Following a few moments of deceleration, it came to rest. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath us, and we beheld a giant striding toward us, uprooting trees in its wake. Are the inhabitants of this planet all so colossal? This must be a giant's world. I retrieved the Dragon Ball detector and pressed a button. Beep, beep, beep. It's very close now. The Dragon Ball should be nearby. Let us search separately. The group swiftly navigated through the forest, and as the Dragon Ball drew nearer, I felt a surge of excitement. Finally, a grand apple tree came into view, and the detector beeped insistently. This must be the location. However, after a thorough search of the area, I found no trace of the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and Xiefeng felt as though he could scarcely maintain his footing. The others gathered, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their failure to locate the Dragon Ball. A colossal figure gradually approached. Yunfeng gestured for everyone to conceal themselves, and they swiftly took refuge among the trees. A giant, resembling a primitive man and wielding a stone axe, ambled over. Upon reaching the vicinity, he seized an apple tree and began to shake it violently, causing apples to cascade to the ground in increasing numbers, eventually forming a small mound. The giant plucked an apple and devoured it with a loud crunch, swiftly annihilating it. Wukong noticed a glimmer on one of the fallen apples and exclaimed, "Master, look, that apple seems to have the Dragon Ball upon it." Following Wukong's pointed direction, they indeed spotted the Black Star Dragon Ball resting atop the apple, a fortunate find with minimal effort. "Stay here and do not act recklessly. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball," Yunfeng declared, vanishing in an instant. He soon arrived before the towering pile of apples, where he appeared no larger than an ant compared to the giant, thus evading detection. As he reached for the apple, the giant's hand suddenly stretched forth, grasping the very apple Yunfeng intended to take. Just as he lifted the Dragon Ball, both he and the apple were seized by the giant. "Master!" Wukong cried out anxiously, attempting to rush forward, but was met with a shake of Yunfeng's head. The giant tossed the apple into his mouth, unleashing a foul stench, and soon began to roar in agony, for the Dragon Ball had lodged itself between his teeth. Clutching his mouth, the giant howled, while Yunfeng, enduring the putrid odor, devised a plan. "I shall knock out that tooth," he resolved. A surge of white energy enveloped Yunfeng, Kamehameha. The terrifying white energy sphere coalesced in his hands, radiating brilliance that illuminated the giant's oral cavity. A wave of energy surged forth, striking the giant's teeth. With a resounding cry, the giant expelled Yunfeng and the tooth from his mouth. Feeling utterly repugnant, Yunfeng grasped the massive tooth and fled. The giant, perplexed by the moving tooth, raised his stone axe in fury, preparing to strike. Wukong dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the axe, sending a shockwave that toppled several trees. A spiderweb-like crack appeared in the axe, which promptly shattered, forcing the giant to stagger backward from the immense force. In an instant, the group was already miles away, the giant's furious roars echoing behind them, shaking the entire forest. This giant was undoubtedly the ruler of the planet, his pride wounded by being repelled by a creature no larger than an ant, inciting his wrath. Upon returning to their spaceship, they pressed the launch button, and the vessel ascended swiftly. Yunfeng hurried to wash up and change, emerging to find Wukong had successfully retrieved the Dragon Ball from the giant's enormous tooth. Thus, I find myself in possession of 5 Dragon Balls, drawing ever closer to my goal. According to the unfolding narrative, the formidable baby shall soon make his appearance, and I must prepare thoroughly. This adversary is not to be trifled with. Capable of parasitizing the human form and appropriating one's strength, he is indeed a terrifying creature. I ponder the means by which I might vanquish him. After considerable reflection, it seems that only illusions and sealing techniques may prove effective. The Super Saiyan transformation poses a challenge against Baby, as he can seize the moment of one's rage to infiltrate the body and exert control, with only Majin Buu being immune to his influence. The spacecraft glides silently through the cosmos, while Goku and the others slumber peacefully. "Yunfeng, why haven't you come in to sleep yet?" inquired Android 18, clad in her nightwear as she emerged slowly. Gazing upon the alluring figure of 18, my worries dissipated into the ether, and I surrendered to slumber, contemplating various matters. Baby, come forth. With the aid of my system. Should I truly fear a creature birthed from alien cells? Chapter 63, Dr. Mew. The planet Zafir was ravaged by the Saiyans, resulting in the extinction of its inhabitants. In a quest for vengeance against the Saiyans, the Zafir king utilized his own cells to create Baby, a parasitic organism, while simultaneously constructing the robotic Dr. Mew to facilitate Baby's maturation and growth. Dr. Mew, a man of considerable ambition, relocated his entire laboratory to the dark planet of mysterious charm, continuing his research and nurturing of Baby, as Yunfeng and his companions journey toward that very destination. Master, the next Dragon Ball's planet appears to be quite near, Yunfeng remarked with a nod, prompting everyone to rally their spirits. We may soon confront formidable foes. And we must remain vigilant, especially you, Goten and Trunks. You have yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, which poses great peril. Trunks muttered, can't we just fuse? A mere glance from Yunfeng sent a shiver down Trunks' spine. Adversaries will not grant you the luxury of fusion time. You must enhance your inherent strength. Goku, intensify their training, enabling them to swiftly grasp the nuances of Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, when faced with mighty foes, you shall find yourselves as mere fodder. The faces of Trunks and Goten fell as they lamented, look, Goten, isn't it fine to remain on Earth? You insisted on venturing into space, and now we've encountered a devil of a master. What are you two whispering about? The pair hastily scurried away to commence their training. These two little rascals, Yunfeng chuckled, scolding them playfully. Very close, indeed, he noted, as the dragon radar indicated the next Dragon Ball was within reach. Prepare yourselves. We are about to descend. The atmosphere grew tense as none could foresee the nature of the forthcoming planet and its trials. The spacecraft gradually descended, stabilizing after a few gentle bounces until it finally touched down upon this new world. Thankfully, it appeared to be a normal planet. We all feared a repeat of the disastrous desert environment we had previously encountered, leaving us with psychological scars. As we exited the spacecraft, traversing a mountainous landscape, we suddenly heard cries for help. In an instant, Yunfeng appeared at the source of the distress, where a fearsome beast loomed menacingly over a striking young man with long ears. Help! Someone save me! A figure emerged and delivered a powerful punch to the monster's chin, sending it flying. Yunfeng stood firmly on the ground. Are you all right? Thank you for rescuing me. The young boy slowly climbed to his feet. Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort. Observing the amiable Yunfeng, the boy approached him and extended his hand. Before long, Wukong and the others arrived. And Trunks quickly befriended the boy, whose name was revealed to be Xia, a prince from a small nation on this planet. He had lost his way while playing and had wandered off from his companions. Yunfeng produced a Dragon Ball and inquired, Prince Xia, have you seen this orb before? Xia inspected the Dragon Ball for a while, recalling, I believe I have seen it in our royal treasury. Really? Might you be able to give it to us? Yunfeng asked eagerly. Xia's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Of course. You are my savior. It's just a single orb. When I return, I shall have my father retrieve it for you. Upon hearing that the Dragon Ball was finally within reach, everyone was filled with joy and flew towards the royal palace of Xia's nation. I can fly? I never imagined you all could fly as well. It is truly marvelous. Xia exclaimed excitedly. In no time, they arrived at the palace gates, which appeared quite modern in design. Upon seeing Xia, the guards immediately bowed in respect. Once inside the royal hall, they were surrounded by numerous courtiers, presumably high-ranking officials of the kingdom. The king joyfully rushed toward them, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that Xia bore a resemblance to him. Xia, where have you been? The soldiers reported you missing. Were you in any danger? It is a relief to see you back. Father, I got lost and encountered a huge monster, but it was the brave Yunfeng who saved me, Xia explained, pulling Yunfeng closer to the king. Thank you for rescuing my son. I am immensely grateful. Please, name any condition, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Father, they wish for a useless orb from the treasury, which I have seen before. The orb? Since the warriors require it, it shall be given to you. Someone, go to the treasury and fetch the orb the warriors seek. Father, there's no need for that. I can take them to retrieve it myself and also show them around the palace. Very well, you may guide them. The courtiers whispered amongst themselves, but they dared not question the king's decision as they watched the prince lead them toward the palace exit. Suddenly, a figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar brushed past them. Yunfeng, that old man who just walked by. He looks remarkably like Dr. Gero, 18 remarked in astonishment. Yunfeng noted the resemblance as well, recognizing the likeness to the cyborg creator. Who was the elderly man that just entered? Xia? Do you know? You must be referring to Dr. Mew. He is an all-encompassing scientist who visited our kingdom last year, bringing with him numerous new technologies that have greatly advanced our nation, earning my father's utmost respect. Dr. Mew? This is the first I have heard of him. I hope he does not create terrifying warriors like Dr. Gero did. Xia pointed out a grand building adjacent to the royal hall, which housed Dr. Meow's laboratory. Observing the vastness of the laboratory, Yunfeng took note of its location. Throughout the journey, Xia introduced various structures of the palace, and after a while, they finally arrived at the royal treasury. Xia exchanged a few words with the guards, and the doors swung open, revealing an expansive space filled with treasures. The sight of rare and exotic artifacts elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone. Xia was rummaging through the treasures, seemingly perplexed. It must be here somewhere, she muttered, continuing her search with fervor. Suddenly, she exclaimed in delight, having discovered the Dragon Ball that had fallen below. This is the 7th ball. Thank you so much, Xia. Yunfeng exclaimed, receiving the orb with excitement. Just one more to complete the collection. Oh, it's nothing, just a simple orb, Xia replied modestly, unaware of who had placed it there. After exiting the treasury, Xia arranged accommodations for everyone within the palace. However, a sense of unease lingered in Yunfeng's heart as he whispered to number 18, who lay comfortably against his chest. Do you think meeting Dr. Meow today reminded you of Dr. Gero, causing your restlessness? Indeed, Dr. Gero represented a nightmare for number 18 and her companions, having subjected them to arbitrary modifications and commanded them to eliminate Sun Wukong. For them, the entire ordeal was a harrowing experience. Unlike the fully mechanized number 16, they were once living humans, and the relentless transformations left some scars that were difficult to overcome. It's all in the past now. You have me, and I want to allow you to relive those terrifying days, Yunfeng reassured her. Meanwhile, outside Dr. Meow's laboratory, 2 small figures stealthily sought the entrance. Goten, hurry up. Don't you find Dr. Meow fascinating? Trunks urged. Let us just go back. It's so dark and scary here, Goten replied nervously. Come on, Goten. Why are you so timid? Trunks pressed on. The two quickly located the door and stealthily slipped inside, moving with such speed that no one inside noticed their entrance. Chapter 64. Bioengineered Broly. As they walked through the technologically advanced laboratory, Goten asked, "What is this place? It feels even larger than my grandfather's lab." Having never encountered such an array of scientific equipment, Goten was awestruck, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Someone's coming," Trunks warned, and they swiftly opened a door to hide within, peering through a crack as 2 individuals clad in white lab coats walked past. "Goten, we must be cautious. If we're discovered, that old man will take us to Master, and we'll be in serious trouble." The thought of the stern Yunfeng sent shivers down their spines. Turning to look, Trunks' eyes widened in fear. "Goten, look at all of this." The two cautiously navigated the interior, encountering large experimental vials containing human figures suspended in blue liquid. This cannot possibly be an android, Trunks thought, shivering at the terrifying recollections of the android menace. In the past, during the siege against the androids, he had been cradled in Bulma's arms. Though he had never faced them directly, the accounts from Piccolo and others conveyed nothing short of horror. Goten felt no trepidation, for he was born after the android incident, yet he had heard tales from his brother Gohan about the dread they instilled. "Trunks, isn't Android 18 just an android? She seems quite nice," Goten remarked. Trunks swiftly covered Goten's mouth, warning, "Goten, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not speak ill of Android 18. You wouldn't want Master to overhear, would you?" Goten merely stuck out his tongue, and the pair ventured deeper inside, only to suddenly behold a colossal glass chamber containing a bare figure. "Trunks, that person appears to have a tail. Could they be a Saiyan?" Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a tail, confirming the figure's Saiyan heritage. "Surely, this old man hasn't turned a Saiyan into an android, has he?" Suddenly, the tailed figure opened its eyes, startling the two into a hasty retreat. "Trunks, let us depart. This place is utterly terrifying," Goten urged. "I feel the same. We should leave at once." They flung open the door and sprinted out, panting as they exchanged glances. "Goten, was that thrilling?" The thought of the Saiyan sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to realize they needed to consult Master, even if it meant facing reprimand. Had Goku and Yunfeng been present, they would have gasped in astonishment at the mention of Broly. "Master, we have stumbled upon something significant." The door creaked open. "What is the matter with you two?" Saiyan, they stammered. "Calm down and explain clearly," Master instructed. Trunks steadied himself. "Master, Goten and I inadvertently entered Dr. M's laboratory and discovered numerous androids, the most alarming of which was an android that is also a Saiyan." "What did you say? An android? And a Saiyan?" Master exclaimed. In the original narrative, Dr. M was a robotic creation of King Zor, designed to produce baby. It seemed that the course of events had shifted due to their interference. Regardless, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. This Dr. M was far more terrifying than Dr. Gero. You two go summon Goku to meet me. We have matters to discuss. Trunks eagerly agreed, elated that Master was not upset with them. Shortly thereafter, Goku arrived. Goku, Trunks just informed me that he saw androids and even a Saiyan in Dr. M's lab. I sense this situation is far more complex than it appears. Dr. M's intentions in this country may be nefarious. Perhaps he aims to exploit the resources of this nation to create androids for his sinister designs. We cannot remain idle. We must investigate Dr. M's laboratory under the cover of night. Trunks, Goten, you two stay here. Should any issues arise, we can teleport back using your coordinates. With a swift motion, the two vanished from sight, arriving at the entrance of Dr. M's laboratory. Yunfeng observed the guards at the entrance before beckoning to Goku, and together, they swiftly infiltrated the lab. Upon entering, the two individuals were taken aback, confronted by an array of doors, each one a mystery. Which one contained the android that Trunks had spoken of? Perhaps it was best to explore them one by one. As they opened the first door, they were met with a line of glass containers, within which strange entities resided, occasionally releasing bubbles. System, please analyze what this is, one of them requested. Host, please hold on. Analysis in progress, came the system's response. Moments later, it continued, analysis complete. This is a type of bioengineered human. A warrior cultivated from biochemical fluid combined with cellular blood from individuals. Bioengineered humans? What could Dr. Mu be aiming for? Does he intend to conquer the universe as well? Goku, let us check another room, they decided. Upon opening the second door, they were immediately struck by the sight of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, preserved in time. This is Broly. How could he be here? Didn't we defeat him? Goku questioned, perplexed. Yunfeng suddenly recalled the original narrative. Broly had not perished in their last encounter, but had fled the planet in a spaceship. Yet, this Broly seemed different. Abruptly, Broly's eyes shot open. Kakarot! Kakarot! He bellowed, his energy surging dramatically. The entire laboratory erupted in alarms, red lights flashing alongside the blaring sirens. Goku, we need to retreat. We've been discovered. The duo instantly teleported out of the laboratory, returning to Trunks' location. Master, Uncle Goku, you're back. Did we see correctly? Trunks inquired. Things have become a bit complicated. Don't worry about it for now. Uncle Goku and I will handle it, Yunfeng replied. What is happening? Quickly, investigate the source of the alarm. Dr. Mu commanded, his fury palpable. Report, Dr. Mu. It seems to be related to that Science laboratory, an assistant relayed. Go investigate immediately. Suddenly, a hand shot forth as Broly burst from the glass container. Kakarot! Kakarot! He roared, causing the laboratory to explode in a cataclysmic eruption. This is bad. The Saiyan has emerged sooner than expected. I had estimated we had more time. What could have provoked him? Quickly, release bioengineered humans 1, 2, and 3 to subdue this Saiyan. Under Dr. Mu's command, 3 bioengineered warriors charged at Broly. In a swift motion, Broly seized one of the bio-warriors by the head and crushed it into the ground. Kakarot! He shouted, his body enveloped in a swirling green flame, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Someone, go check on Dr. Mu's lab. What is causing all this commotion? The entire kingdom is shaking. As soldiers rushed out, the king felt an unsettling anxiety. He summoned General Wei He, the strongest in the realm, feeling a sense of security only in his presence. It seems Broly has indeed emerged. Since this is Dr. Mu's creation, let him handle it for now. We shall intervene when the time is right. Broly's power was not to be underestimated. Even though Yunfeng had previously defeated him, the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan was formidable. In the original narrative, Broly had held his ground against Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, a fact not to be overlooked. In the annals of legend, the variability of the Super Saiyan remains so profound that none dare to wager upon it, warranting utmost vigilance. Goku, prepare yourself, a formidable adversary awaits. Chapter 65. Confrontation with Broly in the laboratory. 2 bioengineered warriors struck Broly with all their might. Yet he responded with a cruel smile, delivering a single blow that sent one of them soaring like a kite severed from its string. The other bio-warrior, seized by trepidation, began to retreat slowly. In a swift motion, Broly seized the final bio-warrior by the neck, and with ferocious intent, crushed its skull. Report to Dr. Mu. The bio-warriors proved no match for that Saiyan. They have all been annihilated. What? They couldn't even withstand for a brief moment? This is intolerable. Has all my labor over the years been in vain? No, I refuse to accept this. Summon more bio-warriors to impede the Saiyan's advance. And yes, release Kumba at once. Dr. Mew, are you certain about unleashing that cosmic beast? It cannot be controlled. Must I allow the Saiyan to obliterate my laboratory? Hurry. This is unacceptable. Baby is on the verge of awakening. Why must it be at this moment? Baby was created from the cells of his master, King Ziffel. With the grand mission of avenging the Saiyans and restoring planet Ziffel, failure is not an option. Dr. Mew dashed towards the depths of the laboratory. Meanwhile, within the palace. Your Majesty, I have come at your summons. What is the matter? General Wei He, it seems there is turmoil at Dr. Mew's laboratory. The disturbances are so great that even the palace trembles. The soldiers I dispatched have not returned. I must trouble you to investigate the situation. Your Majesty, I had advised against the construction of that laboratory. I have always sensed malice in Dr. Mew's intentions. Now, it appears my instincts were correct. I shall investigate, rest assured. With that, General Wei He ascended into the air, propelling himself towards the laboratory. Yunfeng and Goku observed Broly's battle with the bio-warriors from a distance. Master, Broly's strength seems to have increased significantly. It appears the legendary Super Saiyan does indeed grow in power without the need for training, just as the tales foretold. Indeed, Goku. Let us watch for now. I am curious to discern the extent of Dr. Mew's hidden prowess. As General Wei He arrived above the laboratory, he marveled at the multitude of powerful warriors Dr. Mew had created, realizing the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the warriors he had engineered had spiraled out of control. Kakarot. Broly manifested a compressed azure-yellow energy sphere and hurled it, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated a considerable number of bio-warriors. Kakarot, emerge and face me. I know you are nearby, Kakarot. The bio-warriors lunged at Broly with reckless abandon. He unleashed his fury, a wail escaping his lips as greenish circles of energy enveloped him, a dreadful aura erupting from within. A multitude of bio-warriors were hurled away, unable to approach him. The terrifying energy continued to escalate. Broly's hair transformed into a vibrant green, his muscles swelled, and the ground beneath him began to crumble. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized within the laboratory, resembling a fusion of wolf and tiger, towering at a height of 3 men. Its mouth dripped with foul, white drool, and in a single gulp, it devoured its liberator. Upon first glance, the rampant Broly was in sight, and the creature lunged towards him. With razor-sharp claws, it struck at Broly, who turned to face the onslaught. His eyes transformed into a complete white, and a cruel smile spread across his face as he laughed maniacally. Trash! With a single punch, he smashed into the beast, sending it hurtling like a severed kite, crashing into the laboratory and causing a cascade of biochemical fluid to spill forth, unleashing a multitude of biochemical entities. The cosmic beast regained its footing, its eyes glowing green, and it promptly consumed numerous biochemical warriors, doubling in size before charging at Broly once more. Kakarot! Kakarot! The greenish-blue energy in his hands flickered ominously, and a terrifying energy wave struck the cosmic beast directly in the mouth. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the entire laboratory. A massive crater formed where the creature had stood, rendering it motionless. Broly erupted with a fearsome aura, waves of dread sweeping across the planet. Damnable Saiyans. No wonder my master despises them. They've utterly ravaged my laboratory. Approaching Baby's computer, a massive device hummed to life, while within a large glass vessel, several small, purple-red horned infants developed in biochemical fluid. Soon, in 12 hours, the great Ziver warriors will be born. Dr. Mew frantically observed the bubbling fluid within the glass container. Broly's fury escalated, wreaking havoc in the laboratory as waves of terrifying light surged outward, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. This is intolerable. I must take action or this entire kingdom will be obliterated by this monster, General Wei He muttered. His form became ethereal as he delivered a kick to Broly's chin. Broly, donning a wicked grin, seized Wei He's foot and flung him aside, sending him crashing to the ground and demolishing several buildings in the process. What a formidable beast! He exclaimed in disbelief. It was clear that restraint was no longer an option. A terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloped in a white mist. Yunfeng observed the unfamiliar powerhouse charging towards Broly. System. Analyze this individual's information. Host, please wait. Analysis in progress. Ding. Analysis complete. Name. Wei He. Race. Dark Charm Star Being. Combat Power. 150,000. Skill. Death Key Wave. Such combat power was remarkable, marking him as a formidable force among the native inhabitants, presumably a strong warrior from the land of Sia. Wei He ascended above Broly, locking onto his position and unleashed purple-red light from his hands, compressing his power. Broly, Noticing the adversary above, shouted, "Kakarot! Charge!" Suddenly, a colossal wave of purple-red energy descended, creating a massive circular pit in the ground. As the terrifying force continued to bombard relentlessly, Broly attempted to charge forward. Yet the immense force of his power prevented him from advancing. "Die, beast! Restore peace to our planet!" The king exclaimed, "Look over there at that radiance. It appears to be General YEETS' death energy wave." The king gazed into the distance, where a purplish-red energy relentlessly bombarded the ground. There can be no mistake. That is indeed General YEETS' technique. I have witnessed it once before. With Wei employing this move, the outcome is essentially determined. We can rest easy now. The expressions of those in the palace reflected a sense of relief. The terrifying purplish-red energy continued to pummel Broly, creating ever-deepening craters in the earth. YEETS' energy began to wane, and after 10 long minutes, he wore a smile of relief, believing the monster to be utterly annihilated. Suddenly, from the billowing dust, a figure emerged, seemingly unscathed aside from some wisps of smoke emanating from his body. "How can this be? Impossible! What manner of monster are you?" Broly bellowed. "Kakarot, come forth." With a single punch, he sent Wei flying, who had lost all will to resist. Goku, unable to contain himself any longer, caught Wei and set him aside. As he walked, golden flames enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. "Broly, you are utterly unforgivable." Chapter 66. The overwhelming Gotenks. "Kakarot, you have finally revealed yourself," Broly remarked with a cruel smile. "What is happening in the palace? Has the battle concluded? Surely General Wei has emerged victorious. Quickly, issue orders for a victory banquet in his honor. Everyone, follow me to the city gates to welcome the general." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Broly and delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling into nearby structures amidst a cloud of dust. "Broly, how can you forget your old friends while fixating solely on Goku? In that case, I must present you with a parting gift." With a resounding crash, an overwhelming force shattered the stones pressing down upon him. "Cursed Kakarot and Yunfeng, you shall all perish." Broly's teal glow intensified, exuding a terrifying power. Goku and Yunfeng began to unleash their energy as well. With their furious roars, their auras surged, flames of gold igniting around them. The ground began to crack, and the very planet trembled beneath their might. Their hair lengthened as they ascended to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, releasing a terrifying force that radiated outward. What is happening? Why is the ground shaking anew? Is the battle not yet over? Someone, go and investigate this at once. Wu Tian, does this powerful, monstrous energy belong to that artificial Saiyan? Indeed, and the other 2 formidable energies belong to Master and Father. We must assist them. Trunks' gaze grew resolute. All right, let us see. Perhaps we can be of help and earn Master's respect. The 2 immediately transformed into Super Saiyans and dashed toward the laboratory, their spirits ablaze with determination. Broly charged towards Yunfeng, his muscles swelling with immense power. He delivered a punch, which Yunfeng narrowly evaded by sidestepping, then swiftly countered with a strike of his own. Broly raised his arm to block, as emerald flames and golden energy surged around them. Yunfeng unleashed a series of punches, yet Broly continued to defend himself. Suddenly, Goku appeared out of thin air, delivering a punch to Broly's abdomen, followed by an uppercut that forced Broly to stagger back. Seizing the moment, Yunfeng executed a kick, sending Broly flying like a kite severed from its string. Ah, the Demon Clan's energy wave. Both combatants coalesced white orbs of energy in their hands, a brilliant radiance illuminating the entire sky. The waves of energy collided, producing a thunderous explosion that shook the very planet beneath them, manifesting a mushroom cloud in their line of sight. The cacophony of roaring sounds reverberated, with billowing clouds of dust swirling around. Yet, according to the law of smoke and no injury, it seemed Broly had not sustained significant harm. Indeed, moments later, Broly surged forward once more, landing a punch squarely on Yunfeng's face, who did not retaliate. "Goku, do not interfere, let me handle him alone." He beckoned Broly to continue, and Broly unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Yunfeng remained unyielding. "Ha ha!" Yunfeng's laughter echoed. "Broly, it appears your strength is rather feeble. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? I am sorely disappointed. Perhaps I have simply grown too formidable. Allow me to demonstrate what true might and terror entail." With a swift motion, Yunfeng's form became indistinct, striking Broly in the abdomen and then delivering a blow to his face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Broly's mouth as he staggered back. "What say you of the legendary Super Saiyan? Are you not impressive? Curse you! I shall end you." "Die!" Broly exclaimed, condensing a terrifying emerald energy sphere in his hands, and launching it directly at Yunfeng. Raising his hand, Yunfeng halted the incoming projectile, stating, "Since it is yours, I shall return it. Enjoy it well." The fearsome emerald orb was pushed back toward Broly. "What? It's being sent back?" Broly gasped in shock, the emerald flames dancing wildly around him as he conjured another energy sphere, launching it into the fray. The two spheres collided in midair, producing another terrifying explosion. "Damn it! You shall all perish." Broly's energy began to swell once more. "I refuse to be defeated by you." His aura, already comparable to that of a Super Saiyan at its third level, surged higher still. Could it be that I provoked him? Have I fallen victim to the Saiyan's common flaw, becoming overconfident in the face of strength, ultimately leading to ruin? Broly's energy escalated rapidly, as he appeared to lose all semblance of rationality, howling in a frenzy as his power soared to new heights. 60 trillion, 65 trillion, 69 trillion, 70 trillion, 75 trillion. As Broly's combat power continued to soar, Yunfeng felt an unshakable calm within. Following their last battle, the rewards bestowed by the system had elevated Yunfeng's power far beyond that of a Super Saiyan at the third level. Although Broly's energy was relentlessly growing stronger, Yunfeng remained composed. At that moment, a golden figure appeared, delivering a kick that sent Broly flying. It was none other than the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, declaring, "Take that." Death missile kick. Observing Broly being sent crashing away and Gotenks reveling in his triumph in the air, one could only describe the scene as magnificent. "Master, how about that? This formidable creature has to be dealt with by your Super Gotenks. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Broly is not defeated yet. Stay alert," Goku admonished, shaking his head at the two children, wondering when they would shed their hubris. Suddenly, Broly reappeared before Super Gotenks with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that sent Gotenks flying. "Gotenks!" Both Goku and Yunfeng exclaimed. To be struck so swiftly, he has been taught a lesson. They lamented. "This monstrous fiend has brought us shame in front of our master. It is unforgivable." However, Gotenks' body stabilized mid-flight, radiant energy swirling around him as he unleashed the super sweet donut technique. A series of energy rings ensnared Broly. "Huh? How do you like being trapped now, you vile creature? Master, let us execute a super volleyball attack. Please assist me." Yunfeng sighed in resignation, conceding to let Gotenks handle the situation. Gotenks spun the ball formed by Broly in his hands, declaring, "Super volleyball attack, pass," as he sent it flying toward Yunfeng. With a swift motion, Yunfeng caught the ball, and Gotenks, with a firm grip, gathered a terrifying surge of Super Saiyan energy, glowing with golden brilliance. Killer shot. His fearsome fist struck the ball, creating a cataclysmic impact that sent it crashing into the ground, creating a massive, bottomless crater shrouded in smoke and debris. "Huh, I might have overdone it. I hope I haven't killed this creature in one blow. Let me strike again." Gotenks raised both hands to the sky, initiating the Super Death Chain missile attack. Countless white energy orbs erupted from his palms, relentlessly bombarding the depths of the abyss below. The thunderous explosions echoed. Die, die, die? Super Chain Death Missiles. Waves of white energy surged into the gaping pit, engulfing it in swirling smoke, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. Gotenks gasped for breath, pondering whether this monstrous fiend had finally met its end. "Well done, Gotenks," Yunfeng praised. "Ha, Master, this creature is nothing extraordinary. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and it has already fallen." Observing the exuberant Gotenks, both Goku and Yunfeng felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. "Report, Your Majesty. I have discerned that the entity engaged in battle is not General Wei He, but rather several extraterrestrials brought back by the prince. Can you identify these extraterrestrials? I had no idea their combat prowess was so formidable. Summon the prince to meet me." "How infuriating. My husband has left me alone in this palace. When you return, I shall ensure you pay for this, compelling you to showcase your myriad skills. Should you dare refuse, I shall take drastic measures," declared number 18. Yunfeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, questioning if he had inadvertently offended someone. A cloud of dust gradually dissipated, revealing a striking green-blue light that shot skyward, emanating an ominous energy. "Gotenks, retreat. This energy is extraordinary. Broly should not possess such strength. He must have undergone some transformation. System. Manifest at once and analyze Broly's current state." Ding. Host. Broly is currently in a progression phase and will soon ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd stage, amplifying his power tenfold. What? Tenfold? That equates to 70 trillion. How on earth do we combat that? We might as well surrender. System. What can be done in this predicament to defeat him? Ding. Host. Do not panic. There are 3 methods to conquer Broly. First, employ the 100-fold Kaioken. You may forcibly utilize the angelic power, but the immense side effects will be quite painful for a period. Second, transform into a great ape and harness the power of Super Saiyan 4th stage, which should easily overwhelm Broly. However, be warned, there is a risk of losing your sanity to the Saiyan's violent aura, potentially becoming a mindless combat machine. Third, fuse with your disciple Son Goku. The resulting God Peak will be the ultimate warrior capable of managing the current crisis. The choice is entirely yours. Additionally, a primary mission has been discovered to vanquish the ancient Super Saiyan 2nd stage Broly. Reward, Kaioken without side effects. Incredible. No side effects means as long as my body can withstand it, I can use it freely, akin to a mundane skill, resulting in a substantial increase in my power. Deep within the unfathomable black hole, a green-blue radiance continued to emanate, with energy steadily escalating, causing the entire planet to tremble. Curse those Saiyans. Why have they not ceased? At this rate, my laboratory will collapse. Dr. Mew cried out. The creature baby, born from the cells of King Zuval, stirred at the mention of the word Saiyan. The hatred harbored by King Zuval for the Saiyans, who had once devastated Zuval's star, finally roused baby from its slumber. Haha, it has succeeded. It awakens. Our Zuval star is saved. With a cruel smile adorning baby's face, it staggered out of the glass vessel and charged directly towards Dr. Mew. As the formidable baby charged forth, one could only wonder about his intent. How dare you? Halt at once. What do you intend to do? Baby surged directly into the mouth of Dr. Meow. Moments later, Dr. Meow's eyes glowed a fierce red. Haha, I have finally been resurrected. Let the Saiyans brace themselves for my endless vengeance. Father, he exclaimed, I am curious as to why you summoned me in such haste. The king replied, my son, you must have sensed the battle outside. If the monstrous adversary emerges victorious, our nation will surely face annihilation. What do you know of the extraterrestrial beings you brought with you? Father, it was they who rescued me in my moment of peril. I am uncertain of their exact prowess, yet I can feel that they possess formidable strength. They are currently engaged in combat with that monster. Given their might, I find solace in the fact that our nation's fate rests in their capable hands. A minister interjected, Your Majesty, was not General Wei he dispatched to confront the monster? The king responded, General Wei he may have already been defeated. From the recent tremors, it is evident that he has engaged the foe, yet the monster remains unscathed. The most plausible explanation is that he has succumbed to failure. A cloud of dread settled over the assembly. Within the unfathomable depths of the black hole, terrifying green flames surged relentlessly, now entwined with white lightning. Witnessing this spectacle, it appeared that Broly had attained the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Goku, Trunks. Now is the moment. Broly has not yet fully evolved. Unleash your full power. The trio erupted with an overwhelming aura as terrifying golden flames ascended, intertwining with the white lightning. United, they executed the Kamehameha wave. 3 fearsome white energy spheres radiated brilliant light, illuminating the sky in a blinding white haze. The expected cataclysmic explosion did not materialize. Kakarot, you shall pay dearly for this. Death Missile Wave. A cyan green beam astonishingly countered their 3 energy blasts. Contemplating, Yinfeng mused. The Sun family has never known defeat in a standoff, yet I am not of their lineage. It seems today may hold unforeseen outcomes. 2 formidable forces clashed with ferocity. Master, I can scarcely hold on. Their power grows ever stronger. You too must withstand. Broly has successfully evolved, his combat strength far surpassing ours. If even one of us falters, we shall surely lose. Yes, master. The 2 unleashed every ounce of their energy, channeling their formidable strength into the Kamehameha wave. 40 times Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped Yunfeng, his power surging dramatically, his gaze sharpening with intensity, further augmenting the energy wave. Broly's cyan green energy wave has been repelled. Slowly advancing toward him. Kakarot, it appears you are formidable. But what of it? Broly's cyan green flames intensified, the white lightning flashing ominously as his terrifying power surged forth. The Kamehameha wave unleashed by Yunfeng and his companions was effortlessly repelled. This is bad. Goku, Gotenks, quickly grab me. In an instant, they materialized behind Broly, delivering a swift kick, only to have it seized by Broly himself. Suddenly vanishing and reappearing, he executed a tricky maneuver, hurling the 3 of them away. Yet they managed to stabilize themselves midair. Gazing at the transformed Broly, their eyes widened in astonishment. His emerald green hair stood erect, flames danced around him, entwined with silvery lightning, and his eyes gleamed a stark white. His battle power was astonishingly formidable. This was the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd stage. Chapter 68. 100 times King Kai Fist. United in their assault, the three recognized that this was not an adversary to be faced alone. Gotenks, too, exhibited an unexpected tension, then conjured 10 small entities resembling himself. Behold, monstrous foe, receive my super divine wind attack. Gotenks, can you please take this seriously? Such tricks won't affect Broly, I remarked. Master, you underestimate my technique. Just watch. The small entities surged towards Broly. Childish antics, Kakarot, come forth and meet your demise. Broly manifested 10 luminous orbs of energy upon his fingers, targeting the 10 small beings, which were swiftly engulfed by the blasts. Yunfeng slapped his forehead, recognizing an opportunity. Instant transmission, illusion technique. A crimson light flared from his hands as he dashed past Broly's head. Goku now attack. With a fierce dragon fist, Goku unleashed an unparalleled strike, summoning a golden dragon that coiled menacingly around Broly. Kakarot, Kakarot, how infuriating. Broly's aura surged, repelling the golden dragon. Damn it, Broly, be still. Illusion technique, strangulation. Broly immediately clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground, allowing the golden dragon to ensnare him, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated across the planet. Master, surely this time Broly will sustain injuries, Yunfeng mused, but shook his head, realizing this assault was merely a means to buy time. Resolutely, he declared, I must give it my all, 100 times King Kai Fist. Veins bulged upon his forehead as a torrent of crimson energy enveloped him in golden flames. This was his first attempt at amplifying the King Kai Fist to such an extreme degree, fraught with peril. Defeating Broly was essential to complete the system's task and attain the King God Fist without side effects. The terrifying red energy surged forth, his battle power exponentially enhanced, distorting his very form due to the overwhelming energy. Broly erupted from the billowing smoke, and Yunfeng met him head-on, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The sheer force of their clash was terrifying, far beyond what he had anticipated. To his astonishment, Broly took a few steps back, feeling a surge of disbelief. How could this be possible? I refuse to believe it. What is impossible? Broly, do not presume yourself to be invincible. With renewed determination, he charged at Broly once more, seething with anger. You think I am afraid of you, brat? The two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows with relentless intensity, their limbs colliding in a flurry of strikes, each one echoing with the force of their power. Broly's body bore the marks of their fierce confrontation, while Yunfeng's speed ascended to unprecedented heights. In a swift moment, Broly sought out Yunfeng's presence, only to be caught off guard as Yunfeng appeared behind him, delivering a knee strike that sent Broly crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. How could this be? What has happened to make this boy so remarkably strong? I refuse to accept this. I should be the one who is invincible, and I still have to eliminate Kakarot. I cannot be defeated here. With renewed vigor, he charged at Yunfeng again, their figures clashing rapidly in the air, creating ripples of energy that spread across the sky. The structures of the planet trembled and began to collapse under the sheer force of their battle. The green and red shadows clashed violently, while Goku and the others watched in awe, their eyes darting to follow the frenetic movements of the two combatants. Within the royal palace, it felt as though an earthquake had struck, as objects fell from the ceiling, causing chaos within. The king and his ministers had taken refuge beneath the table, fearing for their lives. Quickly, someone must ascertain the nature of this cataclysmic battle that threatens our entire nation. Summon the generals to protect the royal family. After over 100 exchanges, under the tremendous force of Yunfeng's super impact, Broly plummeted like a kite severed from its string. A resounding crash echoed as he landed, creating a large crater in the earth. Yunfeng hovered in the air, gasping for breath, feeling the debilitating effects of the Kaioken. The pain coursed through his body, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow as he descended toward Broly. Realizing time was of the essence, he needed to secure victory swiftly. Broly rose, blood streaming from his mouth, consumed by fury. I will kill you. He soared into the sky, surrounded by a raging emerald flame. Raising his hands, he summoned a terrifying energy, a massive green orb forming above him, growing ever larger. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, prepare to vanish along with this planet. As the colossal orb swelled ominously, it became clear that Broly had reached his breaking point. Yunfeng, enduring the pain that coursed through his body, felt the remaining 5 minutes of his 100x Kaioken. He focused, compressing the white energy of his Kamehameha into a brilliant sphere. If you wish to play, I shall match you blow for blow. The white energy wave surged forth, colliding with the giant green orb in the sky. The two forces met with a cataclysmic clash, each vying for dominance. as the sky transformed into a tumultuous canvas of white and green, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Two beams of light collided amidst the rapid collapse of surrounding edifices, plunging the palace into chaos. Goku and Gotenks, their energies flaring, braced themselves against the residual waves of power. Uncle Goku, do you believe Master will prevail? Master's strength is unfathomable. He shall not be defeated. With the immense amplification from the Kaioken, he should be able to vanquish Broly. As the two remained locked in tension, Broly unleashed his full might, bloodshot eyes glaring, engulfed in a swirling greenish-blue flame. It appeared that Broly had gone all out. Thus, he would face his demise. The power of the Kaioken was dwindling, with only 2 minutes remaining. With a thunderous roar, Yunfeng unleashed an even greater surge of energy. The previously balanced forces suddenly tipped, the white energy gradually overpowering the greenish-blue, pushing upward. Impossible. How could this be? I have exerted all my strength. I cannot lose. Broly bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet the merciless reality offered him no reprieve. The terrifying energy engulfed him, an overwhelming force crashing upon him, eliciting a wretched scream. The sky became a blinding white, and even this legendary Super Saiyan felt the chill of death closing in. Moments later, the energy in the sky began to dissipate, and a figure plummeted downwards. Broly, battered and bruised, lay incapacitated, barely able to open one eye. Yunfeng gasped for breath, every muscle and bone aching, feeling as if he might shatter into pieces. Ding. Main quest. Defeat the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Completed. Reward. Kaioken without side effects. Haha. Finally, I shall be free from the torment of those side effects. Yet, the crisis was far from over. Dr. Mew was frantically approaching, or rather, Baby was. The danger was drawing ever closer. Chapter 69. Parasitic Broly. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, Yunfeng slowly retrieved a Senza bean from his system space and consumed it. A surge of power coursed through him, healing all his wounds. Though the mental fatigue lingered, requiring time to recover. Gotenks, having reached the time limit, reverted into two separate individuals, while Goku returned to his ordinary state and approached. Master, what shall we do about Broly? I will seal him away. If he recovers, it will pose a further dilemma. Wait, Goku, there is an ominous energy approaching us. Who is it? The energy isn't particularly strong, but its malevolence is unsettling. Damn it, Kakarot. How dare you inflict such harm upon me? I will not forgive you. Broly, shrouded in a greenish-blue flame, began to rise. Master, be cautious. A greenish-blue energy blast is headed our way. Yunfeng turned and raised his hand to deflect the incoming projectile. Broly, you are still unwilling to concede? You can barely stand, yet you dare to attack us, floating there with the technique of flight. With a sudden flash of turquoise energy, I unleashed a luminous projectile. How infuriating. The clay figure still had a sliver of vitality left. Since you seek demise, I shall guide you on your journey. Abruptly, a familiar silhouette descended. The Saiyans were present. Splendid. I could ensnare you all at once. Dr. Mew? No, the aura feels unfamiliar. How shall I address you? Broly, I never imagined you would dare to betray me. After I rescued you, this is how you repay my kindness. Indeed, the Saiyans are inherently brutal. I should never have saved you. My laboratory has been utterly ravaged because of you. Goten and Trunks swiftly ascended, transforming into Super Saiyans. What nonsense are you spewing, old man? Allow us to handle you. Goten charged towards Dr. Mew, who evaded with remarkable agility. Master, Dr. Mew poses no significant threat. Let us first deal with Broly. Yunfeng nodded, vanishing with a swift motion, his hands glowing crimson. Broly, for the sake of safety, I must seal you away. Trunks leaped forth, unleashing a wave of energy, compelling you to leap about. Meet your end. Seizing the opportunity, a purplish-red figure surged along the energy wave, directly entering Trunks' body. Observing this, Yunfeng halted his actions. Trunks needed to maintain his composure and expel the intruder. At that moment, Trunks' face bore white lines, a manifestation of his struggle. Trunks, hold steadfast. Do not let Baby exploit your weakness. Get out, you scoundrel. Trunks erupted with terrifying Super Saiyan energy, golden flames surging uncontrollably. How could this boy possess such immense power? Baby, forced to retreat, fled from Trunks' body. Baby's gaze fell upon the fallen Broly, and he rushed towards him. Goku, quickly obstruct him. His target is Broly. Yet, it was too late. Goku's Kamehameha was evaded by Baby, who plunged directly into the already severely wounded Broly. With a frantic scream, Broly's eyes began to change color, white lines appearing on his forehead. This is disastrous. Goku, act swiftly before Baby succeeds. Eliminate Broly. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku charged at the anguished Broly, delivering a powerful blow. What is happening? Why does Broly's body feel as unyielding as steel? He is far too weakened. Baby can easily usurp his form. Seeing Broly's altered gaze, Goku realized the gravity of the situation. Broly's hair shifted from turquoise to white lines forming along his forehead and chin. Baby ascended slowly, declaring, "Saiyans, relish your final moments of joy. Once I recover, it will be your time to perish." With Dr. Mew, he vanished into the horizon, and Yunfeng collapsed to the ground, his spiritual energy depleted, unable to endure further. "Master." Goku supported him, as Goten led Trunks, and the group soared towards the palace. That evening, General Wei he awakened to find himself alone in the wilderness. Realizing that Goku and the others had been preoccupied with rescuing Yunfeng and Trunks, he had been completely forgotten. Upon awakening, Yunfeng noticed that number 18 was anxiously gazing at him. "I apologize, number 18, for causing you concern. I am fine now. My soul's energy was merely compromised. But I have since restored my abilities and healed the damage to my spirit." Despite his reassurances, number 18 clung to Yunfeng, tears streaming down her face, unable to cease her weeping. After a while, Yunfeng exited the room to find Goku and the others anxiously awaiting outside. "Follow me. I have something to discuss," he instructed, leading them to the hall. "Trunks, step forward. I need to examine your body." In the original tale, Trunks had expelled Baby, yet remnants of Baby's egg remained within him. The system scanned Trunks' physique to ascertain the presence of any living egg. Ding. Host, scanning complete. Indeed, there is an alien egg growing inside him. System, eliminate the egg within him. Ding. Host, the egg has been removed. All done, Trunks. You needn't worry. Focus on resting and intensifying your training. Goku. Baby has now seized Broly's body, and his power has become unfathomable. I fear that even Super Saiyan level 3 may not stand a chance against him. Goku gasped, "Master, is it truly that dire? If even Super Saiyan level 3 is insufficient." Yunfeng nodded gravely. In the original narrative, Baby had taken over Doll's body, and his strength was comparable to that of a novice Super Saiyan level 4. Given Broly's prowess far surpassing Doll's, Baby's power would undoubtedly be even greater. Currently, only Super Saiyan level 4 could contend with the situation at hand. We shall depart tomorrow to seek the final Dragon Ball. Once we locate it and complete the system's task, I will ascend to Super Saiyan level 4, granting us a glimmer of hope. Additionally, we must find 5 Saiyans to consolidate all their powers into one individual, achieving the Super Saiyan God form, which is the initial stage of divine power, capable of defeating Baby. Very well, Goku, let us not dwell on Baby for now. Our priority is to locate the Dragon Balls and return to Earth to strategize. The following day, Yunfeng bid farewell to the king and activated the spaceship, setting course for the last Dragon Ball. The god of destruction, Beerus, was likely still in slumber, leaving Super Saiyan level 4 as the only viable method to vanquish Baby. Moreover, Super Saiyan God could be an avenue for Goku to explore, assessing its feasibility. Yunfeng relied on his vague memories of the original tale, uncertain of their practicality. Unexpectedly, after their departure, Baby, in a severely injured state, returned to the laboratory and descended to the lowest level, entering the treatment room to commence his healing. The treatment machine indicated a duration of 12 hours. As Yunfeng surveyed the Dragon Ball radar, the location of the final Dragon Ball drew near. Excellent. Prepare for descent. We shall seek the last Dragon Ball. The spaceship gradually descended, cushioning its landing until it finally touched down on a verdant meadow. The crew disembarked, greeted by an expanse of lush greenery stretching endlessly before them. "Master, why does this planet resemble a vast prairie? Where could the Dragon Ball possibly be?" Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, the group soared northward. Chapter 70. Serendipity on the Daughter Star. After flying for approximately half an hour, they finally crossed the vast grasslands and beheld numerous edifices, thus encountering the inhabitants of this planet. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was located just 300 meters further north, so they proceeded in that direction, only to suddenly spot a magnificent waterfall. The Dragon Ball should be submerged beneath the water. "You all wait here. I will retrieve the Dragon Ball," Yunfeng declared. He promptly plunged into the water, swimming downward for about 10 minutes. Following the radar's directional changes, he ascended and was suddenly dazzled by a glimmer of light shining through a crevice in the rocks. He swam closer and, indeed, found the Dragon Ball, which he stored in the system's space. As he swam upward and broke the surface, he was met with the sight of long, blue hair floating in the water, slender arms, azure eyes, elongated ears, and porcelain skin. Oh no, it appeared that the women of this planet were bathing. Yunfeng hastily swam toward the shore. A piercing scream echoed, and Goku and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, quickly turning away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yunfeng slowly made his way to the shore, where Android 18 shot him a fierce glare. He feigned innocence, but soon found himself surrounded by several women brandishing weapons. Confronting the group, the woman from the river spoke, "Take these intruders back. Goku, go and investigate. Avoid harming them if possible," Yunfeng suggested. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. "What's this? Since when did you care?" They were led to a grand estate and forcibly ushered into a room. "You lecher. You went to spy on her bathing and got us captured too." Android 18 huffed indignantly. "I had just retrieved the Dragon Ball and encountered her unexpectedly. I was unaware she was bathing. I am unfamiliar with this planet. We must first understand the situation here and explain ourselves before we can return to Earth." Just then, the system's prompt sounded. "Host has completed the task of collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. Reward: transformation into a great ape without losing reason. Once back on Earth, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan of the 4th level." The individuals they had encountered earlier seemed to be men, possibly aliens. What were they doing in their daughter nation? The girl from the river now adorned elaborate robes, exuding an air of authority, reporting to the Chancellor. "Since these individuals have arrived in our daughter nation, let them remain. They could provide us with men." A smile graced the beautiful Chancellor's face. "Since that handsome man beheld my form, it would not be amiss to take him as a consort. Go, fetch that striking man with black hair. I have questions for him," she commanded. With a clang, the door swung open, and a female guard addressed the group. "Get up, my Chancellor wishes to see you." "The Chancellor? We are strangers here. Why would she want to meet me?" Yunfeng wondered, filled with curiosity. "I shall meet this so-called Chancellor to explain. We intend to leave this planet." As I stepped into the grand hall, I noticed a circle of women surrounding me. It struck me as peculiar that there were no men in sight. "Why are you not kneeling to pay your respects to the Prime Minister?" A soldier barked. My gaze fell upon the figure seated at the head of the table. Was that not the girl I had seen bathing in the river? She was the Prime Minister? This world seemed utterly insane. A female Prime Minister? With a wave of her hand, the Prime Minister dismissed the assembly. "Have you already forgotten me?" I asked. "I remember you, but I did not expect you to be the Prime Minister. Could you enlighten me on the nature of this place? I am Hailing, and this is the land of women. Here, we are all women, and I serve as the Prime Minister of this nation. There are 4 other realms like ours on our planet. You must be from another world. What brings you here? We have completed our business here. And the incident by the river was merely an accident. We kindly ask for your permission to leave." Hailing scoffed. "Are you from another world truly so irresponsible? You gaze upon our women, and you dismiss it as mere happenstance." Yunfeng furrowed his brow, pondering her implications. "What does the Prime Minister mean by that? Since you have already seen me in my entirety, by our customs, you must now become my consort. Over my dead body. The idea of being a live-in son-in-law is preposterous. I am a man of considerable charm and intellect. How could I possibly accept such a role? Could it be that my striking appearance had caught the eye of this Prime Minister? She was indeed beautiful, but my heart belonged to another. I must decline. I am already married and cannot be your husband. Our arrival here was an accident, and the events of the day were a misunderstanding. I implore you to let us go." Hailing's eyes widened in shock at my refusal. In all her time and power, no one had ever turned her down. Today, however, a man had dared to do so. "Bring him away." Several soldiers advanced to escort Yunfeng back to his cell. "Prime Minister, I advise you to reconsider. If you release us, we mean no harm to the innocent. Please think it over." As Yunfeng raised his hand, a surge of energy shattered a nearby table, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. "You possess extraordinary abilities?" Hailing's demeanor shifted. "If that is the case, we will allow you to return for now while we deliberate." "Master, do they seem willing to release us?" Yunfeng inquired. He shook his head. "If they do not grant us our freedom by tomorrow, we shall leave on our own accord. Prime Minister, since he possesses extraordinary powers, our prison cannot hold them." A soldier remarked. Hailing pondered this for a moment. "In that case, let them go. Those with extraordinary abilities are indeed beyond our capacity to contend with. Our only expert in such matters is our national master, whom even the Queen treats with utmost caution. Keep an eye on that group while I consult the national master." Under the cover of night, Hailing arrived at a mansion even grander than her own. She knocked on the door, which creaked open. "What brings you to my residence at this late hour, Prime Minister?" A woman, strikingly similar in appearance to a human yet endowed with 3 eyes, would undoubtedly elicit an exclamation from Yunfeng if he were present. Could she be one of the inhabitants of the Tianjin rice planet? "Master Guasher, a few individuals possessing extraordinary abilities have arrived on our planet today. They are currently detained in my residence, and we are at a loss regarding how to proceed. We have come specifically to seek your counsel. Extraordinary abilities? Are they perhaps extraterrestrial beings? She was aware of the existence of many formidable aliens, many of whom were beyond their capacity to confront. Accidentally wandering onto this planet, she discovered that it was inhabited solely by women, whose strength was feeble and technology rather primitive. However, the queen of this nation treated her with utmost courtesy, prompting her to take up residence here. Very well, Chancellor. I understand. Please extend your hospitality to them. I shall visit tomorrow to ascertain whether they belong to a race I recognize. In that case, I shall not intrude further upon your time, Master Guasher, Hailing said as she withdrew. Observing the Guasher's expression from earlier, it seemed he held little confidence. She decided it best to return and release them, awaiting the Guasher's arrival for further action. Chapter 71. The Queen's mission at the break of dawn the following day. The Guasher hurried to the Chancellor's residence. At this moment, Yunfeng and his companions had already been accommodated in guest rooms, and the Chancellor personally approached them to offer his apologies. My lord, the Guasher has arrived, a soldier-like female exclaimed while dashing inside. Hearing the announcement, Hailing swiftly went to greet her. Chancellor, may I inquire about the individuals you mentioned last night? Would it be possible for me to meet them? Master Guasher, please follow me. I have arranged for them in the guest quarters. A series of knocks echoed, and two women clad in splendid robes stood formally outside the door. As the door creaked open, Yunfeng, still drowsy, emerged. Chancellor, is there a matter that requires my attention so early in the morning? My lord, it is the Guasher who wishes to see you. Upon glancing at the woman beside Hailing, Yunfeng's attention was drawn to the third eye on her forehead, strikingly reminiscent of the eye belonging to Tianjin Rice. You must be a being from the three-eyed star. I wonder why you have yet to depart this planet. The Guasher was taken aback, observing him intently. Greetings, I am Shayli, indeed a three-eyed being. The queen of this country has treated me well, and I remain here to repay her kindness, for I have no family left on the three-eyed star. Let us find a more suitable place to converse. This is not conducive to discussion. Upon reaching the Chancellor's council chamber, she scrutinized Yunfeng closely. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? I am quite curious about your strength. System, scan the information on this three-eyed being. Ding, scan complete. Name, Shayli. Race, three-eyed being. Combat power, 500,000. Skills, destructive wave, solar fist. With a combat power of 500,000, it was likely she had no rivals in this nation. If you wish to spar, then let us proceed. The two ventured to the courtyard. Feel free to strike. You shall not harm me, Yunfeng stated nonchalantly. Underestimating me, you will come to regret it, she retorted, swiftly charging at Yunfeng and delivering a punch. He effortlessly raised his hand to deflect her powerful blow. What? How is this possible? You effortlessly blocked my attack. I refuse to believe it. With a sudden leap, both hands radiated a shimmering pink light. Do not overexert yourself. If you cannot withstand it, simply evade. A soft smile emerged, urging prompt action, for you cannot harm me. The destructive wave surged forth, enveloping the sky in a rosy hue and causing the ground to tremble. This was the masterstroke of the esteemed national advisor. How audacious of that extraterrestrial being. Should he perish shortly, he must not blame us. Those around nodded in solemn agreement. The terrifying wave of light hurtled toward Yunfeng, who raised his right hand and effortlessly deflected the pink energy projectile. Silence ensued, as if the very air had solidified. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. They were astonished to find that their invincible national advisor could not even graze the opponent with a mere finger. Sally's expression fell in disbelief. She had not anticipated her master's prowess reaching such heights. The extent of his combat ability was beyond her imagination, yet she felt compelled to speak freely. Yunfeng, taken aback, encouraged her to voice her thoughts without hesitation. Have you heard of demons, my lord? Demon? Why does the advisor mention this malevolent race? Her complexion darkened. For a year prior, a demon had descended upon this planet, swiftly consuming its nations. And 3 had already succumbed. Only our country and our neighboring land remain. I implore you, my lord, to assist us in combating this demon. On what grounds? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What obligation do I have to fight for you? The advisor's face contorted in pain. If you help us overcome this crisis, we will agree to any conditions, including offering ourselves, the women of the daughter kingdom, for your choosing. Yunfeng's expression turned awkward. That was not his intention. The chancellor stepped forward, declaring, if you assist us in battling the demon, I am willing to serve you, my lord. Upon observing the delicate curves of Hai Ling, Yunfeng's heart fluttered, and he quickly shook his head. At that moment, the system chimed in, revealing a side quest. The queen of the daughter kingdom is breathtaking. Behold her beauty. Reward, Bagua Palm technique. Upon hearing the system's task, he thought, what a bizarre mission. Yet, the Bagua Palm technique is a vital martial art, making it worthwhile to assist the Daughter Kingdom. That is not what I meant. Chancellor, please do not misunderstand. I merely have a small request. State your request, my lord. As long as you help us combat the demon, we will comply with anything. After a moment of awkwardness, he spoke. I have heard that your queen possesses unparalleled beauty. I wish to behold her visage, and I hope you will grant this wish. The expressions of those around him turned peculiar, and Yunfeng noticed their gazes. Was there something amiss? It was merely a glance. What harm could it bring? My lord, you may not be aware, but the queen has worn a veil since childhood, having vowed that the first to see her face would be her husband. Thus, we must seek the queen's permission and cannot decide unilaterally. Regarding this matter, I shall assist you in obtaining the queen's consent, the national advisor interjected suddenly. Since that is the case, I express my gratitude to the national advisor. I have recently taken residence at the prime minister's abode. Should there be any trace of demons, I shall certainly aid your nation in its defense. I hope you will spare no effort, and the entirety of our daughter kingdom shall be profoundly grateful. In the royal palace of the daughter kingdom, what? Does that esteemed individual wish to gaze upon my visage? The national advisor observed the queen with a calm demeanor. Your Majesty, this is the sole method capable of salvaging our nation. I have crossed paths with that individual, whose strength is unfathomable. Your Majesty, the oath you hold is but superstition. I implore you to consider the greater good. Otherwise, with the fall of the nation, nothing will remain. Reflect upon the dire fates of the other three kingdoms. The queen's countenance paled as she bit down on her silver teeth. I agree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. With this, the daughter kingdom has hope. The national advisor expressed unwavering confidence in that individual's strength. I have heard that the other three nations were unable to mount any resistance, despite having their own extraordinary beings. Fear not, Your Majesty. I cannot withstand even a single move under that individual's might. You can imagine how formidable they are. The queen, with fingers as delicate as white jade, contemplated for a moment. National advisor, let us invite that esteemed individual to the palace tomorrow. I wish to meet them. Very well, Your Majesty. Tomorrow, I shall bring that esteemed individual to meet you. I shall take my leave now. Attend to the national advisor. Evidently, in this realm, Shaylee, a three-eyed star being, was held in high regard, possessing certain privileges that even some royals lacked, which led Shaylee to willingly serve here. At the Prime Minister's residence, Master. How long until we can depart? Some unforeseen events have occurred. This planet is under attack by demons. Since we have encountered this situation, we cannot remain idle. Humph. I see you cannot bear to part with that enchanting woman, remarked number 18, jealousy evident in their tone. Number 18, you overthink things. There are indeed demons. And we are sworn enemies. Even if we do not provoke them, they will eventually assault Earth. We cannot allow them to slaughter the inhabitants of other planets. Humph. You are full of excuses. Hurry and resolve your matters. I wish to leave this planet. Yunfeng smiled awkwardly, a look of helplessness upon his face. Chapter 72. The initial manifestation of demons within a shattered royal palace. A figure clad in black sat upon the throne, eyes closed. Suddenly, they opened. Well, I have rested long enough. It is time to eradicate the pesky mosquitoes of this planet and return to the Holy Clan to report. With wings unfurled, they ascended into the sky, moving at an astonishing speed, a fleeting shadow. Yunfeng and his companions were following the national advisor toward the palace, where the guards on either side clearly recognized the national advisor and bowed slightly. Before long, they arrived in the royal hall, and Yunfeng's gaze immediately fell upon the queen seated upon the throne. Her blue hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, long ears and elegant eyes possessing an indescribable charm, while a crown adorned her head, elevating her regal presence. Truly breathtaking. Have you seen enough? A soft voice echoed in Yunfeng's ear. Turning, he found number 18 glaring at him, prompting Yunfeng to smile awkwardly. Your Majesty, this is the esteemed individual I mentioned to you. A melodious voice resonated within the grand hall. How shall I address you? I am Yunfeng, and I am no great personage. Your Majesty may simply call me by my name. The queen chuckled gracefully, remarking that I was overly modest, for few possess the remarkable prowess that even the national master praises so highly. Are the others also individuals skilled in extraordinary abilities? One by one, Yunfeng introduced Wukong and the others to the queen. Upon learning they were disciples of Xiefeng, she regarded them with newfound respect, especially upon discovering that number 18 was, in fact, Yunfeng's wife. Since this esteemed gentleman has a wife who still holds him in regard, the queen immediately categorized Yunfeng as a charming rogue. Master, There is a formidable presence approaching swiftly. Indeed, a female soldier hurriedly entered, reporting to Her Majesty that traces of demons had been detected nearby, seemingly heading in our direction. What? So soon? What should the National Master do now? Your Majesty, do not panic. With the assistance of Lord Yunfeng, we are without worry. In a mere moment, a dark figure halted midair. Listen closely, inhabitants. This planet has caught the eye of our holy clan. I advise you against futile resistance. Surrender quickly, and you may yet retain your names. In truth, the demon was also coveting the renowned beauty of the daughters of this realm. It was said that the queen was quite admirable. Capturing her to serve as my lady and bear a few little demons would be delightful. The National Master gradually ascended into the sky. Who dares to wreak havoc in the land of daughters? Do they not value their lives? An ugly brute? Soon enough. You will not find your grandfather unsightly. A cruel smile graced his face. A destructive wave of energy began to radiate from Shaylee's hands, sending a terrifying force toward the demon. Such trivial skills, and you dare to present them? With a wave of his hand, the red energy projectile was deflected. The dark figure became indistinct, swiftly seizing Shaylee by the neck. How weak you are to dare strike at me. Your audacity is truly tiresome. Summon your queen. My patience is limited. Suddenly, the demon felt a sharp pain in its abdomen and was sent flying backward. Boy, when did you gain the audacity to rampage? This kingdom is under my protection. Hearing Yunfeng's commanding words, the queen felt a jolt of admiration. He appeared somewhat heroic at this moment. The National Master touched his neck. Entrusting the situation to you, be cautious. He then descended. The queen hastily welcomed the National Master. Are you unharmed? What of the demon? Your Majesty. The demon's strength is unfathomable. I could not withstand even a single strike, and I must rely on Lord Yunfeng. They had all witnessed the National Master's might, which could only be described as profound, yet unexpectedly, the recovering demon flew toward them, glaring menacingly at Yunfeng. Boy, are you the reinforcements summoned by that group of women? You will regret wading into these murky waters. Ha ha ha, such bravado. Indeed, the demon clan is notoriously arrogant. Those who perished at my hands, like Guha, were equally deluded. The demon's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What did you say? You killed Guha? Guha, a high-ranking demon akin to himself, possessed comparable strength. This individual must be lying. System. Please analyze this demon's information. Ding. Host. Analysis successful. Name. Gufeng. Race. Demon. Rank. High-ranking demon. Combat power. 90 trillion. Skills. Demon armor. Trident. Demon chains. Death missile. Destruction energy wave. This demon's power surpassed that of Guha, though not by a significant margin, merely a matter of degree. The demon charged forward, and Yunfeng immediately unleashed his fury, a terrifying force emanating from within him. Even the clouds in the sky were blown apart, and the palace trembled violently, engulfed in a dreadful golden flame. This is the true power of Lord Yunfeng, Sally murmured, sensing the entire planet quaking beneath that formidable force. Indeed, the strength of Lord Yunfeng is overwhelming. If this continues, the palace will collapse. We should move outside and not distract him. The queen suddenly interjected. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Everyone, retreat to the open area and allow Lord Yunfeng to focus, commanded the advisor. Yunfeng's hair began to lengthen as the terrifying power continued to surge, gradually stabilizing. His visage grew cold, the golden flames adorning him entwined with silvery lightning. The demon gazed in astonishment at Yunfeng's transformation. I did not expect you to belong to a shape-shifting race. But do you think this will defeat me? Such naivety. Then come and test it for yourself, Yunfeng retorted. With a whoosh, the two vanished into the horizon, their forms becoming indistinct as their speed rendered them invisible to the naked eye. The queen covered her mouth, veiled in disbelief, watching the fleeting shadows in the sky. Can a human truly reach such heights? The inhabitants of the daughter kingdom stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, eyes fixated on the heavens. Uncle Wukong, do you think Master can defeat that demon? Its strength appears formidable. Should we assist? Wukong's expression grew grave. Do not fret. Master still holds the upper hand. We shall intervene when the situation becomes dire. The onlookers remained transfixed on the battle above, where fists clashed and legs kicked in combat, causing buildings to crumble around them. Yunfeng's aura intensified, sending the demon hurtling backward before he swiftly delivered a kick that sent the demon crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater, dust swirling around them. Lord Yunfeng has triumphed. The people of the daughter kingdom began to cheer. The queen's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yunfeng, who resembled a god of war. The Prince Charming I seek must surely be a powerhouse like Lord Yunfeng. However, the demon would not be so easily vanquished. Wukong's calm voice pierced through the excitement. dousing the spirits of the Daughter Kingdom's people like a bucket of cold water. Kamehameha. As the words were uttered, a white energy sphere materialized in Yunfeng's hand, illuminating the sky with a brilliant white radiance. The white rays of light surged directly into the deep pit below, creating a thunderous roar that transformed the entire world into a blinding white. The ominous sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Chapter 73. The Mockery of Ancient Winds. This blinding white realm rendered everyone nearly sightless. As the thunderous noise continued, billowing clouds of dust obscured the surroundings. According to the principle of no harm where there is smoke, the likelihood of vanquishing the demons seemed slim. Gradually, the dust began to settle. Come forth, ancient wind. I know you are unharmed. Your demonic kin are not so easily defeated. Spare me your theatrics. Ha ha ha. I never imagined you would understand our demonic lineage so well. Ancient wind gradually emerged, adorned in ornate black armor adorned with ancient patterns. The demon armor is indeed a formidable skill. Only an angel's staff can easily breach its defenses. Surely, there are other techniques as well. Perhaps I shall seek to learn from Angel Weiss in the future. You, boy, since you are so well acquainted with my holy lineage, you must also comprehend our power. To dare oppose us is truly a mark of ignorance. Chains erupted from Ancient Wind's body, launching towards Yunfeng. Let me test my new skill on you. The 50-fold King's Fist. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped Yunfeng, as golden flames were further draped in a layer of red, creating a stunning spectacle. He felt an exhilarating surge of power, devoid of discomfort or side effects. Today, you shall witness the might of my new King's Fist. With a single strike aimed at the chains, they shattered one after another. The force propelled him behind Ancient Wind, where he delivered a powerful elbow strike. Ancient Wind hastily raised his arms in defense, yet the overwhelming force sent him soaring as if severed from a tether. With a resounding crash, Yunfeng pursued, pressing down on Ancient Wind's head and forcing him forward for several meters. The sight of Ancient Wind, bloodied and bruised, was almost unbearable to behold. Quite resilient, I see. In that case, I shall not hold back. Grasping Ancient Wind's head, he launched him into the sky, unleashing a light projectile that soared upwards. With a thunderous explosion, a plume of black smoke erupted in the heavens. Yunfeng stood triumphantly on the ground, pride swelling within him. When he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, his combat power was merely that of a Super Saiyan at its first stage. Now, he could effortlessly overpower high-level demons equivalent to a Super Saiyan at the third stage. Such prowess instilled in him a profound sense of pride. It seemed Master King's Fist surpassed what I had learned from the king, as I had yet to see him even catch his breath. Far away on King Kai's planet, North King watched the battle unfold with beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Where did this Yunfeng learn such a refined King's Fist? It surpasses my own. Exhibiting no side effects whatsoever. Could it be a result of his own enlightenment? Such talent is truly terrifying. Lord Yunfeng's strength is astounding. I can scarcely comprehend his movements. Our daughter nation has indeed encountered a remarkable individual. Slowly, Yunfeng ascended, taunting, "Is this all the skill you possess, Ancient Wind? If so, you may as well perish." With a swift motion, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, brandishing a trident and clad in armor, surrounded by ominous black chains. Resembling a messenger from the depths of hell, the force behind it was formidable, yet it remained uncertain how much power it truly possessed. The trident thrust forward, but Yunfeng deftly kicked upward, sending the weapon soaring into the sky, while the chains ensnared him tightly. Huh, now you can't move, can you? Guha sneered, as a dark energy sphere manifested in his hand. Prepare to meet your demise. None have survived my technique thus far. Wu Tian, Trunks, Master is in danger. You two must protect number 18 while I assist Master, Goku exclaimed urgently, his gaze fixed on the bound Yunfeng. Master, what should we do? Lord Yunfeng has been captured. This is dire. Please, think of a solution. The queen implored, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Calm down, Goku. Yunfeng's voice rang out softly. This foe cannot harm me. Simply observe. The dark energy sphere swelled ominously. Has the boy become paralyzed with fear? He dares not even move. The entire sky darkened as the energy sphere loomed closer. Perish. It hissed, descending upon Yunfeng. A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips. This demon was rather theatrical. If I were to be defeated by you after employing the 50-fold Kyoken in Super Saiyan form, I might as well find a block of tofu to end my misery. Golden and crimson flames surged from Yunfeng, and the seemingly unbreakable chains began to shatter. He delivered a powerful kick towards the dark energy sphere, unleashing a terrifying clash of energies. Break, he commanded, sending the black sphere hurtling skyward towards Guha. Impossible. No, Don't come any closer. Guha shrieked as a dark mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing the sky in billowing black smoke. The onlookers fell to their knees. Is it over? The queen murmured, relief washing over her beautiful visage. Yunfeng's gaze remained fixed on the swirling black smoke, for he understood the demon armor's defense was extraordinarily formidable, impervious to mere energy waves. As anticipated, a disheveled figure leapt from the depths of the smoke. You wretched boy, you've truly incited my wrath. However, I must commend you. You are the first to have pushed me to this extent, aside from the angelic race. But this is where it ends. It is an honor for you to witness the secret techniques of our demon clan. A series of anguished cries escaped Guha's lips. As dark energy radiated from his body in ominous waves, the sky thickened with darkness, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yunfeng began to channel the angelic energy within him, enveloping his strength with it. System, summon the angelic staff, he commanded, and shortly thereafter, the staff materialized in his grasp. Guha's form began to swell, and the onlookers gaped in horror as a demon emerged, towering several times larger than before. Originally, it was merely a transformation into a larger form. I had presumed it to be some terrifying secret technique. The skill of growth had been previously exhibited by the ancient river that Yunfeng had defeated. Swiftly, Yunfeng charged towards Gufeng, who brandished elongated fingernails that slashed towards him. Indeed, with the enlargement came an augmentation of strength, as a fierce gust of wind swept through, nearly destabilizing Yunfeng's stance. Suddenly, a conflagration of crimson intertwined with gold erupted, with silvery serpents coiling around him, allowing him to regain his footing. Gufeng displayed considerable prowess. It was best to rely on speed. His form became indistinct, and the two clashed mid-air for several rounds. To Yunfeng's astonishment, Gufeng's speed remained undiminished despite his enlarged stature. The giant Gufeng posed significant challenges for Yunfeng, who found himself hesitating in his strikes. Despite having previously surpassed many ancient foes, he now struggled to achieve even parity. Frustration mounted as shadows darted and collided in the air. With a swift motion, Yunfeng landed a punch against Gufeng's leg. Gufeng revealed his enormous teeth, taunting, "Little ant. Watch me crush you." The giant Gufeng advanced menacingly, unleashing a wave of energy that narrowly avoided a lethal blow. Fueled by fury, Yunfeng charged towards Gufeng's chin, attempting a headbutt that resulted in a torrent of blood. "Damn you, I will end you," Gufeng bellowed as he seized Yunfeng with both hands. The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by a harrowing scream. Chapter 74. Fusion. The birth of a new demon. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, causing the onlookers to grow anxious. "What should we do? Uncle Wukong. Master instructed us not to intervene, yet he is in peril. You two protect number 18. I shall rescue the master." With a fierce shout, Wukong unleashed immense energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, golden flames enveloping him, while silver lightning coiled around him like serpents, causing the ground to fissure. What? Lord Yunfeng's disciple possesses such formidable power. Indeed, a strong master begets a strong pupil. In an instant, Wukong activated his instant transmission, wielding a circular energy slash, the key orb slash. Suddenly appearing behind Gufeng, he unleashed the attack. But Gufeng ducked just in time. Wukong adjusted his hand gestures, sending the key orb slash in a circular arc, returning to strike again. Damn it, this brat has comrades. Employing such trivial techniques, Gufeng spat forth a black energy wave to collide with the key orb slash, resulting in an explosion. Ha ha ha, employing such petty tricks. Before he could finish his taunt, Wukong's fist connected with Gufeng's abdomen, inflicting intense pain and forcing him to retreat, releasing Yunfeng in the process. Wukong caught Yunfeng, asking, "Master, are you alright?" "Wukong, you shouldn't have come. Just watch for now. I can still manage," Yunfeng replied, despite his evident injuries as Wukong supported him. Yunfeng extracted a celestial being, and his strength immediately surged back to its peak. He had been careless earlier, not anticipating that Gufeng's transformation would pose such a significant threat. Previously, he had sealed Guha the moment he transformed, and now, realizing the complexities that arose from such changes, he decided to no longer withhold his power. "Wukong, please protect everyone. I shall take on this challenge. The previous circumstances will not repeat." Nodding in agreement, Wukong reverted to his ordinary form and descended. "Is Lord Yunfeng all right?" the queen inquired anxiously. "Master is fine, just some superficial injuries, but he is now well," he replied. Hearing the queen express such concern for Yunfeng, number 18 scoffed and turned her gaze towards the sky where the battle unfolded. "Curse you, brat. You actually have companions. Attempting such a sneak attack? I won't fall for the same trick again. Prepare to meet your demise." Gufeng, There will be no repeat of earlier events. You should contemplate your own fate. Hundredfold King's Fist. The red energy wave intensified instantly, with golden flames enveloped by an even more formidable crimson fire. An overwhelming force, so powerful it dimmed the heavens and earth, surged forth, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. The battle power soared dramatically, now describable only as terrifying. This strength likely surpassed even the legendary Super Saiyan Level 2, truly a spectacle of horror. Impossible. How could your battle power escalate so tremendously? Such a dreadful force must have transcended the realm of high-level demons, heading straight for Earth-level demons. No, a mere human cannot possess such might. I refuse to believe it. There must be some deception at play. Charging at Yunfeng, Goofing exclaimed, "I shall test your true capabilities." With all his might, he unleashed a punch. Yet, with a mere lift of his hand, Yunfeng effortlessly blocked the attack, rendering Goofing unable to advance despite his relentless effort. A swift punch struck Goofing in the abdomen, sending a piercing pain coursing through him, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood, his demonic armor cracking slightly. Another kick sent Goofing hurtling away, crashing violently into the ground below. The hundredfold King's Fist unleashed a Kamehameha wave, bathing the sky in radiant white light. The power within Yunfeng's grasp was compressed to its utmost limit, with streams of angelic energy enveloping it. A white energy wave surged downward. Damn! How has this brat become so powerful? Just witnessing this attack has inflicted such grievous harm. He coughed up blood in response. Suddenly, he looked up to see a terrifying energy wave approaching, a death energy wave. Instantly, a dark energy manifested in his hand, countering the descending white wave, which was obliterated upon contact. What? This is impossible. No. Boom. The world fell silent once more, enveloped in a shroud of white. Those around gazed in astonishment at this battle that resembled a divine spectacle. Unforeseen was the formidable strength of the demon. It is no wonder that the three nations were obliterated without a trace of resistance. Fortunately, Lord Yunfeng has arrived in the Kingdom of Daughters. Lord Yunfeng, persevere. Should you triumph, I shall bestow upon you a gift. With that thought, the queen unexpectedly felt a flush of embarrassment. A thunderous roar resonated, and a white mushroom cloud erupted above the deep pit. Moments later, the entire chasm was engulfed in stones, leaving only an ancient visage, bloodied and battered, visible. It appeared that this time, he had sustained a grievous injury. Yunfeng hovered above, observing the nearly lifeless figure of the Ancient One. It would be prudent to seal him away. The demon's vitality was exceedingly resilient, and no one could guarantee what unforeseen events might transpire. With the incantation 10,000 Fox sealing, red energy coalesced in his hands. Just then, Yunfeng noticed the Ancient One utter two words, "Summon." The sky darkened ominously, and Yunfeng ceased his actions to gaze upward. The heavens became shrouded in ominous clouds, and silver lightning flickered across the firmament. The onlookers were struck with astonishment as a rift tore through the sky, revealing a demon that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Ancient One. Brother. The newly emerged demon instantly recognized the nearly extinguished Ancient One. This was his twin brother, Guyun, who had been cultivating within the sacred clan. Upon receiving his brother's summons, he had hastily employed a secret technique to arrive, a natural ability bestowed upon them at birth, summoning. It is said that demons are born as formidable entities, each possessing innate skills of immense power. Little brother, you have finally arrived. This adversary is too potent. It is beyond the capabilities of either of us alone. Let us unite. With great effort, the Ancient One extracted his right hand and clasped it with Guyun's left. They erupted with a terrifying surge of dark energy. This is dire. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported beside them, manifesting luminous projectiles that he hurled directly at them. He unleashed a flurry of light orbs, each explosion resounding with terrifying force. Yunfeng leapt aside, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the chaos, where tumultuous smoke swirled. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the haze, emanating an aura of dread-inducing power. What a formidable force! It was shocking to discover that the demon clan possessed such arcane techniques. They were indeed a fearsome lineage. I am neither Gu Feng nor Gu Yun. Henceforth, refer to me as Feng Yun. I am the warrior of the sacred clan summoned to vanquish you. You stand no chance. I shall make you experience true terror. A chilling laughter echoed across the sky. Wukong and the others soared upwards, aligning themselves alongside Yunfeng. Master, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should also merge? Yunfeng shook his head. That entity shall not grant us the opportunity to merge, and Wutian Kexis would be unable to withstand him. Chapter 75. A grueling battle. The transformation into a giant ape. Yunfeng gazed darkly at the newly emerged demon. System, Analyze the information of this newly birthed demon. Ding. Host. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Name. Fengyun. Race. Demon Clan. Fusion Newborn Demon. Power level. Earth Tier Demon. Combat strength of 80 trillion. Skills. Eye of Death. Claw of Death. Death Energy Wave. Demon Sacred Armor. It is infuriating that even the demon armor has been upgraded. This will undoubtedly make it more formidable. Wukong, Trunks, Goten, let us strike together without holding back. Unleash our full power. As Goten and Trunks prepared their moves, Xiefeng charged toward the demon, delivering a powerful punch. A golden figure materialized. Super Gotenks had arrived. Wielding the might of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Wukong also erupted with energy, an immense power surging from within, golden flames rising. His hair lengthening to cascade down to his waist. The sky reverberated with the clash of their immense powers, energy ripples emanating continuously as both moved at blinding speed. The heavens seeming unable to bear their strength, dimming ominously. The people of the Daughter Kingdom fell into panic. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? Silence. The queen exclaimed in anger. Lord Yunfeng is fighting with all his might in the sky for us, yet you display such cowardice. This is a disgrace to the people of the Daughter Kingdom. The others fell silent, their eyes filled with determination as they gazed skyward, their grievances dissipating. With a thunderous crash, Yunfeng was sent flying by a punch. Caught deftly by Wukong, the three exchanged glances and charged at the demon together. The demon was enveloped in swirling black energy, a vertical pupil appearing atop its head, the Eye of Death. A beam of black energy shot forth, laden with the essence of death, aimed directly at Gotenks. Energy waves collided with the dark beam, resulting in a cacophony of explosions, yet the black light still struck Gotenks, sending the golden figure spiraling downward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and splitting into two. Goten, Trunks, how infuriating. Dragon fist attack. None shall stand before me. Illusions surged forth. A golden dragon erupted from Wukong's fist, while a red energy wave shot from Yunfeng's hand. The demon remained aloof in the air, merely smiling at the two, remarking, such feeble power. If you two would consider becoming my subordinates, I might grant you a reprieve. Their attacks neared the demon, but the demon simply conjured black winds with its hands, effortlessly dispersing their onslaught. Futile. Do not struggle in vain, it taunted. Yunfeng and Wukong stared in disbelief as their combined ultimate moves were dismissed so casually. This power transcended that of Super Saiyan 3. Ding. Host. Main quest identified. Task. Eliminate the Earth Tier Demon Fengyun. Reward. Awaken the Byakugan. Byakugan. A vision that pierces all, revealing human acupuncture points and energy flow. Serving as an all-seeing eye with 360-degree perspective. This is undoubtedly formidable, yet it is evident that we are no match for that demon. We must devise a strategy on our own and give it our all. The 100-fold King Kai fist manifests as a white energy wave in Yunfeng's hand, radiating brilliance in all directions. Goku, with a mighty shout, unleashes the 50-fold King Kai fist, enveloped in a crimson flame that dances atop the golden fire of the Super Saiyan. Their power surges relentlessly, parting the ominous clouds above. They are indeed master and disciple, their techniques mirroring one another. However, what can you truly accomplish? The demon taunted. With the 50-fold King Kai fist, Goku felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The side effects of such power were indeed significant. He pondered how his master could sustain the 100-fold King Kai fist for so long. Two white energy waves surged forth, aimed at the demon. Prepare to perish, demon, and witness the terror of the Saiyans. Unyielding, the demon declared, if that is the case, I shall shatter your pride and expose the chasm that separates us. Raising his right hand, a dark energy orb materialized above him, the Death Sphere. He hurled it downwards, colliding with the two white energy waves, sending tremors throughout the planet. The ground quaked violently, causing those below to struggle to maintain their footing. Everyone, remain calm and trust in Mr. Yunfeng, the queen urged, her exquisite features marred by concern, her delicate brows knitting together. Master, what do you think are the chances for Lord Yunfeng and Lord Goku? Questioned the high priestess, her face clouded with melancholy. I'm afraid, Your Majesty, their power exceeds my expectations. I can no longer gauge it. We must place our faith in Lord Yunfeng and Lord Goku. The two titanic forces clashed fiercely in the air, causing buildings to crumble around them. The sky was split, half white and half black, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Goku, summon more strength. 60-fold King Kai fist now. With a roar, an even greater force surged into the energy wave, gradually pushing the black energy orb upwards. A futile struggle. The demon infused the black energy orb with a stronger power. No. How can this be? His strength seems inexhaustible. I can scarcely hold on. Master, what should we do? If this continues, we shall be defeated. Goku, overwhelmed, resorted to instant transmission to escape, struggling to open one eye. The overwhelming energy made it impossible for either to exert their power. This cannot be. Master, if we retreat, what will become of those below? The entire kingdom of women will be obliterated. Yunfeng gazed down at the resolute faces of the citizens of the kingdom of women. Their unwavering gaze fixed upon him and Goku. Goku, you must leave. I shall find a way. Go now? Goku gritted his teeth. Take care, master. You mustn't come to harm. As he instant transmitted to the side of Android 18, Yunfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Demon, if you wish for our demise, I shall ensure you do not emerge unscathed. With one hand freed, Yunfeng immediately sensed the pressure intensifying above. Perhaps due to Goku's withdrawal from the Kamehameha, a luminous orb appeared in one hand, shimmering brilliantly before being cast into the sky. Upon clenching a fist, a radiant white light enveloped the heavens. Huh? Are you dazed from the blow? Where are you aiming? The demon questioned, bewildered. You will find out shortly, came the response. Suddenly, a moon materialized in the sky, captivating the onlookers' attention. The moon? What are you scheming? The demon inquired, astonished. The moon? Could it be? Master, this is folly. You risk losing your sanity, and the destruction here will be inevitable. Trust me, Goku, Xiefeng assured him with a confident gaze. As they beheld the artificial moon, Goku's heart raced, thumping wildly. His vision sharpened, and his body began to swell, golden fur sprouting forth, fangs emerging, and a tail elongating tremendously. The Great Ape Transformation. This lad is a Saiyan. Chapter 76, Super Saiyan Level 4. His entire being expanded furiously, the golden fur radiating brilliantly against the backdrop of the sky. Lord Yunfeng has transformed into a beast. The queen gasped, astounded by Yunfeng's transformation into a colossal golden ape. Upon completing his transformation, Yunfeng unleashed a punch that sent a descending wave of dark energy flying. He pounded his chest, roaring with fury, expelling a terrifying wave of energy directed towards the demon in the sky. How dare you, lowly Saiyan, attack me? The demon retaliated, hands igniting with black energy to counter the golden ape's assault. Yet, the energy wave persisted, driving the demon upward into the sky. Curse this Saiyan. He evaded my attack with a mere sidestep. This inferior Saiyan possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a low-tier demon. Observing the devastation wrought by the golden ape, the master lost his grip on reason, and the situation deteriorated further. Suddenly, the golden ape came to a halt as a surge of energy coursed through him. Ding! Host detected transformation into Great Ape. Rewards for collecting the Black Star Dragon Balls are granted, allowing the Great Ape to retain consciousness. A brilliant golden light emanated from the Great Ape, bathing the sky in gold as transformation commenced. The master has evolved. It seemed that Lord Yunfeng had undergone yet another metamorphosis. The powers of the extraordinary were indeed unpredictable. The inhabitants of the Daughter Kingdom stood in stunned silence, their astonishment surpassing a lifetime of novel experiences. Gradually, the golden light faded, revealing a crimson figure before the crowd. Damn it, this lad has transformed again. I cannot allow this to continue. The demon charged at the red apparition. A punch was thrown, but it struck only a shadow. A kick followed, creating a massive crater where an image had once stood. The crowd has discerned the striking visage of Yunfeng, adorned with a cascade of raven black hair, its edges suffused with an enigmatic crimson hue. His golden irises gleamed within the scarlet confines of his eyes, while his handsome countenance radiated confidence. Clad in a form-fitting red attire paired with sleek black trousers, a vivid red tail swayed gracefully behind him. Master has transformed into quite the dashing figure, exclaimed one observer. Yunfeng has undergone a metamorphosis, exuding an even greater masculinity. It was as if the heavens had bestowed upon me a charming prince, for Yunfeng had indeed become irresistibly captivating. Clenching his fists, Yunfeng reveled in the potent energy coursing through him. He had ascended to the legendary 4th tier of Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan 4. Master has truly achieved this. His strength has magnified to unfathomable depths. Beep. Detection indicates host has transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A new main quest has emerged. Quest. Utilize the body of a Super Saiyan 4 to kiss the Queen of the Kingdom of Daughters. Reward. Skill. Spirit Bomb. Goodness, system, how utterly shameless of you. You thrust upon me a task of gazing upon another's visage before propelling me to this unprecedented level. I shall not capitulate to a system devoid of morals. Yet, upon glimpsing the enchanting queen below, I pondered that perhaps this quest bore no detriment to me. Thus, I reluctantly accepted the challenge. System, scan my information. Beep. Name, Yunfeng. Race, purebred Saiyan. Strength, beginner Super Saiyan 4. Combat power, 120 trillion. Skills, Kamehameha, instant transmission, no side effects King Kai Fist, Solar Fist, 10,000 Fox Seal, illusion technique. Automatic injury recovery, soul power skills. Surveying my formidable combat prowess, a smirk graced Yunfeng's lips. I could readily eliminate this low-tier demon below, and a multitude of task rewards awaited my claim. Prepare to meet your demise, demon. A radiant wave of energy surged forth, directly ensnaring the demon Hyla, piercing through its very being. The demon slowly extricated itself from the energy wave, seething. How infuriating. I never anticipated you to be a Saiyan, and one that appears to have evolved significantly at that. It seems I can no longer show mercy. Show mercy? How audacious of you to suggest. I have yet to perceive any semblance of mercy from you. Your heart is as unyielding as your face is unblushing. In a fit of rage, the demon launched a fierce punch, but Yunfeng crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking the attack with his foot. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling through 20 rounds in mere moments before vanishing from sight. The sky echoed with the sounds of their clash, energy ripples radiating through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding structures lay in ruins. It seemed the Kingdom of Daughters would need to be rebuilt after the devastation wrought by their duel. Goku's eyes darted about, observing the aerial combat. No matter how vehemently the demon attacked, it failed to compel Yunfeng to use his hands. He effortlessly countered with his feet alone. The onlookers were clearly unable to keep pace with the speed of the battle, only hearing the cacophony and witnessing the destruction of buildings, while Sally gazed up in bewilderment. Their conflict had reached an extraordinary zenith, beyond the grasp of our vision. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the air, engaged in a fierce contest of strength. The demon's fist and Yunfeng's foot were locked in a stalemate. I am truly disheartened. Is this the extent of your power? It seems you have not earned the privilege of facing me with both hands. With a swift kick, I struck him in the abdomen. Ah! The demon clutched his belly and staggered backward. Another kick followed, sending him hurtling downward, vanishing into thin air. As he awaited his descent, I unleashed another upward kick. Repeating this exchange more than 10 times. A wave of light surged forth, striking the demon, who plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Very well, the next move will conclude this battle. Behold the tenfold Kamehameha. A terrifying force gathered in the hands of the crimson Yunfeng, illuminating the entire sky with a brilliant white radiance. Blood trickled from the demon's mouth as he slowly rose to his feet. He could not withstand another of this wild monkey's attacks, or he would be in grave peril. The demon armor materialized around him, a golden suit adorned with intricate and esoteric patterns. He channeled all his strength into the armor, retreating behind it for protection. A dreadful energy wave crashed against the armor, which emanated a faint golden glow, slowly counteracting the horrific white energy. Suddenly, the immense force of the energy wave caused cracks to appear across the golden armor. How is this possible? It has actually harmed the armor. The demon's face was a canvas of shock and fear. At last, the white energy began to dissipate, and the demon's form slowly became visible, his countenance a grim tableau. Blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. This turtle shell is remarkably resilient. It has withstood my tenfold Kamehameha. Impressive, indeed. Gazing at the demon's golden armor, Yunfeng remarked, "Since your shell is so tough, I too have my own methods." With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving the demon searching frantically, unable to locate Yunfeng. Suddenly, a powerful elbow struck his chin, sending blood flying and 2 teeth soaring from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Yunfeng reappeared above him, fists clenched and poised to strike. The demon felt the world spinning around him. It was over. The myriad fox seals. A red glow surged forth from his hands, radiating outward. Chapter 77, Baby arrives on Earth. The crimson light transformed into countless foxes, their claws bared, floating in the air. The myriad fox seals. The phantom red foxes charged towards the now somewhat dazed demon, their forms intertwining and enveloping him in an intricate web of red chains, inscribed with tadpole-like runes that covered his entire body. Wukong rushed over and asked, "Master, is it over?" Yunfeng formed a victory sign with his fingers, exclaiming triumphantly, "Victory! Ha ha!" Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. "Wonderful, wonderful! Our nation is saved." The queen covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. "At last, we have preserved the legacy of our ancestors. Thank you, Lord Yunfeng." Yunfeng slowly approached number 18, remarking, "So, number 18, Do I look handsome now? No. 18 chuckled as she embraced Yunfeng, teasing, stop being vain. You're only slightly more handsome than before. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone's excellence? The queen observed no. 18 embracing Yunfeng, her eyes tinged with melancholy. The door to Dr. Meow's laboratory opened, and Baby emerged, declaring, I am fully recovered. It is time for us to seek vengeance against the Saiyans. Dr. Meow respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Baby. We have discovered that the Saiyans currently reside on a planet called Earth. Excellent work. Let us depart for Earth. The two boarded their spacecraft and set off toward their destination. Suddenly, Wei-He appeared outside the laboratory, watching the spaceship ascend. I never anticipated this creature still lived. It must be seeking revenge against those aliens. I must report to His Majesty. On Daughter Star, the queen approached Yunfeng, gracefully bowing her exquisite figure. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Lord Yunfeng. My kingdom is indebted to you, and I would be honored if you could attend the celebration feast I have prepared. Yunfeng nodded, acknowledging, I will certainly be there shortly. The queen then turned her gaze to number 18, commenting, How fortunate you are, Lord Yunfeng, to have such a beautiful companion, casting a provocative glance at number 18. Witnessing the tension between the two women, Yunfeng felt a sudden sense of overwhelm. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. We must deal with that demon. You may go, my lord. Yunfeng and No. 18 departed from the royal palace and approached Goku. Goku, how is the demon faring? It should be restrained by the sealing technique and has been in a deep slumber since. A radiant staff appeared in Yunfeng's hand, its power surging as he plunged it into the demon's body, swiftly draining its life force. Ding. Host has completed the task of eliminating a low-tier demon. Reward, Byakugan. Yunfeng felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, which soon returned to normal. Without activating the Byakugan, his vision remained unchanged, but when he did, his eyes transformed to a striking white, the veins around them swelling, rendering everything around him incredibly clear. Mosquitoes, birds, and beasts all lay within his sight. Turning to Goku, he observed the blue energy flowing within him, each acupoint distinctly visible. Impressive skill. You will be able to attack your enemy's vital points directly in the future. Goku noticed the change in his master's eyes and inquired, Master, what is this? This is a newly awakened ability I have named Byakugan, which enhances vision and allows one to discern the acupoints of others for reconnaissance. Master, why can't I awaken such a marvelous ability? You are too cunning. Goku exclaimed with laughter. Ha ha ha. Goku, once we return to Earth, I shall teach you the sealing and illusion techniques. That sounds wonderful. Goku joyfully leaped in excitement. You still act like a child, he remarked, as he had someone carry Goten and Trunks over. Yunfeng fed each of them a senzu bean, and they gradually began to awaken. Demon, I shall not succumb to you. Upon recognizing Master, Uncle Wukong, and N18, I finally felt at ease. Master, where's the demon? Oh, Master, you have changed. Had it not been for your aura, I would have mistaken you for an enemy. Tell me, are you not struck by my charm? Trunks' lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he was handsome, but this sensation felt rather greasy. It appears your definition of charm is not mistaken. Do maintain it, Trunks. Trunks and Goten stared incredulously at their master. Master has gone mad. We must flee. On Earth, a celestial vessel gradually descended into the wilderness, suddenly awakening a green-skinned individual. This energy, not of Earth, could it be another extraterrestrial invasion? Wukong and Yunfeng do not seem to be from Earth. I must investigate. He soared towards the direction of the landing ship. As the hatch opened, Baby emerged with Dr. Mew, surveying the planet's environment. It is quite pleasant here, those detestable Saiyans. Were it not for them, our planet's Furo would be far superior to this place. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? A figure adorned with a white turban and cloak, beneath which lay a deep blue attire, fixed his gaze upon Baby and his companion. Suddenly, upon noticing Baby's tail, he exclaimed, You are a Saiyan? Do not dare compare me to those loathsome Saiyans. I am nothing like them. Will you serve me? Or shall you perish at my hands? Ha ha. It is the first time I have encountered someone bold enough to speak thus to me, King Piccolo. Since you refuse to reveal your identity, you shall meet your demise. A surge of yellow energy materialized in his hand, hurling towards Baby. Boom. Baby, unfazed, merely exhaled and effortlessly dissipated Piccolo's attack. With a single punch, he struck Piccolo, the speed so remarkable that Piccolo could not evade it. A portion of Baby's essence entered Piccolo's body, and before long, Piccolo rose, his eyes now glowing red. Beloved Lord Baby, I am at your service. In an instant, Baby gleaned Piccolo's memories. The one who injured me is called Son Goku, alongside Yunfeng, both held in high regard amongst this group. Very well, upon your return, The entirety of Earth shall become your adversaries. The mightiest Saiyans, Son Gohan and Doll, you shall soon face the consequences. Ha ha ha. On Planet Girls, Yunfeng and his companions sat within a somewhat tidied palace, the table laden with exquisite delicacies previously unseen. Goku, Yunfeng, and the others had already begun their feast. The Saiyan appetite remains a mystery. A grand banquet was devoured in mere moments, leaving the Queen, the National Advisor, and the Prime Minister astonished. Lord Yunfeng and his disciple are indeed extraordinary. Quickly, bring more dishes. Yunfeng and his companions resumed their indulgence, and finally, after 2 hours, the banquet concluded. Thanks to the Queen's gratitude. Lord Yunfeng, regarding your earlier request, our esteemed Queen invites you to the inner chamber, said Shaylee. Yunfeng appeared slightly embarrassed. Goku 18. Please return to the spaceship. I shall join you shortly. On the 18th, with a firm stomp, they departed, prompting Wukong and the others to hastily follow. Yunfeng accompanied Shaylee into the inner sanctum of the palace. Lord Yunfeng, Her Majesty the Queen is inside. I shall take my leave now. Yunfeng nodded and slowly stepped inside, soon catching sight of the Queen's exquisite silhouette. Lord Yunfeng has arrived. Chapter 78. The Queen's Kiss. Please, come in, a soft voice beckoned. As he entered, the Queen sat gracefully, her gaze fixed upon him. Your Majesty, I have come as promised. I wonder about the request I put forth. Please do not rush, my lord. Since I have agreed to your request, I shall not go back on my word. Please, take a seat. Yunfeng complied and settled down. Are you aware of the origins of this demon? Why it possesses such formidable strength and has appeared out of nowhere in our daughter star? Had it not been for your timely intervention, our kingdom might have faced annihilation. The Queen regarded Yunfeng with a serene smile, making him somewhat uneasy. Your Majesty, I have only crossed paths with them in battle. However, I do not possess extensive knowledge of their kind. Yet, I can surmise that they aim to dominate the cosmos. Those who refuse to submit to them are destined for destruction, and their might is overwhelming. Even the weakest of demons would likely prove too powerful for you to contend with. So, this demon represents a faction, and it is highly probable that they will return. Observing the Queen's concern, Yunfeng grasped her unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, Your Majesty, as long as I have the time, I shall come to your aid. Suddenly, the Queen approached him and unveiled her veil, revealing a delicate visage before Yunfeng. Among all the women he had encountered, the Queen stood as the most beautiful, her proud demeanor complemented by an angelic face. Ding. The host has completed the task of gazing upon the Queen's visage. Reward. The Skillbagwa seal. Please continue to strive, host. Yunfeng couldn't help but feel that this system had become increasingly shameless. Noticing Yunfeng lost in thought, the Queen's gentle voice interrupted. My lord, do you not find me beautiful? Flustered, Yunfeng replied, Yes, indeed. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Then why do I sense that you are avoiding me, as if afraid that I, a weak woman, would harm you? Yunfeng quickly rose, exclaiming, Your Majesty, that is not the case. I simply find today's situation unfamiliar. A melodious laugh, like silver bells, filled the air. You certainly have a way with words, my lord. Now that I have fulfilled my promise, do you have any further matters to discuss? He knew he had to be bold, otherwise, he would fail the task. Did the Queen truly wish for him to depart without another word? He pondered when they might meet again. The Queen's heart raced as Yunfeng slowly approached her, causing her to step back. Did he intend to? The Queen shook her head vigorously. It couldn't be. Lord Yunfeng is a hero. In an unexpected moment, Yunfeng embraced the Queen. She struggled briefly but did not break free. Yielding to him instead, he leaned down and kissed her. I am sorry, Your Majesty. This is all for the mission. After a prolonged moment of separation, the two hastily withdrew from each other. Yunfeng placed a communication device on the table, instructing that he could be contacted at any time, and he would arrive promptly. A notification chimed. Host has completed the task of kissing the king of the Daughter Kingdom. Reward, skill, energy sphere. He then exited the palace, soaring towards the direction of the spaceship. He has gone. This device allows me to reach him. With an empty heart, she gazed at the distant twinkling lights, hoping they would meet again in the future. Wukong, let us head back to Earth. Wukong pressed the launch button, and the spacecraft propelled itself towards Earth. Gohan, let us go watch a movie, he exclaimed, holding a multitude of items typically favored by girls. During the time Yunfeng and Wukong had been away, it seemed Gohan and Biddy had made significant progress in their relationship. Not going. Biddy retorted. Why not, Biddy? Didn't we agree to go see a movie today? She turned her head away, stating, As long as you don't challenge me, I want to accompany you to the cinema. Challenge. Biddy, you are far too competitive. Your strength is already formidable. You could easily defeat me. Gohan protested. You're mistaken. I could never best you. Each time, you've let me win. This time, I want to compete fairly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards them. Biddy Lee, watch out. Gohan leaped forward, shielding her with his body, his hands raised to block the incoming energy blast. What is this, Gohan? Biddy Lee gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Quick, hide. There's an enemy. Abruptly, a familiar figure materialized before Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. He called out, but then realized, no, you're not Uncle Piccolo. Your aura radiates a malevolent energy. Gohan, are you really going to strike against me? Surrender to Lord Baby immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. Baby? A figure loomed before Gohan, Broly. No, something was amiss. His energy mirrored that of the evil Piccolo, indicating he too had been manipulated. Cyberman. Indeed, it's that loathsome sensation. Piccolo, my loyal subordinate, subdue him. Piccolo charged forward. Uncle Piccolo, wake up. Do not allow yourself to be used by this villain. With both hands, he seized Piccolo and delivered a powerful headbutt, sending him flying. An extraordinary glow enveloped Piccolo, rendering him immobile, unable to harness his power. Uncle Piccolo, please endure for a moment. I will rescue you shortly. Truly, he was a worthy successor to Son Goku, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Do you know my father? Who are you? And why do you attack us and control Uncle Piccolo? Suddenly, an elderly man adorned in colorful attire appeared. Isn't that Gohan? Turning around, Gohan exclaimed, Master Roshi, what brings you to the city? Please help me keep an eye on Biddy Lee while I deal with this creature. Is Biddy Lee the charming girl beside you? Is she your girlfriend? Gohan felt a blush rise to his cheeks. All right, Master Roshi, please hurry and get to safety. This place is perilous. The surrounding crowd gazed curiously at the peculiarly attired baby, who was clad in the battle suit of Planet Zuffle. Beside him stood Dr. Mew, a robot, perpetually dressed in a similar manner. Gohan, consumed by rage, charged toward Baby, declaring, Foolish Saiyans, today you shall pay the price. The two exchanged powerful blows, unleashing a ferocious gust that obliterated nearby cars and jet vehicles. Panic ensued as people fled in all directions, exclaiming that a riot had erupted. In an instant, the area transformed into a desolate expanse as everyone hurriedly escaped. At Bulma's residence, a news report broke in. A violent incident had just occurred near South Street, involving a strangely dressed individual and a student-like human. Numerous buildings had been damaged, vehicles destroyed, with 2 fatalities and significant casualties. The police were currently investigating. Doll crushed the beverage in his hand, seething, Damn it, Broly, I never expected you to survive. Today, as the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall deal with you. He burst from the room, heading towards South Street. Bulma rushed after him, questioning, Doll, where are you going? What happened? In the air, the two engaged in a fierce clash. The sky reverberated with the sounds of their violent encounters, shattering glass all around. With a thunderous crash, Gohan was sent hurtling down into a skyscraper, propelled by Baby's energy beam. Observing the terrified individuals within the building, Gohan thought, this is intolerable. Innocent lives could be harmed. Suddenly, a figure appeared, striking the energy beam away. Uncle Doll. Chapter 79. Defeat. Earth under control. Broly, I never expected you to survive. Yet you dare to wreak havoc on Earth. Today, I shall ensure you remain here. A golden flame erupted around Doll, transforming his hair into a brilliant gold, intertwined with silver lightning. Uncle Doll, he is not Broly. You must sense his energy closely. Kakarot's son, how shameful it is for you to be defeated so thoroughly. Doll, son of King Doll, I cannot believe you are still alive. This is splendid. I can finally enact my revenge. Wait, that energy, are you a Zuffilian? Ha. You finally recall. Years ago, King Doll led the Saiyans to annihilate our planet Zuffle and slaughtered my people. I intend for you Saiyans to taste that same bitterness. To have a destroyed planet now appear before us in another's guise. How brazen. Curse you. Baby was enveloped in a turquoise flame, his energy surging, causing the very earth to tremble. Gohan, do not intervene. Seeing this fiend ignites my fury. Today, I shall make him understand that no matter how the Zuffilians change, they cannot escape their destined obliteration. Gohan's lip twitched slightly. All right, Uncle Doll, please be cautious. Doll charged directly at Baby, throwing a punch, which Baby caught barehanded. Doll retaliated with a kick, launching a series of 4 or 5 attacks, all of which Baby effortlessly blocked. Destruction Cannon. A silvery wave of energy hurtled toward Baby. A verdant beam of light erupted from the northern direction, forcefully repelling Doll's luminous wave with a resounding explosion. Doll was struck and plummeted downward. Uncle Doll, Gohan exclaimed, catching him in midair. How infuriating. Instead of seeking rescue, I should be contemplating how to attack the enemy. Doll gasped for breath. realizing that this Zephyrian had ensnared Broly, leaving him to contend solely with Broly's formidable power. It was evident that he alone was no match for such might. He could not allow the situation to persist, or disaster would surely follow. How detestable! I would rather perish than beg Kakarot's son for assistance. With determination, he declared, "Baby, come forth. If I fear you, I would cease to be the prince of the Saiyans." With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. Their energies colliding in rapid succession, sending ripples of energy cascading through the air. "Uncle Doll, give it your all." Gohan clenched his fists, watching as Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha arrived. The warriors finally assembled. Observing the aerial battle, they were struck with bewilderment. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, they felt utterly powerless. Gohan flew over to them, asking, "Uncles, how did you all get here?" "We saw the news on television and came to see if we could be of any assistance." Krillin replied, "Please take Uncle Piccolo to Dandy. He has been corrupted by the villains, and I have temporarily subdued him with Super Saiyan energy." Krillin then flew off with Piccolo towards the Kami's lookout. Seizing an opening during Doll's assault, Baby struck him squarely in the face, causing Doll to stagger back, clutching his wounded visage and crying out in agony. "You vile monster, I shall destroy you," he shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Baby. The air filled with the sound of terrifying explosions. To Doll's astonishment, Baby, seemingly unfazed, extended a single hand from the blast radius and seized Doll's head, forcefully pressing it down upon a towering building, shattering glass in a cascading shower. Baby unleashed a relentless series of punches against Doll, blood gushing from his mouth with each strike. "How dare you!" Doll spat, retaliating with a spray of blood that splattered across Baby's face. "You seek your own demise." Another powerful blow landed in Doll's abdomen, followed by a grip on his collar, hurling him away. A concentrated beam of energy struck Doll, enveloping him in a cloud of dark smoke. He was propelled through the air, reverting to his original form, and Gohan swiftly caught him, relieved to find he still breathed. "Thank goodness. Uncle Doll, Tien, could you take him to Korin Tower for some senzu beans to heal his wounds? You think any of you can escape?" Baby cackled, conjuring 3 energy blasts aimed directly at the trio. Gohan hurriedly placed Doll within a nearby office building and turned to face the incoming blasts. Crossing his arms to shield his face, he braced himself against the impact of one of the energy orbs. Tien and Yamcha were sent flying, crashing into the building, rendered unconscious. "You wretched beast. You are utterly unforgivable." Gohan's fury ignited, his aura erupting in a brilliant white glow, transforming him into his most powerful form, his ultimate state. The Mystic Gohan. As the power surged to its peak, Gohan charged at Baby, delivering a fierce punch. The two exchanged blows, each utilizing their full strength. But Gohan was ultimately sent flying. How formidable! It seems his power may even surpass that of my father. I refuse to concede. If I do, Earth will be doomed. With a fierce determination, I raised my hands above my head, summoning an orange energy wave that illuminated the sky. Unleashing it, I directed the orange energy towards Baby, who wore a mocking grin. Goku's son was indeed stronger than that worthless prince, yet still beneath contempt. I have had my fill of this. Let us bring this to a close. Once Yunfeng and Goku return, they will deliver a surprise. A greenish-blue energy began to coalesce in my hands, forming in ever-expanding rings. The two energy waves collided in the air, casting the sky in hues of orange and greenish-blue, locked in a stalemate. What? This monster can actually hold his ground against Gohan? How is that possible? Ah, Tien, the last to arrive, Kaiatsu, flew towards Tien with a face filled with terror. Gohan let out a furious roar as a terrifying energy surged into the collision. Remarkably resilient, the greenish flames enveloping him surged higher, revealing his unfamiliarity with Broly's power. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Goku's son long ago. Another wave of greenish energy pierced through the stalemate, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The forces erupted, sending Gohan crashing into a building. Breathing heavily, Gohan slowly rose to his feet, frustration mounting. This foe is growing stronger. What can I do? Father, Uncle Yunfeng, when will you return? Earth is in peril. In space, Yunfeng and Goku simultaneously sneezed. Who could be thinking of us? What a coincidence. Master, it must be our friends on Earth who miss us. I wonder where Baby is now. I feel a sense of unease. Yunfeng pondered, recalling that in the original tale, Baby sought revenge against Goku and the Saiyans on Earth. However, with Yunfeng's intervention, the storyline seemed to have shifted significantly, leaving him uncertain about Baby's current whereabouts. Goku. While Baby is indeed powerful now, he still needs to familiarize himself with Broly's body, which may take time. We must hasten our return to Earth. Once there, We can use the dragon to locate baby and eliminate him. Furthermore, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. I am confident I can vanquish him. The crisis on Earth escalated as Gohan could no longer withstand Broly's relentless barrage of energy blasts, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 80. The return of Yunfeng. After half a month of parasitism, nearly all life forms on Earth had become baby's minions. Gohan and Dubra had become baby's most formidable henchmen, handling nearly every challenge that arose. Baby was already plotting his plan to restore the planet plant. The entire populace of Earth is fervently searching for the Dragon Balls for baby, and indeed, after a fortnight, the Dragon Balls were neatly arranged before him. Bulma and Dr. Mew, serving as baby's chief scientists, diligently engaged in research to facilitate baby's further evolution. The only beings on Earth not under control were Majin Buu and Mr. Satan, along with his daughter, Biddy. Majin Buu soared through the skies of Earth, while Satan and Biddy concealed themselves within Buu's very being. Buu, why is it that baby has placed a live egg upon every soul on Earth, yet you remain unscathed? Did he not target you? Satan, the live egg from baby is hardly appetizing, and yet, here it lies beside you. Satan and Biddy exchanged startled glances, their expressions quickly morphing into fear as they beheld a writhing, insect-like live egg, ensconced tightly within Majin Buu's fleshy form, utterly immobilized. Buu, the presence of this live egg here is exceedingly perilous. It must be disposed of. Buu chuckled. Since Satan finds it distasteful, I shall remove it. The reaction is indeed unpalatable. With that, Majin Buu expelled a white egg, which fell below. Dad, I wish to rescue Gohan, Biddy implored. Biddy, I understand your sentiments. But Gohan is currently by baby's side, and he too is under control. Even if we were to save him, he would not accompany us. Biddy's gaze fell, her head lowering in resignation. It seemed they would have to await the return of Yunfeng and Gohan's father to Earth. Biddy, it is commendable that you can think this way. We must swiftly find a secure haven. In space, Master exclaimed, look, we can see Earth. That blue planet appears so vividly beautiful now. Yulok can never sit still. You should learn from Android 18. They observed 18 lying comfortably, utterly unperturbed. Flipping through a magazine. Master, Sister 18 belongs to the Liang Flat tribe. We must remain active and enthusiastic. We cannot afford to be like Sister 18 at such a young age. You little brat, say that again, and I shall make you regret it. Sister 18, I apologize, I shall not dare again. Laughter filled the spacecraft, creating a lively atmosphere that dispelled solitude. Yunfeng recalled the original narrative. When Goku gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, all of Earth's inhabitants had already been ensnared. Thus he needed to prepare for such an eventuality, though he dared not voice it outright, and would have to weave a falsehood instead. Everyone gather round. I have something to share. After ascending to Super Saiyan level 4, I have acquired a unique gift. Gift? Curiosity sparkled in their eyes. It is the ability to glimpse brief moments of the future. While not entirely clear, it is indeed of foresight. Master, since you have awakened such an extraordinary skill, hasten to foretell the jubilant scene awaiting us upon our return to Earth. Goku, in truth, prior to your inquiry, I had already foreseen it. Our return to Earth will not be met with celebration, but rather with hostility. What? Master, your foresight cannot be accurate. Why would they attack us? According to my foresight, the entire Earth has fallen under baby's control, though this may not be entirely accurate. Thus, we must remain vigilant, just in case. Keeping a watchful eye for our own safety. Everyone nodded in agreement, affirming, very well, Master, we shall heighten our vigilance upon our return to Earth. Yunfeng nodded with satisfaction. As his well-intentioned deception had achieved its purpose, it was time to return to Earth. The spacecraft soared toward Earth, gradually approaching the atmosphere, entering near the North Pole. Surrounded by icebergs in the frigid climate, the vessel's speed was remarkable, swiftly traversing the Arctic and arriving in the Central Plains. Let us proceed directly to the Heavenly God Temple, where we shall deliver the Dragon Balls to Bobo and Dandy. The spaceship glided toward the Heavenly God Temple, and soon they beheld the temple floating in midair. A wave of warmth enveloped them. They were finally home. Yet, what awaited them was not warmth, but coldness. The spaceship descended slowly into the heart of the Heavenly God Temple. Goten and Trunks leapt down, calling out, Dandy, Mr. Bobo, we have returned. Where are you? Bobo. These individuals were specifically summoned by Lord Baby. Once we retrieve the Dragon Balls, we must hasten to inform him. After a time, Goten wondered, where have Dandy and Mr. Bobo gone? They are usually outside. Could they be sleeping inside today? Just then, Goku exclaimed, you've returned. Dandy and Bobo have come out. Goku intended to embrace Bobo, having been taught martial arts by him since childhood, which filled him with profound emotion. However, recalling his master's prophecy, he decided to play a trick on them. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted. Bobo, have you and Dandy been controlled by Baby, attempting to deceive us for the Dragon Balls? Goten and Trunks covered their mouths, whispering, Uncle Goku. Dad's acting is truly unparalleled. Dandy and Bobo exchanged glances, sensing the tension in the air. Yunfeng's eyes turned white, veins bulging near his eyes as he scrutinized the two, detecting an unfamiliar energy controlling them. Goku, their bodies harbor two distinct energies. One is malevolent, akin to Baby's. In a swift motion, Yunfeng appeared before them, precisely pressing two fingers on their acupoints, causing them to collapse. Master, they truly have been controlled. Your foresight has proven accurate. What should we do now? Have all our companions turned into foes? I have a plan. Do not panic, Yunfeng replied calmly. Indeed, Lord Baby was correct. You are not easy to deal with. Having quickly discerned Dandy and Bobo's true identities, a familiar figure emerged, cloaked in green with a white cape. Piccolo, Goku exclaimed, even you have been. Cursed Baby. I shall kill you. Goku declared angrily. Yunfeng, son Goku, will you surrender, or shall I be forced to act? You are no match for Lord Baby, Piccolo warned. Discarding his cloak as a surge of energy enveloped him, preparing to strike. To my astonishment, even a master like Piccolo has fallen under control. How detestable. Yunfeng charged toward Piccolo, who retaliated with a powerful punch. With remarkable precision, Yunfeng struck the back of Piccolo's hand at just the right moment, rendering it powerless. Master, how impressive. What a miraculous strength. Piccolo's other arm swept towards him, energy surging within his fingers. With a few gentle taps, that arm too became immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfeng pressed several points on Piccolo's body, causing him to collapse. Master, what should we do? Is there any way to unleash a power that could save them? System, purge the baby embryos within their bodies. Ding. Host request received, scanning in progress. Upon completion of the scan, the purge commenced and was soon completed. Dandy and Bobo rose, shaking their slightly dazed heads. Goku, you have finally returned. Baby has seized control of the entire Earth, and no living creature has escaped his grasp. Piccolo lay motionless on the ground. Lord Yunfeng, I still cannot move. A smile spread across the faces of those present. Chapter 81. Rescuing Gohan and Doll in the Heavenly Palace. Mr. Bobo, these are the Black Star Dragon Balls we gathered from the cosmos. I shall entrust them to you. Removing 7 Dragon Balls from the system space, he gazed at the retrieved orbs, imagining the myriad of trials they had endured in the vast universe. Very well. I will return the Dragon Balls to their rightful place, Mr. Bobo said, preparing to rise. Wait a moment, I must seal these Dragon Balls. If they were to be stolen again, the search would be quite troublesome. His hands began to shimmer with light, red energy enveloping them. Seal of the 10,000 Foxes. Countless red fox apparitions surged forth, directly entering the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. A red fox emblem appeared atop each of the Dragon Balls. Done. Now, should anyone attempt to use them, I will be alerted immediately, as these orbs are crucial to the fate of the Earth. Yunfeng, Goku, what shall we do next? The entire Earth has fallen into Baby's hands, and Gohan and Doll are now his guardians. First, we must rescue Gohan and Doll, and then eliminate Baby in one fell swoop. Yunfeng whispered something into the ears of Piccolo and Goku, both nodding in agreement. In West City, within a luxurious villa, Baby wondered, where are Yunfeng and son Goku? Father and Uncle Yunfeng should not have returned to Earth yet. Otherwise, Dandy and Bobo would surely have sent word. Came the response. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Lord Baby, there are disturbances in the northern part of West City, with people wreaking havoc on our subjects and territory. Bulma reported. This is troublesome. It seems that the elusive threat is aware of Majin Buu's existence, likely gleaned from Gohan and the others' memories. Gohan, handle this matter. If you can capture them, do so. If not, eliminate them on the spot. Gohan shot off towards the northern region of West City. Upon arrival, he found numerous buildings in ruin. How infuriating. This must be the work of that scoundrel, showing utter disregard for Lord Baby. Baby, I truly do not regard you at all. Yunfeng's figure emerged slowly. Uncle Yunfeng. Indeed, it is you. While you stroll through paradise, you do not venture forth. Hell has no entrance, yet you have thrown yourself into it. Thus, one cannot blame Lord Baby for claiming your life. Ha ha. Gohan laughed maniacally as he charged towards Yunfeng, who remained utterly still, a smile gracing his lips. Gohan sensed something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Yunfeng, and upon impact, Yunfeng became ethereal. The surrounding city seemed to distort, becoming less tangible, as if the very heavens and earth were spinning, countless images flashing before Gohan's eyes. Clutching his head, He began to scream, "What is happening? What is going on? No, this is all an illusion, not reality. Gohan, you are quite astute. This is indeed an illusion. Yet, knowing this, what means do you possess to unravel it?" The Byakugan revealed Gohan's energy flowing robustly within him, accompanied by an even more sinister emerald aura, likely from Baby. Utilizing the 8 trigrams palm, Yunfeng struck Gohan at 64 acupuncture points, causing him to collapse to the ground. Utterly devoid of power. System, eliminate the eggs within Gohan. Ding, scanning in progress. Scan complete, commencing elimination. Elimination complete. The system emitted a multitude of notification sounds, and Gohan slowly opened his eyes. What has happened to me? My head aches terribly. Uncle Yunfeng, father, you have returned. Suddenly recalling something, his expression shifted to one of dread. Yunfeng tapped Gohan a few more times, and Gohan gradually rose to his feet. Father, Uncle Yunfeng, the entire Earth has fallen under Baby's control. What shall we do next? You should head to the Divine Temple. I will go rescue Doll. Soaring skyward, Yunfeng's speed reached its zenith. Goku and the others gradually followed behind. Under Gohan's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Baby's stronghold. Gohan revealed that Baby was conducting experiments on Doll, probing the secrets of the Saiyan Great Ape, with Aunt Bulma and Dr. Mew as his accomplices. That vile Baby, allowing Bu to experiment on Doll. How much suffering will Bulma endure upon awakening? Suddenly recalling the original story, Gohan remembered that Bulma's invention, the Zenkai line, had successfully enabled Doll to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Once Baby was vanquished, perhaps Goku could also give it a try. Unbeknownst to Goku and the others, Yunfeng was already contemplating how to experiment on them. With a swift whoosh, he infiltrated Baby's grand villa, maneuvering rapidly within. Following Gohan's directions, he soon located the laboratory. Peering through the crack in the door, he observed Bulma and Dr. Mew busily working, while Doll lay nestled in slumber, wires protruding from his body. If they could subdue Bulma and Doll, the system could eliminate the living eggs within them. Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "Watch this. They are unaware that I have recovered. Uncle Yunfeng, wait for the opportune moment to strike. Do not rush, Gohan. Let me take another look." Utilizing the Byakugan, a beam of white light shot forth, transforming Yunfeng's eyes into a brilliant white. Everything became strikingly clear. He could discern the flow of energy within Bulma and Doll, alongside Baby's presence within them. Upon observing Dr. Mew, he realized this individual was, in fact, a robot, thus destruction was the only option. "All right, Gohan, I am confident now. You may proceed." Gohan pressed the door button and entered, asking, "Aunt Bulma, how is it going?" Baby was anxious to know the outcome. "It won't be long, Gohan. We have discovered that Saiyans undergo a unique electromagnetic induction from the moon, which activates their tails and transforms them into great apes, amplifying their strength tremendously. By the way, Gohan, weren't you supposed to be handling matters in the north? How did you return so swiftly?" Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure darted forward, tapping Bulma, causing her to collapse. "What are you doing?" Goku attacked Dr. Mew with a swift chop, severing his head, which was subsequently crushed by Piccolo's foot. This despicable minion of Baby was utterly revolting. System, eliminate the active eggs from Bulma and Doll. Ding. Scanning complete. Elimination process initiated. Elimination complete. The host has exhausted the 5 opportunities for foreign object elimination. No further chances will be provided. Goodness, there's a limit? I had suspected this system was miserly, but I didn't anticipate it would fail me at such a critical moment. There are still so many people on Earth waiting to be rescued. Ding. Host's main mission, defeat Baby. Reward, 100 uses of foreign object elimination. Fortunately, a task arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently caused someone's demise. Well, I shall extinguish Baby first, and then devise a means to save everyone. Baby had taken control of Broly's body, who had previously ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd stage. Coupled with Baby's parasitism, his power had likely surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 3rd stage. After all, Broly awakened as an ancient Super Saiyan, while both Gohan and Goku were merely ordinary Super Saiyans. The ancient Super Saiyan was indeed formidable, even at the 2nd stage. He could easily overpower an ordinary Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Yunfeng began to formulate ideas, pondering whether he could awaken the bloodline of the ancient Super Saiyan once this battle concluded. Chapter 82. The first collision after a period of acclimatization. Baby had completely seized control of Broly's body and could now access the power of the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd stage. Presently, Baby's strength could only be described as unfathomable. With a thunderous explosion, Baby was jolted back to reality. Who dares to disturb my stronghold? Truly, they must be seeking their doom. With a swift motion, Baby rushed out, confronting Yunfeng and his companions in the sky. Yunfeng, Goku, you have returned. Why have I received no word? The entire Earth should be under my control. Upon seeing Gohan and Doll behind Yunfeng, he exclaimed, you two have recovered? How is that possible? My active eggs had entered your bodies. How could you possibly regain your strength? Yunfeng, I am astonished yet again by your capabilities. I never imagined you could eliminate my active eggs. Truly unexpected. Ha ha ha, baby, you must cease your narrow-mindedness. Since you have come to Earth, you might as well stay, saving me the trouble of searching for you throughout the cosmos. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense as the Saiyans remained ever so arrogant. Today, I shall shatter your confidence. Suddenly, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kairatsu emerged, exclaiming, Lord Baby, allow us to rid you of these detestable Saiyans. Krillin, Tien, have you two fallen under Baby's control? Goku's face darkened with fury. The group charged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Yunfeng in an instant. Master, please show them mercy. Rest assured, Goku, I shall not harm them. With a thunderous roar, Tien unleashed his four-way fist, sprouting 2 additional arms from his back, attacking Yunfeng from all sides. With effortless grace, Yunfeng blocked Tien's assault, swiftly maneuvering behind him and delivering a precise strike to his neck, knocking him down. Yamcha transformed into a ravenous wolf, executing a flurry of 8 punches in a heartbeat. Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, deftly capturing Yamcha's arm with both hands. What? You've countered my Wolf Fang fist in an instant, he exclaimed, only to be met with a swift kick from Yunfeng. As Yunfeng prepared to subdue Yamcha, a key sphere hurtled towards him. He extended his hand and countered with a wave of energy, deflecting the attack and swiftly tapping Yamcha's chest, sending him crashing down. Noticing Krillin still struggling to control his key sphere from a distance, Yunfeng darted forward, only to be confronted by 2 orange energy waves. Dodo wave, he noted, catching sight of Kairatsu behind Krillin. Incredible. You never fought this fiercely against enemies. Yet, when it comes to your own, you unleash your full power. With a flick of his hand, Yunfeng unleashed a wave of energy that sent both of them tumbling backward, then swiftly struck their chests, toppling them. Gohan had already descended to rescue everyone, and now it was Baby's turn. Do you find joy in defeating a few worthless foes? Baby sneered at Yunfeng. You are not as formidable as I anticipated. Whether I am strong or not, today you shall witness my true power. With a resounding roar, Yunfeng ignited in golden flames, an overwhelming force surging within him, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold. The very earth trembled, buildings below began to crack and crumble. He ascended to the heights of Super Saiyan Level 3, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, entwined with silver serpentine flames. Come, baby, let me end you in one breath. Impressive power, Yunfeng. You are indeed a worthy adversary. This feels exhilarating. Baby retorted with a laugh. A surge of teal flames erupted around him, as an ominous energy radiated from his being, his muscles rippling in anticipation. The flames of both warriors began to collide. Baby roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes turning a ghastly white as their energies intertwined. The clouds in the sky were swept away, leaving Gohan and the others in astonished silence, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Uncle Yunfeng's battle prowess had surpassed that of his fight against Majin Buu, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 3. Wukong nodded gravely, aware that his master's prowess extended far beyond their current encounter. The two were poised for their initial clash. In the distance on Earth, Satan sensed 2 immense forces converging, remarkably powerful, and he harbored doubts about his ability to prevail. Could it be that Yunfeng and Wukong have returned to engage in battle with Baby? He pondered. Father, it must be Yunfeng who has returned. Gohan and the others are saved. Let us assist them. Bu, let us proceed slowly. Perhaps we can be of help. Bu nodded, and with Satan's resolve, they made their way forward. The two exchanged glances, both wearing confident smiles, and they charged towards one another, their fists colliding with tremendous force, sending a ripple of energy surging outward. Wukong and his companions shielded themselves from the overwhelming energy backlash, with Gohan enveloped in a protective white aura safeguarding Krillin and the others. In an instant, the 2 combatants vanished, and the air was filled with the echoes of their fierce exchanges. Circular waves of energy continuously manifested in the atmosphere. Suddenly, they reappeared on the ground. Baby lunged at Yunfeng, who raised his arms defensively to absorb the impact, yet the force propelled him backward, with a swift kick to Baby's abdomen. Yunfeng sent him soaring into the sky. Kamehameha. A beam of white energy surged towards Baby, who conjured a shield of energy to deflect it. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfeng swiftly maneuvered behind Baby and unleashed a powerful punch, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. their fierce battle continuing for several rounds. They finally separated, locking eyes, both remarkably composed despite the intensity of their recent skirmish. Yunfeng, you are even stronger and more intriguing than I had anticipated. It is indeed an honor to receive such praise from you. Yet my true strength extends beyond what you have witnessed. I believe it is time to abandon the pretense of warm-up. Baby smiled. I share the same sentiment. Let us unveil our true abilities, as this constant probing has grown tiresome. What? They were merely testing each other? Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wukong nodded slightly, acknowledging. My master's strength is far greater than this. I eagerly await to witness his full power. Kakarot, are you jesting? To think that reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 is not even Yunfeng's limit. How far has he truly ascended? The gap between my status as a Saiyan prince and his only continues to widen. It is infuriating. Both warriors were engulfed in flames of contrasting hues. One golden and the other of vibrant green, their formidable power escalating once more, causing the entire earth to tremble as flames surged higher. Impossible. They can still amplify their strength. This power is beyond comprehension. Will I ever be able to catch up to them? Dal felt a sinking despair, devoid of any hope of measuring up to Yunfeng. The two stabilized their energies at an unfathomable level. We may commence. Chapter 83. The power of baby. The entire sky shimmered in hues of gold and teal, and thus, we commence. A subtle smile graced baby's lips as he declared, Come. I shall not fear you. The two charged fiercely towards one another. Baby unleashed a powerful punch, but Yunfeng deftly evaded to the side, retaliating with a strike that surprisingly connected with a mere illusion. Their velocities had reached the pinnacle of human capability, transforming them into two fleeting shadows colliding in midair, where the gold and teal figures continued to clash. Suddenly, they surged forward, palms meeting palms, an overwhelming force radiating from their beings. A spectacle of strength unfolded before the onlookers, waves of energy radiating outward, causing the very earth to tremble under the immense pressure. The might of the master and baby proved to be remarkably balanced, causing the heavens and earth to shudder in response. Wukong, given the current circumstances, who do you think holds the greater chance of victory? Piccolo inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on Wukong. Rest assured, Piccolo, the master still possesses hidden strength yet to be unleashed. He shall undoubtedly prevail. They are merely probing each other's limits at present, Wukong replied confidently. Flames erupted towards the heavens, their veins pulsating with intensity, indicating that they had pushed their powers to the utmost brink. Oh, ha. Both warriors roared in unrestrained fury, their arms wildly channeling their formidable might. With a resounding thud, they separated, both panting heavily. I never imagined you could contest with me to this extent. It astounds me. I believed I had fully mastered Broly's power and was invincible. Yet here you stand as a formidable rival. However, I shall not allow you to persist any longer. Baby, be wary of your hubris. Do you truly possess the strength to claim such? You speak of defeating me. Yet I am astonished that you are yet to fully harness Broly's power in such a brief time. Since we have sufficiently tested each other, it is time for you to meet your demise. Ha. This is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Someone dares to utter such words. Yunfeng smirked. Whether it is a jest or not, you need only to test it for yourself. With a flash, a beam of light erupted forth. Yunfeng's eyes transforming to a brilliant white, the veins around them swelling. The world around him became crystal clear, revealing two distinct currents of energy swirling within baby, one purple, the other teal. With a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight, energy surging in his hands, his speed reaching its zenith as he aimed for baby's vital points. Baby executed several backward flips, narrowly evading Yunfeng's fierce onslaught. I may not comprehend the technique you employ, but I shall not permit you to seize victory so easily. Yunfeng unleashed a barrage of strikes, which baby skillfully blocked with his hands, despite Yunfeng's movements being painfully clear to him. The current pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3's power and speed proved insufficient to overpower baby in a single blow. With rapid succession, Yunfeng targeted baby's vital points, while baby continuously dodged and countered, never daring to confront Yunfeng head-on. Wukong, it appears Mr. Yunfeng has gained the upper hand. Baby is in a desperate retreat. Piccolo exclaimed excitedly to Wukong. Indeed, the Master's acupoint striking technique is remarkably extraordinary, and baby certainly would not dare to engage. With the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Yunfeng executed peculiar movements, and baby found himself within the confines of the 8 trigrams, charging towards him. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at an astonishing speed, the terrifying 64 palms howling forth. Baby, exerting himself to the utmost, attempted to defend, yet the onslaught was simply too swift. In the end, a dozen strikes landed solidly upon him. Baby flew backwards like a kite severed from its string, sensing an oddity in his vision. Although struck, his acupoints remained remarkably unimpeded, displaying no sign of being hit. Slowly, he rose to his feet, realizing that the attack aimed directly at his acupoints sought to obstruct the flow of his chi. Alas, you have not succeeded. I had preemptively enveloped my entire body with energy, safeguarding all my acupoints. Unless your strength far exceeds mine, you shall find it impossible to penetrate my defenses. Xiefeng's gaze gradually turned frigid. Such audacity warranted a lesson. Why, after so gracefully collapsing moments ago, did Baby choose to rise again? With a surge of energy, he activated the 50-fold King's Fist, crimson flames erupting around him, enveloping his entire being in a radiant glow. With a swift motion, he charged towards Baby, delivering a punch. As Baby raised his right hand to block, he felt a numbing pain radiate through his arm. The force exerted by Yunfeng was truly terrifying. The two engaged in a frenetic clash, Yunfeng pushing his power to its absolute limits. Yet Baby seemed capable of countering each assault, sensing that his own strength was steadily increasing. Indeed, he was concealing his true power. How dare he hide his strength while battling me? I shall make you regret such foolishness. With an illusion technique, a red thread surged toward Baby's head. A multitude of ethereal visions flooded his mind, laughter echoing. Zephyr Star, meet your demise, as a horde of Scions transformed into colossal apes roared with manic glee. Cursed Scions, I shall not spare you. I, King Zephyr, shall exact vengeance upon you. A torrent of fear and desire overwhelmed Baby's heart. With a dragon punch, he declared his dominance. Yunfeng raised his fist high, and a platinum dragon erupted from it, ensnaring Baby within its coils, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, the dragon punch alone was insufficient to vanquish Baby. Another strike was imperative. Cursed Scions, I shall eradicate your kind. From the epicenter of the explosion, Baby's roar reverberated. Baby, you might as well succumb to the illusion. This way, the pain shall be lessened. The 50-fold King's Fist combined with the Kamehameha wave manifested in Yunfeng's hands. A compressed orb of white energy glowing brilliantly, casting the world into a blinding white haze. The explosion billowed forth, dense black smoke swirling. Adhering to the principle that where there is smoke, there is no injury, a follow-up strike was essential lest his efforts go to waste. With a cry, the terrifying white energy surged towards Baby amidst the black smoke. Under Goku's watchful gaze, Baby stood clearly before him, utterly unaffected by the encroaching shadows. Damn it, Scion. Do not think for a moment that this will lead to my defeat. I shall not be vanquished so easily. Destructive light waves. To my astonishment, Baby emerged from the illusions, hands raised high, coalescing a turquoise energy orb that surged directly towards the white energy wave. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Baby in a somewhat disheveled state, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet otherwise unscathed. The two terrifying forces clashed in the sky, transforming it into a canvas of white on one side and turquoise on the other, both combatants roaring in fury. Scion, Baby. The dreadful energy remained in a stalemate, the two orbs ferociously tearing at one another, colliding incessantly, neither yielding. The very earth trembled beneath them, buildings crumbling in layers. A colossal energy circle formed in the air, rotating in this tense standoff. They incessantly poured energy into the clash, the collisions growing ever more violent, blindingly bright to the onlookers. I refuse to lose. Today, I shall ensure that you, Baby, vanish from this place forever. Scion, I will not forget the enmity of the Zephyr people. I shall annihilate every last Scion. Cursed be you, die. Chapter 84. This is bad. Baby transforms into a great ape. The two formidable energies clashed violently in the air. The sky divided into a stark contrast of white and turquoise. How infuriating. This Scion possesses such overwhelming strength. I shall hold nothing back. The turquoise flames enveloping Baby surged upwards, emanating an aura even more potent than before. Goku, something is amiss with Baby. His energy continues to escalate. Goku narrowed his eyes, realizing that Baby was on the verge of achieving the legendary Super Saiyan second level. What? Baby still has strength left to attain the legendary Super Saiyan second level? Doll murmured in despair. Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan passed down through my clan is not me, the Prince of Scions, but that lowly warrior? Doll's gaze grew increasingly forlorn, even bordering on despondency. Doll, why are you wallowing in despair? Were you not intent on defeating me? We have both striven hard. Although we may not be the legendary Super Scions, we have transformed into Super Scions through our own efforts, have we not? I have heard from my master that our strength is not the final frontier, there exists a divine realm, the Super Saiyan God, with levels of Super Red and Super Blue. Do you not wish to explore this, rather than surrender? Upon hearing Goku's words, Doll's eyes gradually regained their confidence. If there is a divine realm, then I shall not be defeated by you, Kakarot. I will surely triumph and reclaim my princely dignity. Very well, I await your challenge, Doll. You are my only true rival. Their eyes exchanged encouragement, for these two were indeed eternal adversaries. Vic gazed intently at the battle unfolding in the sky, plagued by questions. Why, despite merging with the divine, had he not ascended to the level of a Super Namekian? The gap between his strength and that of Goku and his companions seemed to widen, igniting a sense of frustration within him. As Baby's power surged, silver-white serpentine lightning crackled amidst the flames, heralding a seismic shift in strength. Yunfeng felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Indeed, Baby had mastered the legendary power of Broly's Super Saiyan second transformation. The disparity in power was staggering, far exceeding that of Broly in his prime. With no alternatives left, Yunfeng unleashed the 100x Kaioken. He poured forth his energy in a frenzy, appearing almost deranged. The two titanic forces collided, creating a terrifying energy wave that clashed violently. One could only imagine the devastation should either of their energy blasts detonate on Earth. There would be nothing left but dust. Suddenly, Gohan's figure became a blur as he surged forward. A white energy wave erupted beside him, and his battle power soared dramatically. The Kamehameha wave shot forth, striking Baby with explosive force. What an opportunity! With Yunfeng's relentless drive, the fearsome energy blast propelled Baby skyward. You wretched Saiyan. I refuse to concede. Baby roared, all his strength surging forth in an attempt to escape the onslaught of light. Yet, the wave seemed to possess a gravitational pull, ensnaring him tightly. Was this truly the end? The fearsome energy began to tear at his very being. No, he could not abandon his chance for vengeance against the Saiyans. A dreadful teal-green energy wave erupted from his palm, forcing him in a different direction. Though he escaped the light wave, he was still battered by its residual force, spitting blood in the process. Science, the pain I've endured shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Goku and the others rushed toward the snowy peak. Master, we've triumphed. We finally defeated Baby. They owed their victory to Gohan's timely intervention. The outcome had been uncertain without him. Majin Buu appeared above, and Mr. Satan and Videl tumbled out of Buu's mouth. Gohan, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Videl exclaimed, embracing him tightly. Videl, not in front of everyone. She blushed, releasing her hold. Mr. Yunfeng has returned. Thank you for saving Gohan. Videl's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. We're all in this together. It's my duty. Mr. Satan grasped Yunfeng's hand. Hello, I am Mr. Satan, Videl's father and the world martial arts champion. Thank you for defeating Baby. Yunfeng was taken aback. Why was Satan thanking him? Now I can continue being the world champion without hiding. He laughed heartily. Dad. Yunfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, bemused by his father's peculiar thought process. Ding. The host has activated the main quest of the Dragon Balls. Eliminate Baby. Reward. An abundance of Super Saiyan energy. Wait, system, are you implying that Baby is still alive? Ding. Host, the system has detected that Baby is indeed alive and well. We must continue our efforts. The atmosphere immediately turned grave, prompting everyone to step back. Baby has not perished. Everyone was astonished. What? Survived such a powerful shockwave? Suddenly, a turquoise energy orb hurtled toward them. Everyone dodge. I'll hold it off. But the speed of the orb was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. You shall not harm Satan. The demon Majin Buu inhaled, absorbing the energy orb into his being. A terrifying explosion ensued, disintegrating Buu into a grotesque mass of flesh. Buu. Majin Buu. Anger etched on their faces, they turned to the slowly descending Baby. How foolish. Does Baby's power not surpass any mere mortal? Death is well deserved. Suddenly, the dismembered flesh soared into the air, converging back together, Majin Buu restored to his original form. The unexpected turn of events left Baby momentarily flustered. Damn it. Regardless, you will all meet your demise. It is merely a matter of time before your pride crumbles. Everyone, retreat to safety. Goku and the others quickly fell back, while Majin Buu scooped up Satan and soared to the rear, sensing that he was no match for this baby. Science. I've learned a valuable technique from you, one that seems quite effective according to Doll's memories. Suddenly, Baby gathered an energy orb in his hand, prompting Yunfeng to prepare for battle. Baby hurled the orb directly into the sky. As Baby clenched his fist, the heavens transformed into a blinding white. Now, bear witness to true terror. Oh no, he intends to transform into a great ape. Baby S' strength had already grown unfathomable. If he became a great ape, it would spell disaster. Baby S' heart began to race violently as he began to grow larger. No, he must not be allowed to transform. The tail. If I sever his tail, he will revert to his original form. Yunfeng dashed toward Baby S' tail, successfully grasping it and tugging with all his might. Baby screamed in rage, transforming into a colossal black great ape, delivering a crushing blow to Yunfeng, who was sent crashing into a building. Master, Yunfeng. Baby finally achieved his long-desired transformation into a great ape, rampaging through the structures of Earth. How will Yunfeng respond? Chapter 85, Eradicating Baby, a Fleeting Piece. As Baby charged toward him, a red fox apparition materialized in Yunfeng's hands. Sealing technique, 10,000 fox seal. Countless fox apparitions surged toward Baby. What is this? Oh. Baby found himself ensnared by innumerable red foxes, with a nine-tailed fox perched dominantly above him. No, I am the great kings of Four, I am Baby, and I shall restore the magnificence of Four Star, our glory. How could we have been defeated by those detestable Saiyans? It truly fills me with bitterness. Victory has been achieved. Baby has finally been subdued. Brother Yunfeng is so impressive. If only I possessed such prowess. Biddle-Eye gazed at Yunfeng with stars in her eyes. At last, it has come to an end. I can once again be the world champion, and many will seek my autograph. Ha ha ha. Each face displayed a unique expression. Yet all shared a countenance of joy. The tenfold Kamehameha wave surged forth, a wave of terrifying white energy striking the sealed Baby. No, I refuse to accept this. Baby vanished completely. Ding. Task of defeating Baby completed. Host has eliminated Baby. Reward. Cleansing mechanism activated 100 times, granting a substantial amount of Saiyan energy. Baby truly is a treasure bringer. System, scan my information. Ding. Name, Yunfeng. Race, purebred Saiyan. Strength, mid-level Super Saiyan level 4. Battle power, 150 trillion. Skills, Kamehameha wave, instant transmission. No side effects. King Kai fist, solar fist, 10,000 fox seal, illusion, super shield, Byakugan, Bagua palm, automatic injury recovery, soul power skills. Observing the system panel. All my attributes surged wildly, filling Yunfeng with ecstatic joy. My battle power has reached 150 trillion, possibly rivaling even the Super Blue. How infuriating. Those vile Saiyans have actually defeated Lord Baby, but we Zephyrians shall never concede defeat. Watching the Earthlings, once under Baby's control, gradually gather around, including Master Roshi, Goku's wife Chi-Chi, and the Ox King. System, eliminate all active eggs within the Earthlings. Ding. Please hold on, scanning in progress. The numbers are immense. This will consume 80 uses of the cleansing mechanism. Shall we proceed? Continue. Ding. Cleansing in progress. Please wait. The cleansing is complete. 20 uses of the cleansing mechanism remain. Host, please persevere. Where are we? How do we end up here? Let us return home. What madness is this, running about everywhere? The Earthlings have returned to normal, each returning to their homes, and life on Earth begins to flourish once more. In the Divine Palace, the sky is shrouded in dark clouds. Dragon, please restore all Earth structures damaged in the battle with Baby to their original state. This is quite simple. The dragon's eyes emitted a red light. Your wish has been granted. Now, please state the remaining 2 wishes. Anything is permissible. Dragon, let us leave it at that for now. I shall seek your aid again next time. Farewell. The 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, dispersing in different directions. Broly has been sealed by Yunfeng within the mountains. Reinforced with the strength of Super Saiyan level 4, to break this seal, one must surpass the power of Super Saiyan level 4. Well then, everyone, Baby has been defeated. We can now enjoy a life of stability. On the 18th, let us return home. The obedient 18 nodded gently. Yunfeng, the 17th and 16th reside across in the Arctic. He expressed his fondness for snow. When we have the opportunity, let us pay them a visit. The 17th is the younger brother of the 18th, and their bond remains strong. Very well, we shall visit the 16th and 17th when time permits. Farewell, everyone. Master, what shall we do about our training? Yukong. From now on, you will be responsible for their training, and do remember to diligently practice the myriad fox seals and illusions I have taught you. Understood, Master. You need not worry. In hell, Dr. Gero unexpectedly met with Dr. Mew. Mew? You were slain by a Saiyan named Son Goku? Indeed. I fell victim to his surprise attack, and I am filled with resentment. Ha ha ha. Mew, do not fret. Since we share a common enemy, why not collaborate? Collaborate? How? I have heard you possess a method for creating bioengineered beings. I can provide you with the data on my ultimate Android 17. If you can also create a bioengineered 17, we might exact our revenge on Son Goku. 17? How could that possibly challenge Goku and his Saiyan counterparts? Mew, do not underestimate it. My android 17 is still alive on Earth. Once we open the gateway between Hell and the human realm, we can merge the two 17s, resulting in a formidable warrior capable of aiding us in our vengeance. Very well, Dr. Gero, I shall take a gamble. Ha ha ha, you shall be grateful for your decision today. On Earth, at Yunfeng's home, it has been ages since I returned home. 18, come here and give me a hug. Let us have a few robust children. 18 shot Yunfeng a disapproving look. You wish. Your recent behavior has been quite poor. Do not even think about it. Indeed, women are creatures of memory. And 18 must still be holding a grudge regarding the issue of her home planet. After much coaxing from Yunfeng, 18 finally revealed her beautiful smile. In the city, Gohan. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling for a date? Biddy complained with a frown. Biddy, I encountered 2 robbers earlier, which is why I am late. Please do not be upset. Robbers? Where? Gohan, let us skip the date today and focus on securing the city instead. Alright, Saiyan Superman 1 mobilize. Saiyan Superman 2. Ready to go? Gohan and Biddy interacted in their own harmonious manner. On King Kai's planet. Goku, can you hear me? King Kai, what is it? It has been a while. Goku, an extraordinary situation has arisen in Hell, one that King Enma cannot handle. Please contact Yunfeng. He may be able to assist with this predicament. What exactly is happening, King Kai? Aren't there East, West, North, and South Kai, along with the Grand Kai? How could they not manage a monster in Hell? Once, a mischievous spirit inadvertently shattered a vessel containing malevolent thoughts, unleashing a torrent of dark energies that coalesced within a young boy, transforming him into a monstrous entity known as the Dark Wave. The King of Hell found himself powerless, trapped in the underworld as chaos erupted around him. The turmoil threatened to spill into the realm of the living. Lord of the Realm, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall seek my master at once, and we will hasten to address this crisis, said Wukong. Wukong, exercise caution. This dark wave is no trivial matter. Many formidable warriors from the underworld have been summoned, yet none have succeeded in subduing it. Understood, Lord of the Realm. I shall fetch my master. Await our triumphant news. In an instant, Wukong vanished from his chamber, reappearing beside Yunfeng, who was leisurely sipping juice and perusing a magazine in his rocking chair. Wukong, what brings you here in such haste? Yunfeng inquired, noticing the urgency in Wukong's demeanor. Master, dire news has emerged. A creature has emerged from the underworld, wreaking havoc, and the Lord of the Realm has entrusted us with its elimination. Could it be the Dark Wave? Wukong exclaimed, how did you come to know? Is this yet another foresight? His own involvement had altered numerous events. Wukong had not perished, making the emergence of the Dark Wave less improbable. Realizing it was imperative to confront this menace, he understood that failure to do so would jeopardize the entire human realm. Then let us proceed, Yunfeng declared, and the two of them instantly transported themselves to the underworld, which had indeed transformed drastically. The Hall of Yama was ensnared by an overwhelming force. We must first confront the Dark Wave. Otherwise, this place will remain in disarray. Wukong agreed with a solemn nod. At last, they located the creature in the depths of Hell, its rotund form surprisingly responsible for the chaos. Wukong, this time I shall test your mettle. You shall engage first, and remember to exert your utmost strength. The foe possesses formidable power. With a fierce determination, Wukong unleashed his energy, swiftly surpassing the barriers of Super Saiyan Stage 1 and ascending to Super Saiyan Stage 2. Golden flames enveloped him, his hair gleaming with a radiant hue, while silver lightning coiled around the flames. Hey, you monster! I am Son Wukong from Earth, here to vanquish you. Oh, Dark Wave, Dark Wave. The rotund creature turned to face him, emitting countless energy blasts from the myriad of orifices adorning its body. Without warning, the creature launched an attack, forcing Wukong to execute several backflips to evade the onslaught. That was close. My master was right. I cannot underestimate this corpulent fiend. Gathering energy in his palms, Wukong propelled himself towards the Dark Wave. The creature retaliated with a sweeping strike, but Wukong deftly leaped aside, sending his energy blasts crashing into the Dark Wave's form. The malevolent energy waves ride slowly, dividing into countless smaller waves that effortlessly dissipated Wukong's attacks. Such an extraordinary creature indeed, if that is the case. I shall exert my utmost effort, and you must be cautious. Swiftly maneuvering through the air, Wukong delivered a kick, but the malevolent wave responded with a slap. The collision of their energies resulted in a terrifying clash, forcing both to retreat slightly. What is this creature? Kicking it felt oddly sticky, rendering me powerless. Wukong, Utilize energy waves to attack. Physical strikes seem ineffective against it. Nodding in agreement, Wukong's gaze shifted as he concentrated 2 energy orbs in his hands, preparing to test the waters. He hurled the orbs, which erupted from the holes in the malevolent wave, releasing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with these luminous orbs. What a bizarre technique. Wukong instantly teleported before the malevolent wave, the energy orbs following suit, and then he reappeared beside Yunfeng. The orbs surged toward the malevolent wave. A horrifying explosion echoed as Wukong leaped into the air, determined to deliver a lesson about the harshness of reality. Kamehameha. The white energy in Wukong's hands compressed, radiating brilliantly, illuminating the sky in a dazzling white. A beam of white energy surged forth, detonating against the malevolent wave once more. At this point, the malevolent wave had transformed into numerous smaller entities, all writhing chaotically. It could not be allowed to breathe, otherwise it might resurrect, rendering my earlier efforts futile. Energy surged from within, intensifying. His hair began to lengthen, and the ground cracked with countless fissures. Super Saiyan Level 3. Wukong's visage grew fearsome, his golden flames blazing fiercely, silver lightning flickering around him. Dragon Fist unleashed, who dares challenge me? A golden dragon erupted from Wukong's fist, targeting the malevolent wave, ensnaring it completely. Boom. An explosion more terrifying than before resounded as the malevolent wave transformed into numerous plump entities. Gradually, they began to converge inward, their movements markedly different from before. Moments later, the malevolent wave morphed into a new monstrosity, adorned with long horns and a tail. Its body a striking blend of red and purple. Its eyes glinted with malice, and a cruel smile curled upon its lips as it charged directly at Wukong. Wukong, undeterred, met the challenge head-on. They zipped through the air, Wukong throwing a punch, but the malevolent wave deftly evaded by tilting its head, retaliating with a punch to Wukong's abdomen. A cry of agony echoed through the sky as Wukong recoiled, swiftly retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at the malevolent wave, which could not dodge in time. Receiving the blow squarely on its chin, blood trickling from its mouth. The two figures collided fiercely, unleashing ripples of energy that erupted across the sky. Shadows darted swiftly, occasionally crashing into one another. Goku's Kamehameha was brutally sent flying by a punch from the malevolent wave. What? How could this be? This was the Kamehameha of a Super Saiyan at its 3rd level. As Goku was taken aback, he was thrown back by a direct blow from the malevolent wave. Suddenly, a blood-red sword appeared in the malevolent wave's hand, slicing towards the airborne Goku. Terrifying beams of sword energy surged forth, prompting Goku to evade rapidly. Though his clothing was still torn asunder, the sword energies were dreadfully potent. Being struck would spell disaster. The malevolent wave charged at Goku, who desperately dodged, with everything the sword touched shattering into fragments. Countless beams of red sword energy surged towards him, but even at the speed of a 3rd-level Super Saiyan, Goku struggled to evade the rapid strikes. The sword beams were not only swift, but also devastatingly powerful, effortlessly cleaving Goku's own energy blasts in half. Hiding behind a square stone, Goku found himself cornered as a single strike from the malevolent wave shattered the stone into pieces. Cursed sword spirit. Flames enveloped Goku, propelling him towards the malevolent wave. He kicked the hilt of the sword while launching an energy blast with his other hand. The malevolent wave grinned cruelly, making the sword in his hand vanish from Goku's sight, only to reappear in his other hand, slicing Goku's energy blast in two. A barrage of sword energy rained down upon Goku, as the malevolent wave's other hand reached into the void, appearing directly before Goku to grasp his throat. The deadly sword energy was poised to strike. Suddenly, a figure emerged, kicking the malevolent wave's hand away and leaping upwards with Goku in tow, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of sword energy. Master, Goku exclaimed, this enemy is beyond your capabilities. Allow me to handle it. A fierce gaze locked onto the malevolent wave, declaring, you shall not be forgiven. Chapter 87. The Annihilation of the Malevolent Wave. How dare you inflict such harm upon Goku? Prepare for your demise. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Yunfeng, escalating in intensity as golden flames enveloped him, his hair lengthening, reaching the pinnacle of a 3rd-level Super Saiyan. Malevolent Wave, are you prepared to face my wrath? The malevolent wave cackled menacingly, charging at Yunfeng with a swift strike. Yunfeng leaped, delivering a powerful kick to the sword, causing an energy wave to radiate outward. The malevolent wave angled the blade sharply, attacking from a cunning position. With heightened perception, Yunfeng discerned the trajectory of the malevolent wave's assault clearly. Golden flames flickered at his fingertips as he clamped down on the malevolent wave's sword. The malevolent wave's expression twisted with fury as he retaliated with a punch. Yunfeng countered with his other hand, and as their fists collided, a thunderous boom echoed through the air, sending both combatants reeling backward. The malevolent entity known as Evil Thought Wave is indeed an utterly wicked vessel, wholly devoid of any sympathy or compassion. With a swift motion, the sword of Evil Thought Wave unleashed a multitude of sword energies, surging forth with ferocity. However, under the guidance of his white eyes, Yunfeng adeptly evaded each strike, deftly tapping the sword with his hand, causing it to clatter to the ground. He then delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of Evil Thought Wave, sending the creature crashing into a pool of blood as if it were a kite severed from its string. In a fit of rage, a blood-red vortex erupted from the pool, hurtling towards Yunfeng, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The speed of Evil Thought Wave reached unprecedented heights, and only with the aid of his white eyes was Yunfeng able to barely keep pace. In the air, they transformed into fleeting shadows, colliding relentlessly as the surrounding mountains crumbled under the force of their exchanges, waves of energy rippling outward. "Master, are you all right?" A voice echoed, expressing concern that a Super Saiyan at Stage 3 might not withstand Evil Thought Wave's might. It was evident that Yunfeng was relying heavily on the mystical abilities of his eyes to match the speed of his adversary. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Yunfeng was struck by Evil Thought Wave, sent hurtling backwards, but he summoned his rage to stabilize his form. This was indeed a slap in the face. Just moments ago, he had declared his intent to teach others a lesson, only to find himself now on the receiving end of a brutal reality check. Channeling the power of a 50-fold Kaioken, crimson flames enveloped the golden aura around him, causing his energy to surge dramatically as he charged once more at Evil Thought Wave. With the enhancement of the 50-fold Kaioken, his speed increased significantly, allowing him to finally match Evil Thought Wave in velocity, and the two began to exchange blows, each strike resonating with ferocity. The scene was chaotic. Evil Thought Wave suddenly charged straight at Yunfeng, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Yunfeng with no option but to defensively guard with his arms crossed over his chest, retreating steadily while Evil Thought Wave relentlessly attacked. A powerful flame erupted, breaking through Evil Thought Wave's defenses. "Is Yunfeng all right?" It was astonishing to witness the formidable strength of Evil Thought Wave. Even a Super Saiyan at Stage 3, bolstered by the 50-fold Kaioken, was no match for it, an unfathomable reality. King Kai of the North observed the battle from King Kai's planet, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. If this continued, Yunfeng was bound to be defeated. What could be done? If both Goku and Yunfeng fell, the entire underworld would be doomed. Lord Beerus was still in slumber, and in a dire situation, one might have to risk awakening him. However, considering the temperament of the god of destruction, should he be displeased, the consequences could be catastrophic for King Kai's planet or Earth, as his wrath could lead to their annihilation. What a troublesome foe indeed, with power and speed at their zenith. The only course left was to conclude this battle swiftly. The golden flames on his body surged rapidly, and his energy skyrocketed as the spectral form of a great ape flickered in the air before receding back into Yunfeng's being. His appearance began to transform. His hair gradually shortened, shifting to a deep black with a striking red outline, captivatingly radiant. His fierce visage was framed by determined eyes, which glimmered with yellow hues, radiating confidence. Clad in a red form-fitting top and black leggings, adorned with a striking crimson tail, the individual's appearance and aura underwent a dramatic transformation. With golden flames surging fiercely around them, a wave of formidable energy erupted from this being, reminiscent of a red monkey. Evil Thought Wave, meet your demise. Behold, the emergence of the Super Saiyan Level 4. The Master resorted to the Super Saiyan Level 4, confirming the terrifying strength of the Evil Thought Wave. Super Saiyan Level 4. During my recent absence from observing Yunfeng, he had astonishingly broken through, surpassing the barrier of Super Saiyan Level 3 and attaining a new echelon. Cold sweat trickled down the North Kai's face. It appeared that the underworld was indeed on the path to salvation. Ding. The host has activated a side quest. Eliminate the Evil Thought Wave. Reward: the upgraded version of the Kai King Holy Sword. Renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and legendary status as a sword that has slain a destroyer, equivalent in rank to an angel's staff. Goodness, such an extraordinary reward. The popularity of the Evil Thought Wave is astonishing, granting me a holy sword. If I can acquire a suitable sword technique, my combat prowess will ascend to unprecedented heights. While Yunfeng was lost in thought, the Evil Thought Wave charged at him, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Yunfeng was propelled backward but quickly regained his footing. Evil Thought Wave, your strength is merely mediocre. Furious, the evil thought wave erupted with energy, reaching the pinnacle of his capabilities. Yunfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike executed with remarkable speed. The evil thought wave was unable to evade, sustaining numerous impacts and gradually retreating, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Oh! With a surge of terrifying energy, he vanished from sight, launching an assault on Yunfeng, who effortlessly blocked all of his attacks. Suddenly, the evil thought wave smirked ominously, throwing a punch into thin air, only for his fist to materialize behind Yunfeng, catching him off guard and striking his back. Golden flames enveloped Yunfeng, shielding him from the unexpected blow. The punches came relentlessly, with his form flickering in and out of existence, confounding his opponent. After about 20 exchanges, Yunfeng discerned a pattern. As he vanished and reappeared, a light orb awaited him. With a resounding boom, the evil thought wave was forced to retreat. Yunfeng gathered an immense amount of energy into a luminous sphere and launched it at the evil thought wave, who retaliated with a punch. Upon contact, the orb obliterated the evil thought wave, reducing him to nothingness. Yunfeng endured a punch from the evil thought wave as well. But even the defense of Super Saiyan level 4 remained unbreached. The evil thought wave reverted to his diminutive form, the power restraining King Yin dissipating. Under King Yin's guidance, order swiftly returned to the underworld. Excellent. Yunfeng is undeniably powerful, truly a Super Saiyan level 4, an eternal deity, exclaimed the North Kai joyfully from planet King Kai. Yunfeng gently helped Goku to his feet and retrieved a Senzu bean from the system space, which Goku consumed, restoring him to full vigor. The system had just begun to resonate, and a sharp sword was swiftly absorbed into the system's space by Yunfeng, marking yet another strategic advantage for him. Amidst the chaos of the underworld, Dr. Meow finally succeeded in creating Hell No. 17 and established a passage between Hell and Earth in collaboration with Dr. Garo. Chapter 88. The birth of Super Number 17. Wukong and Yunfeng returned to Earth, resuming their tranquil lives, unaware that turbulent currents were already beginning to stir. Dr. Meow, we can commence our operations. The passage between Hell and Earth has been opened. A voice echoed. Many former adversaries from Hell surged forth, including Cell, Frieza, Cooler, King Cold, and the Jinyu Force. In a serene little village in the Arctic, No. 17 walked through the snow, savoring an unprecedented tranquility. Suddenly, a soccer ball rolled towards him. Brother number 17, toss it back, called a 7-year-old boy named Xiao Yi, a child from the village where number 17 resided. Having lived there for several years, he had become familiar with the local children. Sure, number 17 replied, gently kicking the ball back, eliciting the innocent laughter of the boy. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Xiao Yi, hurry home. Number 16 sensed something amiss and rushed out. What is happening, number 17? I'm not sure, but I have a foreboding feeling. A sinister laughter resonated from the heavens. Number 17, it's been a long time. I never expected you to hide in such a quaint village. Dr. Garo, you were supposed to be dead. Why have you returned to the mortal realm? I may have died, but I endured torment in hell. I have now returned specifically to find you. What do you want from me? Our ties have been severed, and the bomb within me has been disarmed, so your threats are futile. Dr. Garo, we only wish to lead a peaceful life. Please refrain from disturbing us further. If you persist, do not blame me for my rudeness. So, it is you, number 16, you are alive as well. Are you too planning to defy my commands as your creator? We have long severed all connections with you. Please do not intrude upon our lives any longer. The cold wind swept over the small village, as if attempting to freeze the very souls of its inhabitants. The stark contrast between the blackened sky and the white below was palpable. Dr. Garo, it seems your subordinates are rather disobedient. If they refuse to listen, there is no need for dialogue. Let my hell number 17 absorb him directly. Allow me to handle this. Conversing with the obstinate is merely a waste of breath. Before the two doctors appeared a figure remarkably resembling number 17. Hell number 17, I entrust you with this task. Once you merge with the android number 17, you shall become the ultimate warrior, endowed with boundless power. A shadow flickered into existence upon the icy plain. Greetings, I am Hell number 17, a bioengineered creation of Dr. Meow. Number 17 and number 16 stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Hell number 17, Dr. Meow? The words of life left the two androids in disbelief. Android 17, will you willingly merge with me, or should I incapacitate you first before our fusion? Fusion. Dr. Garo, what are you plotting now? Do you truly wish to confront Son Goku? Their current strength is beyond your imagination. I advise you to refrain from courting your own demise. What do you know? I not only seek vengeance against Son Goku, But I also intend to use Super Android 17 to eliminate all Saiyans and then dominate the entire universe. Android 17. You must flee and seek assistance from Android 18. I will hold off this Hell 17. Android 16. You overestimate your abilities, Hell 17 taunted. Without hesitation, Android 16 charged at Hell 17, only to be violently thrown back by an energy wave that he barely perceived. What? Android 16 was defeated in a single blow? Android 17 was acutely aware of 16's prowess, which surpassed his own by a narrow margin. Slowly, Android 16 rose to his feet. Android 17, you must escape. You have witnessed the enemy's strength. To everyone's astonishment, Android 16's fist shot forward towards Hell 17, only to be caught effortlessly in his grip. As he withdrew his arm, flames erupted from it, unleashing a destructive wave of energy directed at Hell 17. Hell 17 stood still, absorbing the energy wave from Android 16, enhancing his own power in the process. The taste of energy was delectable. With a swift motion, he lunged at Android 16 with unparalleled speed, lifting him off the ground. A radiant energy wave shimmering in his palm. Wait, do not kill Android 16. I am willing to merge with you if you spare him. The laughter of Hell 17 echoed. Now that is more like it. I can hardly be bothered to kill this worthless fool. Android 16 was unceremoniously tossed aside. Android 17. No, their ambitions are too great. Suddenly, Android 17 charged at Hell 17, declaring, "Die. I will not allow your ambitions to come to fruition." Yet, Hell 17 subdued him with a swift grip around his throat. Huh. Android 17. How naive you are. Do you not see the chasm between our powers? A crimson glow enveloped Hell 17, wrapping around Android 17. A blinding flash ensued. It is done. Super Android 17 is about to be born, exclaimed Doctors Mew and Jero with exhilaration. As the light gradually faded, a new warrior emerged, Super Android 17. A young man with dark hair appeared before the two elderly scientists, adorned with a glittering earring, resembling Android 17, but appearing more sinister and lanky. Super Android 17. Let us proceed. It is time to confront the Saiyans and reclaim our possessions. Meanwhile, Yunfeng lay on his sofa, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Yunfeng, why do I suddenly feel a wave of unease? Android 18 inquired softly. Yunfeng realized that Super Android 17 was about to manifest. And as Android 17 was Android 18's twin brother, she must have sensed the impending presence. It seemed that Super Android 17 was drawing near. Suddenly, a familiar aura manifested on Earth, one that belonged to Cell, Frieza, and Android 18. It seemed that something extraordinary was unfolding. The warriors sensed the presence of their former foes and soared towards West City. Ha ha ha. I, Frieza, have returned to Earth. This time, I shall ensure that Goku and Yunfeng pay dearly. I cannot have endured so many years of torment in hell for naught. A band of defeated miscreants dared to return for revenge, utterly shameless. Who dares to speak so boldly? The Ginyu Force posed dramatically. Doll stepped forward, having arrived fastest from West City, accompanied by a now-grown Trunks. Ah, an old acquaintance. Prince Doll, I never imagined you would become a resident of Earth. What has become of the pride of the Saiyan Prince from years past? Frieza, do you truly believe you can instill fear in me as before? Alas, your power now is pathetically diminished. Frieza, incensed, retorted, Little doll, you have grown arrogant. Ginyu Force, teach him how to address your king. As you command, Lord Frieza. Ginyu Force, assemble. Laughter erupted. How pitiable, unable to recognize the disparity in strength. In a flash, a fist struck Captain Jinyu's abdomen, resulting in a deafening explosion. Jinyu disintegrated into particles, unleashing a wave of energy that split into four, Goldo, Jis, Berta, and Goku, attempting to evade, but the speed of the wave was insurmountable. Boom. The Ginyu Force was utterly obliterated. Chapter 89. Doll's moment of glory impossible. How could my Ginyu Force be vanquished so easily by Doll? Ha ha ha. Next is your turn, Frieza. Doll, do not become overly confident. Do you think you are a Super Saiyan to act so brazenly? Shall we find out? A powerful aura emanated from Prince Doll, golden flames igniting as his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. What do you think, Frieza? Is this the result you desired? This. How can it be? Aren't Super Saiyans limited to Goku and Yunfeng? How can Doll also be? Frieza visibly trembled. His fear of Super Saiyans deepened by two previous defeats. Kuvara, brother, let us join forces. Otherwise, this may end poorly. Look at you. So easily frightened by a single Super Saiyan, Cell mocked. In a brief moment, the warriors gathered. Goku, Android 18, and Yunfeng stood behind Doll. Do not interfere. These foes are mine, Doll proclaimed loudly. all eyes turning to Yunfeng. Noticing that Super 17 had yet to arrive, he decided to let Doll have his moment. Doll, I entrust them to you. Do not disgrace the Saiyan name. What did you say? I am the prince of the Saiyans. Today, I shall demonstrate my true power. Frieza, come forth. If you do not approach, I shall come to you. Kefira charged directly at Dar, with Frieza observing intently, aware that our frozen clan harbors no weaklings. As Kefira advanced, Dar's lips curled into a slight smirk, welcoming the first challenger to his demise. Kefira unleashed dozens of attacks, yet he could not even graze a single finger of Dar. Have you had your fill of play? If so, it's time for you to perish. Dar delivered a powerful punch to Kefira's abdomen, followed by another to his chin and a swift kick to his side. With a surge of energy, Kefira was sent back to the underworld. Truly pathetic, a waste of my time, he scoffed. Dar felt invigorated today, reveling in the sensation of superiority, while Yunfeng quietly remarked to Goku, Dar has indeed been striving tirelessly. Father, let us confront Dar. We cannot allow him to belittle us, the sovereigns of the universe. Frieza and King Liku immediately erupted in fury, their powers surging to their utmost limits as they charged at Dar. Frieza, I shall accompany you to the end. Dar too unleashed his fury, rushing towards them, and the three collided, an overwhelming force gathering in the air. Dar's Super Saiyan power was formidable beyond measure. In this clash, Frieza and his son were obliterated by the immense force, returning to the underworld. With only Cell remaining, Dar regarded him with ease. You, a mere artificial being, are hardly worthy of my attention. Dar, you are exceedingly arrogant. I am now at my complete form, and I shall effortlessly eliminate you. After which Goku and his son Gohan will be next. Dar's power surged once more, ascending to the second level of Super Saiyan. White lightning entwined with flames surrounding him. Enough with the idle chatter. Cell, let me witness the true extent of your complete form. Indeed, Saiyans are a breed of berserkers. Come forth. My cells are imbued with Saiyan essence, and I too am igniting with fervor. The two charged at one another. Cell swiftly unleashed a punch, but Dar confidently evaded it, retaliating with a strike to Cell's chin, inflicting injury with a single blow. Incredible, Cell marveled at Dar. Is it truly you? How has your power grown so formidable, seemingly surpassing even Gohan of that era? Cell, cease your narrow-mindedness. Gohan's current strength is beyond your imagination. The consensus on Gohan's godly power was notably high. After all, he had achieved strength that transcended Super Saiyan 3, earning the acknowledgement of many. Impossible. I must have been careless just now. Take this. He launched a fierce kick, but Dar effortlessly seized Cell's foot. Your power is too feeble, Cell. I find little satisfaction in this. With a firm grip, Cell cried out, Dar, release me. Dar delivered a punch to Cell's chest, causing it to cave in instantly. Dar gazed down at Cell with pride, bemused. Why, I wonder, do you dare to provoke us when you are so weak? Your mind must be deranged. This tiresome battle is dragging on. Let me resolve this swiftly. As Darl's body became increasingly disoriented, he suddenly appeared before Cell, launching a flurry of punches that left multiple dents on Cell's form, blood gushing from his mouth. In a swift motion, Darl unleashed a radiant wave of energy, causing Cell to vanish from sight. Uncle Darl, you're incredible. Your strength has greatly increased. Gohan exclaimed with delight. Darl had seemingly reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second level. But whether he could ascend to the third level would depend on his own intuition. So you all are here. How convenient. I won't have to search for each of you individually. An aged voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Two elderly figures emerged, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. How did you two end up together? This defies all logic. Yunfeng exclaimed. Yunfeng, Goku, we share the same goal and possess equally brilliant minds. Are we not the ultimate combination? Dr. Mew interjected. Have you two finished your chatter? Can't you see that Darl is right here? If you wish to challenge Yunfeng and Kakarot, first defeat me. Darl retorted. Indeed, do you two not have any manners? Today is Darl's stage. Since you have come for revenge, face him first, another voice chimed in. Dr. Mew, these Saiyans must have lost their minds to utter such nonsense, Dr. Gero remarked. Let us not concern ourselves with their antics. Super 17 is undoubtedly invincible. Let him entertain Darl for a while. Exactly. It's a perfect opportunity to gauge the true strength of Super 17. As they stepped aside, a tall, slender young man emerged, with black hair and striking earrings. This is our latest creation, Super 17. Allow him to escort you on your journey. Super 17. He certainly bears resemblance to 17. What connection does he have? Krillin questioned suspiciously. Yunfeng, I sense 17's essence within Super 17. What does this mean? Yunfeng advanced cautiously. For Super 17 was a fusion of 17 and the Hell 17, created by Drive Mew. Darl, be cautious. Super 17 is no ordinary foe. It's South not your place to instruct me, Darl replied, casting a glance at Yunfeng before charging at Super 17. He unleashed a punch imbued with golden flames. Super 17, however, effortlessly grasped Darl's fist with one hand and retaliated with a powerful blow. Darl quickly withdrew his hand to block. The immense force propelled Darl through the air,